Curry waits, pops out, gets the ball. Guarded by Fox. Curry steps out, hash mark 3 on the way. Got it! He hit it with 5.5 to go. 116-115, Golden State with the lead. Herter will put the ball in the backcourt. Has trouble, foul, finds Fox on the far side. Gliding up the floor with 2, with 1. Contested 3 on the way. Air ball, ball game's over. Golden State gets the win.
Oh, baby, I don't want to go too crazy. Not too crazy. It's only a preseason game, but Stephen Curry's in regular season mode. Hell, he's in playoff mode. 16 points in the fourth quarter, 30 in all as the Warriors rally against the Sacramento Kings. They were down 18 in that basketball game, as it was a dress rehearsal for a lot of teams, and the Kings were playing their guys. Warriors are playing their guys despite not having Draymond Green available, despite not having Kevon Looney available. But Stephen Curry is still special, and that's where we'll start after having Joe Lacob in studio yesterday. Good morning to you, Shasky, Spadoni, and Lutman, and good morning to everybody getting off those graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? All the big truck drivers. I still haven't heard from Rodney Hayward since the Dodgers got smoked. Rodney Hayward's been ducking and dodging, man. Where's he been at, Shasky? We haven't heard from him. How about the Astros? How about the Astros? Trash cans galore. The Astros, baby. 2-1 series now in game number 4 tonight. Phillies and Diamondbacks today as well at 2 o'clock down in Phoenix, Arizona. But good morning to everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And good morning to the Comcast Business Text Line. And good morning to everybody who came last night to San Leandro. What a scene it was last night.
I want to talk about the Summit, and I want to talk about Steph Curry.
Summit and Steph, SNFs.
Let's start with who I believe was the Steph Curry of the Summit yesterday, and that's Matt Steinmetz.
Yeah, he's hands down MVP.
Matt Steinmetz, and I know he hates this phrase, and I texted him later, said, "You are in your bag."
What'd he say?
Well, he didn't respond to that, but, he doesn't respond to text till like 7 days later, right? Right, Spadoni? That's the running joke.
He sent me a random text last night about Domantas Sabonis like at midnight. I was like, oh, God. Steiny was getting after it yesterday.
Oh, so he was in both bags.
Yeah, he was.
His own bag
He
and somebody else's bag.
He was. No, he was hands down.
He was on
He was
fire.
hands down the MVP yesterday, breaking it down.
What a beautiful venue.
Oh, the venue was great. Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro.
I lost 3 pounds
packed.
sweating.
It was packed. I mean, that was the biggest summit by far.
Yeah.
And Steiny actually endeared himself to Warrior fans. Got a couple standing ovations for saying they have a championship type of roster. And the will to win from Stephen Curry, I think, gets underrated.
Yes.
When you have the will to win at the highest of highest levels, that's going to carry this team.
Absolutely.
The mindset of this basketball team, there's one thing, winning. Joe Lacob, we heard it yesterday live in studio. In case you missed the interview, go download the Odyssey app or find us on YouTube. Joe Lacob was live in studio. His number one priority, winning.
Yeah.
Stephen Curry, winning. Steve Kerr, winning. And at this stage of his career, how about Chris Paul? It's about winning. Not about starting, but about winning.
I was, watching the game last night, and they're down 10 with 5 minutes to go. I want to say approximately. And I'm just watching the way that Chris Paul gets them into their sets.
Yep.
And I'm watching his pacing, and I'm watching how he kind of takes what the defense gives you. And I know we obsess about defense. I get it. Believe me, I do. You have to be a decent defensive team to win it all. Like, lousy defensive teams don't win it all. I acknowledge that. I'm watching IQ in the half court at the highest level of basketball. Ask me this morning if Steph Curry wants CP3 feeding him the rock.
Oh, he loves it.
How about Johnny Kuminga yesterday? Did he look good?
He looked good. I mean, we could overlook.
How about Dario Saric?
Dario Saric looks like a perfect fit. 14, 6 rebounds yesterday, 3 assists in the right spot. The 3 ball wasn't falling for him, but 1 of 5.
That's okay.
And he's got wide open
That's
3
okay.
tips, so I'm not mad at that as well. Not mad at that. I mean, listen, this roster is going to fit. Draymond Green, he's going to slot in somewhere. Trace Jackson Davis, seasoned rookie, vertical spacing, good hands, 10 rebounds, 13 points.
He's wide.
He can finish. He's wide. He can clear out a lane. Big body. I like it. I like it a lot. I like what I'm seeing from him. Kuminga. We can't get enough of Jonathan Kuminga. He's starting to figure it out. Andrew Wiggins, steady Eddie, right? 16 points, 7 to 10 from the floor. Solid defense on Fox, making him work. You're not going to stop him, but can you make him work? Can you make it difficult for him? Wiggins look like he's in form. Then we get to Klay Thompson, an off night. We may have another slow start from Klay. He typically has slow starts.
I'm not worried yet.
But the shots and the decision-making is what I'd focus on with Klay Thompson. Are you forcing shots? And I saw him as that game progressed not force it too much.
Yeah, I agree with
Make
that.
the extra pass.
I agree.
If they're going to double you on the wing, it's okay to pass it. Play 3-on-4 in the half court, 4-on-3 in the half court, and just be that decoy. I think Klay will try to figure that out. But Stephen Curry, it all starts and ends with him. It all starts and ends with him, Shasky.
There's no doubt it does. And, we got to just appreciate every second this guy's on the floor. I mean, we just do. You never know when a guy wants to hang him up. Buster Posey kind of caught us off guard. Yeah. And it's a great reminder. Patrick Willis did the same thing. It's a great reminder, like, when these legends, and Steph is greater than both of those guys, and that's no disrespect to those guys. But when you're that great, we've got to soak in every single second. He had a couple of threes last night. We just take him for granted. And the game winner, that was amazing. And just ripping the hearts out of the Sacramento Kings, even in a preseason game. I love seeing King fan reactions from members of the media who are supposed to be quote-unquote journalists crying in their milk.
Was there King fans crying yesterday? Was Matt George crying yesterday? Tell me Matt George wasn't crying
Damian
yesterday.
Barling sent out a tweet that said, that hurt, or something to that effect.
That hurt the Kings?
Yes.
Losing a preseason game? 888-957-9570. Open up those phone lines, Spinoni. Open up those phone lines. Seriously?
I'm going to pull it up right now.
Seriously?
I'm going to pull it up.
Come on, King fans. This is why you're not playing on Christmas Day. That's not Christmas Day behavior.
Here we go.
We haven't cared about the preseason in forever.
This is Damian Barling. Any Kings fan saying that didn't sting is lying.
Oh, come on, D-Lo. Come on, D-Lo.
And then your boy, Matt George, 100%. Kings are lucky it doesn't count as a regular season loss because everything about this game was regular season effort.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Kenny Caraway complained about the broadcast.
No, he wasn't.
He's complaining about the broadcast, of course. He didn't tweet much. He knows it's preseason. It doesn't matter. It's just about connecting and building good habits. Like, come on, Kings fans. Taking preseason seriously.
Here's the thing,
That's why you don't have Christmas Day games. You're not ready for that.
I'm going to be real with you. I'm here for this microwave rivalry.
Oh, we'll see them next Friday.
I can't wait for
next Friday for the home opener at Golden One. That's going to be their NBA championship.
100%.
On a Friday night. That is your finals game, Sacramento Kings fans. Glad we could partake.
If there's one guy that I'm really high on, everyone's going to say De'Aaron Fox. I think Keegan Murray is going to be awesome this year.
Keegan Murray
is an excellent player.
I mean,
excellent.
The way that series played out in the first round last year, the deeper that series got, the better he got.
Yeah, I agree.
He got better and better and better. And Mike Brown showed patience in him. 10 of 18 yesterday, 39 for the 3-point line, 8 rebounds, 24 points. And he just knows how to play the game. He's always in the right spot, right? He knows when to cut, when not to cut. He knows when to screen, when not to screen. He knows what a good shot is. Keegan is scary. And that's why I don't know. Maybe Sacramento could ask. Maybe RJ Fairfield, who's on hold, can ask. He could answer this question. Why'd you re-up Harrison Barnes? He served his purpose for you. And I'm not trying to disrespect Harrison. I'm really not. Nice guy. Hell of a dude. We need more guys like that in the NBA. We need more guys like that in sports. Does a lot for underprivileged youth. Does a lot in the community. I had no problem with Harrison Barnes. But the basketball player, 4 points yesterday, 33 minutes, 6 shots, 1 of 6. You don't need Harrison Barnes. He served his purpose for you, but you gave him a bag anyway. And that's what is going to...
A bag?
A bag.
My guy got a Brinks truck.
I know. Sabonis did too, and I don't think Sabonis is all that.
Sabonis got cooked on the little pick and roll, and CP3 was like, you know what? If you're going to lay 48 feet off me, I'm just going to hit this mid-range. Do you want to know how much money Harrison Barnes has made in his career?
He's made over $200 million, right?
Well, to this point, this year not included, he's made $184 million.
Yeah, I knew it was close.
100?
It's unbelievable.
And $84
it really is.
million.
America is incredible, right? It's incredible. Harrison Barnes, $184 million.
I can't believe you knew that exactly.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. Harrison Barnes.
He's set to make $220
That's unbelievable.
million
That's unbelievable.
through the next couple years.
What is his career averages? Can you look up his career averages,
We'll do
please?
that right now.
Look up his
I
career averages.
had to look up how much money he was making.
Because, I mean, he was in regular season form. He threw up a brick so hard in
Oh
the
my
fourth
God.
quarter. I was like, oh, my gosh. They kept playing Harrison.
Well, you know what his nickname should be?
What?
Hard Hat, because I'm inviting him to the construction site to lay bricks.
That's a 2.
You like
That's
that?
a 2. That's not bad. That's
Okay,
not bad.
okay.
What's his stats? Give me his career
For
numbers.
his career, he averages 32 minutes a game, 14 points, 5 rebounds, 1.8 assists,
$184 million. $184 million.
14 points a game.
$184
And they're
million.
always hollow 14.
Yeah,
they're
no,
never
very
they're
quiet.
never them fourth
Yeah.
quarter clutch.
No.
14.
There's no loud
Poor
14.
guy.
Poor guy. King fans were happy with him. If anything, game 4 was a perfect excuse. Hey, we need to move on.
Is he the equivalent of like Brian Hoyer in the NFL? Like, what's
No,
his
he's
NFL
not that
equivalent?
bad. He's not that bad. I would say he's not Gardner Minshew. That's disrespectful.
Like, what's his equivalent?
He's a starter, but he's like Marcus Mariota. He's good to have in the locker room. He's not going to cause any friction.
But if he's out, he's leaving.
If he's out, he's out. You know what I'm saying? If he's out, former number 1 overall pick, got some starts, won a playoff game or 2.
I really thought he was going to be awesome. No, I really did. I feel very foolish on that.
You know
one.
what? I didn't know what to think about him because that's when I was still watching college basketball at the
Yeah.
time.
Well, he
He was a
wasn't
guy.
great. He was the number 1
Right.
high school recruit.
Right, out of Ames, Iowa.
Yes, and
he
I
played
was-
with McDermott's son.
I thought he'd be better in the pros because I didn't think what
Right.
he was doing at NC was translated.
But I saw a lot of inconsistent play at NC. One
Agreed.
game he would drop 9. Next game he'll drop 30. One
Yeah.
game he'll drop 13.
You could
One
see
day he'll
the
drop. You
athleticism.
see the athleticism.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, can he go every single game? And you know who he reminded me of coming out in a way was Jeff Green.
I was going to say Marvin Williams.
Oh yeah, no. Well, Jeff Green for me because Jeff Green's he's a champion now and he's
Yeah.
played a long
Very
time.
inconsistent.
But at Georgetown, I saw that Final Four game against Ohio State where he just turned it off. I was like, where's the aggressiveness? Like he's aggressive when he wants to be.
Yeah.
But you don't get it for a full 48. You'll get it for spurts.
Well, Harrison Barnes is the guy America thinks Andrew Wiggins is. Meaning like, he's, Andrew Wiggins is so inconsistent and, he doesn't play hard. I'll take Andrew Wiggins. We've watched them
Right.
both over and
Right.
over and over every game. I'll take Andrew Wiggins all day over
Right.
Harrison Barnes. It's not even close.
See, Raider Debater, why you got to do this? And I love you, but Raider Debater. He loves Harrison Barnes. We've argued back and forth about it. Bet you we win the title last year if the Warriors had HB over Draymond Green. Raider Debater, what in the hell are you smoking this morning? How strong is it? Is it 50% THC? Is it 75% THC? What are you smoking?
I'll tell you this.
Coming out with that.
I, at the summit yesterday,
And there was a lot of smoking going on there.
there's
too.
a lot of smoke going on. There was a lot of reactions that were interesting to me. The embrace of CP3, it still feels, tepid's not the word.
Yeah.
I feel like there are a lot of people still reluctant
Right.
to fully embrace it. My number 1 takeaway outside of, I don't know, do you follow wrestling?
Not anymore, but we're going to have Powerhouse Hobbs come to the studio soon from Palo Alto.
Do you understand the term babyface and heel?
Yeah, of course.
So the
Of course.
babyface is like,
I grew up watching.
yeah, so
wrestling.
for the audience that doesn't know,
Right, yeah.
a babyface is somebody who the audience loves. So Guru is 9 times out of 10 the babyface. And the heel of that show would be Steiny. He's like, always plays kind of the enemy.
Right.
Well, yesterday, I watched my guy go full NWO, and he did a reverse Hollywood Hogan. He went from heel to babyface
Yeah.
in real time. That was the greatest character reveal I can remember in show history.
Steiny was in his bag yesterday. It was fun watching him cook. And he had a lot to say about Clay. A lot to say about Clay.
Which is where I'm going.
Lot of conversation revolving around Klay Thompson.
Were
Go
you
ahead.
surprised at the audience reaction to Klay Thompson in general? Because I was jaw dropped.
In terms of what? I don't remember the question.
Well, we did this thing with like clapping
Right.
on like,
Yeah.
who
Players.
you in out on. I forget what the exacts were.
And they were like, who are
It was
you in
very
on Klay
tepid
Thompson?
for Klay.
Yeah.
Very tepid for Klay.
That Lakers series, and hear from Joe Lacob, who says he was not good.
I feel like we're really. I think we're prisoners of that series too much.
We say the conversation, and Steiny was alluding to it yesterday on the show, and that Clay had a bad year. Clay had a bad year. Now, he had some very bad moments, and he had some very rough stretches.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, when you needed him, he came through for you.
Mm-hmm. He had a great month to carry you.
He had 2 great months. I think his season was up and down. It was up and down.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought people were screaming for Clay. I think this fan base loves Klay Thompson, and they're pulling for him. And they realize that Clay can get in his own head at times. I mean, if you want to classify 21 points per game, at 41% from 3, and leading the league in made threes as a bad year, then sign me up for that all the time. Now, I get at times it didn't make sense, but this is where you got to understand basketball. This is where you need to understand basketball, and you understand the Lakers series. Darvin Ham did a good job at forcing the Warriors' hand.
Mm-hmm.
He took away all their counters, all their adjustments, knew that they were going to play small, and knowing that they were going to go to the 2 big lineup with Draymond Green and Kevon Looney, you could overhelp on Clay, and you could overhelp on Stephen Curry. And then when the shot clocks go down, which Mike Brown did, and they put that on film in the Sacramento series, we're going to make Clay put the ball on the floor. We've watched Clay his entire career. He's never been the guy who could just put the ball on the floor and make a play. He's 1-2 dribble pull up.
I completely agree.
1-2 dribble pull up. And so, yes, is it on Clay for not evolving? But he's one of the greatest shooters ever.
Well, I think
Catch and shoot.
I think that the personnel around him forced him into a role that is just not his strength.
That's not Clay.
And I think that the defenses that they went up against were very sophisticated,
right?
And they forced him into all his weaknesses.
Yeah.
But he was the one charged with trying to make plays because of the sins of the personnel around him. And I think it's very hard to describe that. And so, look, he wasn't good. Simultaneously, Dre was playing hot potato.
Yeah, Dre was not good. Looney was MIA in that series.
It was a bad series.
Wiggins had to crack rib by game 6.
He was in and out.
He was in and out.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga wasn't playing.
No.
Moody was asked to guard LeBron James. JaMychal Green had 1 game.
Jordan Poole's unplayable. That's the thing.
Jordan Poole was unplayable.
Watch. Okay, this is just me. Look, there are times when I watch series, and look, not every series carries over. Matchups. That's the other thing. We look at these matchups. Anytime Jordan Poole checked in, I was like, get him off the floor.
Dude, he was
And
awful.
you know what I'm talking about as
absolutely.
a Warrior fan. When you're watching, you're like, get that guy off the floor.
Well, how many layups did he smoke? Running in 100 miles an hour, smoking his layups.
And it's a transition the other way.
Turnovers. And then defensively, it wasn't even. I mean, you could have probably played better defense than him. So
I asked that question about defense.
Yeah.
CP3 or Jordan Poole, and everyone's like, I'm like, CP3 is a bad defender. He's a more willing defender than JP.
Not only that, he's got an IQ. So he knows a guy's moves.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to study the scouting report, and he's going to try to take away what that guy does best.
Gets calls.
He gets called. Steph Curry, the same thing. Knowing what a guy is going to do, turning your defender to the help, using your help to your advantage. So, look, Clay gets a lot of hate, and he gets a lot of the blame for the Lakers series, but when the ball's in his hands in the last 5 seconds, what do you want him to do? He's got to chuck.
Yeah.
He's got to chuck, and they're in his airspace.
I agree.
So one thing I love from Clay yesterday was later in that game, again, they're trailing him, lock and trailing. They're doubling him off the screens. Whenever he catches the ball, there's 2 defenders. He's making an extra pass.
He threw it back out.
He threw it back out. He
you.
made the extra pass. You don't have to shoot all the time. So if Clay wants to be a decoy, he could be the world's greatest decoy on his basketball team, and it's going to open up so much more for his teammates. So the Clay hate is just, I mean, you got to realize what this dude, we forgot what this dude went through. Like, he didn't choose to get hurt. He got hurt in the finals game, going for a dunk, trying to lead us back to a game 7.
I want to talk on the other side about, are we going to do this all year with Clay as a fan base? Are we going to monitor every single shot? Is that what we're really going to do?
I don't want to.
We need to allow him some grace.
Yeah, you do. I well said, Chasky, because that's what I wanted from him last year. Coming off of that summer where he didn't play 5-on-5, he looks like he's in great shape. The contract will take care of itself. He's going to get paid no matter what. If he ends up being a Golden State Warrior for his entire career, that's awesome. If he doesn't, we'll get there. But the time's not now. We got a season to get ready for. We got a championship to go get, Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. We're going to react to the game last night. We're going to react to Joe Lacob, who was live in studio, pick apart some of the things that he said. We got some other fun stuff. We got a King of the Hill a little bit later, maybe some overreactions as we get ready for Week 7 in the NFL. RJ and Fairfield, hang on tight, buddy. We'll get you on the other side. RJ and Fairfield and the rest of you on hold. 888-957-9570. A lot to talk about with the Dubs. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
The Made Flex Performance Collection from Flag and Anthem is quickly replacing everything in my closet, and it's Christian McCaffrey.
that's a banger. What's that,
King
Spinoni?
Nicky.
Damn.
The crypto.
Wow. Does he crypto? No, he might charge us for that. He may charge us for that.
I'm like a lightning bolt in a cloud.
You better not
right?
let him crypto listen to that. He may charge us. Anyway, last segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. The guest promotion today. You know, we always tease the guest. Today, we made an executive decision. We just want to hear from Dub Nation. I want to hear from the Bay Area fan. We'll get to the Niners a little bit. Let's quiet on the set with the 49ers as they play on Monday Night Football. We'll hear a lot from them today, but a lot of Dub Nation. It's going to be a lot of Dub Nation talk. I know you guys have been waiting for basketball. It's the best time. Look, wait, talk about the Orange and Black. I took a shot at them in my first opening monologue.
Although I do want to bring something up, but keep going.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Just a quick thing.
Quick, go ahead.
Local kid, San Francisco native. You know the family, the Tabonis. Paul Taboni, who went to Cal, was a scout for a long, long, long time, was part of the front office for the Boston Red Sox. He got an interview at the GM position, an interview for the GM position. I hope he gets the job.
Yeah, I hope so, too.
I think he'd be a great hire. He's a great person from a great family. I know a lot of the people, Mike and Joey and their parents. They're all great people. Their sister. I think it would be really cool if for a San Franciscan who is a lifer when it comes to sports, get that job. I wanted to give him some love. So good luck to Paul Taboni. I would love to see him get that job for the Boston Red Sox.
Hey, Paul, if you're qualified to take the Red Sox job, come take the
You
Giants
already
job.
know.
Because
you already know.
It's not too late.
Yeah.
It's not too late.
My boy Nick Osborne and I were talking about that last night at the club. I was getting a little workout in, getting a little lift on with my boy Gabe Gioso. And Gabe, if you're out there this morning, my arms and my triceps and my shoulders hurt.
Who's Gabe?
Gabe throws around 100-pound dumbbells.
Right, who's he, though? What does he do?
Gabe's a baseball player. He's like 23, 24 years old, young guy.
Who does he play?
Works for the Giants.
Okay.
First baseman. Oh, he's a beast. No.
I bet somebody. I bet
this kid's a monster.
I bet a couple people who work for the Giants yesterday, and you know, let me just say, they're not happy with the way things are going. A couple things for the text line before we get to the calls. Comcast Business text line. 415 Harrison Barnes equals Andy Dalton. I like that.
Oh, my favorite is when people are like, he scores more than Draymond.
Well, you get this one. Harrison plays every game, a lot of minutes of the season, and can guard all positions. That's from Dylan into 209.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be guarded in the final second possession of a game.
No, he never needs to be guarded. RJ Fairfield, let's get the Kings here. I can't believe we're going to open up the show to Kings here, but I got love for RJ.
Is RJ sponsored yet? Have we sponsored the RJ segment?
He always gives us that call at 6 in the morning. I love RJ. It. I love RJ's passion, man. RJ, what's happening?
I'm glad y'all happy this morning. That game was personal for us, man.
I'm not. I gotta laugh.
Oh, I gotta laugh. It was personal. It was a preseason game, my dog.
Shafty, give me a minute, real quick. That game was personal. You could feel it through the TV. Everybody was on their feet. Steph Curry comes in with we had a 10-point lead. Steph Curry comes in and we lost the lead. Can I just say something? Sabonis, you suck. You suck, you suck, you suck. I cannot stand him. Dante, last year you said he has one move, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're right. He has one move. He can't even make a hook shot. He got outplayed by a rookie. And, oh, my God. So, and then we're up 2 points. Steph Curry gets the ball. We all know you're going to hit the three. De'Aaron Fox tags off of him and lets him do a move, and he hits a three like he normally does. Guys, that game was ours. The opponents can't even make his free throws, guys. Why did we pay this guy? The Black Falcon, Harrison Barnes, I would trade him for Kuminga with a first-round pick. Take 2 first-round picks. I cannot stand homeboy. He does nothing. He did nothing last year. And here we go again with the same roster we had last season, losing to the Golden State Warriors like normal. We are not, I'm going to say this right now, we might make the playoffs. We might see each other again. But that game was personal, and everybody felt it through the TV last night. If you have any questions, please ask now.
Okay, well, I'll be Dr. Melfi, and you can be Tony Soprano, pouring your soul out to me. My man, you need a Prozac after that preseason loss. Like, for real, you really...
No,
it was
seriously.
personal? It was personal?
Yes, Shasky. Whenever you lose to the Warriors, you haven't lost to the Kings in the playoffs. All right, this was preseason. I don't care. This felt like a regular season game. I'm so hot. I gotta hear this.
My guy, it's October.
Hey, RJ, guess what? Next Friday, it actually counts. It counts next Friday.
my God.
This doesn't count, RJ. You gonna be all right.
And I hope I come on the call. I'll come on the call again, and I hope I have a better reaction. I hope I'm laughing at you guys. And I can't this whole week, guys. The 49ers lose and the Kings lose twice to the Warriors in the preseason. Personal. Everything is personal with the Warriors.
Hey.
Ever since last year, Bonte, you started it, and Shasky. It's all personal, baby.
RJ.
I love you, RJ. I love that
Guess
passion.
what? Sabonis signed a 4-year, $186 million extension.
I'm hanging up, Shasky. I gotta go. I gotta go back to work.
Hey, can we clip
RJ,
that call?
When he said it's personal, I want the whole thing chopped up.
Call,
like it was a link-up interview.
Chop it up.
Oh, my God.
Send it out to the internet. I want to tag D-Lo and KC.
Oh, my God.
ESPN 1320.
Oh,
send
my
it
God.
to Madsen. Send it to Jason Ham. Send it to the entire crew
Oh,
up
my
there.
God.
Send it to Sacramento Stacey Kaufman. I called her Sacramento Stacey yesterday. It was good to see her face.
She
instead of
there?
the intro. Yeah, she was there. I was like, oh, Sacramento Stacey, what's happening? Send that whole thing out there. It's personal for RJ. Sean in Oakland. What's happening,
my
man?
God,
Was that
dude.
game personal for you, Sean?
Yeah, what's up, man? Hey, y'all better help RJ out, man. I hope he's all right.
My guy, somebody pissed in his cereal this morning.
Yeah, that man about to go
Glass
crazy
Falcon.
Right now. I just got 3 points, three real quick.
All right.
Tidbits real quick.
Number one.
The whole Langston thing, I just wish he just catered to the fans a little bit more. The fans that been there way before the championships, like help them get into the games.
I feel you.
On in, like do something for them. Like we've been there during the whole Daniel Marshall years and the John Stark signings and all that little decrepit crap that happened back in the day. And so like just help us out, like to get into these games sometimes. Besides that, give Clay his give him his due. Like, give him a chance to get back into his season form and stuff. Everybody just ready to bail on him already and everything. Just the whole thing with Brock Purdy. He can't do nothing wrong or he can't do nothing right. So just give him a chance. And the whole Harrison Barnes thing, that's just all I can see about Harrison Barnes. Basically, he like Garoppolo. Garoppolo got these jobs because he was on Tom Brady back. And he ain't proved nothing yet. So that's just how Harrison Barnes with this whole Steph Curry effect. So that's why he's still getting jobs and getting paid all this money to do nothing. So, yeah, he need to get up and just get up out of there. He ain't been good since he left the Warriors, so he never going to be good now. So that's it.
Damn, Harrison Barnes catches strays.
Hey, which contract?
7 years later.
Which contract is worse? The 3-year extension for Barnes or the 4-year extension for Sabonis?
I'll say Sabonis.
What did you tell KC and Damian?
About Sabonis?
Yeah.
I said, this will be organizational suicide. This is what keeps small market teams from being contenders.
So this
when
is
you make a move like that, you got to think ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, Sabonis' value is as high as it is.
Yes.
I watched him bully. I swear to God, we were watching the game. I forget whether it was game 5, game 6. I forget the game. Bully was literally counting the possessions. Like, Sabonis screwed that one up. He screwed that. And you watch the game.
He's horrific
Screens, defensively,
Yeah.
bad shot making, leaving it wide open, making a bad read.
But he's a double-double
Yeah,
machine.
those are empty calories. Empty calories. And so Sacramento, I'm telling you, you should have flipped him for a more active big man. But you know what? They fell in love with the All-Star. They fell in love with the double-doubles. He loves that community. You go to the playoffs for the first team, and I don't know how, first time in what? What was it, 17 years? 16?
Hey,
Something like that? I lost count.
I do love De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray, but it
Right.
does feel like they have regression all over. Like if they won only 45 or 44 games this year, would you be that surprised?
No. And Tim Roy said
And I
something.
really love De'Aaron Fox.
I'm going to give Tim Roy his props.
And
'cause
Keegan.
After the summit, I hopped in the car and I put on Tim Roy to listen to the start of the game as I was driving home. And Tim Roy, he said something that was so true that I think people, it kind of flies under the radar. When you have a season like that, okay, now the rest of the league is like, oh, Sacramento Kings, we can no longer take them for granted. So now, and Tim Roy said this on the broadcast that started, Sacramento's going to go through something different this year. People are now going to get up for them. They're no longer going to surprise people when they come to your gym. And so now that they are the hunted and they won that 3rd seed, people are going to take notice and they're going to get everybody's best shot. How do they respond to that? We shall see. We're going to come back and we got a special guest coming up on the other side. It is a guest-free show, but we have a special caller on the other side, so you want to stay tuned for that. And I got some updates, some very fun stuff happening at 95.7 The Game. I'll reveal coming up after the break. And that'll be sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Honey, did you see that?
No. What?
what Iggy's up to right now. Andre Iguodala. I can't go for that.
Doobie and Mac Dre have one to this beat.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And it goes hard.
It's stupid.
He has that Anthrax line.
Yeah,
in
no,
it.
it's
Doobie. Oh,
hey,
the Sugar Wolf Pip.
You know what? I'm gonna have to pull that up on my iTunes right now. That is a hard song. I can't go for that.
See, I'm a cold cat. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I love Doobie. I love hairs on my hands are standing
I love Hall & Oates though.
Yeah, I do love
Hall
Hall &
Oates. Come on, you know where they're from.
You're a rich
where they're
girl.
from? You know where they're from? Philadelphia.
Are they?
Yeah, they're from Philly.
I can get down though. I like Beanie Mac. He's from Philly. I like Freeway.
Beanie Siegel?
Well, I call him Beanie Mac because that's, the second album.
Yeah. Who could it be with that new blue? No, that was Jay-Z, but he was in that song. Beanie Siegel went hard. Freeway, Philadelphia Freeway.
He says he's Q Richardson and I'm L. Odoms. Yeah. He had some lines, dude. He had some lines.
Philadelphia. We'll see you December 3rd. We'll see you December 3rd.
It pains me as we're going on Philadelphia. It pains me because I really like their baseball team.
Let me do this. I gotta address the roasters on something.
What's that?
A lot of people brag about their games. They brag about their jumpers. They say they got a jump shot.
Okay.
A lot of people, hey, man, I was a baller in high school. Where's the footage? Well, you know what? Roasters.
Huh.
How would you like to get a few shots up at Chase Center? That's right, the Chase Center.
What?
Check this out.
You could showcase your game?
You could showcase your
jump
boy
shot. Mike Williams might want to sign up.
Oh, well, he better not sign up. He's 2-4 in fantasy right now. Or what is he? He's behind me. That's all I know. I'm 4-2. So
I'm not doing too well in fantasy either.
So he can, that's Mike Williams, the same guy that texts you 11:30 in the morning. Oh, man, congrats on the win. It's like, dude, it's the first half of the first wave of games. Come on, man, grow up.
So guys that want to, or gals that want to shoot.
If you want to get a few shots up at Chase Center, 95-7 a game is giving you a chance to do just that. With our first ever 95-70 game knockout tournament at Chase Center.
That sounds fun.
We're going to play knockout at Chase Center. So you want to tune in the week of October 30th. That is the Niners bye week. Week of October 30th, and then the following week of November 6th. And make sure you are listening to each show to learn how you can qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show. One winner each show to play a game of knockout at 95-7 a game. And David Chang, I don't know if Dacre, he has no jump shot. I'm not trying to get him in there to embarrass his jumper. Make sure you're locked into 95-7 a game during those weeks, and you can have a chance to launch some shots from the very same spot that Stephen Curry does. You want a logo shot in the game of knockout? Here's your opportunity. It starts the week of October 30th.
Yeah, it starts first week of October 30th.
October the 30th. The week
I
of
want
October
clarity
30th.
on this. Are we building out teams, you and me, or is it every person for themselves?
We could build out teams. Love it. Get in here.
Yeah, so basically it is. Yep. Yeah. So basically it's a free for all, 30 people. Have you guys played knockout?
It's a free for all. Okay, it's a King of the Ring.
Yeah, it's King knockout.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure.
No teams. It's just 30 people, battle royale style,
30.
last man standing, and we are working
or
on
woman.
Last man or woman, last person, last fan, last roaster. Hopefully it's one of our guys that win or girls that win. But we are working on getting a trophy together for the winner. So there is some incentive to be a part of this.
A trophy.
95-7 a game knockout trophy.
You know what they give out for all these little baseball tournaments?
Right.
They give them rings. So all the kids have rings.
You want to give them a knockout ring?
I don't know. I'm just, Our guy was wearing the ring yesterday.
Who? Which one?
The PA announcer. Our buddy
Matt.
KCBS.
Matt. Yeah, Matt. He was wearing the ring. And he was wearing the Seattle Storm ring, WNBA ring. So, knockout. It's going to happen.
I like that.
It's going to happen. We're going to get the listeners involved.
Can I MC that event? I'd like to make fun of everyone and have nicknames and stuff. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Your jokes sometimes don't land.
Hey, high percentage shooter. Klay Thompson. Most jokes landed, even though my true shooting percentage wasn't great.
I'd rather get Tim Roy.
I was going to say.
Or look.
Or Evan Giddings, Mark Grady.
Evan Giddings, the real play-by-play announcer.
You could be color.
Real play-by-play announcers.
You don't want missionary sex with Evan Giddings.
Whoa!
Grandy. All right, we're trying to have fun here.
Wow.
I kind of like the idea of look giving some commentary, though.
Spoken like a true married man back there, Spadoni.
It's true.
I'm
not knocking the missionary.
Can you climax with missionary? Where's
I'm
Lavelle? Lavelle from Pacifica. You're uncomfortable, but you brought it up.
Mention that publicly?
Yeah, I mean, Lavelle and Pacifica.
We don't have
Where's
the
Lavelle?
so we got to do it the old-fashioned way.
Where's Lavelle and Pacifica? Can you climax going missionary?
Boy.
It's like watching paint dry. Even the ladies agree. Depends how bad she is, according to Tyler Miller.
Back to the Warriors.
Yeah,
No, you started this.
Thank you.
Takes 11 minutes, according to SF Drummer.
Where's Marcus in Richmond? I need to call him.
Yeah, where is Marcus in Richmond? Marcus in Richmond. Missionary sex, yay or nay? Let's go to the hotline. Papa Shasky.
God, this
Let's
show
ask
is
Papa
devolving
Shasky.
in front of our eyes.
I'm doing great right now. So since your son opened this up, he opened up this
please
can
don't ask my dad
about
this
he called Evan Giddings the missionary sex of broadcasting, which is totally
It was a
unfair.
joke.
Totally unfair. Him and Grandy, they do a great
They're
job.
so much more buttoned up than me. It was a joke.
Missionary sex. Come on, Papa Shasky. You're an exciting guy.
Well, there's the old adage: you may not be as good as I once was, but I'm good once as I ever was.
Dude, you and these old jokes. The last time I heard that, I fell off my dinosaur. I mean, come on, Daddy.
What I wanted to bring up is two things. A shout out to Paul Taboni. I really hope that the Giants should have gotten rid of Farhan. Like you say, Bonte, it's never too late.
Never too late.
They should have picked up, and he's within the organization for years. And you would think that these Giants owners, whoever they are, right, could take a lesson from Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob the other day was so classy on your show. I mean, just epitomize the word class and what you do about running, how you run a business, how you run a team. You're striving every year to win championships. You're not just putting fannies in the seats. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just, these guys could take a lesson from him. Yeah, too bad that, he doesn't want to get into baseball. And, I know he's going with the female league, which is great. That's a good thing. But I just want to say that Lacob interview was second to none, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate
Hey, Pops,
it. He was really good.
You're out there walking around now, huh? You're going to be running in no time, chipping and putting soon, huh?
Well, I got a tea time for Monday.
That's a lie.
Hey, you're walking better than I was up the BART stairs this morning, man. I was huffing and puffing, man. You're moving and grooving in the hospital.
Yeah, I don't know where your guys' new studio's at, but when I get better, I'll have to come in studio and give you guys check out your new dig.
Absolutely.
No, how about were you able to watch the Warriors game last night?
I didn't, but listening to that guy call in, first thing about it's the first preseason game. He's worried about Sabonis we could have told you 2 years ago Sabonis didn't have a move at the hoop, right? I mean that's as plain as anybody can see. What do you think over the course of the summer he picked up a hook shot or some other move to the basket? I mean, these guys, I don't get it, and they're always going to be second class to the Warriors.
Absolutely.
Warriors are second to none as far as basketball franchises go.
No, hey, Pops, I know you wanted to shout out before you get on go because everybody out at the summit yesterday who I was running into, they all were sending their prayers and their thoughts and everything, and it really meant a lot.
Even Joe Lacob did.
Yeah, even Joe Lacob said it. It was really cool. So anybody that's out there that you want to shout out, I know you were talking about the people at CMC.
I got to ask you, Pops, real quick before you go. Look, I've always wanted a street named after me. That's a little quiet thing of mine. Like, I wanted a street. I think that's really cool, right?
That's cool.
Papa Shasky, how cool was it to see the SF Baseball Academy right down Cary Street?
Yeah.
Have your name up there. I lived over there for 12 years. That to me was like, okay, Papa Shasky, the Shaskys made it.
Yeah.
That's a mama I made it moment.
And it brought a tear to my eye, because it just showed how much love the Bay Area, the Roasters, all Joe's friends and everybody has for my health. And I'm going to do everything I can to get back in action. So I do, again, thank everybody here at CPMC and everybody for their love and support in this matter. So I just want to give you guys a shout out. Love you guys.
Love you, Pops.
Too, Papa Shasky. Love you too. He's walking.
Stay strong, dude.
And hey, I got your text about the documentaries. I'm definitely on them.
Oh,
I've been playing too much Madden. I've been playing too much Madden lately. I've been in my video game
by
bag.
the way, by the way, if you watch that documentary, The Saint of Second Chances, you have to do a little digging into Bill Veeck and who Bill Veeck was.
Okay.
All right? Because that's the key, knowing who Bill Veeck was. He started with the Cubs. He's the one that planted the ivy against the cement, the brick wall. So you have to do a little bit of work. Read up on Bill Veeck and how many teams he owned. It's a great story. It might pull at your tear strings a little at the end, but it's a great story.
I love it.
Love it.
See you, Pops. Love ya.
All right, guys. You guys have a great day.
All right, you too. Papa Shasky here on the Monday Ross on 95.7.
Sounding better and better.
He sounds better and better every single day. Every single day as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well. I see your jokes. I see your takes. I see everything about it. Steph Curry, 16 points in the fourth quarter yesterday to score 30 in the preseason game. But a lot of conversation about the Warriors in the upcoming season. And we know Steph's special. And that will to win, to get number 5. You heard the passion for Joe Lacob. I want 5. I need a championship. Here's what Lacob said about that.
I think he was surprised, shocked, if anything. And he's told the story several times about when it happened, and he was kind of stunned by it. But I think he was, it didn't take him long to sort of figure out that this is something, if he could help make work, makes a change. Look, he gets a chance to win a championship.
Yep.
And that's the one thing he hasn't done. Every team Chris Paul has ever been on, I think they average is 10 games better when he's on.
Right.
So I expect to see something like that here this year as well. But he hasn't won a championship. And I think he knows that he has an opportunity here. Obviously he's getting older, dwindling years, there are opportunities to do that. He's got a chance to do that. And we need that one. We need that championship. We need it badly.
We need it badly. You banged the table. Here's on getting Steph.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5. Let's seed him to 5.
Right.
Thank you.
Tell Lacob, all he wants to do is win. He wants to make money too, but the number one priority, he emphasized it over and over and over again. It's winning.
Have you ever heard of a man by the name of Winston Churchill?
Oh, yeah, I think that rings a bell.
Okay. He has a famous quote that has been read over and over and over and over again.
Overplayed?
History is written by the victors.
Yeah.
And this has been the LeBron era. Would you agree?
Well, since 2014-15, I believe it's been the Steph era.
Well, and that's where I'm going with this. If he gets a 5th, I think we're going to rewrite the history. And I think the history is going to be grounded in facts. And the facts are Steph Curry would have 5 rings.
Yep.
Steph Curry will have done it with one team. Steph Curry would have done it, basically with one organization, not jumping around and hop-stepping and taking all the resources from a place and then leaving them high and dry. It will be the interpretation of what he means to the sport of basketball and the evolution from, I'm talking tiny tot hoops, all the way through what we see now and how the modern game has changed. Not that LeBron doesn't have an imprint. I'm just saying I think we're going to rewrite history, and I think this is going to be the Steph era.
Well, Lacob talked about his
if he
value.
can win one more.
If one more, it will submit the Steph era. Right now, I still believe we're in the Steph era. From 2014-15, when he won that first MVP, look at what he's done since that time, and LeBron James. Steph has 2 MVPs. LeBron has none.
Wow.
Steph Curry has a Finals MVP. I get LeBron has 2. Steph Curry's got 4 championships. LeBron has 2. And one would say one was a Mickey Mouse ring. Well, some people will say it was the hardest championship to ever win in basketball. But
those are all people on the LeBron James clutch
table. Head coach at the Golden State Warriors said it was the hardest trophy ever.
Yeah, he was just being nice.
I call cap on that.
Yeah, I mean,
what does he know about winning titles?
Coaches lie. Yeah. I'm not calling Steve Kerr a lie, but we've seen shed ahead and told us to our face.
I don't know if I'm going to be alive on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. Lacob can't begin to describe Steph's value to their organization.
He put into words how important he is, how impressive he is, how much I admire him, respect him. He is a phenomenal human being. He's a great friend as well. I try not to say that kind of stuff or do that because, You never know. A player on your team, Monte Ellis, look back, we were friends with him, and things happen. But Steph Curry is an amazing individual. He's been a great leader of this team, albeit a quiet leader perhaps, but he leads how he leads. And he's been an incredible player. I expect him to have a fantastic year this year. I love the way he and Chris Paul have bonded. I want him to be with us organization, obviously, for a very, very long time, even beyond his playing years.
So he's going to be around this organization for a long time. And the dynamic between Chris Paul and Steph Curry, Willard yesterday at the summit threw it around. It's like, how excited, Chris Paul and Steph Curry, how's that dynamic? And I don't remember the exact question, but I don't worry about Chris Paul and Steph Curry. Great players figure it out. LeBron James, Dwayne Wade figured it out. Magic and Kareem figured it out. Pippen and Jordan figured it out. Kobe and Shaq, despite them breaking up, at one point figured it out and won 3 straight championships and went to 4 straight NBA finals. All right? Steph Curry, Kevin Durant figured it out. They figured it out. Chris Paul and Steph will figure it out. You saw it yesterday. Just a 2-man game. Those pocket passes he was throwing to Steph Curry was pinpoint. They were accurate. They were right on the money. Chris Paul and Steph Curry will make beautiful music together. And you look at Chris Paul's stat line from yesterday, this is all we're talking about. He didn't get to start, folks. He did not get to start. He still played damn near 30 minutes. And look at the production across the board. Only took 6 field goal attempts, made all 3 of his 3-point attempts, 13 points, 9 assists, 6 rebounds, while Steph was cooking with 30 and 5 assists and 4 rebounds. Now, Steph had the 5 turnovers, but those two guys, they're going to be fine. I truly believe they're going to be fine. I'm more intrigued with how's Chris Paul going to get the most out of Jonathan Kuminga? How's Chris Paul going to mesh with Klay Thompson?
Yeah.
How's Chris Paul going to mesh with Draymond Green? But as far as Steph Curry, his will to win, having him as the numero uno, the alpha within this organization, the Warriors will be in contention alone because of Steph Curry.
We did this for Kobe his entire career. Right. Oh, Kobe's there? Oh, well, the will to win with Kobe. Right. He's going to elevate his teammates.
Championship or bust.
Exactly. Can we, basically take away this misnomer? No team this old has ever won anything. Has anyone remembered the team that was the dynasty before the Warriors? The
San Antonio Spurs.
That final championship. Let me just read off. This is in minutes played. Tony Parker led the team in minutes played. He was 31. Duncan was second. Minutes played.
Was he 36?
37. Now, Kawhi was 22.
That was the one youngster. And that's who we're hoping Jonathan Kuminga is at some point.
Marco Bellinelli was 27. Boris Diaw, 31. Danny Green, 26. Manu Ginobili, 36. That kind of aligns with the Wiggins and the Kuminga. And then, yes, a bunch of the older guys.
Well, think about the Lakers 3P teams. Go pull up their rosters.
I'm looking at
Ron Harper. Rick Fox. Robert Horry. Who else? AC Green was on those teams. Horace Grant was on one of those teams. Brian Shaw. Had a lot of old dudes on that team. And then you had Shaq, who was a veteran. Kobe, obviously, the youngster. And Derek Fisher was a youngster.
Karl Malone right there, too, on that last
Karl Malone, the GP on that last finals appearance. The Heat in 06. Think about Antoine Walker, where he was at. Jason Williams. Shaq was a lot older. Gary Payton.
Alonzo Mourning off the bench.
Who wasn't even playing because of the kidneys. Off the bench. So this whole misnomer, I'm totally with you. I'm glad you brought that up. Because they're saying, the 96, 97 Bulls, another team that was old, long in the tooth. The Showtime Lakers at the end was long in the tooth. The Celtics in 86, they were long in the tooth, right? They were getting older. As long as you have a couple young guys athletic, and that's where Wiggins slots in, which is why he's the biggest X factor this season. This is where Kuminga mixed. And I don't, everybody's putting this pressure on Kuminga. He's 21 years old. Kuminga, just get better and better. Don't try to set these expectations to be an all-star this year. Don't need you to be an all-star this year. We just need to see you ascend. So by the time we get to the postseason, look, Kawhi had a hell of an impact in 2014. The regular season, he was trying to figure it out. That's what I want from Kuminga.
I'm looking at his numbers right now. What do you think Kawhi averaged that year? The year that they went back to the finals and on a mission to win it all.
Between 12 or 14 points a game.
12.8 points a game. Okay? The guy had 50% from the field, but his three-point shooting was not that great. 36, 37%. Like 6 rebounds. Nothing to scoff at, but that was not superstar Kawhi that we look at now.
And he had a good postseason run.
Yes.
Defending LeBron James.
I'm looking at it right here. in the playoffs, you know, all his numbers went up. Every single one of his numbers went up. But B, here's the thing. He was not asked to carry the load. He was asked to supplement and pick and choose in spots and have a game or two each round. That's all you're looking for.
That's all right? You need.
And when you have grizzled vets, I can't go. Tim Duncan played 74 games that final season if they won it all.
And you know what?
74.
And they just played the right way. So the Warriors' IQ as a team, their mindset, their IQ is going to win them a couple games just off IQ alone. Knowing how to be in this position, knowing, like, they've seen every scenario in the basketball game in the playoffs. The adverse situations, being down 3-2 on the road with a game 6. They've been there, done that.
Well, and I also think that, like, when I look at the roster for the Spurs, and I'm saying to myself, they really didn't have an Andrew Wiggins. Like a dude in his prime, like Kawhi was coming into his prime, but they didn't have a guy like him. Andrew Wiggins, to me, is the X factor because Andrew Wiggins is the athleticism that this team desperately needs. But simultaneously, he flies under the radar, doesn't demand the spotlight, doesn't demand the touches, can pick and choose his spots. And I think as much as we talk about, the spacing with Steph and Clay and CP3, Andrew Wiggins is going to feast.
Yeah.
You talked about it 2 years ago. These are the best shots he'll ever get. Now, what do you think?
Yeah, I know. And you see him yesterday, 7-10 from the floor, hit a nice little mid-range jumper late in that basketball game, and he's guarding De'Aaron Fox. Even if De'Aaron Fox is beating him to the layup, he's making Fox work. So now on the defensive end, if Fox wants to take the challenge and step up on Steph Curry, those legs are a little wobbly because Wiggins is making him work. So Wiggins is the most important to me. And then you slide in Clay, you slide in Kuminga. I think there's a lot of like to this basketball team.
I'm not here to hear about the age. That's my point.
So 888-957-9570. To Shasky's point, does age matter with this basketball team? Are we overrating the age of this basketball team? 888-957-9570. Who says old guys can't win in the playoffs? 925, Comcast Business Text Line. The Celtics' big three was old, and they had Rondo. That's all you need. 888-957-9570. Are we overrating the age of the Golden State Warriors? And we'll play more Lakewood Cuts. That's all coming up. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
You suck, you suck, you suck.
Vontae Hill from the Morning Roast. And let me tell you guys something about the California Academy of Sciences. No doubt about that with Stephen Curry. 30 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds. And we are living in a good life of Golden State Warriors basketball. 16 points in the fourth quarter, 10 of 18 overall, 8 of 12 from the three-point line, including that big shot late in the fourth quarter. Steph is amazing. He's still in his prime. We threw up the numbers yesterday of just Steph in his 30s. And it's starting to remind me of Jerry Rice in his 30s. Now, LeBron James can make the same argument, right? But we're focused on Steph. That's our child. That's our baby up here. Forget LeBron. We want 5. We want to keep LeBron at 4. But he's averaging damn near 30 points a game as a 30-year-old. And yesterday, he showed no signs of slowing down. I mean, it's just really amazing. And does the age of the Warriors roster concern you? That's our YouTube poll question of the day. Does the age of the Warriors roster concern you? Steph's age doesn't concern me. Chris Paul looks like he's fitting in.
Is health correlated to age?
I don't think so.
I don't either. For example, if you look, and also I don't think physique does either.
Grant Hill was very young and in his prime.
We were just talking about Andrew Bynum, and Spadoni, and I was like, Andrew Bynum looked like a young stud.
Brandon Roy.
Brandon Roy's a great example.
Penny Hardaway.
I mean, I look at this kid right now, Anthony Richardson, who's playing for the Indianapolis Colts.
Mm-hmm.
He walks into a room, and I guarantee he looks like an Adonis.
No doubt.
Like a Greek god.
No doubt.
And the guy can't stop getting hurt.
Yep.
Trey Lance, you and I stood next to him. Guy's humongous. For some reason, he keeps getting hurt. Like, it happens. Age is not correlated to health. Now, are there certain people who are injury prone, which Guru brought up yesterday in the summit, talking about Chris Paul?
Right.
Absolutely, there is a correlation to usage rate, and you get to the playoffs, and you're the primary guy.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, he has worn down. I believe in that.
Yep.
But I look at how they're going to be able to allocate minutes on this team, what his role is on this team, the load he won't have to shoulder. I'm not as worried about Chris Paul and his injury history on this team.
Nope.
I'm really not.
Nope. They'll manage him well. Dr. Rick Celebrini is one of the best in the business. They'll load manage when they need to. They'll know when to give him the proper rest in this role. You know, Mark teased it yesterday during the summit. It was like the new lineup. And it was Kuminga starting and Wiggins starting and Trace Jackson Davis starting, who, by the way, Trace Jackson Davis can have a role on this basketball team.
Do you like him, huh?
I do like him.
What is it?
I like the finishing. I like the hands. I like the way he rolls to the basket.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows his role. Mm-hmm. Set hard screens, roll to the basket, rebound, and just be a guy in the middle of the paint to make it hard on bigs. He is something not special, but he's
I think
the
he's
piece
a solid
we're looking
role
for.
player.
It's not even like David West.
No, he's just a solid role player. Like when you played 3-4 years in college for a high-level program, I feel like you understand the game on a certain level.
No, you do.
And his hands are there, his body is there. Like I think he's ready to give you 7-8 minutes.
No, and I think he could give you 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yesterday he gave you 25 minutes, nearly 24-52, basically 25 minutes, 13 points, 10 rebounds, and he used his fouls. I'm not mad at that. TJD is going to be a player in this team.
Is that what we're calling him?
TJD, Trace Jackson Davis. You want to continue to say Trace Jackson Davis?
I don't know. I was just saying whatever's easier. TJD. I like that.
TJD, I guess. TJD.
Whenever you go JD, I'm going MJD. You know, Maurice Jones-Drew.
I thought you was going Mad Dog 2020.
Oh, well, that too. That's MD2 too.
Yeah, that's
Let's
MD2
go, dog. Mad Dog 2020 was shout out Frank's Liquors on Mission Street.
888-957-9570. 888-957-9570.
Do you guys know what?
9570.
Wait a minute. Do you guys know what Mad Dog 2020 is?
No, they probably don't. They're too young.
They have. Look at him. He's shaking his head.
888-957-9570.
It was an alcohol.
It was a terrible alcohol.
Do you know about Say Night Special Brew?
I know Mike and the Mad Dog. There you go.
Say Night Special Brew?
No.
No, we don't.
Boons?
Let's move off.
Do you know about Peak 4 Loco, Shasta?
Oh, I know all about 4 Loco.
I never had a 4 Loco.
They changed it since 07, 08.
Yeah, I mean, people were like passing out off those things.
Yeah.
They were chugging 4 Locos.
Now it's all about that water, that liquid death.
You Steel Reserve 211?
Oh, Steel Reserve.
I used to chug one of those to get ready for the club. They will get you going.
Also a caller here. Haven't heard from him in a while.
Oh, yeah, Steel Reserve. Yeah, that's right.
Was he a caller? Oh, that's right.
He was a caller, 211. He's a Raider fan, though, so he probably is turned off on us. 888-957-9570. Has the age of this Golden State Warriors roster been overrated? Is age really going to be a factor at the end of the day? Because old teams do win in the playoffs. They do. We had the data. but you also got to have a couple young guys involved or whatnot.
In their prime.
888-957-9570. We're efforting in the phone lines here. I know you guys are calling. Give us a second here. New Studio Blues. Keep calling 888-957-9570. I see you calling right now.
In terms of physical peak performance, I have a hard time, even though he has had some injuries the last couple of years, I have a hard time saying that Steph is out of his peak physical performance window.
Where's any signs? Where are the signs of him slowing down?
Well, I can hear the Aaliyah song in my head. Age ain't nothing but a number.
It's not. It really isn't. Not for Steph Curry.
That's what I'm saying. So Andrew Wiggins, is he in his physical peak form?
I feel like he is.
Okay. How about GP2?
Yes.
Okay. Even though he was injured last year with the core,
Looks healthy now.
He looks a lot better. How about Jonathan Kuminga?
He hasn't even scratched the surface.
Right. How about Moses Moody?
Hasn't scratched the surface.
Okay, now we can start having conversations about maybe other guys. And I know there's other guys that might play a role on this team. Like, I don't know about Corey Joseph. We'll put him to the side. CP3, he's a little long in the tooth.
Yep.
But he looked pretty good last night. And I'm not saying that the guy needs to be a physical thoroughbred night to night.
He's what they've been looking for since Sean Livingston retired.
The brain is more important than the body for me.
Sean Livingston, I think people forget, we love S. Doc Carter. Sean Livingston out there living in Vegas. Hopefully he's doing well. I know he's taking some time off from the game, but he's going to be back in the game of basketball very soon. We're one of the best dudes you'll ever meet. But he was a stabilizer for the second unit. Death, taxes, and a Sean Livingston fadeaway jumper. He just calmed everything down. And look, as the Warriors ran this fast-paced offense, what happened when Sean Livingston came in the game? Didn't they play a lot slower?
Yeah.
Did they slow the pace down a little bit?
Back you down.
Back you down.
And how many times did he go like this? He's dribbling. He's like, calm it down.
Him
and Iguodala.
That's what Chris Paul is.
You're so right.
We've been waiting. Like, we had the Brown Wadamakers, Bowling Ball Brad, whatever Kate Scott used to call him. Nico Mannion.
You mean Brad the Brick?
I mean, Brad was bad. Good dude, but he was bad. But they've been looking for that backup point guard for a while, and Chris Paul fits that bill.
I agree.
That's what, like, who cares? Like, the whole starting thing, we were talking about it yesterday. The starting thing was so overblown. Was he finishing the game? Was Chris Paul in the last 5 minutes? And I know Draymond wasn't there, and I know Looney wasn't there. Things may be different. But last night, Chris Paul was in that finishing lineup. He gave you damn near 30 minutes a game. 13, 9, and 6 is exactly what you want from your backup point guard. And, oh, by the way, the turnovers, they were down. 3 turnovers for CP3. So if the Warriors, who turned the ball over 22 times yesterday, that's a problem. They gave up 22 points off those 22 turnovers. If they could just limit the turnovers to get back in the 12 to 14 range, and you have a ball handler like Chris Paul is going to get you in the right set, there's a lot of worries that I had coming into the season that have now gone away.
Well, and if you're going to make the argument about age and health for the Warriors, which are fair, that is going to be a conversation for a lot of teams. But also look at around the West. Now, Denver, put them to the side.
Right.
I don't think Jamal Murray is going to suffer another leg injury, but you never know. But like I don't want to even say that out loud. That feels gratuitous to even put that into the ethos.
But Michael Porter Jr. has had back issues.
He has.
And it's still a thing for him.
Absolutely. Okay, put them to the side. Look at Phoenix's roster. Bradley Beal's missed a ton of time because of injury, and Kevin Durant has been injured basically for the last 3 or 4 years. Right. Okay? And then I look at the Clippers, okay? Look at those two players, Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. When was the last time you got a full season out of those guys?
It's been a long time.
The Lakers, Anthony Davis. His nickname is Street Clothes. His nickname is Street Clothes. Okay, now let's look at New Orleans.
Right. Zion Williamson.
I watched, by the way.
Even Brandon Ingram.
I watched your guy. Come on, what's the guy for Orlando?
Oh, Paulo Banchero.
Went right by Zion.
Coast to coast.
And Zion,
all over him.
What was he doing?
I mean, Paulo's special.
If there's two players who's...
I love you some Paulo.
No, Paulo Banchero, I would bet on his future over Zion's.
All day long.
Which I can't believe I'm saying.
Paulo Banchero. I've been a day one since he shut it out, or YF and I.
So my point being is that if you look around the West, forget the East, just the West, injuries galore are an issue for all of these teams and how you manage it. Luka Doncic, they deactivated them down the stretch last year. And I mean, does anyone trust Kyrie?
Yeah, nobody does. Even Luka gets hurt. Luka gets hurt.
Well, he's out of shape.
So is age being overblown with the Golden State Warriors team?
I just think it's
because you look at the history of the league.
Yeah, I think it's too over the top is what I'm saying.
It is. It is over the top. It is over the top. You could have old guys in this league. Young teams don't win. They don't. Shaq and Kobe got swept every year until Phil Jackson came aboard. They couldn't win. They couldn't win.
This is the era of the old athlete. Tom Brady.
Yep.
All right, what's your guy in tennis that you love?
Djokovic.
Djokovic, right?
Yep.
All these older guys are dominating tennis still to this day.
Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, all right. And then look at baseball.
Serena had a long run.
Right.
Serena Williams.
I mean, Justin Verlander is 41, 42 years old. He might have had the greatest season of his career just one season ago.
Weird. That's crazy how that happens. How he has the best season at age 40 as a pitcher.
Are you suggesting something?
Oh,
his career
is very interesting
like
how that happens. I don't know.
He's just suggesting that Justin Verlander has a really, really good work ethic.
Kershaw had
Max
a great
Scherzer.
year this year.
Max
He pitched
Scherzer.
Max Scherzer. Like, go around sports. These guys are, like, the great ones are better, longer than ever before.
And they understand how to take care of their bodies.
Absolutely.
They understand how to work. They understand when to go full go. You know what I mean? And so my concern is not the age of this basketball team. Can you be healthy going into the playoffs?
Yes.
Because this system, this style of basketball still gives a lot of teams problems.
Absolutely.
And yesterday looked like a connected basketball team. I know they were down 18, and there's some blow-bys they need to work on defensively. A lot of guys are just driving by them. Kings are a fast team. They're younger, more athletic, but you saw once the Warriors put their foot to the gas pedal there at the dress rehearsal, Steph. He went nuclear. And as long as you got Steph Curry, you got a shot. You do got a shot. If they're within striking distance and you have Steph, you have a shot.
If Steph Curry wins this championship this year, and teams win it, but if he and Chris Paul and the rest of the Warriors win it, you got KD, the only championships he's going to get, because that's the way I believe, and you got Chris Paul. Think of what he will have done for those guys' careers.
That would be unbelievable.
Because Dwayne Wade got a ring without LeBron.
He did.
And I think people have kind of forgotten that.
Well, they forget how good D-Wade was. D-Wade just got inducted into the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame.
D-Wade's one of my favorite players ever.
And going back and watching those highlights, again, I'm getting older. I'm a Virgo. So I get a little emotional watching some of my favorite players get inducted into the Hall of Fame. Even Dirk Nowitzki and Paul Gasol.
I love Dirk.
D-Wade's up there. He brought his dad up there. I start shedding tears, dude, because I think people forget D-Wade's one of the best two-way shooting guards the league has ever seen.
Well, I thought that first Heatles version, that first year, even though they didn't win it all, I thought it was the greatest perimeter defense I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, him and LeBron.
It was ridiculous.
It was like Pippen and Jordan.
When that alley-oop picture, whoever got that picture,
was
that might be the greatest picture in sports history.
D-Wade was special. And he was able to empower other players around him. Steph Curry's in that stratosphere. And that's why when we talk about eras, the LeBron era, no, we're in the Steph Curry era.
Yes.
From 2014-15, this league has been dominated by number 30. Don't be afraid to say it. This is the Steph Curry era. And if they win a ring, and it'll be Chris Paul's first ring, are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that will submit the Steph Curry era.
We've talked so much like, he got JaVale McGee a ring. JaVale McGee in the lore of the NBA, and it's not disrespectful, but like, Chris Paul is someone that ESPN has talked about for 15 years.
I mean, he's one of the best point guards in the history of the league.
And what's the one thing he's missing?
A ring. He's got everything. Assists, all-stars, all NBA teams. He was very good defensively. He's helped out teams.
Part of Larry Bird's lore,
seriously.
part of Magic Johnson's lore, Kobe, all the great Jordans, is the guys that wanted to team up with them late in their career and get rings. And I know Karl Malone and Gary Payton didn't get that ring with the Lakers. Gary did get it with the Heat.
Miami. Think about Bob McAdoo with the Lakers. Think about Bill Walton with the Celtics.
Wilt Chamberlain went to the Lakers.
Dennis Johnson getting traded from Phoenix to Boston after winning one with Seattle. You think about these teams that want to team up with the veterans, Wiley veterans. People forget John Sally joined the Bulls for the second three-peat. Now, he wasn't a factor, but he was on that team. Robert Parrish was on that team.
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying? And so if Steph was able to do that, you got a shot, man. This league is like the NFL. The NBA is wide open this year. I don't think there's a clear-cut favorite. I know everybody's going to hop on Denver. Losing Bruce Brown's going to hurt them.
Well, and Mike Malone.
He talked a lot.
I'm out on Mike Malone.
He talked a lot. He talked a lot at that parade. A lot of people took those. Let's go to Joe in San Francisco. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, dog?
Hey, good morning, guys, from Alamo Square, the Western Edition.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to say something. I agree with you. Andrew Wiggins is the key. He is, in my opinion, one of the, you can name them 20 to 25 players in the league who could do anything they want when they want it. Didn't say they're the best, but they can, Luka can score better than Wiggins, but he can't do what Wiggins do. Wiggins can shoot from outside. He can take it to the cup. He has a mid-range game. He can defend on the perimeter. He can defend bigger guys down low. If he's right between the ears and motivated and all that kind of stuff, I'm not saying anything bad about him, but just if he's playing like the way he played in the championship run, this team is going to be great because he can do everything and he can dominate all the time when he wants to. So what do you think about that?
I agree with that. The thing is with Wiggins, it's not about want. I just think that there are times where we underrate how difficult it is when you're exerting a ton of energy on the defensive end to then exert a ton of energy on the offensive end. It's very difficult to burn the candle on both ends, right? When you're doing that. I want him to attack with aggression more.
Right.
That, to me, if I were to tell Andrew one thing, it would be like, don't settle. You can shoot threes well.
Right.
Don't settle for the mid-range and the three. I want to see you take hard dribbles into the paint
basket
and attack.
And
when he's attacking, that to me, that's the best version of him.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to go to the free throw line. I know the free throw line has been a bugaboo for Andrew Wiggins.
Yes.
That's the one knock on him. Don't be afraid to go to the free throw line because the more you can accumulate fouls, you're going to get into the bonus early in the quarter. And you have two of the greatest free throw shooters of all time in Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. And then Chris Paul knows how to. We saw that yesterday against De'Aaron Fox. Lunch Pail? I met him yesterday at the Summit. Lunch Pail, I think. He had a Charger, Dodge Charger. He was chopping it up with me. And he goes, the one thing that nobody's talking about with CP3, you guys missed this. He goes, CP3, with all the antics, is going to get foul calls.
Always.
How's that help out Steph Curry when it comes to getting calls?
That's
having CP3 on the team. Very underrated.
Politicking on every
Paul
time
knows how to work the referees.
Well, you were talking about Andrew Wiggins attacking. I do think a small part of his reluctance to attack the rim.
That free throw line.
Absolutely.
Yep.
A small part.
A small part. But if you could attack, and he only took 2 threes yesterday. He was 1 of 2. Kuminga maybe settled for the 3 a little too much yesterday. 2 of 5. But he'll learn. Go attack. Get to that free throw line. Who cares? Make or miss, 75%. I know he's aiming for that. Just get to the free throw line. Because, again, I see 15 free throw attempts yesterday to the Kings 24. You got to attack a little more. You get a little too jump shot dependent. Although they only shot 31 threes yesterday, they shot over 51% from the three-point line. I do want to see this team attack a little more. That's why I'm so excited about Trayce Jackson-Davis. Because when he rolls to the basket, he's looking to finish.
Well, I think one thing I want to see with this team is, don't be over-reliant on the three-point line.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And you're talking about the mid-range and opening that up. There were times last year it did feel like it was three-point line or bust, and they stopped attacking the rim. But to me, the whole mid-range area with CP3, inherently that is a big part of his offense, is working three-point line in.
I want to play this cut from Lake Up on how Chris Paul fits with the Golden State Warriors. Yeah.
I was at a dinner on Monday night that we did for the team and a lot of our sponsors, and Chris was there. And he, first of all, I've known him on the outside of basketball because of the collective bargaining negotiations over the years. He's involved in that, and I was involved in that. He's really smart, and he's very personable off the court. So I knew that about him. But the thing is, I think what people didn't understand is how much of a team player, how much of a leader he is. He's going to come in. He's already, starting in August, the team has been working out, playing together. He has engendered a lot of that, helped a lot of that happen, along with Steph and others. I don't think this is my 14th year. I don't think that we have had a year where we've had the players all working out together, getting together, becoming one, all that kind of camaraderie. I don't think we've had a year like that prior to the start of training camp. That helps a lot.
Watching the bench yesterday, because everybody was hyper focused on the bench and the celebrations from last year and how it was just kind of nonchalant.
Iguodala doing certain things.
Yeah, we're the youngsters just not clap. The bench is into it.
Well, yeah.
The vibes feel like they're back. They're talking about connectivity. Now let's see if they lose 4 or 5 on the first road trip, right? Or when they go seven.
Connectivity always feels good at the beginning.
Yeah, it feels good. It feels great. But that is very interesting that they all got together. Chris Paul's made.
That surprised me.
Yeah, he's like the 6 a.m. flight on Southwest Airlines to go work out with Steph Curry because he knew his time was limited.
He takes Southwest like us?
Yeah, he takes Southwest. No private. He got on a Southwest flight.
He's got to have like that premier booking stuff, right?
The Marcus Thompson article, and Marcus Thompson II wrote a great article about Chris Paul signing up for the San Quentin visit and going to meet with the prisoners at San Quentin. He's trying to endear himself to this culture and this organization. I'm not mad at that. Everything is like this whole ego to Chris Paul and what we're afraid of. It's been the complete opposite. The guy wants to win. Unfortunately, all the antics that we've seen over the years, it's been overshadowed. The guy wants to win.
But I just always believe like desperation is when deals come together, right? When you have, especially like labor agreements, people don't want to miss out on checks. And the bigger company that's negotiating or the bigger companies that are negotiating with the labor boards don't want to miss out on production. And so there's an impasse. And then at some point, there's desperation. And that's when a deal gets done, right?
Yep.
And I look at it like from here, like, Chris Paul's in a real desperate spot. I mean, the waning years of his career are winding down here.
Team option.
Right?
Team option.
He's got to kind of play nice.
He's got to play nice.
Steph Curry cannot be wasting years in his prime.
These trades, though, when you bring in a player for that first year of a deal, and who knows if Chris Paul's here next season, but that first year, he's going to play nice. You're going to get the best.
That's what I'm saying.
You're going to get the best out of this guy. Here's what Lacob said about swinging a big trade like the one for CP3.
We talk to Steph, certainly. Yeah. We have some conversations sometimes with players. But, players aren't always the best people to judge these things, in all honesty. And we have to rely on Bob Myers and now, of course, Mike and our group to assess these things properly and to figure out how it might work. And they've done a good job over the years.
Yeah.
So it's a process. It's a bold move. Yeah. Well, we're not going to get anywhere by sitting still. We have to take chances. We have to do things like this. And I think this is a great move. I'm extremely excited about this team.
He has, and he's been talking about that all summer.
The end of the game right here is on our television. Yeah. They're replaying it, and they had a lineup to close the game. And I don't believe this will be a lineup that you're going to see a lot. But to end the game, it was Saric, Wiggins, Clay, CP3, and Steph.
I could see Sarge in a lot of closing lineups.
And I think Clay as well. The spacing that they had in the final couple minutes because of the willingness of a passer of Sarge and his ability to knock down a three and the stretch. Clay was rebounding. And I've said this to you before. I know it's positionless basketball. To me, he is evolving into that stretch four. And if he can rebound a little better and start to do some of the little things that he did in the final couple minutes like he did last night.
Exactly.
And you put a guy like Saric on the floor, and maybe it's Draymond, maybe it's someone else. These lineups will work. They will work themselves out. And when you win games, again, it's a preseason game, but when you win games like they did, continuity is natural. You cannot be a malcontent when a team is winning.
No doubt.
When it's this many veterans, they're not going to allow it.
Lacob talked about what an owner needs to give a fan base hope.
If you're an owner of a team, the one thing you need to understand, you have to give your fans, who I am one of them as well, hope. We have to engender hope. Otherwise, there's no point. That's why we are all fans. That's why we're interested in supporting our team and being part of something bigger, because we are all together in this in the Bay Area. We're the Bay Area's basketball team. We're all together. We want to win as a group. We want this shared collective experience. So, it's really important. And I'm sorry, but that's always going to be job one here. Always.
Job one's always going to win. Always going to be the win. Same thing with the 49ers. Go win. Jay York wants to win. All right? They've proven that. They want to win. They haven't got there yet, but they want to win. And they're getting closer and closer and closer. When you talk about Clay rebounding and buying in, we get so hyper-focused as a fan base, as a media entity. Oh, my God, Clay's ego. He's not going to be able to sacrifice. When he said, I'm not sacrificing anything, that was 7 years ago when Kevin Durant was coming aboard. He's like, dude, I'm in my prime. I'm not sacrificing shots. And he didn't.
25 or 26 years old.
And he didn't. And they won 2 straight championships and would have won a 3rd straight had they been healthy.
Exactly.
So this whole thing that, hey, he's not sacrificing, he has a big ego, where does stuff like that come from? Because it's not like we're hanging out with these dudes every single day.
Well, I think that a lot of people like to impart their own insecurities onto people.
Right.
And I just think as an industry as a whole, I think we do a very poor job of pretending to see things through someone's prism that we have no business doing.
No business doing it. So when we think about Klay, does it not mean anything when he's hanging out with the youngsters? Does it not mean anything when he's hanging out with players and teammates or whatnot? Well, low maintenance. Like, come on.
But let me take it a step further.
Why do we psychoanalyze and think that his ego is going to be the downfall of what the Warriors are trying to accomplish this season? He's trying to win a ring too.
But
he grew up watching his father and the Lakers. He grew up watching the Lakers. He had a front row seat, Shasky.
America loves drama.
Yeah.
Do they not?
That's right, they do.
I mean, like, okay, for example, I know you hate Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Like, we're here for it has to be fake. It's this, it's that. Right. It's like, it can't be organic.
Oh, they were holding hands now, right?
Well, I mean,
yeah.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, no matter what it is in society, something's always got to be more than that. We've got to dive way deeper. The other part, and I think a lot of people talking on air, and I know we're guilty of this at times. I'm sure I am. We ask stuff of these athletes that we would never ask from ourselves.
Right.
Or we expect actions from these athletes that we ourselves don't display on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. Now, I understand it's not a like-for-like comp, but it's a little absurd to me, honestly. Yeah. And so, like, for example, Klay Thompson's ego. I don't know what his ego is. Well, what are his wants and desires right now? Like, Steiny was talking about how much money he's looking for and the respect and this and the other. It's speculation. Now, I'm here for the speculation, and we can have a conversation about it, but we also have to acknowledge we have zero idea what motivates him.
Yeah, we don't know the number. We didn't know the number for Bob Myers. We don't know the number for Klay Thompson. And when he talked about max extension, that also came out during the playoffs. And obviously an agent was floating it or whatnot. Hey, he's looking for a max deal. Klay Thompson knows what he's worth. He knows that this team, kind of like Draymond Green. You know, Draymond Green looked around, probably said, you know what, this is the best situation for me. Klay may have the same come to Jesus moment saying, you know what, I get to play with Steph Curry. He's going to create open shots. When Chris Paul's on the floor, he's going to create open shots. If they double me coming off a screen, I got Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins and Sarge who could go finish, or TJD. I think Klay understands. I don't think we give him enough credit for understanding the situation that he has in front of him. And so this whole thing about Klay's ego and this and that, he got frustrated with Poole. No, Klay actually loved playing with Jordan Poole. You know why he loved playing with Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
It's because Jordan Poole was able to create open shots for him.
Yeah.
Because Klay understands I'm more dependent on my teammates than maybe half the league or half these superstars in the league because I have a tough time creating shots for myself. So a guy like Jordan Poole could blow by guys and get doubles or whatnot and go to the paint and kick it out. He loved playing with Jordan Poole. I don't know where this stuff came from that he didn't like Jordan Poole. Especially because his older brother works out Jordan Poole before every single game. If Klay had a problem with Jordan Poole, you think his brother would be there warming him up every single game?
No.
How awkward would that be?
It'd be very weird. But okay, is this exclusive to Warrior fans or do other fan bases do this? It feels like almost every year we got to like pick on one guy.
Right.
Kelly Oubre was it one year, remember?
Right.
Like we got to and look, these guys don't do themselves
It does feel like we're starting to pick on Klay this year. My big takeaway from the summit, I thought it was a lot of fun. Thanks for everybody coming out to San Leandro. Fieldwork Brewery was awesome. A great venue out there in San Leandro. But it does feel like the tail end of that summit was let's psychoanalyze Klay Thompson.
Scapegoat.
Let's scapegoat him for everything.
Like everything that went wrong. For example, last year, it was either Dre or Poole. People were like, even though Dre had a good year statistically and on the floor, I thought he was pretty good, you know, and Jordan was up and down and not good. It was like one of the two has to be scapegoated, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think it was deeper. Like their problems last year were much deeper than just those two. Yes, that was a big component.
Right.
But I always do the pie chart of culpability. Those are big slices. There were other slices. I could feel the momentum already going for Klay Thompson, and I want to just say, like, to everyone, pump the brakes. Let's be a little more tactful as a fan base. Let's let this thing play out. And if Klay, let's say, goes nuclear, I can see us turning all of our vitriol toward Chris Paul or toward this guy or that guy, Kuminga or whoever it is.
You know what was wild?
It just feels like there's always a scapegoat.
I think you left at this time, but I asked the crowd because at Buon Vino, at the first Warrior Summit in Buon Vino and Walnut Creek, a lot of people were down on Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
That entire crowd was like, get Draymond out of here. And yesterday we asked the same question. And everybody was Team Draymond again. It was just kind of wild.
Isn't that kind of the Draymond experience?
Yeah, but like we're so hyper-focused on a bad series against the LA Lakers. And I get why it was bad from a basketball sense. He had a bad series.
But Draymond had a horrible series against the Toronto Raptors. Remember that?
He had 30 turnovers in 6 games.
And Siakam destroyed him. It was a bad matchup.
And nobody talks about it.
I think we all over-focus on your flaws when you lose in a playoff matchup, and I think it permeates the entire offseason, and it's over the top.
I just want to. Yes, I am. I lean towards being a homer towards Klay Thompson. I'll admit that on the front end because this guy,
all the players to be homerish. I mean, it's a good one.
I mean, the guy went through the range of surgeries. Some of the best memories we've had during this run.
Yes.
OKC Game 6.
It's one of the greatest games of Bay Area sports history.
And I know that's a long time ago. So I'm going to ride with a guy who's won banners for me. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm going to ride with him. But I do think that there's some discernment that he's doing within this basketball team, and he's starting to buy into it, and he's doing him. But for him to get the finger about everything that went wrong last season, I think it's an absolute joke. I mean, January, this season could have went off the rails last January, and he had his best month he's ever had of his career. And they were playing with Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. Where are those guys at right now? Think about some of the pieces they were playing with left.
Totally forgot.
Not to rip those guys, because those guys play hard. But where's Anthony Lamb and where's Ty Jerome? Are they even on an NBA roster right now?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'll look that up for you. But no, I think you're onto something here.
Anthony Lamb's in Australia. Where's Ty Jerome?
I just wish as a fan base we could just and again, I know I'm guilty of it at times, which is to say, let's allow this thing to play out a little before we start scapegoating individuals from the jump.
Right. The only guy who had a good playoff run was Stephen Curry.
Yes.
Like, everybody got, like, Looney was up and down.
And
Draymond was up and down.
The Lakers targeted him in the fourth quarter
no doubt.
When he was on defense.
No doubt. Lonnie Walker, Game 4.
Hey, sometimes the other team gets paid too.
Right.
And I don't know if you know this, but LeBron James is one of the top 5 players of all time. And this guy, Anthony Davis, though he's injured all the time, when he's healthy, he's pretty freaking incredible.
Let's go to, he is.
I mean, like, I know we don't want to admit that.
But you're right, though. It does feel like this season is setting up all eyes on Klay because of the contract and the Instagram thing the other day where he said it's me against the world and blah, 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 blah. All eyes on Klay. All right, I'm not going to do that all season long.
Steiny's telling me that Ty Jerome did get signed.
Cleveland.
Oh, there you go.
He's in Cleveland. How much will he play? I don't know.
Yeah, Ty Jerome's not that bad.
Not that bad.
As a third point guard.
I can't unsee Desmond Bane blowing right past him in the Memphis game when they got blown out. And Reggie Miller was like, yo, this is a joke.
Bad contracts on line 1. Desmond Bane. I love Desmond Bane. Yeah. Did you see how much he got?
Did y'all see him in the Lakers series? Are we going to write him off? Did you see him in that Lakers series?
My favorite was when you and I read the quote about Iguodala's biceps that wasn't true.
I thought it was real. Oh, I read that. Yeah, that was
like something
butt crack sports.
Yeah, butt crack sports.
Yeah, they follow me. I follow them. They're actually pretty funny. I want to like a lot of their posts.
I cannot believe he is questioning the validity of Andre Iguodala's
muscles.
That
and ran with it.
He's like, those are real.
Those are real. I was right. And I don't even know if they're real.
Funny.
I didn't even know what they were real.
That was so funny. The internet got us.
They got me. They got me.
That BPA. Was a Jimmy Ono throw for Bonte on the internet.
BPA, what's happening,
man?
What are you
chewing
on
back there? That looks good.
What's up, BPA?
Morning, guys.
Morning.
How you doing, guys?
Not
what's
bad,
up, BPA?
Man. Not bad.
Not much. Just getting ready to drive to work. It's good. It is good. Warrior season is here, right? Because obviously, you can only talk about Farhan sucking so long.
It gets old real quick. All it does is make me angry. It just makes me angry. It's not good for my mental health.
I know
it's not good for my career.
As Bruce Bochy dunks on him on a every other night basis, but. I really like this Warrior team, and as you guys know, I'm no homer necessarily.
No, you're not.
I'll call it as it is, and I like this team. I don't care what Jordan Poole's scoring in preseason games. He was a non-functional player in this roster at the end of last year.
Unplayable.
I mean, it was as good as not having a player on the roster, and maybe worse than that. And so you're getting a top 10 all-time point guard who's good everywhere he's been, always made his team better everywhere he's been. And, I'm cautiously optimistic about Klay, guys. Fonte, I'm going to go in, with no, sort of no bias and no issues, and I'm going to let it play out.
BPA.
What's that?
Don't die on that hill, man. Don't die on it.
Hey, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of the Clay heat is more the context of both Wiggins and Draymond took below market deals to stay, right?
Right.
And so, regardless of how you feel about Clay, if you think he's prime Clay still or not, it's not at any cost, right? You just can't, right? You just can't pay him just because Clay says he wants a max deal. You can't pay him a max deal.
Right.
Like and that would pretty much disrupt the whole spirit of it, right?
I agree.
Because again, I mean, Wiggins took far less than he probably could have gotten. And Draymond took, I think significantly less than he could have gotten maybe. So anyways, that's my take on it. I think that's part of it is other guys have sacrificed to stay. And when the perception is that Clay won't sacrifice to stay, I think that's what draws the heat.
Hey, Brian, and you know what? Good call, BPA. And we don't even know if that's true yet because we haven't heard it from Clay himself. And don't you think, and this is where I go back to the upbringing, and maybe it doesn't factor into anything. Maybe it does. I like to think that it does. When you have a father like Michael Thompson, who was a former number 1 overall pick with the Portland Trail Blazers, and he got traded to the Lakers, and it was like, dude, you're going to play this role. And he had some injuries at that point of his career. But when you have a father like that, Michael has that perspective saying, hey, son, I had this with the Showtime Lakers, dude. You have plenty of money. This is the best situation for you. You don't think Michael's telling him that? Or is Michael trying to get him down to the Lakers like, yo, you could get all the open shots you want playing with LeBron James? Who knows? But when you have a father like that in your corner, and you've been around a game of basketball for a long time, Clay's smarter than we all think. He understands the situation here.
Well, what's the bigger heel to babyface turn? Matt Steinmetz yesterday becoming beloved by Warrior fans, or BPA embracing Klay Thompson?
I know. I think throw yourself in that category as well. You had a band of year when it came to Klay
you ever heard of
last year.
You ever heard of that Tupac? I'm a changed man, changed man, but I'm still the same old rider. I'm losing my voice. Spadoni, I now have whatever voice thing that you gave me.
Because
Thanks.
you're yelling. Hey, Shasky tells me.
Don't blame me. You were yelling. You and Guru. Guru was.
Guru,
Oh my God,
I think
his
Guru
voice
was off Hennessy. Guru may have been off Hennessy.
Why?
Yesterday.
Don't do that to him.
I'm
That's
kidding.
not
He
fair.
was.
Guru was off.
They had the
Hennessy.
rat counter.
Did you
see that Atco Pest Control rat counter? That was
Did you
pretty
see
good.
the woman online who had a giant bottle of Hennessy and was doing a treadmill and then drinking the Hennessy?
Oh wow, I didn't see that.
And she had high heels on. You didn't see that TikTok?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, it said that she's getting ready to go out. It was such a great TikTok.
There was something else I was going to say. Oh, Shasky told me, I'm going to play 4 quarters offense. I'm going to let everybody else get their touches. I'm going to sit back. Shasky's throwing me passes. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to be on the sideline, dog. I'm on a pitch count.
Don't hurt yourself with those passes.
I'm on a pitch count. All right. Yeah, don't hurt myself. Yeah, my back's hurting right now. Injury report. Let's go. My back does hurt. All right, the Vikings. That's right. The Niners play the Vikings. It's Kirk Cousins week. Kirk Cousins. They're dealing with injuries. Head coach, not Kevin Stefanski, but Kevin O'Connell, I believe is his name.
Yeah, he's like
Kevin
6'6".
Stefanski used to be there. Expressed some concern with the edge rusher Marcus Davenport's ankle injury, said that the team will have to really, really take a look at it from a medical standpoint before making a determination on Davenport's playing status for Monday night against the San Francisco 49ers. We'll get a lot into the Niners tomorrow. We're reacting to Joe Lacob, reacting to the Warriors Summit, reacting to the Warriors game last night against the Sacramento Kings, in which RJ and Fairfield took personally. Make sure we get that clip out on the internet ASAP, not audio. King fans, it just David Barley. David Barley, boy, that one's going to sting. Really? Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Alameda Louie gets you on the other side at the 8 o'clock hour. Are we being too hard on Klay? Is Klay getting too much heat as we begin a new season of Warriors basketball on Tuesday against the Phoenix Suns? Klay getting too much heat? And how much does age matter? How much does age matter in the NBA? 888-957-9570. We'll be right back on the other side here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Holly O'Neill. Chief Client Care Officer at Bank of America. Each and every day, our employees come to work to make financial lives better. And listening to our customers is how we do it well. From helping with everyday banking needs to life's big milestones, I want to thank my teammates who go above and beyond for our clients.
What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/about. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
Doesn't moving suck? It really does. Like RJ and Fairfield, he's talking about Sabonis and he's sucking. Well, moving sucks, especially when you have to do it twice. Not once, but twice. And that's what happens for the most part when you buy a new home. You got to sell your old home, you put your stuff in storage, then you got to move it there, then you got to take it out of storage and move it into the new home, and you got to move things around. That's where Fly Homes comes into play. Fly Homes is a radically different way to buy or sell your home. You buy before you sell. That's right. Move once, not twice. It's the best deal. Check it out at flyhomes.com and tell them Bonte sent you.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through December 21st, new customers can get one.
Area, what is happening to all the overnight dancers just getting off of work, all the graveyard shift workers, all the construction workers, all the garbage men, all the janitors, plumbers, security guards, ushers. The Bay Area, wake up. Wake up. You're on the roast. Hour number 3 of the morning roast. We're having some fun here, talking some basketball, and it's good to talk some Doves basketball. We haven't forgotten about the Niners. They got a big game on Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings, but it is Monday Night Football, so we're reacting to what we saw yesterday, what we talked about yesterday. Joe Lacob was live in studio. We're out there at San Leandro at the Fieldwork Brewery. Had a great time talking to all the 95-70 game listeners, the audience, the roasters. We appreciate all the support, man. That was a record turnout for us. That was big time. I didn't think that many people was going to show up. Man, they showed up and showed out yesterday in San Leandro. So it was great to see everybody, talk shop with everybody. We appreciate all the love. It means the world to all of us here at 95.7 The Game. So I want to say that on the front end. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and, of course, the Comcast Business Text Line. Warriors. Does age matter for the Golden State Warriors this season? Is that a big misnomer? Is that a big misnomer for the Golden State Warriors? Is age the biggest factor to this team not winning a championship?
What do you think it is? Cohesion?
Yeah, cohesion. And I think they're already...
But what do you think the narrative is nationally?
Oh, they're too old.
Yes.
Too old and slow. They're desperate.
Not good enough, I think, is another one.
How come we don't even look at it from this point of view? Last year was a train wreck.
Yes.
It was.
No,
it was.
I brought that up. I go, look, I was watching the game Saturday night, B,
Right.
and they're like, Kings, 48 wins. Just to see it on the screen. Warriors, 44. And I go, everything went wrong.
Right.
Everything.
And in real time, I remember we brought that up. And it was hard in real time to say, yeah, the Kings had a much better season. And I remember saying, they were only 4 games better. And everything went right for the Sacramento Kings.
Everything.
The Warriors didn't win more than 5 games in a row last year. They didn't win more than 5 games in a row. And yet they were in that final 8 in the Game 6 against the LA Lakers. And they really had no business being in the second round. But that's the way I look at it. I was like, everything went wrong. They didn't win on the road. You didn't develop any of the young guys. Wiseman's gone. Jordan Poole's lost. Draymond's being Draymond. Like, it was a train wreck.
Don't you think starting the year with Wiseman, it was like a weight on the team morale? And it's not because of Wiseman. I don't want to, I'm not making this a Wiseman thing. It's just, you're trying to fit something in that wasn't working and fitting.
Yep.
And even when he wasn't playing, there was just, again, it feels like I'm trying to scapegoat the kid, and that's not what I'm trying to do.
I get what you're saying.
You've been in a work situation where there's somebody who doesn't fit, and it makes it awkward for everyone else. You're not running at your most optimal.
Nah, he was the number 2 overall pick, and it was like, man, they don't even have Wiseman. They don't have Wiseman. When they won a championship, and then he came back, and it just felt forced, and it was unfair to him.
It was.
Where the Warriors were at and trying to do, he wasn't there yet.
Yeah, exactly.
He just wasn't there yet, so they flip him. They flip him. You didn't have GP2 to start the year. GP2, Gary Payton II mentioned that, man, when I got back, the vibes were just off. I felt it. And so the vibes seem like they're back. But, you got to win games. And if you win games early on, then those vibes are real. Then you said, oh, yes, they are connected. The connectivity is there, the word that they all use here. So I'm going into it optimistically saying, boy, the Kings are going to be hunted. The Warriors are going to be laying in the cut as this old, wily, aging group that everybody wants to say they are. But they have some nice pieces here with Andrew Wiggins. You got some nice pieces in Kuminga. I like the Sarge fit. Can you be healthy by the playoffs? I think they will manage these guys well. And there's no doubt. The biggest question all season, Chaska, I know you want to get in here, has been about Chris Paul. Well, I think through 3 games or 4 games in the preseason, Chris Paul's going to be fine.
Yeah, you know what my number 1 question is? Is Wiggins going to play a full season? That's my number 1 question. If he does, they're going to be better. 5 games better, I would say.
Right.
Give me 75 games of Wiggins, 70 games of Wiggins. They're 5 games better, I believe, because it helps their closing lineups. It helps their connectivity from one lineup to the other. And then, like, the Jordan Poole season, and I was, like, the biggest Jordan Poole fan. It was hard to cape up for him because last year he felt like an isolated player playing a brand of basketball where no one else was riding along with him. And it wasn't just the turnovers and the shots that he missed. It was like the amount of times he gets blocked or falls down and creates turnover. And it instantaneously leads to a momentum run for the other team.
It was bad.
The amount of times where he sulked on the bench, right? And it's real. Like these things, and I tried to cape up for him in real time. But when you sulk on the bench, you can't tell me that doesn't have an effect on a Jonathan Kuminga.
No, it does.
You can't tell me that doesn't have effect on the dynamic of a small team with 12 players in a locker room. So I think removing some of those things, those variables, is going to instantly ease things in. And then when you replace some of those younger guys, a Patrick Baldwin Jr., who's 19, going through his first NBA season with a Corey Joseph and a Saric, guys that have kind of been there, done that.
Right.
Like, you're not holding hands, right? We've all been in work situations with apprentices, and some apprentices are better than others, right? We just say it. It just is what it is. You know, do you have a can-do attitude? Jonathan Kuminga, I actually think it feels like he's more mature and in a spot ready to contribute. But I kept saying this, and I will continue to say this. He's only been in America for a couple of years.
Right. And that's why, but I also don't want to.
There's a learning curve.
You know, Willard and Dibbs went the route of him being the most important player. And I understand why.
That's a lot of pressure for him.
I understand why.
He's 21.
But that's what I said yesterday. I said, he's 21 years old. We put this pressure on James Wiseman, and he crumbled.
If I gave him the Kawhi year, the exact same numbers as Kawhi.
I'm taking that.
12 or 14 with 6 rebounds. And the defense, now Kawhi had defense that goes beyond the box score. LeBron James at the free throw line in the finals, like, oh my God, Kawhi's checking in. If Kuminga gave you the same raw numbers and the hustle plays.
You're taking that all day long. You know, Warriors Huddle podcast, my boy Bram.
Totally agree.
Maxime and
love Bram.
Marcus. Bram asked that question. He goes, everybody's talking about the year 3 leap. Over under on Jonathan Kuminga points or average points per game this year. And it was something like 14 and a half. And I kept saying, I was like, boy, I could see him being in that 12 to 13 range, which is A-okay. If you show improvement, you're getting to the cup, you're playing defense, I could put you in critical situations. That's all we want. But don't put the pressure on a 21-year-old Kuminga to say, hey, you're the most important player this year. You got to ball out. That's not fair to him. There's 6 other guys who need to ball out. First of all, the most important player of the team outside of Steph is probably Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then next is Klay Thompson. And maybe next is Kevon Looney in his health. Because he's one of the few bigs.
I don't even bring it up. We don't even bring him up. Yeah, we take him for granted. That's a really good point.
Your point about Jordan Poole, and we're going to get to Alameda, Lou, and Horace in a second here. Hang on tight, fellas. The youngsters did look up to Jordan Poole. He was that bridge for them while the veterans had their own thing going on. The youngsters, okay, Jordan Poole's been around. He was a key cog in that championship team, averaged 17 during that postseason run. That's our guy. We got to look up to JP. When JP's not leading in the way that he was last year, and it's tough to ask. I get all the variables and everything that happened. I thought he handled himself like a pro up until the Lakers series where he basically was like, dude, I need to be out of here. And it was apparent to everybody around the roster. He was done. He was checked out. He was done being a Golden State Warrior. But to your point about, you know, Kuminga now has Chris Paul or Wiggins to look up to instead of JP, and they see that JP behavior, then guess what? They're going to follow suit because they don't know any better, and that's their guy.
Well, and when, you know, like, I look at like the cafeteria room. Don't you click up with people that are like-minded?
Right.
When you're younger like that, there's a natural inclination to click up. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So having Sarge there, I love Kuminga playing with Sarge. He's going to learn a lot from him.
I'm telling you, dude.
Playing with Trace Jackson Davis.
I love Sarge.
I do too. Trace Jackson Davis has a maturity about him after playing 3 to 4 years of Indiana basketball in the Big Ten. He's already 23 years old. He's lived a little bit. Being around Kuminga being around him, I think it's going to help. It's going to help. Moody's always been a seasoned vet. He's always been a seasoned vet who didn't play. He may be the odd man out. We don't talk enough about that.
Yeah, he may be. Did you catch what happened last night with Jordan Poole?
He scored 41.
Are we going to do that all year, Warrior fans?
We'll be watching Jordan Poole unless we're winning a lot of games. Jordan Poole, 10 and 19, 6 of 12 from the three-point line, 15 to 16 from the free throw line, 41 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists.
The amount of people who Instagram DM'd me and tagged me in, look at Klay's stat line and look at Poole's stat line. I'm not going to do that.
Yep. I'm not. I mean, we did the Wiseman watch.
We're not doing it.
There was no Kuzma yesterday. No Kuzma. Muscala scored 20 in that game as well against the New York Knicks.
But do you think a lot of Warrior fans are going to be comparing and contrasting? The situations could not be more different.
I wonder. The turnover problem. Yeah. I don't know.
I think we're sleeping on the championship culture there. Kuzma and Poole. It's 2 NBA champions right there.
Those might be the 2, top 25 TikTok accounts in all of, or social media accounts?
No, I am not on TikTok.
Individual?
Yeah,
No?
who's that?
Kuz. The Kuz is big on social media.
I don't know about
Juju
TikTok.
Smith?
That's where you lose me.
Jackson Mahomes?
Yeah.
That's where you lose me.
What do you mean?
TikTok. I just don't
Ja
TikTok.
Rule's like driver, or Ja Morant's, driver.
Oh, boy.
I wish Ja
Let's go to Alameda.
Hey,
Lou.
that is a very highly followed social media account because people are trying to find the Zapruder film with him with firearms.
Let's go to Alameda Lou. Alameda Lou, what's
Alameda
happening?
Lou? Sweet Lou.
No, it's Alameda
Hey,
Lou.
fellas, how you doing?
Alameda Lou. That's what it is. Come on. It's not Sweet Lou. He's Alameda Lou.
Lou.
All Lou's are Sweet Lou's.
Oh, gosh.
Sweet Lou. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We're on. Okay, so wanted to start it by giving you guys some advice for your significant others. Take them on a romantic island getaway vacation to Alameda.
Okay. What else?
All right, there we go. Anyways,
I thought you were going to say Lathrop.
The Warriors.
I thought you were going to say Hawaii or something, like some very... He had me all ears. I was like, what island is this?
I did too. I was
Pacific
like,
Ocean, Atlantic Ocean?
Did Michelle tell you to
We're going
call
out
in?
of Thailand, off of Thailand, the Philippines? Where are we going?
All right. Yeah, got it. It's close to Oakland, and I like Oakland. Anyways, wanted to talk to you guys about how the Warriors' trajectory kind of mirrors the Spurs in their dynastic run. And I kind of want to advocate for Klay at some point embracing a 6-man role with the Warriors.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, there we go. I think Klay basically fits the Manu Ginobili role moving forward. Maybe not this year because it's unrealistic, but maybe in his next contract. And the other part of that is I think Jonathan Kuminga could slide into a Kawhi Leonard-esque position for the Golden State Warriors.
Can both of those things coexist, Monte? Can Jonathan Kuminga take a massive leap forward?
It's so hard to play with Stephen Curry.
And Klay Thompson.
We saw Kelly Oubre Jr. not know where to be. And I'm not saying that's not where Jonathan Kuminga is, but you're asking Kuminga to do that.
Well, no,
that's not fair to him.
Then let's talk about this year for success. Draymond and Klay Thompson and Kuminga. It does feel like one of those three, for Kuminga to emerge more, one of those three might have to take one of the two might have to take a lesser role. Am I reading that wrong?
Again,
or a
I think
different role.
The whole starting thing.
I don't know about starting.
I just get lost with it. Like Kuminga played 29 minutes and 25 seconds yesterday.
But
For all
no
the
Draymond.
the plus-minus geeks will say he was a minus 17.
I thought he was good.
I thought he was solid, but he turned the ball over. He
Yeah.
had some rough
The
passes
handles
here and
aren't
there.
as great.
No, they're not. He doesn't need to handle
But
as much,
neither
but
would
he's
Jay
learning.
Riches.
But you look up and it's 18-6, and he's 7-14 from the floor. Got to the free throw line twice. I don't know. I don't want to put a lot of pressure on Jonathan Kuminga to say, hey, you need to be the savior for us to win a championship. All I need him to do is improve. And can you be a key cog when I get to the postseason?
Well, is my biggest question when it comes to Kuminga.
He didn't play the playoffs, Shasky.
Is Steve Kerr going to allow him to play through mistakes?
Right.
When he has bench alternatives that maybe he wants to take a look at or believes in more.
Yeah.
Like, that's the number one question. I think, to me, it's all about Kuminga's details.
Yeah.
The little things.
Clay's never going to be a Ginobili type. He's going to come in and shoot the basketball.
Ginobili facilitated
Yeah.
more.
Oh, he read a lot of point guard. A lot of point guard for that Spurs
Yeah.
team. Drove to the rack.
Could he be more Ray Allen at the end of his career?
Maybe with the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Does he need to be that on this team, though?
I think they need a little more, but I think they need more.
Because I think you need his size.
Yeah, I was going to say the rebounding, I think, is going to be important.
And
I think for me, we were emphasizing, Kuminga's got to rebound more. I think Klay can find a lot more value in the grunt work.
Yeah.
If he can be more of a rebounder, I think that will help his value on the court.
7 rebounds yesterday for
Yeah,
Klay.
and a couple of big ones in the final
down
couple
stretch.
minutes.
Yeah, no doubt. Horace in Texas. Horace, you actually got in yesterday. Asked Joe Lacob a question. I didn't know you was going to waste it on Boogie Cousins. Boogie Cousins? Come on, Horace.
Let me tell you something, brothers. I got to say something about Klay, but before I do that, I do want to thank you though for allowing me to talk to Joe Lacob, man. It was awesome. I love the way he handled my answer, even though he kind of sidestepped me on the Boogie Cousins thing, man. But you know what? Hey, it was great. but I'm still going to be plugging Boogie Cousins. I'm going to tell you right now, you guys going to get tired of me this year. I'm going to keep plugging Boogie Cousins until they get him, man. So I know you guys going to get mad at me.
Are you his dad?
You know, so that's what it's going to be, man.
Because his dad can't reach out to the Warriors. Keep going.
That was Dwight Howard.
Oh, it's Dwight Howard.
Yeah, You're right. Dwight Howard's dad. Go ahead, Horace.
Yeah, but getting to Clay, man, let me tell you something, man. This foolishness has to stop, man. These people need to get off of Clay's helmet, man. I mean, this dude is very, very smart. He's been around the league, his whole life. The dude is smart. He doesn't have too big of an ego. They need to just stay off his helmet. He's going to be fine. Just let Clay be Clay. We don't need him coming off the bench. We don't need him trying to be Manu Ginobili. No, Clay is going to be fine. Stay off his helmet and let Clay be Clay.
Let Clay be Clay. Now, yesterday at the Warriors Summit, thanks for the call, Horace. We always appreciate it. The crowd, we're at, Philwork Brewery in San Leandro. And we asked the audience, outside of Steph, who's the most important player? Now, Spinotti's going to pull this up, and we're going to play the live reactions. Go ahead. Take it away, Spinotti.
Who's the most important Warrior this year to have a great season? Is it Klay Thompson? Wow.
I'm actually shocked by that response.
Is it Draymond Green?
No.
Is it Andrew Wiggins?
Smart audience. Very intelligent audience.
High IQ. Look at us buttering up the audience.
Hey, but listen, man, I sent that tweet out earlier the first week of training camp, and I think you've been on this with me. We forgot how impactful Andrew Wiggins was. And I know Steiny yesterday said during the summit the championship year was an anomaly for him, but I look at situations. That Minnesota situation was terrible. Now, his best year in Minnesota happened to be with Jimmy Butler when they made the playoffs. And they actually bought in to playing some defense and being a more discerning scorer. You come to this situation, Wiggins has been fine. Wiggins is starting to get more love than Kevin Durant here around these parts. And that championship run, I think he could build on that. I think people forget, before he suffered that right adductor strain, Andrew Wiggins was on his way back to the All-Star game.
Well, and I like to push back on Steiny because I wanted to, but, I don't want to peacock too much. I think Steiny's way off on that because he was almost exactly the same player that he was in Minnesota and with the Warriors, but with a little better defense. That's all we wanted.
Yeah,
let me just real quick, points per game. His entire career, he's played 82, 81, 82, 82, 73, 54 plus, that was a shortened season, plus the 42, and then 12. 71, 73, and last year 37. That's the outlier. Let me give you his points per game. His career, 17, 21, 24, 17, 18, 22, 22, 19, 19, 17, 17. This guy's pretty consistent.
Very consistent. And
I don't know what we're talking about.
But he finally got around a great leader in Steph Curry, a quiet leader, as Joe Lacob said. And he got around this organization and this style of basketball. And then when Steph Curry came back during the pandemic, or not even the pandemic year, right before the pandemic shut basketball down, they played the Raptors on a Thursday night. It was like the highest rated TNT game at that point. Steph was back, and he was playing with Marquise Chris, Eric Pascal.
I liked Marquise Chris.
I did like him too.
I liked him.
What's he up to these days? Andrew Wiggins. In that game, Andrew Wiggins struggled from three.
Yes.
But I remember him because that was when I was still in the locker rooms. This was before TV Bate. And Wiggins said, I can't believe how many open shot attempts I got just by playing with Stephen Curry. Oh, my gosh. I got to get in the gym. And so he's able to play the easiest offensive basketball of his career.
I even pushed back last night because we were just talking about Wiggins, and everyone's like, well, he was great the year they won the championship. Bonte, every single metric offensively was better the play-in year.
Yeah.
I had to look it up. Everything. His free throw percentage, he rebounded better. He had more points per game. He shot better from the field. He shot better from everything, but slightly better in threes. That's the only one. Every other category, he was better in the play-in year. My point being is, anyone that says that the year that they won it all was an outlier year for Wiggins, I push back on that.
Yeah, I do too.
I think that's false.
I do too. And he was, again, Go look at his start to last year.
Last year was the anomaly.
Last year.
Missing 42
right,
games
exactly.
was the anomaly.
I'm with you. And the right adductor strain really derailed everything.
I agree.
It derailed everything for the Golden State Warriors. Now, maybe they could have gotten over Jordan Poole. And we had Jason Dumas in the studio, and he said, look, the punch wasn't a big deal afterwards at midway through the year. It was more so Jordan Poole and Steve Kerr not getting along, but it had everything to do. To me, it all stemmed from the punch, the vibes, and everything like that. Who cares? We've moved on from that. We moved on. Jordan Poole's in D.C., scored 41 against the Knicks in a meaningless game. We'll see how he plays. He's going to be fine. I'm rooting for Jordan Poole. But Andrew Wiggins, really, when he suffered that right adductor strain, everything fell flat. That was the telltale sign. And we didn't know it in real time, but we were just like, boy, they can't gain any momentum.
He came back for that Clippers game, right?
Yep. Had a really good game.
And then was gone again.
It was gone.
I mean, Joe, I didn't want to press Joe on it. They've been very quiet about it. But, like, if he's here and he doesn't have to go away from the team for whatever reasons, I think a 5-game difference feels like an understatement.
They may be the 3 seed. Now, would it have mattered? Because you're still going to run into the Lakers in the second round, but maybe the cohesion is a lot better. Maybe the vibe is a lot better. You know what I'm saying? He came off the bench in that first game against Sacramento after not playing in 2 months.
He looked like he wasn't in basketball.
He didn't have to win. He didn't have the endurance.
Yes.
So I listen, man. In the playoffs, and again, it goes back to Clay, and we'll get to Charles in a second here. Wiggins is so important, and the crowd knows it. He's the second most important player because of the way he defends, the way he can get baskets. Clay's important.
And he's in his prime.
And he's in his prime.
Which I think matters.
Defending De'Aaron Fox at the end of the game. You're not going to shut him down, but you can wear him down.
Yes.
That's what he did to Luka. That's what he did to Ja at times. That's what he did to the Grizzlies. That's what he did to Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Yes.
He wore them down with this 94-feet defense, picking them up full court, left and right. So we got a break. We'll get to Charles in California on the other side. We'll break real quick. We're flying right now. I can't even. Time's moving, man. These shows are going fast.
I'm so happy the Warriors are back.
They're back. Steph Curry's back. 888-957-9570. Is age just a number? Is it a myth that old teams can't win in the NBA? Is that a myth? And then where are you at with Klay Thompson? Because it seems like it's going to be the year of Klay in terms of pointing the finger,
scrutiny,
whether or not he's into it, his contract, ego, does he want to be here? All the speculation, sensation, as Tim Roy would say. That's all coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Charles in California, hang tight. 888-957-9570. That's all sponsored by Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected.
Feel me. I said I'm doing what I gotta do, staying true to the crew. Is this the greatest CD single cover where he's got the Jordans on? Look it up right now. I think he's got the patent leathers.
To me, nothing's going to top Ice-T in a drop-top convertible with the girl in a bathing suit and his homie in the car. That album cover is hard. You know what I'm talking about? Cold War Hustler? Is it Cold War Hustler? What is it for Ice-T?
Hustlers is their own group as well.
Yeah.
As well. But I know which one you're talking about.
That is tight with the Jordans, though.
Come on, that look is sick. Come on. You're looking at it, aren't you?
No, I'm just visualizing it.
I'm looking at it right here.
I'm visualizing it.
He's got the coat on, popping. He's got the sweatsuit, the all black patent leather Jordans. What are those? The 10s, the 11s? What are those?
Yeah, I think those are 11s. Patent leathers. I got to stop buying shoes. By the way, bring your sneakers out. You better get your hoop shoes ready, folks.
Why is that?
Because we're going to get a few shots up at Chase Center. Wait, Chase Center, the place that Steph Curry plays basketball? The place that they have 4 championship banners up from the last 10 years? 7 overall? 95.7 The Game is giving you a chance to do just that. With our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Who loves you like 95.7 The Game? We come out to you. We're not afraid to come see you. The fan, the audience, the loyalists, the P1s, the P2s, the P3s. We're not afraid to come see you. No other radio stations doing that. We'll come to San Leandro. We'll come to Walnut Creek. We'll come to Danville. We'll do whatever we got to do to come hang out with you guys. Now we're giving you an opportunity to hang out with us and partake in the first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune in the week of October 30th. That is the 49ers bye week. And then the following week of November 6th, when the Niners are taking on the Jaguars, make sure you're listening to each show to learn how you can qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you are locked in at 95.7 The Game during those weeks, and you can have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Stephen Curry does.
Did you hear that chant in the hallway?
No.
It was the MVP chant. Steiny just walked by.
MVP. Oh, he's going to be feeling himself today.
I mean, people were even commenting on his Jordans.
He had Jordans on yesterday?
Yeah. You know those like half circle ones? They're like black and white.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Steiny had J's on? Team Jordan shoes?
The 12s,
Team
the
Jordans?
13s.
Yeah, the Jumpmans.
Yeah, the Jumpmans. Yeah, Team
okay,
Jordan. Yep, the Jumpmans.
Gotcha.
Oh, Steiny was weird. What did you wear yesterday? You had J's on too?
Yeah, I had
the breads, the 3s?
The 3s.
Yeah, the white.
They're white with like that cheetah print.
Yeah.
And then they've got the like dark blue, but it's not blue. It's like a aqua-ish.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I was rocking
Shout
my
out
Georgetown
1985
ones.
Gallery.
Yeah, shout out to 1985. We love you. I had my Georgetowns on. Shoe game was on point yesterday. Do the kids say on fleek? Remember they were doing that on fleek?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that anymore.
No.
We've moved on.
Now it's all, these are all the 12-year-olds. Bruh.
So they're
bruh.
Oh gosh.
Everything's bruh. No cap, bruh.
Oh man.
Oh my God, dude. You don't even.
The bruh word got used.
Bruh. No, it's bruh.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Bruh. Yeah. I don't like that.
It makes me want to smack them all up, dude.
Oh boy. We don't need you smacking kids, Shasky.
No, I'm not doing that, but that's what they do.
Shasky did pull the guys goodbye. He had things to do yesterday. He had things to do. It's all good.
Busy man.
It's all good. We'll only have one more segment. We'll let Mark Willard fill it up. No, I'm kidding. Mark Willard did a great job narrating, or not narrating, but hosting and running the point guard spot.
He's got a unique deal than the rest of us here at 95.7 The Game. He gets paid by the word.
Not to be confused with our Leonis word, one of our callers here at 95.7.
Ed the word, look at you.
Wow. Let's go to. I'm not allowed to say anything.
Oh, Willard knows I love him.
Yeah, I know. But if I said that same thing to Willard, I would get a text right now.
Starbucks down the street. Charles is in California. What's up, Charles?
Hey, Charles. What's up, Chuck?
Hey,
what's up, guys?
What's up, Charles?
There's
a lot of inside jokes going on.
There's too much going on in here, Charles.
I apologize.
There's too much going on in here. I'm trying to get
so inside.
Hey, Charles, I'm rattled right now.
Denzel Washington, the inside man.
I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, it's all good. I just basically wanted to
mention that I'm hoping that we can finally see a lineup with just these young guys. Going back to Bonte's question about the age, I don't want to see these guys get hurt. They've been playing like competitive games, or I should say the starters have been playing competitive games. Just like last night, it was great. However, I would like to see them sit. I would like to see Quinones, Moody, Kuminga, Garuba, even Trace Davis would be good last night. So, yeah, man, if we could just see them 5 and play against Wemby, I don't want to see Looney and them getting on by Wemby or nothing like that, man. I think they should just all sit, man. I would like to see that lineup going through. And Shasky, man, I actually think they will win 10 more games this season rather than 5.
Well, I was just trying to be, like, to me.
So you got about 54 wins, Charles?
See, I think 50 is like my over-under. So, like, 49.5 is, like, kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, man. They looked good last night, man. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, if the Warriors could get to the over-under is 48.5.
Is that what it is? I like the over.
You think 50, huh?
I like 49.
49 games.
If I was doing the over-under, I like 49.5.
49, yeah, it's 48.5 in Vegas. So you could bet it right now.
It's a good thing. See, all my gambling's been paying off.
It has been paying off. Hey, let's push Kick It a Hill to 920. I need to get some things straight. 920, i.e., haven't done it yet. I'm late. It's like me writing an essay 30 minutes before class. You ever did that?
Well, I never told you about my project?
No.
So this is back in high school.
I got a story for you. I got many
stories. We were supposed to have different, maps, and you had to like have a country, and I had, or a continent, excuse me, and I had a map of Africa, and I only had a portion of it finished. So I ripped the poster board like into a quarter piece and just came in with the part that was finished and said that I got, in a scuffle on the bus on the way to school.
Did they buy it?
I swear to God.
Did they buy it?
Of course they did.
Oh, my gosh.
Of course they did.
So,
lying is my greatest trait.
Oh, yeah, no, I have, trust me, it's gotten me in trouble, which I feel like Liar, Jim Carrey.
Yes.
I've been punished now to where I have to tell the truth.
By the way, I watched that movie recently. Still holds up.
Dude. I love Liar.
He's lying in bed with her, and he can't tell a lie. She turns and goes, "Was that as good enough for me as it was for you?" And he goes, "I've had better." It's one of the greatest lines of all time.
Jim Carrey had a run.
Short shriveling to the left.
Dude, what's that one? And Me, Myself, and Irene are two of the more underrated Jim Carrey movies.
No, he's legit. Mitch Brewer's class, 10th grade. Marquise Gillette's going to be ticked off about this. I'll never forget this. So he had an essay due. This is when you could write out the essays. This is before typing and printing and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So we had to write it out.
Penmanship was
double
important.
space. Yeah, it was very important. So we had an essay due.
You strike me as a fat pencil kind of a kid.
Why you say that?
I don't know. I
was versatile with my pencils.
Oh, so you
skinny,
had
fat. I didn't like the fat ones actually.
Yeah,
I like the skinny pencils. Skinny pencils
Keep
are my
going.
thing. So you're wrong on that one.
Okay, I'm wrong.
No, so I was writing an essay, and it was due 8:30 in the morning, whatever it was. Miss Brewer's class, very early. I write it up, basically hanging out before class. Write it up, get like 300-400 words done. She gives me a B+ on the essay. Marquise Gillette was so angry. That Rico, that paper got a B+. He just wrote that 20. Oh, he's been doing some big hate. He remembers that too. That's my guy. He gave me that Giants jacket that I was talking to you there. Marquise Gillette, check out the site. It's really good. He's got a lot of vintage clothes. Marquise sitting there. I got a C. He got a B+. He just wrote this up before the class. Like,
and
dude,
he poured his soul into it.
He poured his soul into it, dog. He was so hot.
Hey, some people, they got game.
So yeah, you got to have game. I had game.
Exactly.
I was the king of waiting to the last minute to write an essay. Carried me throughout my college days too. Oh, that essay's doing 3 hours. Dang it.
Well, punctuality has never been one of your strong traits.
Oh, it has been great traits. That's why I was writing for the Examiner. Your boy's going to be a beat writer. I know where to put a comma. That's for sure.
And you do like to show up to the big press conferences.
Yeah, I do show up to the big ones. I know I know the difference between there, and they are.
Oh, God. Nothing drives me crazier than the grammar police. It's like, look, dude, I don't care. All right? I'm not a writer.
It's the best way to win an argument on Facebook.
It is. You just put the asterisk, you are.
It's a walk-off argument right there.
That ticks people off when you comment on a grader when they're trying to clap at you. You just beat a grammar police, and that will trigger everybody.
Brief aside, because I know you're going to do King of the Hill after you procrastinate and get it done at the break.
That was the whole point of that whole story.
What are we thinking about Mark Davis, the champion, this morning, huh? WNBA, the Aces, they win it all yesterday.
Hey, you know what?
Casey Plum.
I hope Guru didn't listen to me. I told him to take the Liberty -6 because Chelsea Gray didn't play. She was hurt.
Yeah.
And the Vegas Aces win a road game. And they win their second straight WNBA championship.
Honest question. You're a diehard Raider fan. Mark Davis has been your owner for your Raiders for a long time. And
a decade plus now, yeah.
There is a lot baked into the equation for a Raider fan. What does him winning a WNBA championship mean to you as a Raider fan in terms of viewing Mark Davis?
Nothing really.
That's what I'm curious.
Because most Raider fans have no connection. Like, unless you're born in Las Vegas or you're from there, maybe.
Gotcha.
But I don't have any connection with the WNBA team over. It's good for him. Like, it's good business. Like, he's definitely ingratiated himself into that community. That's good. He got Tom Brady just joined ownership a few weeks ago. Another ring for Tom. It is what it is.
Another ring for
Tom. I know, it's crazy. But it does really nothing. Did you guys see him dance, by the way, last night?
Hilarious.
It was one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah. Outside of his
They were all
haircut.
chanting Mark. I was like, oh my God.
How did he get that lady in Vegas, man? He's got a hottie with him.
Well, he has a different one every other week.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh. Well, if I was
the haircut.
If I was an owner in Las Vegas, I'd probably live like him too. There's no point in getting married.
Well, the guaranteed date at a chance.
Dude, you go to MGM Grand Casino, boom, you're set.
You guys see him a few weeks ago, Mark Davis at the airport, just playing the slot machine, just like he's one of us, just sitting there doing the slots.
So do you play the slots?
Yeah, it's a rip. No, the slots now. You don't hit the slots.
No, the slots are a waste.
They're a
of time.
rip-off.
Yeah, they're a rip-off.
I'll do the slots to burn time.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
I don't
what
My mother-in-law, Diana, if you're
to
listening,
burn
she loves
time.
them. Yeah,
let's say I'm waiting for like my table to open up because we're here. Went to Tahoe a couple weeks ago. Okay, we're in South Lake and we're having fun. And there's a guy.
And who's it that told you to bet on Rice? The Rice Owls?
Yeah, that's Guido.
They didn't lead that entire game.
Not a good
was
bet.
such a bad bet.
But
we all were like, Rice? What?
There was a guy. We're in a big group. There was a guy that was just like, he was the plague of death. If he sat down next to you at the blackjack table, you were losing. Do you believe in that stuff? Because I totally do. And I everywhere I went, he kept following me, and I kept getting up and leaving the table.
Well, my thing is...
And I was trying to play him out by doing the slots to get him off me.
My thing is, when you get a new dealer, like the roulette table.
Okay.
We got a new dealer in New Orleans. I lost $50 in a heartbeat when she got on the table. And I could tell with their energy. I said, come on, give me some good energy. I didn't like her energy. I walked away.
You just got up
I
and
believe it.
walked
I
away.
said, like, yeah, you change the dealer.
It
on me,
feels
I'm gone.
disrespectful,
It
but
is.
it's my money, right?
Right. I just go. I just leave. I leave.
Is that in poor taste?
What, to just leave?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's your money. You got to get up and go.
Right?
Why are you even thinking twice about it?
Well, I know there are.
To give me my money, I'm out.
Well, there are
you
mannerisms,
suck at dealing,
right?
You giving me bad juju. Where's my dealer who's getting me hot? Give me good plays.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah, no. And if a guy sits down next to you and he kills a vibe, like you go play 21, which is why I don't play
blackjack.
21 in
I
the
love
casino.
blackjack.
I love blackjack, but if I'm at the table by myself, I'll play it. If there's other people there, they don't know when to hit me. They don't know when to stay. They blow the card game, dude, by just being greedy, thinking about themselves and not the table. And I get up and walk away. By the way, San Jose Jazz fan, you want to hear something funny? San Jose Jazz fan, always good to see him. Saw him yesterday. Christy, the lovely Christy, Mark Willer's partner in crime. She goes, I can't believe that San Jose Jazz fan. I could have sworn he was a black guy. What? I was expecting something entirely different. I think that's just it, right? San Jose Jazz fan. I was like, it was kind of funny. Like, everybody sees me.
So
they're like,
we're racially profiling?
No, we're not racially profiling. We
What?
just the assumption of what we are. Like, think about this. Drew Dow's girl yesterday was like, he goes, Xavier knows what I'm talking about. Yes, he said a slim black guy. I thought he was a slim black guy. Christy was hilarious.
Whoa.
Drew Dow's girl comes up to me. I always love making white people uncomfortable when we talk about this stuff. Shasty gets so uncomfortable. It's so good.
Well, I mean,
even though he comes off as so hood, the Excelsior, we start talking race relations, and my guy turns into Sausalito Shasky in a heartpeat. But no, Drew Dow's girl goes up to me. You're so tall.
Keep your job.
Yeah. Well, no, we're keeping our jobs.
No, I know. I know that I need to be very careful with what comes out of my mouth.
I'm just letting it fly. It's Radio Bonte. Radio Bonte's here, folks. Not TV Bonte. That'd be Tuesday, 6 o'clock.
That's why it's Bonte
everybody.
with the Butcher.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not true. It's Bonte and the Butcher.
I'm teasing.
It should be Butcher and Bonte. That's a better name. Don't get any ideas, because as soon as my name gets knocked off the headline, there goes my dollars. No, but somebody, Drew Dowd's girlfriend, came up to me. It's like, I thought you were a lot shorter. Everybody always comes up to me, you're a lot taller than I am. And then one guy finally cracked. One guy was like, I could have swore you were a short, fat white guy. I was like, damn, I sound like a short, white guy?
Well, yeah, I mean, you like the Indianapolis Colts all-white uniforms.
They are sweet.
You're transforming into Mike Francesa. I've told you
those
that.
all-white uniforms are so sweet.
You're into golf now?
I actually just played the Colts in the Super Bowl, my Madden franchise, and I was playing against all-white uniforms. I had to come back and win that game. I was like, these all-white, they go. The cocaine whites with the horseshoe. Oh, my God.
You love journalism?
I do love journalism. Marcus Sasser does, too. Buddy Poole does. What does that mean? There's black folks in journalism. Mark Spears has made the Hall of Fame for journalism.
That's true.
A black guy. Come on.
You love journalism as if there's not like every single race that's a part of journalism.
Right.
This is why I don't open my mouth in these situations.
Yeah. This is why you just sit back and relax and let me cook for a second. My buddy said I needed a fresh haircut. Like, dude, it's early in the morning.
That's not fair.
It's early. Don't the curls will be back. Don't you worry. The curls for the girls. Knockout games coming up. We got that. We got King of the Hill at 9:20. We got more on Joe Lacob and Klay Thompson. Shasky's so rattled right now. She just said it to San Jose Jazz fan. I was like, I was shocked when I first met San Jose Jazz fan. Hell, I thought he was black too. And then I saw him. I was like, oh man. San Jose Jazz fan. He's a good dude, though. Really good dude.
There's a lot of great people. The amount of support when you look out into that audience yesterday was like, whoa.
It was a who's who.
Staggering.
It's a who's who.
It was staggering.
It's a
it was
who's
very
who. That's
cool.
why 95.7 Game is the people station. Really, we touch everybody.
Did you ever do that at the other station?
No.
Like that?
Not like that. Not like that.
Don't even give them the ideas. And contrast. I'm just asking.
No. And look, Jonathan in San Francisco was there.
I know.
Jonathan in SF, you had 49er Frankie. You know, you had a who's who of people.
49er Frankie was there?
Yeah, he was there.
Guru's boy?
Guru's boy. Union City was in the house. They're getting after it.
There's a lot of Union City in the house.
And 49er Frankie's a little worried about those Niners.
What do you mean?
We're going to make any trades, Bonte? We need another corner. We can't Isaiah Oliver in the slot. Turpin just roasted him. Trust me, I know.
It's a great nickname.
That.
49er Frankie.
It's a really good name.
It's a really good nickname.
I like those names.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
A lot of good. We got Ray Spadoni. You got Fat out there running over everybody for the DC Stars. Wet. I mean, Dacre literally goes by Dacre.
Fillmore Mike.
Fillmore Mike.
I got a Gilligan joke in there.
Yeah, you did. It didn't hit, but I got
it. It was an older demo.
Yeah, I know. I got it. It didn't. You didn't land that plane there.
Guru was nodding like, yeah, I get that. It's the 70s. That's my wheelhouse.
By the way, Guru said something yesterday.
Which line?
It was a line. It wasn't Gregory Hines. Gosh, what was the line? I just started laughing. Something stopped. You guys all looking at me. I was just laughing at Guru. Keep going.
Dude, he's just.
It wasn't the punch, the Hawaiian thing. It wasn't that. Not to be Hawaiian and bring it back to the punch. That's an all-timer. There was somebody else. There was something else he said. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. He said
I hit him with the Rolling Stones.
You did hit him with the Rolling Stones. You did. That was good.
I looked at him. I winked through my glasses, and then I knew he was smiling inside.
Yeah. Dibs' $2 jokes weren't quite hitting. Didn't have the effect.
Well, it's tough.
I was like, Dibs, you've been using the jokes since we were at the San Jose golf course. That was 5 years ago.
Was it the Claude Rain ones? Claude Rain's The Invisible Man? We were like, to use that one a lot. And then for Sabonis.
Going back to the 70s.
Sabonis,
he's only been using that joke for 25 years.
I like that
one. Which one was the other one?
Hollow Man. Like Kevin Bacon, you remember that where he's invisible?
He uses that one.
Hey, dog.
He's walking straight to the Radio Hall of Fame with the same jokes.
I swear to God, Guru writes down like all his bars, and like I know I'm serious. They're raps that get turned into sports cliches that are incredible. I mean this because I love it. I live for it.
The YouTube chat when he was going off on one rant, I don't even know what he was going off.
He goes waffles. He goes.
Oh, that's what it was.
I don't want.
That's what it was. Oh my God!
And I mean ego, not ego, or
That's
something.
what it was. I said, "Oh my God!" He said waffle, and the guy in the front
Everybody
with the
was
A's
like,
pull
where
over.
is he going
Dude,
with
the
this?
guy. I looked at Ralph from Coyote Creek. Ralph just shook his hand. He just shook his head.
By the way,
the greatest thing about
all offensive lineman team of callers, Ralph is my left tackle.
Oh yeah, Ralph is leading
the
way. What about the guy in front of us? I forget his name. He had the A's pullover on.
Really nice guy.
Really nice guy.
Really
Sitting
nice
next
guy.
to Crispy.
God, what was his name?
I forget, but he was really. Even he looked at with the ego. He looked at me, and I just shook my head.
There you go.
Charles, my guy Chuck out there, used to work for the Chronicle. He does the shot clock for the Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
He's a bald black guy. You see him on the shot clock every single game. He's been doing it for years.
Yeah.
He goes, Bonte, this is a couple years ago. He goes, Guru's on vacation, huh? I was like, yeah. He goes, when he's on the air, he says some stuff. He's like, what the hell are you talking about? But he goes, when he's gone, you start to notice, like, man, Guru's out of there. I kind of miss Guru.
Was it
It's
Big
not
J?
the same around him, huh?
Big J.
Big J. Big J was his name?
Yes.
Big J. Even
It's not
I'm not
the
a
same.
waffle. He goes, and I'm not talking ego. I'm talking echo, whatever the hell. I was like, oh my gosh.
He was in his bag.
He was in his bag.
I'm telling you, dude, there's a Jay-Z line where at the end of an album, Jay-Z says, I used to sit on the corner and I'd memorize these lines and I would recite them over and over and over and over again and I'd turn it into a verse. I swear to God, that's Guru on the way in. He's coming in.
Well, Deion Sanders admitted it. He goes, yeah, I practice these lines. There's prime time and there's Deion Sanders. He would practice a line. He goes, so he told Pat O'Brien, Pat O'Brien asked him, there Florida State's playing clips, and I found this old clip the other day. Pat O'Brien's like, man, are we going to see some prime time today? He goes, or you think they're going to punt it to you? He goes, as soon as they punt the ball, tell the band to start playing. I was like, that's amazing.
That is a line.
Speaking of lines, Joe Lacob.
Oh, he went Rodney Dangerfield on us, which he always does.
Oh, Guru.
Clay, not to go Rodney Dangerfield, but he needs his respect.
Oh, my God.
He did.
Oh, man.
I love it. I love all his bars, dude.
It was unbelievable. It was a great summit.
Sometimes it's like Southwest. I want to get away.
Steiny stole the show. He was in the MVP yesterday at the summit. He
How
got
about when
the
he
standing
stood up?
ovation. He stood up. He lived for that. But Steiny had to show up. It's in San Leandro. It's in the East Bay.
Yeah,
you better show up at
it's a
his
home
turf.
game.
You better believe it. If we do a summit in San Francisco, I'm going all out. I'm going to be long-winded. I'm having 3-minute takes. I'm breaking down 21 personnel. I am going all in at that summit.
Spadoni.
I will make sure to take a nap before that summit.
I'm calling cap on that right now.
Why?
Mark the tape. This guy, I'm going all in. Then the day of, me and him are going to be calling each other. I can't believe we got to go do this right now.
We're stuck in traffic at 90-degree
I was
heat.
furious. On the way over.
92, they're telling me to get off, get on.
I found the worst stretch of freeway in the Bay Area. Put this on the internet right now. The worst stretch of Bay Area roadway by far. 92 to get on to 880 after 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
It was brutal. But
that little exit ramp is the worst in America.
My GPS went from arriving at 3:30 to arriving at 3:53. I thought I was going to be late. And then I remember I walked in and Lucas is pointing, there he is. And he gets looking. I was like, let me just use the bathroom. I've held it for 45 minutes.
I know.
Just on a 5-minute stretch. Anyway, Joe Lacob was in his bag. He was in his bag. He was dropping some bars. And then the big question mark going into this season is what's going to happen with Klay Thompson. Joe Lacob brought up, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, brought up the negotiations with Klay Thompson.
Well, I hope it's not a distraction. I mean, we're not in control of this. I mean, there's two sides to every negotiation. We want him back. He wants to be back. It's kind of like Draymond.
Right.
I think you guys, everyone needs to just chill a little bit. Let this take its course. My guess is it works out. Okay? I can't control it. I can't dictate it. You can't dictate it.
Right.
Fans can't dictate it. These things have to take their course. There's different parties involved, but the intentions are really good.
Well, the Draymond situation was different because he had an opt-in and he could opt out if he chose to.
True.
But do you look back at how that went and learn any lesson from that? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Was it just business? Like, did that have any tangible effect on the season last year, you think?
Oh, it might have, but I think there were some issues last year with respect to some of the contracts. Some of the other guys got contracts I know you're referring to. Maybe it did. I don't think there's going to be anything like that this year, though. Yeah. I really don't. Klay's a professional. Respect him tremendously. And we're going to do our best to get this done. And, hopefully it is done sooner rather than later, but it might not be.
Chill, everybody. Chill.
Let me ask you the question I asked him. the Draymond contract situation, which Dre had to opt in, so it was different, and he had control of that. Did you think it was handled well by both sides?
Absolutely. The deal got done, and it became a non-issue. But
did it affect the season last year?
I see. It goes back to Kevin Durant, right? And Joe Lacob kind of brought that. He goes, I know what you're referring to.
Yeah, he knew exactly what I was referring to.
Yeah, and I knew, and it was a great question. Great question. Without referring to the contract.
Yes.
Kevin Durant's last year, when Draymond and KD got into it, was it because of the contract situation? Draymond was going to be a free agent after the next season. And he knew, boy, if they pay Kevin Durant, there may not be room for me. I don't know if it's a real thing or not, but maybe that's what led to some of the arguments. We won without you, blah, 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 blah. Go ahead and leave. And KD's like, okay, fine, I'll leave. That hasn't worked out for KD after, life after the Golden State Warriors. But then, same thing happened. New Poole and Wiggins had to get paid.
And got paid.
At
the beginning of the season.
Yeah, but Poole got paid after Punchgate, right?
That's true.
So maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, but I just...
But it did not become a distraction. That wasn't the main... It kind of took heat off his contract. It's just about the team and Jordan Poole, who's going to fit long-term or whatnot. And a lot of fans were out on Draymond, right? A lot of fans are like, he could walk.
I just think it creates unnecessary tension.
It does.
But I understand as a business tactic, because everyone's like, it's a business. It is. But sometimes that bleeds over into affecting your play and your psyche and stuff. Not all the time.
Now, somebody's going to fight through it, right?
Absolutely. Joe Flacco, great example. One of the greatest contract years of all time, right? This is such a different situation. I think you almost have to take on whatever negatives, because prematurely signing is not the best business action for either the player, Klay Thompson, or Steve Kerr, or the Warriors.
Yeah, I like making a player wait.
You've always been that way.
At this point, I'm like, just you play well, we're going to take care of you.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob has proven he'll take care of you if he really wants you.
Remember the Giants didn't give Hunter Pence an extension?
Absolutely.
Made him play that year out. He got a great year out of him.
I agree. Even with Pablo.
Yes.
Now, you end up losing Pablo, but I was okay with it.
You won the championship.
Torrey Hunter had a great contract year with the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah.
Contract years are different. I want to see you play it out. If I'm going to pay you this money, I need to see you ball out, because if I do give you the money and you all of a sudden you relax a little bit and you're not tripping up about the bad season, that's why I wanted the Warriors to wait on Draymond Green the first time around. When they gave him the contract, they gave it to him in like August, right? Of that year which they won 15 games. You imagine if they made Draymond Green play that year out without a new deal. And he's playing with Pascal and Spellman and a young, and they're losing all these games. What does his deal look like? What does that deal look like? I've always wondered about that, but they took care of it early, and they got that out of the way.
I'll tell you this. It doesn't look like 4 years for 100.
No, maybe not. And Dib said something yesterday. We were talking about Steve Kerr. And Dib said, I believe something will happen in the next 3 weeks when it comes to Steve Kerr. I believe he'll get a deal. What does that look like if Steve Kerr gets a deal and Klay doesn't?
Well, I think they're different. One's a player, one's a coach.
But then it's like, oh, you've already made the commitment long-term to Steve Kerr, the coach. What about me? I've already said that I won't play basketball without Steve Kerr. Yeah. I know they're different because there's no salary cap.
I guess I hadn't looked at it that way.
But if you look at it like, hey, he gets his deal, and I'm playing, and like, wow, you already committed to Draymond. You've committed to Wiggins. You've committed to Steph. You've committed to Steve Kerr. What about me? That's where things could get sticky if Kerr does get an extension within the next 3 weeks.
I hadn't considered it from that point of view. I feel like when it comes to the players, me more than most, I am so hyper-focused on the rules and regulations of if you go over this luxury tax and you hit these certain thresholds, how prohibitive it is to be able to make moves moving forward. If there were no salary cap, I would look at this whole thing very differently. But because of the salary cap, getting stuck with a bad contract, although you can find a sucker in a trade, it really limits your options.
No doubt.
It can anchor you down, like really anchor you down. Like I look at Deshaun Watson and the Browns. All of the capital they gave up to give it to him, and then the money attached to him, they're in a bad spot because of that one deal. Man.
But you have the versatility now with Chris Paul's deal.
No, you have
so
more
you have that move
optionality, as they said.
And that's where Kevin Durant doing that favor for the Warriors. I know he didn't really want to, but getting D'Lo back.
I worry more. This is, I worry more about Klay Thompson being affected more in terms of his play than Draymond Green going through a contract year.
Yeah.
I maybe it's because of just who Klay Thompson is as compared to who Draymond is. When you're a shooter, I think it's much easier to keep trying to shoot yourself into confidence and into success. Whereas when you're a defensive player, I don't know. I feel like you have to keep your level of intensity up because that's where you're getting all your financial value is through being locked in defensively.
Now, Lacob said it was important for Klay, Dre, and Steph to retire as members of the Golden State Warriors.
But I will say it's really important to me to have the continuity, all right, to have the continuity and to have these guys retire as Warriors would be such an amazing thing to have happen. Steph, Klay, Draymond, the three most highly tenured players in the league, 1, 2, and 3, I believe right now. I'm very proud of that. And we should all be proud of that. And by the way, that's when I grew up, that was important to have. You knew that these guys were your guys. They were your team. They were always with the team. There wasn't free agency and all that stuff. Now the world's changed. We all understand that. And business realities do enter into it sometimes. But look, I would love more than anything to keep those three guys here through the entirety of their career. And we're going to try to do that.
It's Joe Lacob. He's got everybody eating at the palm of his hands right now. He won so many people over. Even Big Pun South City hit me up with a voice memo. I love Joe Lacob. He's the new Eddie D.
I mean, who doesn't?
How can you not? He wants to win.
He's maniacally obsessed.
Right.
We did percentages yesterday on all big three staying together for Warriors, as Warriors their whole career. I think I said 75%.
Yeah, I said 45.
Okay.
Because I could see them, like, if it's over, maybe they move on from one of these guys at the end of their tenure. They play like one. It'd be like Patrick Ewing playing in Orlando.
Tony Parker.
Yeah, exactly. He
1
played
year
in Charlotte.
Charlotte, yes.
Hakeem playing in Toronto.
Which I don't even remember, but now I've seen the photos so many times. I don't remember that, though.
Yeah, I don't either. But I can see that.
Patrick Ewing as an Orlando.
It's tough. It's tough, man.
As we talk about great players who play on random teams, did you see the thing on the internet?
No.
Mia Khalifa, who was an adult actress for a very short period of time.
That's one way to say it.
I'm trying to be PC here. She had put out a tweet.
We talk about cocaine to strippers all the time.
She put out a tweet.
Porn star.
She put out a tweet, and someone spammed her entire replies with aging superstars in the wrong uniforms.
I did.
Did you see that?
I did see that. I did see that.
It was hilarious.
It was some
Joe Namath in a Chargers jersey.
Right.
It was Orlando and the Orlando Magic.
What? Joe Namath the Ram?
Was it a Ram?
It was a Ram.
It was a who's who of
wild.
People in the wrong jersey at the end of their career underneath it, basically saying that she's washed.
Yeah, no, that was
the internet, man.
The internet is undefeated. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco. I'm trying to be PC. No, you're following me and Khalifa. We know you. Both of you guys follow.
I do not follow her.
It's okay to. Hey, listen. I look at OJ Simpson's tweets sometimes. I shouldn't do it.
Hello, Twitter world.
Hey,
it's me, OJ.
I won't ever hit that follow button. But I may come across a video from time to time.
His videos are hilarious. The Titleist hat gets me every time.
I shouldn't be laughing.
Titleist has got to be furious.
I shouldn't even be admitting that. I shouldn't even admit that. Don't forget that you could also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And also shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. We know Shasky's Fedoni following.
You don't have to follow on X now because on Twitter, because people that like it just pops up.
It says for you.
Well, when you follow Tyler Miller, all the things that he likes.
Don't be snitching. Timeline. Don't be snitching.
Love you, Tyler.
For you means it's for you, Shasky.
I don't even know if it's in for you.
Yeah, no, you just follow her. It's okay. Let me see. It's okay. You don't have to lie to kick it.
Let me see.
It's all good. It's all good.
No, I'm in the following. Tyler. See, all mine's following.
Oh, so you do follow Mia?
No, I'm saying that's what my little thing is set to.
You're following,
but still things that I don't follow come up all the time.
Don't snitch on Tyler Miller.
Just put his business out there.
No, don't put his business out there.
He knows I love him.
Why are you hating on him?
That is the worst feature. It's the For You on X and
Yes.
following. I hate that.
While we're here, young Guido is ticked off at you. And before
Why? Because he made you make that stupid bet?
Here's young Guido's text. He wants to bet a top 25 NCAA team every week, whichever you prefer, and an NFL game each week. And whoever has the better record wins the jackpot. You can set the wager. Are you willing to accept this challenge?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
You're not accepting it?
Not wasting my time with that.
Young Guido?
No. He gave you the rice bet. I want nothing to do with gambling with him. I don't even want to be in the same sentence with him.
UConn was 0-5 up until that point, and I went with him.
He went a little too deep on that one. There were so many games on the board. Like what I do is cross games off the board. Rice and UConn, even the Rice House is laughing like, "Oh, this dude about to lose his money."
You're 0-5. UConn.
Rice. That may have been the first game they've been favored in 50 years.
I've not been winning this year. Okay, I've won a couple bets early, and I haven't won anything since.
We'll get back on track tomorrow.
I need help.
We'll get back on track tomorrow.
I'm still doing better than the last guy who did a morning show and did bets.
Oh, well, that guy's on ESPN now. Heard they call him Joe Fadenball? Call him Fadenball? Just Fade Fordenball? We do follow his picks. So my guy, Philly Zoo, since we're speaking of gambling, he's mad at Fadenball. He's mad. I don't mean to put our business out there, but we have a betting pool together, me, Philly Zoo, and Big Dog City. And he goes, Fadenball. I'd ask him for some advice. He just stiffed me. His picks suck. He goes, his picks suck. He ain't hitting on anything. I was like, he's not lying.
Have you ever met anyone, honest to God?
You stay snitching, though. You shouldn't be snitching on Tyler. That's not right.
Tyler knows I love him. I'm just throwing him under the bus. It's the roast. Anyone can get it any time. I get tapped on every day.
You can get snitched on every time. Just know not to rob a bank with Joe Shasky.
Yeah, we'll all be wearing dead presidents masks.
No, he will be snitching on you.
I'll be the guy getting blasted coming out of that thing.
You're getting people in trouble.
Like in Heat.
You're getting people in trouble.
Val Kilmer. I was watching Val Kilmer, by the way.
God forbid you mention people who send us DMs on Instagram and what they send us.
Oh, the things I get sent on Instagram. So you don't want to bet. I need help betting this week.
Guido, I'll think about Guido. He could be mad all he wants to. He's a sucker who gave you the Rice bet. There's so many better games on the board. He's a sucker who told you to bet on Rice, not me. Now he's mad at me. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at yourself, Guido.
Well,
young
you
Guido.
picked Colorado and we lost.
Yeah, but I knew that was a lot of points. We just rolled down with them. I told you to bet on Florida State that week. They've been covering
you didn't.
Left and right.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
All right, so this week we got Penn State versus Ohio State.
What's the spread?
Look it up right now.
We'll do that. Well, in the meantime, let's get to Denker and SF. Denker and SF, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What up, boys? Yesterday was awesome. Shout out to all the Marvel morning roasters showed up. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Even
I know we're a little tired, as you can tell.
All seven of the roasters were there.
Here.
All seven of the roasters were there.
Even Jesus Christ showed up.
Yeah, Jesus Christ did show up.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ. And Uncle Ludi. Uncle Ludi called me Duda from Chicago, or from The Chi. And Duda is a character who will kill you for chewing your gum wrong. He goes, Radio Bonte is Duda from The Chi. I'm like, dude, I'm not that ruthless.
Whoa.
Come on now. All right, anyway, go ahead, Denker.
So, real quick, I mean, this is just, spitballing. I'm sure he does this all the time. But Clay, his whole career, I've always thought he was a stiff player. He gets broken down with, shorter guards, especially the Kyrie Irving. Not that there's many of them, but he needs to really incorporate some intense, hot yoga and get that flexibility back. And, I mean, this is even more tinfoil. I mean, this is all just spitballing. When you spend that much time on a boat, you develop legs. I know, this is stupid, but you develop a certain way of standing. That's why they call them sea legs when you get off. It's different.
So wait, you're hypothesizing that Clay spends so much time
counterproductive spending that much time on the boat. I know, I'm just joking around, but that fool's stiff, man. No. He's stiff. We got to get that flexibility back, and I'm saying, we're having fun.
Denker,
going it out there.
Denker.
Did you shroom this morning? Did you microdose?
No, but I'm about to go play Sharp Park. We need a third. Let me know.
I kind of like that. But if I didn't have things to do, I'd be in on that. Although, after I get through 5 holes of Sharp Park, I was like, God damn it, I hate coming here. Greens are so hard.
King of the Hill coming up. Sea legs. We'll talk about that. Whether sea legs is a thing. San Jose Jazz fan Daker may be onto something.
No. Are we serious?
888-957-9570. Does Klay Thompson spend too much time on the boat? Does he spend too much time on the boat?
Bro, if this is where we're at dissecting the Klay Thompson experience as a Golden State Warrior into the final year of his contract, we have jumped the shark.
It's coming up. Brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. Fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. I need to get away to Bodega
I love
Bay
Bodega
right now.
Bay.
Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the fall midweek special. We can't do it because we work in the mornings. Now through November 26th, rooms start at just $279. Book your escape now. InnAtTheTides.com. Can you ride your boat there? Or is that too much time in the boat going up from San Francisco Bay to Bodega Bay? Too much time?
The fish is so fresh.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing.
Bonte.
All right, RJ Fairfield called us at the 6
Oh, my God.
hour. I don't care if he called the other station afterwards. He called us. He calls us every day 6:15. He's a Kings fan. He's a Niner. I think he's a Niner. But he's got takes on takes on takes. Check out 957thegame.com right now or at 957thegame on Twitter. RJ's call. It is hilarious. Do we want to just replay it right now? All right, so we do King of the Hill first. Because we've got a couple things we want to replay.
Well, there's a lot going on.
So there's a lot going on. We got a lot of Guido's
brother texting in saying that Bonte better fade the Guide.
Oh, Guido's little brother?
Yeah.
He said fade his brother?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't want to get no contest with. I don't want to take his money. I'm going to feel guilty. It's like taking candy from a baby. It's like
Shout out, Pod.
It's like play Baby Chaz in a round of golf on PS5. I know I'm going to win. Come on. That's not fun for me.
I'm going to be real with you. In 5 years, I've got Baby Chaz beating you in golf.
Probably.
In real golf.
Yeah, probably.
But that's a good thing.
If she wants to continue to golf.
Yeah.
Right now, she's into ballet.
Oh, is she?
And swimming.
Very cool.
And everything else in the world.
Yeah.
She might be starting school soon.
And first down.
We visited a school and Anna cried within the first 5 minutes.
Oh, Hannah did?
Yeah. Within the first 5 minutes because she was being like a big girl and doing things and sitting at the table. She's so ready for it. I did get a little sad. I was like, damn, my baby's growing up. I sat in the bath and just played with her. Just looking like, dang. It's getting so big. She's talking. She's checking me. Like, what's going on
Then
here?
you get those 6 hours alone of freedom every day.
Well, I'm not looking forward to that. Not looking forward to that.
Peace and quiet. Being able to shut the bathroom door and not be interrupted.
Listen, when you have a kid and you have a wife, there's no such thing as peace and quiet. Because even when you're having peace and quiet, they're calling every 30 seconds.
The honey-do lists are just insane. Don't even start me.
You get a call out of nowhere.
The laundry. I'm like, yes, we'll be doing laundry every day for the rest of our lives.
What are you doing today?
Am I wrong, Spadoni?
What are you doing right now? Same thing I was doing an hour ago. Trying to get some sleep.
Right.
Playing that. I'm in the fourth quarter. Can I call you back? 2-minute drill. I got no timeouts.
She always says to me when I'm playing video games, I can't believe you're in your 40s still playing video games.
I'm locked in.
And I'm like, yeah, I am. Now stop trying to ruin this game for me.
I had a big game yesterday against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football in Jerry's World. It was a huge swing game for my franchise. I lost 3 in a row. And I played through the losses. If I lose in the playoffs, I lose. I played through I lie. There was one game I didn't get a 2-point conversion against the New York Giants in the semifinal. I was like, no, I'm quitting the game. I'm playing this over. I'm still that guy. Do you do that too?
No, I don't do that. You lose, you lose.
No, I did that against the Giants. That team had to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I ended up losing the Super Bowl. So poetic justice. Anyway, it was a big sweet game with the Cowboys. She's just calling me. Babe, I got to win this game. And that was like standing up in front of the big screen. It was like a big game.
Here's the best part. It's like whenever they call over and over, I'm like, what exactly are you calling about?
I know.
Nothing's going to change between now and the time you get home.
Dude, they left to go to Calistoga. They said, hey, we're gonna give you the weekend off. You've been grinding. We just had New Orleans. I got to call like once every 90 minutes. It's like so much time off.
I can hear the garage door opening, right? And when I know she's coming in, I like, quickly, pause the game, turn it off. All right, pretend like I'm folding laundry as she's coming in. What are you doing? I've just been doing all this laundry all afternoon.
All afternoon. Sometimes I need a break, so I'll let Chesna watch cartoons. We're not supposed to.
So you immediately turn off the TV.
I see where the Tesla's at. Because the Tesla, you have the app, and it's always got the location. Oh, and it's about to get off 280. Hey, Tesla. Hey, let's go draw real quick. Let's go draw. Act like everything's kumbaya. Anyway, man. Roasters, if you'd like to get a chance to get a few shots up at Chase Center, 95-70 game is giving you a chance to do just that with our first ever 95-70 game knockout tournament at Chase Center. You got to know. You got to know when those keys start clacking. Hey, what's going on here? What did I do? And you get up, you got the trash in your head. Oh, I was just checking out the trash.
It's been a long day. Laundry.
Oh, let me just tell you about this. You're making up stories and exaggerating the stories. Oh, man. Anyway, our first ever 95-70 game knockout tournament is at Chase Center. Tune in the week of October 30th. That is the Niners bye week. The Niners bye week after the Cincinnati game. Tune in that week and then the following week of November 6th. And make sure you are listening to each show to learn how you can qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you're locked in the 95-70 game during those weeks, and you could have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Steph Curry does. The first ever 95-70 game knockout tournament happening at Chase Center.
Speaking of video games, did you guys see the guy who has the Call of Duty in his contract, Kyler Murray, return to practice?
Oh, great.
21-day window opens up where he can get either activated or deactivated for the rest of the season. Do you think he comes back?
I think he comes back and plays. I think Gannon wants to get a good look at him. Can he win?
He is a team captain.
Yeah.
Do Niner fans want him to come back?
Yeah, I mean, do Niner fans even care about Kyler?
Well, on some level, if they keep Kyler, they're not going to go quarterback drafting this year.
Right.
So maybe it's a good thing?
I guess.
Maybe?
I guess. I don't know how engaged Niner fans are with Arizona. I think they don't care about Arizona.
They just don't care?
They got Bosa.
Yeah.
You know? They got Bosa.
Thank God we got Bosa.
And Arizona has to make a decision because the contract for Kyler Murray, go look it up. It's like 45-51 or 51-45, 50-48. He's getting paid big money the next 4 years if they don't opt out of his deal. If they don't move on from him. And I think they're going to move on from him.
You know who he has played Call of Duty with?
Who?
This is true. Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods was wearing a Call of Duty sweatshirt while playing Pebble Beach yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Such a legend.
He is.
Was Tiger back on the course?
Yeah.
How's he looking?
The leg sleeve.
How's he looking?
Old. Told you it is the era of the old athlete.
Gosh.
Me, Tiger, Steph.
The Navy SEAL training that he was doing. Yeah, I just let you slip that in.
Let that get in there.
I just let that. I'll let you do that. 510. You guys sound like me turning off reality TV when I hear the garage door open. My husband hates it. That's Terry in Oakland.
Oh, my wife in the reality TV. There's the 90-Day Fiance.
Oh,
new season of Love is Blind.
Love is Blind.
Oh my God! I walk out of the room.
You know what? The Housewives isn't even on anymore because all this other crap is on now. Now there's even more smuttier stuff.
Speaking of Netflix, and you were talking about in the chat, real quick, not to cut you off.
Yeah,
the David Beckham documentary
is good.
Really good.
Okay, I'll check that out.
Really good.
I need to watch that because Ronaldo's was good. Cristiano Ronaldo's, it was really crazy. Yeah, I want to see Beckham.
Okay,
Beckham's had one hell of a life.
And he's married to Posh Spice.
Yeah, they get into a lot of that too.
And my gosh.
There was a line in there where she was talking about, we both came from very humble backgrounds. He's like, you drove a Range Rover to school.
So we're going to get the King of the Hill. We're going to replay RJ's call. Not to pivot off of this, but this text just made my day.
What's that?
415. The caller made a good point, the caller being Dacre. Clay was on fire last season, January through March. It's too cold to take the boat out, then. So he didn't have sea legs.
So, okay, wait, time out. So Danker is hypothesizing in the laboratory.
Here's the Danker call.
Right,
Here's what he thinks about Klay Thompson before he get the King of the Hill. In the meantime, let's get to Danker and SF. Danker and SF, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What up, boys? Yesterday was awesome. Shout out to all the Marvel morning roasters showed up. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Even
I know we're a little tired, as you can tell.
All seven of the roasters over there. All seven of the roasters over there.
Even Jesus Christ showed up.
Yeah, Jesus Christ did show up.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, he had a name. And Okaludi. Okaludi called me Duda from Chicago or from the Chi. And Duda is a character who will kill you for chewing your gum wrong. He goes, Radio Bonte is Duda from the Chi. I'm like, dude, I'm not that ruthless.
Whoa.
Come on now. All right, anyway, go ahead, Dave.
So real quick, I mean, this is just, spitballing. I'm sure he does this all the time. But Clay, his whole career, I've always thought he was a stiff player. He gets broken down with, shorter guards, especially the Kyrie Irving. Not that there's many of them, but he needs to really incorporate some intense, hot yoga and get that flexibility back. And, I mean, this is even more tinfoil. I mean, this is all just spitballing. When you spend that much time on a boat, you develop legs. I'm telling. I know, this is stupid, but you develop a certain way of standing. That's why they call them sea legs when you get off. You know, it's different.
So wait, so
And
you're hypothesizing that Clay spends so much time
counterproductive spending that much time on the boat. I know, I'm just joking around, you know, but that fool's stiff, man. He's stiff.
That's Danker.
Okay, so
as I get an alert that James Harden did Sixers practice again. Joel Embiid.
Does he have stripper legs? Like, what's going on with James
From all the
Harden?
lap dances, his thighs are a little sore. Quads a little tight.
Well, they did tell boxers to not. You know.
Too many. I'm not even gonna go there. We get in trouble for that one. What I was gonna say would have got us in a lot of trouble.
Bro, I cannot. It's like really.
Listen,
Danker thinks that, but Clay has spent so much time on the boat, his legs are wobbly. Hence why he doesn't have the conditioning.
415 said he was on fire through January through March. It's too cold to take the boat out. And then there's a couple people on Uncle Looney, sea legs Clay. Like seriously, there's somebody else saying Danker may be onto something.
No.
No cap from Jeffrey Jeff. No cap. You do get wobbly legs on the boat. It throws your equilibrium off.
Okay, first off, this isn't The Great Catch, or what's that reality show where they all go up into the Pacific Northwest and you can lose a life?
Catch. Yeah. Deadliest catch. The deadliest catch?
Deadliest catch. Like, Clay's on the boat for like 40 minutes or whatever the ride is.
Well, here you go. Hypeflix. And you guys can Google this. Google says, according to Hypeflix on YouTube, that if the waves are too strong, it could do damage to the lower body. Maybe that's why his shots were short.
No way. I refuse to believe this.
Can somebody go ask Clay this? At a presser? Who's going to take the bullet?
Get a boating expert to come on the show.
London, you know what? London, this has your name written all over it. You are the sacrificial lamb, buddy. Go to the next practice or presser, and I want you with a serious face, only as you can do. Yeah, because they're always serious.
In a U-Polo.
Can we reach out to Captain Lee from Below Deck? That's who.
Oh my gosh!
Good call.
Oh my gosh!
Good call.
Love
By the
it.
way, Below Deck.
Is sea legs a thing? Do you think being on the boat
Below Deck?
Dude,
Clay, I know it's been really tough for you kind of getting back into game shape. Do you think that like the time you spent on the boat last season might have compromised your shot a little bit? Maybe something like that?
You know who will not be asking that specific question is JD. Because when JD asked about shot selection, Clay did not like that.
I love when people who don't play basketball talk about shot selection. No wonder JD went nuclear on Klay Thompson during the first Warrior Summit. Wonder why he was so anti-Klay.
Wow.
Don't take it personal. Farhan clapped at me. Well, I am kind of taking it personal. I want his ass out of here because I want to love my baseball team again.
All right, so now I need someone who's a boating expert, a Marine, a merchant Marine, or somebody in the boating world, a captain of some sort. I need someone to call in and either make this valid or non-valid.
All right, sea legs. Maybe Danker's on to something with sea legs.
Well, Captain Jack Sparrow, he never had any problem with his legs. The guy's bouncing around all over the place, right? I mean, Peter Pan and Hook, they're fighting. He's jumping and running. None of those guys had sea legs.
Peter Pan can fly, Shasky. It's a little different. He can fly.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
In Neverland, Captain Hook was spry as ever. Come on, man.
You never watched Black Sails on AMC?
No, I haven't.
We're acting like he's Long John Silver with a peg leg. I mean, and that's disrespectful.
Hey, Chris A. I met Chris A yesterday too. Chris A. All these guys, they're all there. MDK1 was in the building as well. Chris A. Jack Sparrow could not walk straight.
That's a good point.
Sea legs.
Woo! Give me the Black Sails theme. That was the thing. I'm telling you, it's one of the great intros of all time.
Somebody has to ask Klay Thompson this question.
925. You only get sea legs after missionary.
I see that
go
on YouTube.
Full circle.
The guy, that joke was so good, he did it on YouTube as well. You only get sea legs after missionary. Rocket New Era makes a good point to Chris A. Jack Sparrow was also drunk.
Yeah, all the time. So are all pirates.
Klay, I don't think, is drinking on the boat.
He's not plundering.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my heart hurts.
Thank you, Danker, for taking us down this magical mushroom rabbit hole. I mean, seriously. You want to talk about going off into Never Never Land? We went off there in that call. Danker, I love you to death. Here's the song. Bro, this knocks. Bro, listen to this. This knocks. The Raiders should adopt this.
It's pretty sick.
Right. Wait till it comes in. Wait till it kicks in. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. This knocks.
I want to get in some cannonball now.
Feel me?
Yeah.
Cannonball.
The actual imagery they do
I love
on
this job.
this is also really cool too. During the opening of Black Sails,
It's so sick.
Great intro.
Hey,
God,
bro,
I
that
love
captain
this
was off the hook.
Very mid show.
Dude, how dare you? It's the prequel to, or the. I
don't know how you can continue to go on
It's
here.
like Game of Thrones, but with pirates.
Yeah, but it's Treasure Island,
my gosh.
more,
The Doobie Awards is going to be something special. I'm worried we got to wear tuxedos for
Who's
the Doobie
your
Awards
favorite
this year.
pirate of all time?
Oh, man. I've been watching a lot of Pirates and Baby Chess. Who is my favorite? It's Captain Hook.
Oh, I thought it'd be Andrew McCutcheon.
Oh, Pittsburgh Pirates.
I'm
Not those
teasing now.
Pirates.
No,
oh,
I'm
okay,
just
now
teasing
you're
now.
Jason Bay. How about that? Matt
Jason
Lawton.
Bay.
Matt Lawton. How
He's
about
more
that?
of a Met to me after the big deal.
Oh, I can't keep it together right now. Willem Marin. Willem Marin has something on sea legs.
Oh, is he a maritime guy?
Willem Marin, you're on the roast.
Is this the Monterey Bay Aquarium? What are your credibility standards to speak on boating and legs?
My grandfather and my uncle were both in the Navy.
Okay.
And my uncle was a Navy SEAL. And I literally just texted him, and I was like, hey, if Klay Thompson was on a boat for as long as you, would it hinder his athletic ability? And he said, LOL, no shot. He said, you get over your sea legs in about 3 hours, but he said typically if you're on for a while, he goes, it could take up for a few days, but he said it does not hurt you athletically at all. He said there was plenty of athletes that were on the carriers and in the Navy that were really good at other sports and stuff like that. The Navy has a rugby sevens team, and he said that they would literally get off the boat and go compete. There was no issue at all. So that's a Danker Hahn fairy tale that we've all been listening to. We're all now less intelligent for listening to him. Thank you, Danker Hahn.
Hey, my cousin Mike Schindler was a Maritime Academy grad who played rugby and just got inducted into their first ever class Hall of Fame.
Congratulations.
Mike Schindler, you know my big cousin, the big Viking.
Yeah.
He's also a big maritime guy. I need his expertise on this. No one has been on more ships in our immediate family than Mike. I might need his expertise.
Willem Marin just texted his granddad. He got the LOL. But he did say 3 hours. So now, would this Klay get off the boat for a game day? Does he take the boat on game day?
Oh, bro.
Does he dock the boat?
Does
he dock it? Say it's a 7 o'clock tip-off on a Wednesday night. Does he dock at 3:30? Because then his legs won't be normal for 3 hours, according to Willem Marin. What is he docking?
Was it you that showed me the DJ Khaled on a jet ski when he got lost?
When he got lost.
In the dark. I'm imagining Klay getting lost in the dark like DJ Khaled, and then he's got like wobbly legs and is afraid to tell everyone in the organization that he's got sea legs, and that's why he's not going too well.
He gets off the boat at 5:30. So his legs are not normal until about 9 o'clock, which is the third quarter of a basketball game. No wonder he has big-time third quarters, folks.
That explains Lonnie Walker.
Let's break down the splits. First half field goal percentage, second half field goal percentage. Third quarter 3-point percentage.
Oh, my God.
Fourth quarter 3-point percentage.
So
how's he looking at shoot around?
The 415's on it. We did a Call of Duty clause for Kyler Murray. I think we need a boat clause for Klay Thompson on his new deal.
Oh, man. Oh, he does bike into work. Does it biking take away from your athletic ability when it comes to the lower body? He does bike from the dock. Should get an electric scooter at the very least. Oh my God.
So I ride my boat from Discovery Bay to the city at times, and when we get off, my legs are shaking like these overnight dancers.
Everybody look at me, 'cause I'm sailing on a boat. On a boat. Take a good hard look at the mother boat.
Is that Lonely Island Boys or whatever? What is that?
The Lonely Island, yeah. Andy Samberg, so good. T-Pain. T-Pain had some knockers, man.
Dude, I love this job, man. I never thought C-Legs would take off.
What are his second half splits on the road versus the home? People are seriously in on this.
Did he shoot better on the road?
I'm
convinced. Oh, you know what?
I'm convinced
I gotta
the roast has an entire audience of microdosers and stoners who are buying into this. I love it. Danker, thank you. Thank you for saving us. I was tired coming in today. I had sea legs emotionally, and now I'm ready to ride it into the end of the show.
All right.
I'm on a boat.
I'm on a boat. I think a little Wayne, no ceilings. I'm on a boat. Getting seasick.
Nah, dude.
Stop playing because I'm fresh into the crease stick.
The two boat scenes in rap history that are the funniest is how you do that there, Master P, in the tiniest, whatever you would describe a yacht. It's not a yacht. It's like a skip boat. I don't even, it's so tiny. That one, and then there's the Too Short Rapid Forte. Oh, God, what's the name of the song? Where Forte's wearing a Jerry Rice white jersey. It's so sick.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. Road splits, home splits.
Okay, you're looking at this legitimately.
Yeah. 33 games on the road. Klay Thompson shot 42.3%.
On the road, 42.3.
On the road. 39.6 from three. He did shoot nearly 95% from the free throw line on the road.
Okay.
19 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists.
Okay.
At home, Klay Thompson shot 44.7%, which is higher than the road.
Okay.
He shot 42.4 from three, which is higher than the road. But he was able to move around, right? Because the free throw percentage shot 85%. So when he gets to the charity stripe, that's when the sea legs come into play.
Yeah, see,
he's standing
he's used
still.
to things rocking around.
Yeah, he needs to rock around and move, get that blood flow. But at the free throw line, he's just stationary, bending his knees.
Yeah.
So that's when the sea legs really take into effect at home. So you know what? I'm all for it. Sea legs it is. But he does average 24 points a game at home.
I just, thank you, Danker. Just thank you.
It's 9:39.
That's what you know. Dude. Bro. The first version of the roast was different, and that's when you knew the show was sputtering into nothingness. It's now 8:11 in the morning, and we don't have a lot to talk about.
We don't have any sound to play.
Bonte going, it's 9:39 in the morning. Thanks, dog.
Dude, hey, listen.
Do you have a top 7, a King of the Hill?
I do have a top 7. RJ's call. RJ and Danker. You guys made the show.
Thank
RJ
you.
carried the first. Can we play RJ? This is Sacramento. Listen, while Danker's worried about the sea legs of Klay Thompson, and so people are with Danker. He said Danker may be onto something.
More people than I thought.
RJ in Fairfield, Sacramento Kings fan. Remember, Kings fans are ticked off because they didn't get a Christmas Day game.
Come on.
They thought they were spending Christmas at the Golden One Center.
Man, even the Knicks get Christmas Day games.
Adam Silver ain't no dummy. We ain't opening presents in Sacramento. What are you guys thinking about? I'm not going to Sacktown for Christmas during the holidays. Come on. But RJ, well, here's RJ. The 6 o'clock hour.
They sponsored yet? Have we sponsored the RJ segment?
He always gives us that call at 6 in the morning. I love RJ.
It.
I love RJ's passion, man. RJ, what's happening?
I'm glad y'all happy this morning. That game was personal for us, man.
I'm not. I gotta laugh.
Oh, I gotta laugh. It was personal. It was a preseason game, my dog.
Shafty, give me a minute, real quick. That game was personal. You could feel it through the TV. Everybody was on their seats. Steph Curry comes in with we had a 10-point lead. Steph Curry comes in and we lost the lead. Can I just say something? Sabonis, you suck. You suck, you suck, you suck. I cannot stand him. Bonte, last year you said he has one move, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're right. He has one move. He can't even make a hook shot. He got outplayed by a rookie. And, oh, my God. So, and then we're up 2 points. Steph Curry gets the ball. We all know you're going to hit the three. De'Aaron Fox tags off of him and lets him do a move, and he hits a three like he normally does. Guys, that game was ours. The opponents can't even make his free throws, guys. Why did we pay this guy? The Black Falcon, Harrison Barnes, I would trade him for Kuminga with a first-round pick. Take 2 first-round picks. I cannot stand homeboy. He does nothing. He did nothing last year. And here we go again with the same roster we had last season, losing to the Golden State Warriors like normal. We are not, I'm going to say this right now, we might make the playoffs. We might see each other again. But that game was personal, and everybody felt it through the TV last night. If you have any questions, please ask now.
Okay, well.
Wait, it's your show, RJ?
If you have any questions,
please ask now.
Like the defense rests? What is going on?
I thought you called our show.
How did Steph Curry psychologically destroy the Sacramento Kings in like a 4-minute span of the preseason?
Because they thought about Game 7.
Dog,
when he dropped 50 on them.
We're talking about a 5th ring, and they're talking about a preseason loss. We are focused on the second greatest player of all time, or first, LeBron James, and eclipsing him. And they're worried about the final 4 minutes of a preseason game.
The jokes are not.
And let's be real.
The jokes write themselves.
Let's be real.
Dude, the jokes
Most
write
of us
themselves.
didn't really care about or watch.
Hey, can I admit something? I watched the 4th quarter on Bart today. I was knocked out.
This is the voice of the Warriors.
I watched the 4th quarter on Bart. It's a preseason game. I'm not working. I'm not staying up. I watched the entire 4th quarter on Bart.
Let me put a little salt more into those Kings wounds. I got a text from Kenny Caraway, and you were on it. 9:13. I'm ready for Steph Curry to retire.
Dude. Damian Barley, could you pull up D'Lo's tweet?
Oh,
D'Lo, ESPN 1320. Those guys are they're a wreck right now.
I love
We're
it.
worried about rings. And they're worried. And RJ goes, yeah, it was personal. You can feel it through the TV. We're on our feet. Wait, you're on your feet for a preseason game?
No, the best of the responses.
Joe Lacob was telling us it's preseason. I'm not really worried about these things. Nobody's watching.
Any Kings fan, this is Damian Barling, any Kings fan that's saying that didn't sting is lying.
What?
You suck.
Oh, my God.
The replies are the best part. There's 83 of them, and they're incredible. It's even worse. My fiance is a Warrior fan, bro. She's in mid-season trash-talking form right now.
Oh, my gosh. Poor Kings fans. They're worried about Christmas Day games and not getting shafted on Christmas Day. We're worried about working in June for the NBA Finals.
Bro, it felt like the playoffs all over again.
Hey.
I don't care if it's just preseason. The comments are great.
Hey, you know what?
What stings is seeing Barnes and Herter in playoff form out there tonight. That's who Harrison Barnes is.
Earth to Sacramento.
Bro.
That's who he is.
My favorite is they thought that they would hit the playoffs and in Scooby-Doo, they ripped the mask off.
Right.
Oh my God, it's you. It's like, Harrison's the same guy he's always been. You thought you're going to pull the mask off and it's going to be Kevin Durant in the playoffs?
And then you got Barnes. And then everybody in Sacramento. Yeah, it was good to bring back Harrison Barnes. It was really good for this organ. No, it wasn't. No, it was not.
Monty Morris, who's all that championship pedigree he brings to the team.
Pedigree.
You mean fading in every playoff run the Warriors ever needed him in? The high water mark of the playoffs for Harrison Barnes was the first playoff run when he scored 20 as a 19-year-old against the Spurs.
Is that why the Lakers brought Tristan Thompson back late last season? Championship pedigree?
Speaking of a man who might have weak legs.
King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain.
Ooh, green onions.
Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. We love them. Maybe they could treat Clay for sea legs.
You know what I always think about when I hear this song? Grabbing the gloves like the guys in Sandlot, and they're all waltzing and stuff. It's the best part, right?
It's a great song. It's a great song.
By the way, I also went down the rabbit hole, and I'm a man enough to admit this. Found the Field of Dreams moment on YouTube, and I cried. Hey, Dad, can we have a catch?
I cry over Hall of Fame speeches. You cry over moments on Field of Dreams.
I know. Field of Dreams.
Kind of suckers. Kind of suckers. All right.
Is this heaven?
King of the Hill. This week, we had Joe Lacob in studio. We've talked a lot about Jay York.
Yeah.
I'm listing my top 7 owners of all time.
Owners?
My top 7 sports owners of all
Give it to
time.
me.
Just North American sports. And no owner from hockey made it. So all you hockey snobs, I love hockey, but didn't make the list. Number 7.
Number 7.
Walter O'Malley.
Oh.
Brooklyn Dodgers. Moved the Dodgers out to L.A.
Yeah.
Got the Giants to agree to come out west with them. But he also signed and took the chance alongside Branch Rickey to get Jackie Robinson.
I like that.
You know, first black player in baseball.
I like that a lot.
He gets credit for that.
I like that a lot.
Broke the color barrier, so
I like
he
that.
needed to make the list.
Yeah.
Number 6. Another guy who broke all barriers.
Give it to me.
Didn't care about the color. He just wanted to know if he could play football. It's Al Davis.
Good call.
Al Davis.
Good call.
You know, the quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard within the first 10 plays. The Raiders. Al Davis. He's basically that mascot. They could just put his face on that helmet. It wouldn't mean a deal.
You know what's an awesome quote from his that doesn't get talked about enough? He's like, I always hear, got to take what the defense gives you. We're going to take what we want. How about that?
Yeah, I love that quote. They always say, take what the defense gives you. Take what the defense gives you. No, we're going to take what we want, and we will take shots down the field.
I love how G-Eazy thinks he's Al Davis with his outfits, right?
Not even close.
Like, come on, dog.
That might be my Halloween costume this year. I might go full Al Davis with the glasses
you
and
could
stuff.
pull it
too.
off. That or Chris from Sopranos with the open, vest.
With the schnoz, too.
You gotta do the full silver jumpsuit, too, if you're gonna do Al Davis.
Yeah, dude. Al Davis, he was great. All right, this may be a little biased, but it's my list, not yours.
Yeah, it's yours.
Number 5.
5.
Joe Lacob. He took this moribund
All
franchise. My 7 all time. He took this moribund franchise that was dead, had no hope. We had to pick another team in the postseason. That's how bad the Warriors were for 14 years. And all they done is hang 4 banners. I may be a little biased, but Joe Lacob wants to win. That's what I look for in owners. There's a theme to my list. Walter O'Malley wanted to win. Al Davis wanted to win. Joe Lacob wants to win. And number 4, Dr. Jerry Buss. Dr. Jerry Buss. He wanted to win.
I like it.
16 finals
And party
appearances in 33 years, and we know about the partying. Listen, you guys, we always joke about being owners.
Yeah, he didn't have weak legs.
Dude, no, he didn't. Everlasting. Blue Chew also helped. But you know what?
What leg are we talking about?
I could get a little Jerry. I could be a little Dr. Jerry Buss, a little Joe Lacob, a little Al Davis, and a little George Steinbrenner, who's number 3.
I love George Steinbrenner.
How can you not like the boss? I said, Shasta, this is how sick I am.
He was suspended from baseball.
Suspended from baseball for 2 years.
Yes.
Did not care. I'm so sick that during the vacation, I'm in the South of French looking at the Mediterranean Sea, eating lobster and steak.
Weak legs?
Legs were a little weak on that vacation. George Steinbrenner, I ran across an interview. I had to think about that for a second. Was it 11 minutes? Was it 5 minutes? George Steinbrenner.
Marcus is always in your head.
He's always in my head. Every day. Every day. We're always looking at the clock. He did a 1 hour sit down with Mike and the Mad Dog.
The best.
And that interview was off the chain. I mean, it was like Steinbrenner's telling them, hey, I hear what you guys are saying. Hey, why don't you come do this job? It's not that hard, huh? You think so? He answered everything. George Steinbrenner is one of my all-time favorites. I don't care. Was he a crook at times? All these guys got a little shadiness to them. That's why we like Scarface. That's why we like Goodfellas. We like shady characters.
Absolutely.
That's why we like Franklin Saint. That's why we like Duda from The Chi. Got to have a little shadiness to you. George Steinbrenner, number 3. All right, moving on. Number 2. The Rooneys, man.
The Rooneys?
The Rooneys in Pittsburgh.
It's a good call.
Stability.
Yeah.
The way they do business.
Class.
First class. I think Pittsburgh Steelers, I think of their fan base, all class. 3 head coaches in the last 100 years. Now, I know I'm being a little exaggerated a little bit here, but hyperbolic. But 3 coaches in basically 50 years?
Yeah, they're
almost
like one of the model teams in sports.
Absolutely. And the Rooney Rule. Looking out for people of color to try to get into the coaching ranks in the NFL. I like that a lot. The Rooneys are their class.
And they always
they're
treat
number
their
2.
alumni with great respect.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good call. All right, who's number 1?
Number 1 is not Jerry Jones. It's definitely not Jerry Jones.
Somewhere Guru lost his wings.
How can it not be Eddie D? It's my list, not yours. Eddie DeBartolo. Eddie freaking DeBartolo. He set the tone in the Bay Area. The motto that I go by is because of Eddie D. What did he say? Show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser.
That's one of my favorite lines ever.
Show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser. It's Super Bowl or bust around here. And that motto is a motto I go by in life. It's Super Bowl or bust. It's all or nothing. If we don't win, it will be disappointing, and it will be doom and gloom. And there will be a dark cloud hanging over my head until we get that damn championship. You heard from Joe Lacob? He's rising up the ranks because he's got some Eddie D in him. Eddie D, number one on my list for all-time owners. No, it ain't Tom Benson. No, it ain't Jerry Jones. It's Eddie DeBartolo.
No Bob Kraft on that list.
Yeah, I thought about it.
No Jerry Reinsdorf. He won one with the White Sox and with the Bulls.
I don't think of him as a good owner.
Okay, what about the guy in L.A. right now?
He's cheap.
What about the guy in L.A. who runs
Artie Moreno?
No, the guy who runs
Kroenke. He's on a run right now.
Yeah,
Kroenke's on the run.
Yeah.
He's on the run.
What's
What
that?
about
The
the
European
Avalanche?
soccer, too.
Nuggets?
Blazers?
Yeah, Blazers. No, he's doing a hell of a job. He's doing a hell of a job. There's a lot of owners who are going to look at this list and say, this guy knows nothing. Hell, Joe Lacob may be mad at me for putting him in fourth or fifth.
No, I think it's a
Dr.
great
Jerry
list.
Bust. But my list, Walter O'Malley,
Yeah.
Al Davis,
Yeah.
Joe Lacob, Dr. Jerry Buss, George Steinbrenner, the Rooneys, and Eddie DeBartolo.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Did any one of these owners have boats?
Well, I mean, Eddie did get caught on a riverboat gambling, handing money in a brown bag to a senator, I believe. If that's
It's possible to get sea legs on a riverboat?
When I think of riverboat gambling, though, I don't think of specifically Eddie DeBartolo. I think of Gambit from X-Men.
Or I think of Ozark.
Exactly. Where I'm like, there's no way they're able to funnel that much money
dude, they were-
through that tiny little town.
man. Yeah,
it was
no,
very
they were-
fake.
Yeah, Ozark did get a little fake.
Everyone's going to die in this tiny little town, and you're not going
Right.
to know that it's these people. Come on.
These people just moving to town and everything goes to crap.
Marty, her voice, she's very good actress.
Yeah,
Ruth, yes.
She's in another one.
She's a very good actress.
She played
I really
this
liked
thing,
her. as
not Anna Mine.
and I also hated the wife.
But Ruth was in this other show where I think it was based on a true story of this girl hustling people for money. She's going all over the world off people's money. I forget the show. Anna was watching it.
All right, let's go to
Anyway.
Fast Five.
All right, Fast Five.
'Cause I've
That's
got
it?
a thought.
Inventing Anna, becoming Anna. You guys are great, David and Jack. You guys know. That's why I love you guys.
All right.
You guys know. Final thoughts on the show.
Final thoughts on the show. The most useless character in the history of television is AJ Soprano. He's horrible. No one likes him. No one likes Anthony Jr. He was annoying. It was a plot no one cared about. No one gave two cruds. I couldn't stand AJ Soprano. Not because he was a bad character or anything. He just was useless.
Yeah.
Worst character in all of TV.
All right. Spadoni,
Ever.
what you got?
Man, that's a good one. I raise you a Jackie Jr. from The Sopranos. Easily worse than AJ.
Really?
Jackie, my father, April. Oh my God, he was awful.
We got blasted in the back of the head, though.
Yeah, when Vito capped him. Oh, come on. It's one of the best scenes in the whole show because he was gone.
London.
I don't have a Sopranos take, but guys, it's bad enough that ping pong is an Olympic sport. Now I'm seeing they're talking about adding flag football to the 2028 Olympic roster. Like, come on, that is not an Olympic level sport. Like, what are we doing here, Olympics? We got too many summer sports as it is. Do we really need to do flag football as on top of that? Like, what are we doing?
My final thought is I'm so blessed to work here. Seriously, the summit yesterday, I walked in there and I was like, wow. I think, sometimes I'm like, all right, maybe we'll get 50 people. Maybe you get 100 people. That place was packed yesterday. Packed.
Standing room only.
Standing room only at Fieldwork Brewery. So the fans here, 95.7 The Game, the audience that keep the station running, you guys really buy into what we do. We buy into what you guys bring to the table. We love the audience. As Steiny always say, we talk with you, not at you. We come to see you. We're about the people. We love the people. You guys are just as important to the show as we all are. So thank you guys so much for coming out yesterday. It means the world, all the selfies. You guys want autographs from us? Really? We're nobodies. We're just a bunch of jawjackers on the air. That's it. That got weak legs.
I just
have
want to
weak legs.
thank Danker before we go on out of here.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for riding high from whatever mushroom trip you were on yesterday at the summit all the way into this morning, because we needed that boost in the final hour. We were running out of momentum energy-wise. It's a long couple of days for your boys.
Speak for yourself. I had a bunch of Joe Lacob cuts at it. We could have got through. I know how to filibuster.
Save them for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. We'll save them for tomorrow. And a Football Friday. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with the MVP of the Summits, Steiny and Guru.
Now I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
MVP. Steiny, you got a standing ovation.
I'm not talking about that.
I'm talking about that. I'm proud to be your partner.
I'm talking about last night, another gift from Steph Curry. You've got to be kidding me.
It was preseason. I'm shocked. What are you saying?
Here's what I'm saying.
The chef.
It was the greatest preseason game I've ever seen. But for the one I saw in person back in 1985 at Boston Garden, between the Sixers and the Boston Celtics.
Whoa.
That game last night, I know it's a preseason game.
I'm shocked.
But, well, listen, as you think about, I think about things a little differently.
Okay.
And here's what I think. Steph Curry did something that I didn't think could be done. He made me really care about a preseason game. Watch the end of it. Why? Because the Warriors were trying to win. So were the Kings. There was just no doubt about it.
We got a new rivalry, Steiny.
Maybe.
Both teams want. No, I'm with you. They wanted to win. The Kings wanted that game. They are hurt right now.
But yes, I agree. But I also think even if the opponent had not been the Kings,
you think?
I think they were down, about 12-14 when Curry comes in with 8 minutes to go, whatever it is. And to me, at that point, Kerr goes to Steph and goes, look, let's let's try to get ourselves back in this game and try to win it, because look, Chris Paul and Steph haven't played together in close games because they just joined the same team. So I think there was a commitment on the Warriors at the 8-minute mark when Steph came in. Let's make this a game.
Okay.
Because at least if we make it a game, then we can figure out how we can play down the stretch or at least try some stuff down the stretch.
And boy, did they find out.
Yeah. Really.
And
really incredible.
But can we back up, Steiny?
Sure.
Because we're burying the lead.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody that came out and supported us at San Leandro Fieldworks. It was incredible. Another successful one in the books. And Steiny, what we do, it's about the people. And Dublin Marge, Damon Chang, Drew Down, everybody showed up. Philmo Mike. I'm forgetting all the names, but I'm still touched. And you can see my voice, my pipes are not doing too well. But
I got you, buddy.
For you to get the standing ovation, I am proud to be your partner this morning. In your new Jordans.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Steph goes out and hits a game winner.
Well, you mentioned last night, and something happened last night that I think we all have to wrap our heads around.
Uh-oh.
And There was some role reversal last night that maybe was unprecedented. So we're at the Summit. Big crowd at Fieldwork.
Man, Spadoni was special too. I saw you.
And Willard is hosting, and he asks the panel, do the Warriors have enough to win a championship? Goo, you start. And he said no. And Daryl the Guru Johnson said no.
I got Steiny-itis.
And he explained why, and there were very cogent reasons. It was well thought out, and some of the things I actually believe also. But it came then to me, and Mark Willard said, do the Warriors have enough to win a title? And I said, yes.
And you got another standing O.
I said, look, I don't think the window's open a ton, but I do see how they could be a pretty good team if everything clicks.
Oh, they're going to be a good team.
I think they could be scary late in the game because they are a real smart team with experience. And so I just don't know how we move on from here. Well, as a show and as
easy
as just a tandem.
Because Evan looked perplexed when you told him what went down. But Steiny, I need to elaborate.
Actually.
Yeah,
he didn't get it.
Yeah, he looked at me. But listen, I think and I've been told, there are things going on with the Warriors, and it's their fraternity. It's their organization that we're not privy to. And the Klay Thompson contract, which a lot of people may think is nothing, but to me it's something. The Steve Kerr on top of that. And what we've been told is we don't know what the Warriors were dealing with off the court last year. So, Steiny, I kind of failed Willard and the listeners and my comrades, talking about you, Bonte, Shasky, and Dibbs, because I know what Chris Paul's going to bring. It's going to be art. It's going to be art watching him and Steph Curry make music and watch Chris Paul be the conductor. But, Steiny, I don't think Chris Paul will be available. With the injury's going to come at the most inopportune time. So I'm gun shy. On about saying, you know what? He'll be there at the end. Now, if somehow he is, and I'm hoping we all are, then we got a ball game. But right now, partner, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at what Phoenix, how they were devastated when Chris Paul got hurt out of nowhere last year for Phoenix against Denver. So that's why, partner, I don't believe on the court and off of the court, there's some things going on that scare me.
That's fair. I think that's fair. But I think what's unfair is to look at this team.
The roster.
To look at this team with Draymond, Steph, Klay, and Chris Paul. I think it's unfair to single out Chris Paul and say he's the guy I'm worried about getting hurt. The reality of the situation is last year Chris Paul played more regular season games. The reality is, even though we don't like to talk about it, Klay Thompson missed 2 seasons. Draymond Green has missed plenty of time in the regular season. Granted, I'm talking mostly about the regular season, but I'm not specifically worried about Chris Paul getting hurt. I'm just worried about their age in general.
Okay.
Overall.
All of them. You're not
absolutely.
Okay.
I lump them all in together. I don't know. Maybe Warrior fans do feel like Chris Paul is kind of another level of being injury prone, if you know what I mean. But I think it's all those guys. You know, they got to be. You know, we said it to Lacob. You got to stay healthy. You got to stay healthy.
Yep.
And it's just understood. They have to stay healthy.
And a lot of the...
Just like the Niners in a lot of ways.
No doubt. And a lot of the... Willard, everybody did a great job, but a lot of what we talked about was centered around Chris Paul. And lo and behold, we go watch that game, and I was reminded, Steiny, you know I'm the biggest Curry fan, one of them. He goes out and hits a game winner, and I'm sitting there like, you got to be kidding me. Willard stopped the Summit. He gave the starting lineup, and I was like, that's interesting. Okay, you know. And then Curry goes out there and just reminds us how stellar he is. So how dare, this is what I thought about Steiny driving in, how dare I say this roster's not worthy to win it when you got arguably a top 5 or a top 3 player playing like that right now, and the chef wins the game. And you can't tell me there's not a rivalry. You can't tell me that Sack wanted to exercise some demons. Technically, you couldn't, but they wanted to send a message and they choked. I don't want to say they choked. They got their hearts ripped out.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a rivalry yet. It's you're right. That's not the issue. The issue is that both teams are playing really hard.
And both teams are good right now. That's been a long time too.
We'll see.
You still ain't buying Zach, huh?
They've got a fundamental problem.
Which you're going in.
Hey,
on.
did De'Aaron Fox get paid yet?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so
he got paid. He got his chicken.
All right, so he's gonna. Okay, it's still
he's a baller, Steiny.
I know.
Oh
no, he's good.
Okay.
Is he make? What? I should know this, but I just have Sabonis's salary numbers here. That's a problem. Sabonis's salary starting next year is a problem. He's not a good enough player to make 42, 45, 48, 51.
So you're laying that at the doorstep of Vivek. Why did you guys do that? Now, you know who it sounds like you're talking about? And I'm being real, Scotty, no trolling. Kirk Cousins. Because I think Sabonis is good enough in the regular season, and I think he has a Draymond Green problem. And he wouldn't be the only one. So what if they were to play somebody else? Would he get exposed? I think Draymond just flusters Sabonis like he's done.
Well, what happened? Draymond didn't play last night.
No, I get you. But I think a lot of what you're saying about Sabonis is the playoff series last year. Because I ain't going to throw shade at him about last night.
Okay, God, do I want to go down the Sabonis road at 10-15?
Once you get on Steiny's list, you can't get off.
I have a million things today. I am so
dialed in,
fired up and excited about the Warriors start next Tuesday. 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, if you were at the summit last night at Fieldwork, Guru's right. Thank you so much for coming out. Great time. If you want, call us up and you can talk to us about the summit last night. It was a lot of fun. If you weren't there,
calling you MVP.
I don't know why.
Shasky, Bonte.
If you weren't there, we're not going to harp on something where you weren't, because following the summit, the Warriors played, to my way of thinking, the most fascinating preseason game I've seen in a long time. And I know it's only one game, but you see my tweet? You didn't see my tweet.
No, I was active.
It's not about the tweet. It's about if last night's game is any indication of how this season's going to go.
Oh, where are you going?
Well, first of all, the season's going to be off the charts. And I just said I'm going to congratulate every sports bar owner in the Bay Area right now for a great year.
Oh, it's must-see TV.
If this is kind of indicative of the way the season's going to go, congratulations, sports bar owners. You're going to do well on Warriors nights.
Can I give you something?
Absolutely.
The great Sam Loveman and Bonte and Shasky, the producer for the Morning Roast, put up a poll, 888 votes. Does the age of the Warriors roster concern you? If I asked you to guess what the results were, what would you say?
I think it's very fair to be a Warrior fan and be a little concerned with their age. So I would say a lot.
67% say no. No.
They're not.
Yeah. That shocked me. I clicked on 33%.
Well, that's a curveball.
Yeah.
Huh.
But we haven't seen Steph age, Steiny.
Well, Steph's only one of the four players who we're talking about here. We're talking about Clay, Draymond, and Chris Paul too.
Dude, we saw Uncle Looney.
Did we?
I might tear up, man. Like just seeing the people that are we do the show with them. And to see the face, Ernie Chavez.
Xavier was there.
Yes, he was.
Let me see. I'm just
Dublin
Marge was there.
Philmo Mike.
Damon Chang.
Keep going. San Jose Jazz
Jose Jazz fan was laying low.
That's my guy.
He was laying low.
Dude.
And you know what?
The great
I didn't
Christie
mind
was there.
Drew Down? Drew Down was in the house.
Guy.
Drew Down was in the house. I really don't want to forget anybody, but I know him.
Dude,
Chris A.
Chris
I met Chris A.
Keep going. What's our guy that got the $50 bet? Grandpa Daddy.
Grandpa Daddy was there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A lot of fun.
That's incredible.
But I don't know. Seriously.
You're excited about the season.
Yeah, I am.
This is incredible. We got football, a team that might go to the Super Bowl, and now the Warriors. And what did Willard say? Or you asked me, excuse me. You asked me what verbiage or what word I would use on the Warriors season, the theme.
Yep.
Revenge.
All right. Yeah. But we had a lot of negativity last year. Maybe we could think of something more positive.
No, revenge that they're going to take out for the negativity they had to go through. Yeah.
It's fine. By the way, just presenting this. How'd you like that closing lineup the Warriors used last night?
Look at you. No, I saw it. I get you.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
My thing is health, Steiny. That's all.
Well,
and you know what? You threw some water on me, good water, about goo. Don't just single out Chris Paul, but I can in this sense, and I'll leave it alone. If you look at when he gets hurt, damn it, Steiny, it's in the offs. That I got to get past that. And Chris, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for the team, but that's all that scares me.
Okay. You're allowed to feel that way.
But Tuesday is must-see TKD.
Gary Radnich. Hey, you feel how you feel.
I wonder what he's doing. Who's the show that's going to get him on?
He's never going to go on. He's never going to go on the radio again. You want to bet on that?
Nah, I can't.
Okay, so, although I might be able to if I, no.
Okay, that's,
So, I love passing along right information. And I said, look, the closing lineup is going to be Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Wiggins, Clay, and Draymond Green.
Okay.
And that's exactly what it was last night, but for Saric in place of Draymond Green.
Yep.
So we saw Curry and Chris Paul finish a game. We saw Clay playing a position bigger than he normally plays. So I think that to me is a big part of why that game got intense was when Kerr put Steph Curry back in the game, there's no doubt they wanted to get that game tight so that they could see that lineup, or at least a lineup that they were going to try out for the first time. You had to start to find out what you think you have. And it did pretty well.
And I got to give Joe Lacob credit because he kept it real at the end of the day.
Good call.
When he said, Steiny, as excited as he is, he goes, we still have to see it. And we are going to see it. And Veggie Delight on the YouTube chat says, Steiny, it's night-night, it's preseason. If you can, expand on was it effort on what made this the most prolific preseason game since '85? Like, what made you say them coming back down when they could have just rested? Like, what made you say, oh, they're playing for these two teams are going at it?
Well, when Curry came back in, I think he came in with 8. Right. And they were down 10. That's the first sign that Steve Kerr might be coaching in a similar manner to the way he might in a regular season game. Because if he really didn't care, then he would have kept Steph Curry's minutes down to 23-24, which is exactly what you would kind of want if you're really building up a guy slowly. And so when he comes back at 8, I'm sure he says to Steph, listen, let's see if we can get back in this ball game and win it. Now, had the Warriors gotten down 16 or 18 in the next 3 or 4 minutes,
out the dogs.
I think he would have taken Curry out.
I couldn't believe he went back up there.
Hey, and then what happened? Then what happens is, Curry comes back, and then who else comes in? Then I think Wiggins came in for Moody, and then Chris Paul came in with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. So that's how they played last night.
I can't wait. And Willard threw a question to the crowd. You spoke on it, and I want to give this to you before we go to break. He asked who was the second most important Warrior. Steiny, and I don't even think it's close. Everybody plays a part. But right now, Andrew Wiggins has the skill set on defense, offense, his offensive repertoire, the things he can do to create his own shot. This me talking now. Steiny, if he can get to be what he was in 2022 and just be available, he is right behind Steph, your most important or your second best play. He's in his prime. Who can we sell? Kuminga trying to find his prime because it's still early, the youngsters. But Andrew Wiggins, a former #1 pick, when he's on, Steiny, watch out.
Yeah, 1 year he made the All-Star team. Can he get back to that player?
And Willard threw shade on him.
He should.
He said, what about the second half? Don't matter. He made it because he said he made the All-Star team from the first half. Come on.
Well, he also made it because of a fan's vote, and it was that guy overseas who had the TikTok. Let's be honest. Now, he may have been voted in that year by the coaches. That's very possible. But listen, this is where we've got to be honest.
Jesus Christ was there too. I'm sorry, Steiny. Yeah, don't forget about Jesus Christ. They're in the building.
He's there every day.
That's an 8.
He's ubiquitous.
Well,
he's omnipresent.
Yeah. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
That's not who it is.
No, I'm looking at your that's Rocky Bullwinkle.
No, it's not.
Who is that on your shirt?
You know what? Get in the game.
There's one.
Get in the game.
There's 2 Rockies.
Do you watch basketball? Do you even watch the NBA?
But I don't think that he's earned a shirt. There's Rocky and
Bullwinkle
my back right now, and it's Sly Stallone. Rocky, Adrian.
In case you don't know. Obviously, Guru doesn't.
Because you're matching with your
Obviously, Guru doesn't. I got Rocky, the best mascot going in sports right now.
But we're in the Bay.
So what?
You don't care about Rocky. Beat it.
I'm objective.
Dude, I don't have you as a mascot guy. It's kind of bothering me.
Huge. And you know what I was thinking about
it's
this,
bothering me, Spadoni.
I was thinking about this,
Rocky.
You know, there's a fine line between, think about it. You're a huge uniform guy, right?
Oh, I'm a nerd.
And what's the perception of me as a uniform guy?
You don't care.
Right. But when it comes to T-shirts and stuff like that,
you are special.
I am ridiculously picky.
Gosh.
And I do like to represent a team or something. Just, I like when it's off the beaten path a little bit.
I get it.
All right. Oh, boy. I'll tell you what. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'm gonna quote a guy. If you didn't like that game last night, you don't like NBA basketball. That game was incredible.
With that, it was.
And you know what? I've been doing this long enough that people know if I'm talking like this about a preseason game, something
juiced.
happened last night.
Yeah. Well, you got 2 standing O's.
And something did happen last night at Chase Center. Man. Okay. Here's the other thing. We're going to take a break here, but there was a listener last night. Shoot.
Male or female?
It was a male. Anyway, we were talking about Chris Paul and his role on the team. And I got to thinking about Steph Curry and the backup to Steph Curry as a point guard and kind of the way I've always felt about it. And this year it may actually come to fruition.
Wow.
All right. Knockout. Anybody want to play knockout at Chase Center?
Wow, man.
Knockout. Listen, starting Monday, October 30th at 12:30, check this out. You've got a chance to play knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. First chance to win Monday, October 30th at 12:30. If you want to play knockout at Chase Center, you got a shot starting Monday, October 30th, 12:30. That's pretty cool. I mean, listen, I was lucky enough. You got to turn your mic on. There you go.
We called it a different name in the
Yeah, we did too. We can talk about
it.
We'll talk about it on the other side. But listen, one of my fondest memories as a young man was I got to play in the Philadelphia Spectrum.
Are you kidding me?
As a junior in high school.
One of my favorite courts.
Yeah, as a junior in high school.
What'd you do?
I only had about 6 or 8 points. The coach made a point to play everybody.
Oh, I hate that.
We played Jim Thorpe. We handled him.
So that's how you got in, huh?
Got into what?
The game. Because everybody was playing. So Evan said.
Oh, I got you. Okay. No, that's not why.
Somebody saying I said ARP not Art.
I don't know. I heard Art.
Yeah, thank you.
As in Art Carney, Art Garfunkel,
Art Schleister.
Wow.
Yeah.
Art Shell.
Art Shell.
Art Howe.
Oh my goodness. Arts and Crafts.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
You
guys are the best.
You know what? That'd be a great game. You just kind of start that game, and there's a time limit.
There is a game like that. You
like
keep
that.
it going.
And I just lost because I can't think of one. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go. There's no chance you're not excited about that Warrior game last night. What was the best part? I got about 19 things that I'm going to tell you about on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
We mark every inch that our kids...
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't hurt me no more.
Who is this?
I don't like it.
Hadaway.
That's the name of the group?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not against it. I'm not against it at all.
Speaking of
Is this considered techno rock?
It was made famous on a SNL skit.
Okay.
With Will Ferrell, Jimmy Fallon.
All right. Yeah, Goo.
Well, I was speaking of groups, U2 coming to Chase Center. U2.
Wow.
Yeah. The Joshua Tree, one of the best albums ever.
Name a song.
I just gave you the album. I just want to fight you. There's like 8 songs on there.
You're right. You got that right. About 8.
No, 8 that I like bangers. That's an album, man. Dude, I'm so mad I can't name them. Damn.
You're a big Bono fan, Goo?
Yeah, there my guy is.
Art Monk.
I think it's a little too late. The buzzer went off.
It is.
But that's a great call.
Everybody.
Hey, you said somebody passed. Who died? Paulie from Rocky.
Oh, Paulie from Rocky died.
He was great.
He was. So let me see if I got this straight. I'm going to do this real quick, then we'll get to the Warriors stuff because I've got some. I got some great points.
Dude, you're excited.
Okay, so I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now. All right, and I'm going down the list. Okay, and I see Damon Chang. He was there, right? I met him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Dublin Marge.
She was there.
Never Go Full Jeff was not there.
He's mad, but I told him it's in the process. He wants one in the South Bay. It's coming, Jeff.
I want to say Jack might have been there.
Yeah.
Not sure. What about D. Lou the Boss? I don't think he was there.
Yeah.
Lori Matthews was not.
She's in AZ, Arizona.
She was not there. San Jose Jazz fan was
Our
there.
guy, yep.
Dublin Marge.
Drew Down was there.
Drew Down there.
Xavier W. was there.
Xavier was there. Rockin' New Era 84.
No doubt.
There.
You see, Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ was there.
Yeah.
Uncle Looney was there.
Filmo Mike.
Filmo Mike was there. All right, if we missed you, I apologize.
Dude, it was packed.
Yeah, it was nice crowd. Nice crowd. Okay, here we go.
Yep.
Here we go. Steph Curry. I've always felt with the Warriors that it doesn't seem like they've ever really had a backup for Steph Curry. Like a backup. They've gone through a couple guys, but I always felt that if you could get a really good backup to Steph Curry, I always thought that would be great. And people would say, well, why? Curry's a great point guard, and you want to play him a lot. So maybe I could see somebody saying the backup doesn't matter. But because Curry's so special, if you have a really, really good point guard, you can just slide Curry to 2. And he's no less of a player.
No, we talked about it.
And so now you can get Curry off the ball. Here's where I think when Curry's on the ball, that takes the most out of him. When he's off the ball, even though he's running around, I think that takes that's easier for him. Mm-hmm. And then obviously when he's sitting on the bench, he's resting entirely. So if you can keep him off the ball, if you can keep him on the ball a little bit, Chris Paul, who's really good. Oh, man. See, I just like I can't believe I'm going to say it, Goo. I was liking the optionality last night.
Interesting. And I'm not mad at you. We'll watch it grow. But I feel like, Steiny, when you just described what you did about Steph having a backup, the first guy that came to me went berserk last night in D.C. Jordan Poole, I thought was perfect. But now he is not the grown-up in the room with what we saw last year. But at some juncture at the summit, we talked about the good Jordan Poole where he got that contract. Steiny, I thought he was perfect for Steph. And there were times where Steph could go to the 2. He's not Chris Paul, though. He'll never be in regard to the grown-up on the floor.
Yeah, I hear you. I was thinking more of and we don't hear this term much, but I was thinking more of a true point guard, because a true point guard playing with Steph is, to me, even better than an explosive player like Jordan Poole playing with Steph.
So that's Livingston, right?
That's a good call. It's a good call.
Shout out, Sean.
Let's go to Mike in Berkeley. Get us started, Mike. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Hey. Given what happened last year, everybody knows it was kind of a bummer all throughout the year. But one of the players that was pointing up and seemed to have a high ceiling was Moses Moody. And, he played 7 minutes last night. And it was like a regular season game in Kerr's mind. I just don't understand what they're doing in trying to develop these players with ceilings. It's obvious that they can coach up, Draymond and Steph and Clay and Wiggins and stuff like that. But these guys with ceilings on them, the young ones, I think they're wasting them. And I just feel it's a real holdback from the Steve Kerr kind of legacy. I think what Guru was talking about yesterday, God forbid if Steph gets hurt, they don't have somebody that can step in there and score 30.
Oh, man.
And, God forbid, but I'm just saying, why wouldn't they use the preseason to go to Moses Moody and say, hey, let's see what you can do on offense, big guy, and see what happens with that. But instead, he's getting cobwebs sitting on the bench. I just don't get it. What do you guys think on it?
Good call. I'll go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just ask the caller, do you think we're all overreacting for the 7 minutes that Moses got and maybe it was just a preseason game? But he could be right. I don't think the beautiful thing about Moses Moody, Steiny, is he could get DMPs up the Yang and then they call on him and he's right there ready to go. It sounds like the caller is thinking this was a dress rehearsal. I don't think we're going to see Moses Moody every other night or nightly get 7 minutes or less.
I think last night could be close to the way they'd really like to play it. I'll tell you what, they would love to play Steph Curry 30 to 32 minutes. That would be incredible.
31 last night.
That would be incredible if they could just whittle him down that little bit. But to me, Moses Moody played 1 year at Arkansas, and because Moses Moody was drafted along with Kuminga and Wiseman, we think Moody is completely developed. They had two projects, Kuminga and Wiseman, and then Moody, who played a year of college, who had some seasoning.
Yeah.
But I think we made more out of it than it was because we were comparing him to Kuminga and Wiseman. I just think I like Moody, but he's in his third year still. And I think he's okay, but to me, he's a ninth man.
Right, and you got to perfect that, but you're in the rotation.
Yeah,
and some nights
maybe.
that 9 could be 7.
Maybe.
Injury, you could be 6.
Yes. I don't think Moody hasn't proven to me that he's a starter in the NBA.
No, I haven't.
Certainly not for the Warriors.
But he's definitely got some polish on him.
I'll tell you what, there was a play last night.
Oh, but look at you.
No, this was not a good one.
Oh, boy. You got to bring it up now.
I will. Well, I usually make note of it. When I want to make note of a certain play, I usually put the time, but I didn't for this one, and I don't know why.
Okay.
But anyway, there was one play last night. The play that De'Aaron Fox made at the end of the third quarter, that was big time.
He's a bad
He drove into the lane, spun, went up, got contested, missed it, and then tapped his own miss.
Oh,
it was an
man.
incredible play. Yeah. There's a play where Moody, the pass went to the corner, and Moody had to recover to the corner. And he recovered in time. And he got in front of the guy, but the guy went right by him after he was in front of him.
Well, did he have time to put the brakes on if he was closing out?
He wasn't actually closing out. He was just trying to get in front of him. And
the dude went right by him?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's advanced analytics. I don't think Moody's above average with lateral movement.
Wow. I'll tell you what. We'll watch this because you just put the thought in my head. I definitely don't have him as cement feet, and I know that's not what you're saying. And I definitely like he's shifty. I don't think he has slow feet, but that'll be something we'll watch moving forward. This is random. I got to get it out.
Okay.
I lost to Dwight Howard sweepstakes because I wanted the Warriors to have a big. I lost to James Wiseman staying in town. But we're going to be at the Chase Center Monday, the day before opening night.
Yes, sir.
And the last time we were at Chase a couple weeks ago, we got we had the pleasure to sit down with one Rudy Gay.
Okay.
Rudy Gay, another DNP. Steiny, I'm rooting for the guy. Is there any, if you had to bet, is he going to make this roster? Is he on it or not Tuesday night?
Yeah, I don't know, but I do know that Kerr addressed that.
Oh, whoa.
You know, right now, when you're in training camp and you have 15, 16 guys and you know you can't play them all in one game, I'm pretty sure there were 3 players. I want to say it was...
You got Quinones.
Quinones is definitely one. Podziemski was
Magruder.
2. No, and then the guy we just talked about. Why can't I think?
Rudy Gay.
Rudy Gay.
Okay.
Those 3 guys are playing Friday. They're going to play Friday.
Right, so they're
going to play more Friday.
Yeah.
Because, Yeah, because he wants to get them minutes on Friday too.
Yeah. So if you had to bet, you think you got some action, Rudy Gay?
I don't know.
I think he's a veteran, just like Corey Joseph, who got the Tony Romo minutes last night. He had 9. What's there to gain? Like, Rudy don't got to prove. Like, I feel like Kerr knows he's got size. He's a stretch. You're on the team. I hope he makes it.
I hope he makes it.
Length.
I hope he makes it too.
All right.
Just because he's a class act.
And I guess that's all I've been trying to say.
See, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a big reason why he does make the team. I'll tell you what, the more and more, and I said this last night, it was a little bit controversial.
You got to stand in Anna. Steiny.
And I swear to God, I need like 15 minutes to explain it because it's nuanced. But I do believe that Chris Paul, I know he doesn't have a ring, but I don't think there's a player in the NBA that's more respected than Chris Paul. And I think the players in this league know that Chris Paul is an unbelievable player. He's an unbelievable competitor. And that he's had some tough breaks.
No doubt.
And he hasn't won a championship. But I think pro players view Chris Paul as, if you're not a champion, you're one sliver below it. That's it. You just, some things didn't go your way, but Chris Paul, you are the man.
He's a standard.
You've been better. Yes, you made every team better. And the more I think about it, the more I think that Chris Paul is somebody. million reasons why Poole isn't here. But if you would have somehow brought Poole and Draymond Green both back,
man,
how in the world would they ever be able to?
They couldn't.
I don't want to say control, but how in the world would they ever
function?
Not function, but
what?
How in the world would they ever reel in Draymond? If Jordan Poole's here and Draymond's here, Draymond is walking around owning the place, and it's him. It's his team, and he goes as he goes. To me, with Chris Paul and Steph Curry,
talk to me,
and Klay to a lesser extent because he's not the personality, but I do think Chris Paul and Steph Curry can, as a twosome, approach Draymond Green and say, "Dude, what are you doing? Like, wait, come on, man! Like that ain't like they can say that ain't right."
During a game.
Those two, well, during a game.
Yeah, no
in a
doubt. I
moment.
got you.
But I do think Chris Paul has that kind of juice. And you know what? And I'm not saying it's going to come down to this. I said this last night. But, yeah, and if it comes down to Draymond Green challenging Chris Paul because he doesn't have championship rings.
Chris ain't backing down.
No, because Chris Paul will say, I'd have 4, maybe 6 if I got to play with Klay and Steph. And you know what? He might be right.
And Draymond might not test him because he knows just what he is.
Exactly.
All right.
But it's
a good thing.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Like, I think they have a better chance to keep Draymond in the fold now, or let's say I think they have a better chance of getting the best Draymond now with Chris Paul than if if Jordan Poole would still be around, or if Chris Paul wouldn't be around.
Can I tell you the one guy that's got me tingling a little bit, the one pickup that the Warriors got?
I know who.
And it's better than he's a better Bielitsa.
Okay.
It's Saric, Steiny.
Oh.
He's always, even if he was a baller in Philly, but his size, his IQ, I'm just saying, like, they did right with that. They did right with that. I get Otto Porter Jr. vibes. He ain't Otto Porter on it. I just get those, like, dude knows he's a pro. He knows what he's doing, man. 28 minutes last night, Steiny.
I don't know.
1 of 5 from deep.
Well, that's what I said. I jotted that down with Saric. Like, every once in a while, Saric's a good player, really smart. Can I make a prediction? And it's not like
put it in the cap.
It's just like I have a hunch he's not going to shoot threes well. I just do.
What makes you the age?
He's gonna I just don't. He's not going to get a ton of wide open ones, and I just feel like he's just a little slow.
Chris Paul was 3 for 3 from deep,
but that's just a hunch. That's all. And I got to look to see what Saric shot in his career because I'm not even really sure. Hey, let's go to take some calls. Let's go to Carlito in Alameda.
Gentlemen.
What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. About the Warriors, I want to say that I think the age is going to catch up to them. Somebody asked me what are the top teams in the NBA. I think Denver. I think Boston. I think Milwaukee. I'm sorry. I don't think the Warriors are up there. I want to switch gears for a second. This one's for Guru.
Hey.
Guru, what's happening to boxing? Showtime Sports is shutting down. What's going on with boxing? Is it dying? Thank you.
There's random.
Well, if you ask Bonte Hill and myself, it's not dying. K. Diddy and Sack, it's a beautiful sport, but it needs better leadership. But I didn't understand the Showtime boxing, Stoney. That one hurt. HBO no longer has it. I'll tell you what, when there's two, I know you're like, Guru, where you going? When there's a big fight, people tune in, but they got to fix themselves.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Get ready.
We got Devin Haney from Oakland. He'll be fighting at Chase Center coming up here shortly.
Okay.
So maybe we should go to that one.
Well,
T. Haney.
Well,
TMT.
What I was just going to say, and if you want to get ready to have a new drop, I'm not familiar with the subject.
Well, Ali, Frazier, Tyson.
That's different. I am a, you know what I am? I'm a boxing historian. But there you go. You're right. I had no idea Showtime is.
Yeah, what just happened yesterday?
Something's going on with Showtime.
They're folding the tent. Hey, Alnetta Harrison was there.
That's
How
right.
dare we forget?
Was Louise there?
And And my girl that makes the cookies, I forget her name. Willard took them. I'll talk to him.
He deserves them. He hosted. Let's go to Silk. Silk's in Oakland. What's up, Silk? How you doing?
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Hey,
Talk to us.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, I got a perfect name for the logo of the team this year, and that's unity. If the team can stay united and they all can add in, they don't need one person to score 40. They just need unity, and this team can get it done. I'll take it offline, guys. Thank you.
Unity. Connectivity.
That's not bad.
Yeah, same thing. But everybody knows this team got to the conference semis. Steiny, it was TMZ on their team last year. It was Jerry Springer. I'm putting Wiggins.
R.I.P.
We were all guessing what was going on. Yeah, there you go. But you know what I mean? They had a lot to deal with off the court.
All
season
by their own doing.
I understand that.
Right. And so because it was all of their own doing last year, they have to prove to me this year that it's over. All of it.
And that's why I hated my answer when I said no.
You want to change?
It really wasn't. No, it wasn't about the roster. It was about the stuff off the court.
You know what, guys?
I'll let you guys. I'm going to tell Willard today. You know, I want a do-over.
And, I know we have our audience comes and goes. Mostly they stay because they're just phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
But, I do think, we have to get into why you said no, and just to refresh, because this is fascinating. It's kind of funny, too. But at the summit last night, we were asked if we thought the Warriors had enough to win a championship. The roster, I think. Yeah, they got a good enough roster to win a championship. And Goo went first, and he said no.
Yeah.
And that just surprised me. Very, very, very much so. Because you're the optimist. Anyway.
But I got to watch and
fair.
I'm all bought in.
You don't have to apologize.
But something's going to reveal itself to me and all of us every game and even on the off days about how connected this team is. So it's a shame that I didn't say that and say, I think they can but I'm so scared about the boogeyman and what we don't know, the Clay, the contract status with Kerr. Like, this may mean nothing, but to me, Steiny, I'm so hurt and got a scar from last year and what I thought this culture could fix and rectify. Guess what? They didn't, but they made some changes. They brought CP3 in. So I need to watch and feel and come in here and tell you and Evan is back. Yeah, they are unified. Speaking of boxing.
Yeah, I don't like any of it. I don't know what I'm going to do with this information for 6 months.
Yeah.
Because I was
we
asked.
got 2 bets.
I was asked, and I said, you know what?
Bet.
I don't think the window's open wide, but I still think it's open a crack.
Well, there it's
possible. And here's what I don't understand why. Like when somebody says, you think they have enough to win it all? I mean, to me, the answer is, well, yeah, if everything goes right. If everything falls into place, definitely. If everything falls into place, yes, they will be. Like, that to me is obvious. They'll be a factor. Now, that's asking a lot to me.
Right.
But I have to allow for that possibility. Hence, that's why I have the window open just a hair. You know what? Couple B's could come in, but not. But hey, we got it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru in the house. How's everybody doing out there? Warriors played what I think was the most incredible preseason game last night that I've seen in a long, long time. There's a lot to talk about, and we're going to do that on 95.7 The Game, and it's all sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
The Made Flex Performance Collection from Flag and Anthem.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You're blushing.
Oh, boy.
Just own it,
It's not
baby.
about me.
It is about you, right? Evan played that.
Hey, Bay Area, this is what I'd say. Don't you get it? Don't you get what's happening here, Bay Area? Seriously. I know you wish I were more of a fan, and some of you think I don't like the Warriors. Not true, but don't you get it? Don't you get that this year is going to be incredible? From a basketball standpoint, it could go in any direction. Now, I think it's going to be mostly positive, but what does that mean? I don't know. But if you love basketball, and I just happen to love basketball, this year's going to be incredible. I will not miss a minute of a game.
Look at you.
I just won't.
Yeah.
It's just.
We should go out there Tuesday night. I know.
I'm definitely going. I'm going to games this year.
Oh, look at you.
There's no
Front
doubt
row
about
Steiny.
that. I don't know about that, but I'm definitely going to be going to games this year.
love it. I love it.
Can't. I mean, yeah, I'm.
You're feeling it. I love it.
Super excited about the Golden
Yellow hooded
State Warriors.
Steiny. Yeah.
All right, let's see what else. Anything you want to say? Anything you want to say right now, and I'll just run down my list. I got a million things.
No, just everything. You kind of set up the season. Everybody's excited. You got a litany of reasons why, but Steiny, this is the redemption tour, and the bottom line is what we don't know what's going on or festering with this team. I feel like it's been cleansed. I just need to see it, and then I'm back all in.
Should we let him? Should we let him back in?
I decide
Warrior
if I'm
Nation.
back in.
Can I gatekeep Warrior Nation?
It's Dub Nation. I heard Dibs the other day. It was yesterday. Talk about the nations. He didn't put Dub Nation in there. I go,
They
Dibs.
put Sioux, the Sioux Nation.
I heard
It's a
that.
good
But
one.
come on, Dibs, Dub Nate, Dib Nation.
Let's go to Kevin in San Francisco. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Steiny and Guru, you guys are awesome. I appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
But there are times when you guys frustrate me to all get out, and right now is one.
Oh.
Because
what's
come
Steiny
on.
doing to you?
You guys hedge your bets about the season. It's a simple question. Do you think the Warriors have what it takes? Yes or no? You can't wait until halfway through the season.
He's talking to you, Gil.
Right.
Well, wow.
And say, oh, yeah, no, they have it. They've got it. I think they have it. Come on.
All right.
We
Well,
can all
listen,
get
I love you for calling me out, but you can't take it out of context. My thing was not about points. It was not about wins and losses. It's about brotherhood. Is this team connected? Is there going to be any drama? So I don't know there's no scoreboard for that except the paper, the athletic, and what we do. So that will play itself out. And by Christmas, if there's no drama, then I'm like, you know what? This team is ready to go. But it's not about basketball. It's about connectivity. Yeah.
But the question was specifically about the roster and whether they have the players. Are the players, and here's the part.
Drew Down saying the caller was calling me gutless.
And here's the part that I guess is what's getting you into trouble, Goo.
Or I'm on a different slide. I'm getting asked the question, I'm answering it. I understand.
Like, basically what you're saying is, no, the players aren't good enough. Because, hey, is the Warriors roster good enough to win a title? I think it is. Now, everything's got to go right, but I think it is. So when you say no, I think people interpret that as saying, well, he's shutting the door completely.
Yeah, no, and I'm not. I'm totally not. When you got the
trying to work with you here, buddy.
Yeah, no, when you got the chef, I got it, Steiny. When you got the chef, you're all in.
And
But it's
Chris
the
Paul.
thing- and everything you just talked about with Chris Paul and Draymond. What if they were to bump heads? You know, what if Clay were to get pissed off? You know, there's so many variables, but that's not what you're saying. People are asking me about the roster, and I'm not going to go change it to yes, but I'm just, of course they got it. They just won in 2022.
Who?
I just said Andrew Wiggins is your second best player if he's on and available. But it's just the real stuff that cut me last year makes me just butcher this question. Shout out Shasky.
Kevin, was that Kevin in San Francisco?
Yeah.
I mean, but what about the point of, like, he was really, he was a little disappointed.
He threw you in there too.
No, he actually didn't. Because I said
both of us. I said get him.
But that's why I clarified that after what he said, he was clearly just talking about you. Because he said you can't. It's a simple question. Do you think they can or they can't? And I said, yeah, I think they can. And you said, well, I'm going to wait and see. And he really didn't like that.
Yeah.
And I could kind of see that because if I'm a diehard Warrior fan, I'm optimistic. I'm looking forward to this season. And so maybe you're just not.
Well, how much?
If you're not into it, you're not into it. I get it.
Listen,
I get it. It's not going to. Hey, listen, if the Warriors are really good this year, they're going to be solid offensively.
I got to bet that they're going to
solid
win 50.
defensively.
Come on now.
I know being solid defensively doesn't do anything for you.
Please.
And they might not have the highlights without Jordan Poole.
Nah, dude, I'm telling you, you know where I'm at on this team.
I don't.
I
don't.
I hate the
and
question.
I'm not.
I know.
What question do you hate?
The roster. Because I feel like it's an obvious answer.
Just say yes.
They got Steph Curry. Yes.
Okay, there.
But
you don't think they're gonna?
No. I'm telling you the TMZ stuff that went on that we don't know about, the leaks. I want to see if that's fixed. And what did you tell me? The residue from what went on last year. Those are the things that concern me. So you know what? I just found something that just popped in my dome. It's not the basketball component. It's the character component. I want to see if these dudes are connected. I believe that means something.
No doubt.
But man, if you had $1 for every time I told you. So you're telling me the leader of this team, Draymond Green, on the road didn't find time to chill with his rooks or called him up to the room with the no kid. You know, that's where I'm at with this team, Stoney.
Fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, look, even if I were running the Warriors, there's concern. Every team's got concerns. Nothing's a cakewalk.
But we can't admit no team off the court had issues like the Warriors. It's just starting with the punch. There's not even a close second.
Right. But I think you and I look at that differently. You look at it as though I feel like it's almost like, oh, boy, they got a lot of bad luck last year. No, they didn't.
You're saying they created that.
Draymond Green and Jordan Poole is not bad luck. I'm sorry. And you know what? God love Wiggins. That's not bad luck. I don't know what happened with Wiggins. It wasn't.
We know he was gone though.
It wasn't bad
so
luck.
So the impact was the team didn't have his services,
or something happened in his life, or his dad's life.
Right, and we respect that. But my point is, the byproduct of that was your team for however many days was lesser.
No doubt.
Okay,
absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. And there were two incredible events last night. One was the summit at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. And one was the Golden State Warriors preseason win over the Sacramento Kings. If you watched that game last night, that was not a preseason game.
Now, Pierce Evans is on the YouTube chat saying, Steiny, he wants you to answer about the 22 turnovers last night.
Yeah. I'm not concerned.
Right.
I'm not at all. I mean, I looked, Chris Paul had 3, but he had 9 assists. What does that mean? That's a 3-to-1 ratio. That's really good. And he's actually historically a little better. You know what? Do you have the turnovers in front of you?
Yeah, right here. Yep.
Give me them by the individual. Who did what?
All right, let me ask you this. We don't need music. Who do you think had the most? I'll give you 2 guesses.
Okay. Boy,
because 2 are tied, and I hate one.
I got to think.
Don't look.
You don't have to think too hard.
Clay?
No, that's a shocker.
He's close.
Come on.
Steph?
Yeah, 5.
Different
He's
case.
tied, and then there's
Kuminga?
one more. Yeah.
Kuminga had 5 turnovers?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. 22 is a lot. I'm just saying.
It is a lot.
Yeah.
No, it's a lot.
Preseason. Brothers got to work it out.
It's definitely a lot.
Yeah, he don't like it.
I think they had 14 in the first half. So it's the second half they calmed it down.
Good job, yes.
Look at
Evan, you were at that game last night. Did it feel like a preseason game?
It did not. And that was reflected by the post-game comments from some of the players. But it was just like the quickness with which the crowd got into it when they started to come back did feel like a regular season game at Chase, and kind of like some of the early regular season home games from last year where Curry would start to go ballistic in the third and the fourth. And Because it was also kind of unbelievable. It's like you forgot for a second that it was a preseason game because both teams were taking it very seriously. Not only just Golden State, but the Kings as well. So I think that combined with Paul and like Curry was hyping up the crowd from the bench, guys were into it. It felt like a game that even though they didn't have to win, that they wanted to win, which was kind of strange.
It was on the one hand, and then on the other hand, I can understand it. That's why I think it was so incredible.
This is a rivalry, and I know it doesn't have all the natural elements to it, but Sac is up and coming. It's growing. We got D-Lo and KC, K. Diddy out there, Steiny. So the two stations, our sister station, had fun last year with this, but you can't tell me what Evan was watching up close. Shout out Roy Firestone. You can't tell me that was a byproduct of what last year was in that Game 7 series. We finally got both teams in the North Bay, in NorCal, both good at the same time. I want to see them tango in the offs again, and the Mike Brown component.
888-957-9570 is the number. I think that's a good question, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
It's something.
And how much of last night's game would you say was because there's a rivalry? Wow. I would say, or because the teams don't like each other. I don't want to get into, is it a rivalry? Isn't a rivalry? Isn't not a rivalry? I'd rather get into, did what happened last night, how much were the Kings responsible that the team was the Sacramento Kings? Because you know what? There's something to that, definitely. Mm-hmm. I would say 50% was the opponent, but I do think the other 50% was, whether we like it or not, this is a new Warrior team.
Wow.
It's different. They've never played together. Chris Paul and Dario Saric were on the floor the last 5 minutes of a game for the Golden State Warriors. They've never played for the Warriors before. Mm. And so it was just a perfect opportunity to try to get back into the game and then treat it like a real game, because you don't know what you have. And it just kind of all came together. That's what I saw last night. I don't know what other people saw, but that's kind of...
They play next Friday in SAC, these two teams, and it'll count. So that's going to be crunk. We should take a roadie.
Yep. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Could talk to Vivek about what he was thinking with Sabonis.
Speaking of which, I just heard Evan has pipes. When you hear his voice, you're like, dude, he's gonna be doing a team. We had Lake up in here, and now you or I said, hey, here's your guy for the girls. I mean, for the women's team.
Who?
Evan, the play-by-play. We should have pitched him. That's what I'm talking about. We get so caught up in your agenda. And you,
no, it's
we
not
didn't
about
bring
that.
up. Evan was right there. We could have said, Joe, this guy is the man right now.
You okay?
Turn your mic on.
But what happened?
Hey, I got you. I was getting choked up back here too.
Dude, your boy getting older, man. That about last night. But we didn't even bring that up to Joe Lake if he was right there. Evan should be ashamed of us.
No. Evan, no.
Hey, can we get a picture?
I'll tell you what, why don't you drink some water? And
I'm going to lay out.
Lay out. Okay, how about this? I'll relate that story that you just told, because this just reminded me. So, during the interview yesterday, I heard something during the interview that I listened to it again, and it was early in the interview, and I went, oh wow. It just surprised me a little. And the next time I ever talk to Bob Myers, if I bump into him, I'm going to ask him specifically. But Joe was talking about the extension for Clay, and then Kerr came up and contract, and he said, I don't think it's the same as Bob, and he said, I think it's going to work out, and Steve's this and Steve's that, and listen, I tell everybody all the time, it's negotiation. We're talking to Steve, and he goes, I'm talking to Steve, and then he goes, well, I'm not talking to Steve, but we're talking to Steve. Like, Lacob doesn't...
He talked to Draymond.
Right. Because Draymond forced himself on...
Stop it.
But no, I just think that's important to not
I got it.
And I should have followed... Well, I wasn't doing the interview, but I should have followed up with Joe after the show, because I don't know. I just would have thought. I know Kerr's got an agent, and I know Dunleavy's the GM.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Where's the personal kind of feel to it?
No, I kind of liked it actually, because if you're letting two other guys handle it, then it will not impact. It shouldn't impact the workplace, right? Because there's nothing. It kind of can't be personal.
So is that what's going on?
I don't know.
With Clay?
I just thought it was fascinating.
Because that me against the world, man, that stuck with me.
Well, could you also read it as their relationship is not necessarily close? Like,
I didn't actually read it like that. I read it like
I don't think they still talk, but just not about contract.
Probably,
stuff.
yeah. Probably. Yeah. I mean, I would actually love to know this, but I get the sense Lacob's not doing the contract negotiations with Steve Kerr's agent. Maybe he is. You know, how important is Dunleavy and all that? But I don't know. It's fascinating.
Tell me if I'm wrong, just piggybacking off you and Evan. And again, Steiny, I've not played pro sports, so you know more than I in regard to these negotiations. But just hearing you talk and hearing Klay Thompson or the words come out of Joe Lacob's mouth when he was on with Bonte and Shasky, when he says it'll probably get done, for the average bear like myself, when I hear the owner say that, it's my default mechanism is, okay, why is it not then? And it's the same with Kerr.
Who are we talking about?
Both. Klay, there's got to be a gap with the money. He's probably, you know what I'm like?
Yes.
If it's not done now,
right,
the natural question is why.
Right.
But then when I hear the captain of the ship, Joe Lacob, say it'll probably get done, I'm like,
right.
Okay, what's different in 12 days than now?
Well, it wouldn't be 12. I think he's talking more about, I mean, it could be in 12 days.
I guess I want to be nosy, Steiny, and I want to know what the subject matter is in both. Is it, or dumb? It's money.
Well,
that's
of course
all
it is.
it can
It's money
be.
in years. That's all it can be. That's all it can be. We talked a lot about this last night at the summit. I think there were a lot of great points made about this Klay Thompson extension or not extension. And, you know, there's just some let me ask you a question. Let's say you're and Warrior fans.
2 of 10 from the field last night, Klay.
Right.
Yeah, just throwing that up.
By the way, his role is going to be different this year, which is also going to maybe add some complexity.
What do you mean by that?
He's going to play 4. He's going to play 4 a lot.
Well, defensively,
3-4. Yeah.
But shooting wise, I'm jacking. He's letting them go.
Of course.
Yeah, right. 1 of 4 last night from deep.
But the thing with Klay is I could listen. Business is business, and in the minds of the Warriors, and I will bet you in the mind of Klay Thompson, he didn't really have a great year. He had a great couple months, but Klay knows he stunk in the playoffs. He said he was fried.
All
right. He came back at the start of the season. He wasn't ready because he didn't play. If I'm Klay Thompson, I could absolutely, positively see him saying, I don't want to negotiate a contract extension now because I'm coming off. Now I'm 2 years removed from surgery. I'm 30. Like, I need to put together a year. Like, I think he needs to get play better. So the playoffs was
a stain, you're saying? To him, yeah.
Well, and it's just information that Joe Lacob in the organization has. I mean,
and we heard what he thought about the performance, Joe Lacob.
Right. Hey, you just had what we all think is maybe your worst year in the NBA. No big deal. It's no big deal. You're getting up there a little bit. And so we're going to pay you. We're going to pay you as a guy who's probably on the downside, and defensively you're slacking off. Not slacking off. Defensively, you're not as quick. And then Klay says, well, I can be more of the player I was this upcoming year than I was last year. And so why wouldn't you want to play it out to increase your value?
All right. Because that's risky if you don't get that good Klay back. Then where are you at?
But I'll admire but there's, to me, if that's what's going on, then it's admirable to me that Klay Thompson wants to bet on himself. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Golden State Warriors played an unbelievable preseason game last night as far as I'm concerned. It was just riveting, believe it or not. I thought it was incredible. And Steph Curry mostly responsible for it again, but he gave us another basketball gift last night, people.
Man, 8 of 12 from deep, 10 of 18 from the field, man. 30 points, plus 7.
Yeah.
Ask me what Kuminga's plus minus was.
What was hey Goo? What was Kuminga's plus minus?
And I'm still 50-50 with this stat, minus 17. But that happens when you have 5 turnovers. Curry was plus 7, but he actually had 32. Kuminga had 18.
Plus 7?
Plus minus.
Give me Kuminga's line. What did he shoot from the field?
7 of 14, 2 of 5 from deep, and 2 of 2 from the free throw line.
How many
with
rebounds?
6 rebounds. I like that. Okay. Yeah.
How many minutes?
29.
All right.
5 turnovers, 1 foul.
And none of that talks about his defense. How would we say his defense was last night?
It was okay.
Warrior fans, how was Jonathan Kuminga's defense last night? Jonathan Kuminga, 888-957-9570. Evan, when I was watching, I'll watch it again and then I'll focus on Kuminga, but I was focusing on other things. How was his defense last night?
I thought Kuminga looked much more comfortable offensively, but defensively he could still get lost a little bit. Like the Kings were picking on him at the beginning of the game, and then mainly in that third quarter. But I thought the third quarter it wasn't just him. It was everyone that was kind of playing too frenetic. But there was a lot of pickup basketball vibes, not just from Kuminga, but from both teams to begin that second half. And I think he kind of got caught up in the rhythm of that. And so defensively it was a bit lackadaisical. But overall, I thought he looked better than last year, or more comfortable than last season.
Oh, I would agree with that. More comfortable.
Well, we're going to find out Tuesday, though,
there
right?
Was a quote. I got to try to dig this up. There was a quote, pretty sure from Steve Kerr, that said, Jonathan's really accepting coaching better than he ever has. He's really improved in terms of
what are you saying, Coach?
I got to get that quote or something like that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors beat the Kings in a preseason classic last night, and I'll tell you what, and I'm dead serious, that was the best preseason game I've seen in a long, long time, and as far as I'm concerned, it was the most meaningful preseason game I've seen in a long time. There was a lot to be encouraged about. If you're the Warriors, there's some other things they need to improve on, obviously, but we're starting a new, different kind of era here in Golden State, and it's going to be a lot of fun. 888-957-9570. You believe a little more after last night's game?
Join San Francisco Zoo and Guardians.
shirts I wear. It's very I'm weird. All right.
Hello. Long as you know.
So what? You want me to explain it to you?
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about knockout.
I cannot wait.
So I've never worn apparel that represents universities or pro teams or colleges in the region I'm in.
Why?
I don't know. But even back east, I would never wear an Eagles shirt. And out here, I would never wear Stanford or Cal or Warriors or A's. I don't know. I just wouldn't. That never did.
Kind of weird.
I never did. But what I do like is stuff that's not from here or the area you're in, because there are fewer of them.
I got it.
Okay. In the area you are. They might be for example, there you go. Back in college, this is a long time ago. I had a great hat, Stanford hat, just with an S on
Okay.
it. It was a classic Stanford hat. It was beautiful. And people started calling it the Steiny hat because it was an S. For that.
Look at my guy.
And I moved out here. And there's no chance I would ever wear a Stanford hat out here.
So you don't like to.
I'm strange. I get it.
Yeah. I think I'm Dr. Darryl now.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a part of the group. And that's why the region you're in, you don't want to be affiliated with everybody else. I'm starting to think there's something there to where you're like, you know what? Everybody else is doing it. I want to be different. And that's fine.
Maybe we'll get my mom on.
Yeah, Mary.
See what she has.
Dude, I put a post on Facebook about all the good pictures. I didn't have one with you. She goes, "Where's my son?" I think she was mad. I fixed it, though. I got one of all of us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Hey, listen, we got a contest coming up on October 30th where we're giving our listeners a chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. So on October 30th, which is a Monday, we're going to give out 10 slots on all the shows. And the contest is going to run for 2 weeks, but the winners are going to have an opportunity to play at Chase Center, play a game of Knockout. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I did some research on Knockout, and I know what it is, but we didn't call it Knockout back in the day. Back in the day, we used to call it one-on-one-on-one.
Love it.
So, but it's a little variation, but I know what Knockout is, certainly, and that'd be a lot of fun.
The boss said we could participate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm still playing. Evan can still play, but yeah. We called it a different name. I can't say the name. I get in trouble.
Gotcha.
SEC, but yeah.
Gotcha.
You throw the ball at the guy like, let's go. Yeah, take me.
Okay. The only thing I might do competitively now would be play horse.
Well, you're playing pickleball.
That's true.
Yeah, I just wish it was basketball.
But what if you could play pickleball on the Chase Center court? Because that's what people are getting to do.
Yeah.
I know.
Wow.
You know what? That's a good, pickleball they had a baseball
How do you
series,
keep score and how do you score?
and I cannot tell you how to keep score. It's
What do you mean?
It's going to take too long.
But you know how.
I know
It'll
how.
just take forever.
I know how.
That's
It takes a little
strange.
while to explain it. But
takes a
pickleball had
little while.
a pickleball association had what they called the ballpark series, and they traveled around to major league ballparks and set up lots of pickleball courts on the field.
Now that sounds.
They did it at
This
Oracle.
thing is taking off.
They did it at Oracle where they
This
set
thing
up
has
Oracle.
officially taken off.
Yeah, they put like 25 courts. At
So do you
Oracle.
guys think how far are we from pro pickleball league?
They have. It's
this thing.
It's
wow.
a great point. My understanding right now is there's a lot of different kind of pickleball organizations and leagues. The best players get appearance type of money. I don't think there's anything formal yet. Rick Barry is a hell of a pickleball player at like 65 and over.
So real
you think
quick.
I'm kidding? I'm not.
No, I know. The dude's still active. He was there reffing when I hit the three at the old, remember we went for the station. I hit the three-pointer. It's on Facebook. How long does an average game take, pickleball? Or is that like saying, how long is an average baseball game?
I'd say like a game of ping pong, kind of.
Wow.
Maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's the fastest growing sport in America, actually. You can check them out on the PPA tour.
Yeah.
The PPA
What's your problem
tour.
with it?
No, I just.
You don't like it, you just said.
It's like if somebody came up with a new music genre. You can't. There's rap, there's country, there's, you know what I mean? There's hip hop, R&B, hard rock.
Right,
but sports are like, to me, I don't like new sports.
But they didn't all evolve at the same time. You see what I'm saying? So as you move over time, there becomes different kinds of music.
Okay.
Like, for example, when did and I don't even know, I'm not great at knowing the what kind of music it is, but I'll just look at our younger audience. For example, there's a type of music called ska.
I've
correct?
never heard of that.
Ska.
What is that?
Well, now I'm not quite sure, but it's not something that's been around for 100 years. It's some kind of combination of other types of music or an original sound paired with a sound we know, and it forms a style of music that hadn't been around before.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah.
How big is a pickleball?
It's like a wiffle ball. It's like one of the wiffle balls.
Bigger than I thought.
It's like no, not It's the wiffle ball with all the holes in it, not the wiffle ball that you can curve.
So ska is a music genre that originated in Jamaica in the late 1950s and was the precursor to rocksteady and reggae. Combines elements of Caribbean, calypso with American jazz and rhythm and blues.
Exactly. Jamaica, man. This is So who's the most famous?
Bob Marley.
Oh, okay.
Well,
but I would call that reggae, Evan.
Well, yeah, no, it is but Bob Marley was influenced by ska.
Wow, you guys!
It's like Dylan was influenced by Muddy Waters and Woody Guthrie. Two completely different styles.
I hadn't heard of Woody Guthrie.
Never heard of Woody Guthrie.
I got to run that by Norm.
America's storyteller.
That's Jay-Z.
Maybe now.
Right
Maybe now.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Yeah, so Monday, October 30th, you got a shot to play a game, a knockout at Chase Center. That's going to start October 30th. The number we use here, 888-957-9570 is the number. Talking about last night's you know what? Sometimes I like, here's a little, the NBA does not use the word and encourages this word not to be used for this kind of game, and that's exhibition. They don't like when you call it exhibition season. Or the Warriors beat the Kings in an exhibition game. The NBA hates that.
I didn't know that.
They want it called a preseason game because it sounds more serious. Nevertheless, and I was told that information 20 years ago by Raymond Ritter.
The man.
And so, of course, because I'm a jerk, I would always refer to him as an exhibition game because that's all it is. I don't care about winning or losing.
Well, last night they did.
Last night's game was a preseason game.
Yeah.
But it felt like a regular season game.
Now, I'm not going to dispute any of that. But you're so jacked on the season. I wonder if, because you're in a place you hadn't been in a while with this excitement, if that's what made last night to you. Because it was a phenomenal, just the whole game itself. Like for you, your juices are going right now.
No doubt.
But I wonder, your juices are going for the season too. Yeah. And I wonder, not clouded you, but how much of that had you thinking about, this is a game since 85. You know,
like when did that start to hit me?
Yeah. Because I think you're so excited for this season that you might have a little Helen Keller about last night.
Meaning too much, or I'm putting too much into last night?
No, I'm not saying you are, but I'm wondering how much. But it was a great game. It gave you everything.
You know what?
And Curry hit a game winner, so.
Listen, I totally get that, Guru. But here's the way I look at things sometimes. Steph Curry. Last year he scored 50 points in a game 7. Okay?
Incredible.
Steph Curry has been a finals MVP. Steph Curry has been a, 2-time MVP? Right. 4-time champion. Steph Curry has provided Warrior fans and myself with so many different types of greatness.
Yep.
And there have been so many times where we walk out of a Steph Curry Warrior performance and say, let me think about that. I'm not sure if I saw that before. And all I'm saying is, yes, it was a preseason game, but I have never, ever seen a guy like Curry elevate a preseason game to something more than a preseason game. Like, I know listen, it's the opposite of a game 7. Last night was the opposite of a game 7. It's a preseason game.
Yeah.
And you know what? It was magic.
That was.
It was another gift from Steph Curry. So then I start thinking, when's the last time a preseason game did anything for you? Never. Nope, not last night.
And the Kings got a chance next Friday to get backs, down as we used to say in the Union.
You know what? I'm going to quote Uncle Loon because I think Uncle Loon on the YouTube chat's right on the money. You know what last night was?
Let me guess. What?
A legacy game.
I'm going to give y'all a 3.
That was a legacy game. God. In a weird kind of way. It just a little. Of course, his resume is 72 pages. But you know what?
72.
You know what? You got to cram in there now. Turned a preseason game into a regular season game.
Well, he wasn't by himself. They all did it.
Yeah, but he's always the ringleader.
The chef.
Curry's always that guy. He's always that guy, like the Pied Piper. He's always in the middle of stuff. You ever notice that?
He hears everything.
Rounds up his friends. They go out and wreak havoc. He's kind of like a troublemaker almost, Curry. You know what I mean?
Well, you're describing James Dean.
No, Curry last night is, hey, everybody, preseason game. I know, nobody cares, and who cares? The Kings, and it's just a preseason game.
He'll make you care.
And Steph Curry goes, you know what? Let's F some stuff up tonight. What do you say we turn things upside down?
10-18.
Let me call some of my buddies. Hey, Chris Paul, what do you say we?
Well, they were down 14, partner.
Exactly. That's my point.
He put up the bat sign, bat signal, 8 of 12 from deep.
888-957-9570 is the number. All right, Guru, put it on me. He basically said, Steiny, relax. It was just a preseason game.
No, I love it, but you're ready. You're ready to go.
Definitely.
I can't wait to see you Monday out at Chase.
I'd love to know
what be in your bag.
I'd love to know. If you ask me, Steiny, what are you most excited for about the Warriors season? What are you going to be looking for? I'd be like, I can't narrow it down. There's 58 things I'm looking for.
Yeah.
If you're a Warrior fan, what's the most intriguing part of this team? And I'll tell you what, the question got far more compelling after last night, I think. So
it ain't going away.
What are you most excited about for this season for the Golden State Warriors? What are you really looking forward to? Was last night just a preseason game to you, or did it mean more? 888-957-9570 if you want to
we
jump
gotta
into the
find that
conversation.
Kirk cut about Kuminga and the coaching. I'd like to just hear that.
Now, I've been mostly positive tonight, right? Today.
Dude, you're on a high from yesterday.
Now, keep in mind, when I watch a game, I just jot notes down. And I did jot a note down that's not necessarily a positive note.
The turnovers.
No. I don't think Wiggins and Kuminga can play together. I don't think they can.
You want to elaborate?
I don't think they can be on the court a lot at the same time. It's nuanced, but neither can really help the other.
They kind of got some of the same stuff.
It's really hard to put into words, but like neither of those guys really makes anybody else better.
But they both need room.
And I don't know. It's just I don't.
They got some similarities.
Kuminga and Wiggins, and if you put Kuminga and Wiggins on the floor, tell me what are you looking for? Like what are you looking for?
Get to the hole.
Well,
both of them can do that.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't.
Get out the way and let me cook.
Yeah, that's basketball. That's Warrior basketball. See, there you go. There it is.
Get out the way and let
that's not
number 22 cook.
God love the Warriors because that's not the Warriors.
No doubt. Remember how many guests that we had to where I'm like, why don't they try to mimic the style that the Warriors play? But other teams, youngsters don't want to pass. They're selfish.
They're not talented enough to do it. They're not smart enough to do it. They don't have a full grasp of the game to do it.
Takes IQ.
And you also need to have a special player.
Jackson Davis is becoming a fan favorite, Stoney.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I wrote a lot down about him, too.
What? All positive?
No.
What we got?
Well,
he knows he's a big. You give it to him.
I'm not saying I don't like
and he's heavy.
Well,
from the waist down.
Yeah, I'm glad you said from the waist down.
He's got some power.
He's got to get strong. He's got to get stronger. But I was talking to Tim Roy about him.
Oh.
And I said, you know what? He reminds me of Brandon Wright. Remember Brandon Wright?
But he was like Nathaniel.
That's right. He was. And listen.
You see that?
This was the first game I watched, and I thought Trace Jackson Davis was going to be bigger.
See,
I thought he was going to be a bigger player.
To me.
Yes,
like his legs are like tree trunks a little bit, Stoney.
Maybe he's got great legs. He probably does. But all I'm saying is I expected to see a player that looked bigger on the floor.
I don't know. That is so interesting because to me, he's that. He's got girth. Brandon Wright was like skinny legs.
Yeah, I know. No, he was.
I feel like that Jackson Davis is like everything you're describing. I see in him, but you're not seeing it.
Not upper body. No, I'm not. Wow. No. But let me be clear. He's got a shot to get if he's going to get stronger. Like Brandon Wright never kind of filled out.
Mm-hmm.
Always was a finesse type of player, a little soft. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, SOFT. Yeah.
That's who he's reminding me of right now. He could turn into a different kind of player. I think he will, actually, because that's what I mean. I was talking to Tim Roy. He's like, he can be a bigger, stronger version of that. So there you go.
Yeah, because I feel like he's got
another positive.
Hey, I feel like he's got a lot of loony in him, like his backside and his, that lower half is kind of like anchor, like he's got some loony to his body.
Feels like, you know what? Until he established himself, he's Dale Davis's kid.
That's a plus.
I think Dale Davis's kid has more athleticism than Looney.
Oh, there's
Trace.
What do you mean?
Jackson Davis. That's his name.
Yeah, I know. But
you know what? Evan,
it's like he's got three first names. I get them all mixed up.
Is it the?
I seriously. Give me
Davis, boy.
Give me something else. JGF or whatever it is.
TJD.
At least that's, you know what? We made a terrible, terrible trade when it comes to initials. We had PBJ, which rolled off the tongue. And now we have three letters that have never gone together in my lifetime.
Did you jot down anything about Jordan Poole? And I had to text the thread to keep us honest. Your boy went off.
All right. I'm glad you brought him up.
He's just going to score. Get ready for it.
Okay, so here.
Because he's playing open gym basketball.
I love this show. I love this show. So last night, I'm texting with the boss. By the way, I noticed you took a walk with the boss earlier today.
Well, I asked him.
Yeah, let me know what you talked to him about. Just FYI. No, so anyway, I'm texting the boss last night, and I said, geez, Curry, unbelievable. What a gift. This is going to be great. Great season. This is so cool. And he goes, yeah. And also, Jordan Poole poured in 41 points tonight. And I'm thinking to myself, who cares?
We'll always care.
To me, it's not like it didn't even read. Oh, he's going to score a lot of points.
We
this
knew
year.
that, but it's already kind of happening.
He had 41 in 20 minutes.
Dude.
I know.
You got to.
You're tingling, aren't you?
Yeah, no doubt. I tingled last night.
You're tingling.
Well, the Rat on the Table brought to you by Atco
or lose
Pest
by
Control
17, I'm sorry.
Jordan Poole, we all know why he's not here, but I'm telling you guys, I mean what I'm about to say. Is he going to be the one that got away? If he goes on to be able to lead the league in scoring, we know why he's not here. But Steiny, your boy could get a bucket. He could manipulate the refs, make them blow the whistle, slow the game down, go make the free throw. I'm just, how many points in how many minutes?
41 and 20.
That's like an assassin.
That's almost, that's getting close to Clay, hold my beer. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, he had 2 assists.
He have that many?
He had 32 points before he got 1 assist.
And I bet nobody's mad on his team. Dude, just keep jacking.
40 points, and he actually threw 4 passes total.
Good God.
Last night. You know, it's funny. I've never, 888. We're getting close to break, but that to me is one that's for Warrior fans, because you said Steiny he's gone. And yes, he is going to have. He's going to have 3 50-point games this year.
Tim Roy even said it when I asked him about
no doubt.
At the last time we were there. He was like, Gooey's going to score some points.
But you asked the question, is he going to be the one who we say got away?
A part of me.
See, I find that interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think so, but I think it's a fair question. The guy can score.
How'd you guys feel about Arenas?
I liked him.
I liked him too. I hated that he left.
I know the franchise was in a much different state back then.
That's a great man.
That's kind of similar.
That's a good name.
Do you think
that's
the Warriors
really
knew when
name.
he left he would go be that good?
Yeah, they wanted to re-sign him. They
cheat code.
They just paid the price for him being a second round pick. They could not control him contract wise. They just couldn't. It was a rule. They changed the rule after that, in fact. But as a second-round pick, Gilbert Arenas was allowed to leave sooner than a first-round pick, but be eligible for free agency before those guys.
Oh, wow.
So,
and that's over with. That ain't happening nowadays.
Correct. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get to some calls on the other side. I see Telmo. I see Scott in Marin. I see Billy in the city. All right. You know the number, 888-957-9570. And that was all sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So lucky. You think he wanted the bank?
Is the bank open? It's the chef.
It's just unbelievable.
We buried the lead. They were giving Steph Curry Davidson bobblehead.
Oh, okay.
That don't excite you, huh?
Nah, bobbleheads don't do it.
It was him in his gown for going back to college to get his degree.
That's nice.
12 years late.
Exactly.
He got his degree. Remember I tried to say, what's the big deal when you're rich? A couple months ago. Remember I said,
you stepped in it.
Yeah, I did.
All right, so Shanny did all that on his bobblehead night.
Yep.
Wow. Nice little player. He really is.
Bob McKillop was in the building, though.
I saw him.
His old college
That
head coach.
I missed.
I saw him.
He was there.
Wow.
Hey, did the Aces win it all? I did not get to watch that game. Mark Davis, another championship for
Back
Mark
to back.
Davis. And you know,
Tom
it's
Brady
not
as well.
nice.
Look at Adoni.
All right, 888-957-9570. We've been talking Warriors. I just opened up my email, and I've got
Which email? The work email?
No, Jimmy Shapiro from Vegas has these props on all these players' stats for the season. Maybe mess around with them a little bit. Let's go out to San Francisco and talk to Telmo. Telmo's in San Francisco.
What's up, fellas? How you doing today?
Doing well.
Hey.
All right, so I got a point to make, but real quick, you guys talking about Poole is like that person that dated somebody that was really good looking, but they were immature and flaky and unreliable, so they broke up. And then months later, they see a picture of them at a wedding, and they're like, "But they look really good." It's like you gotta let it go. Let it go.
Wow.
Look, here's the thing: CP3. Everybody was worried about the points Poole's given up. He had 13 points. He had 6 boards. He had 9 dimes and less turnovers. So it's like for the style of play to play with the veterans and do what they need to do. I think it's just at the end of the day, even though we didn't like it that much, he's just a better fit and he gives them a better chance to win. So I think what you're giving up in points, you're making up in so many other ways that can help the team. Because if you guys have short-term memory loss, because we were just months ago, we were talking about he was unplayable in the playoffs, unplayable. 41 points in a preseason game for the Wizards does not impress me.
All right.
You know what,
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, let me get him first, Donnie.
Well, okay. He's not. You can reply. Go ahead.
I hate that it feels like I'm giving Jordan Poole a pass on everything that happened last year, but Stoney, I am. What if I told you that? From what he had to deal with from the beginning, before the season, that's why he had a majority of what the Jordan Poole we saw wasn't a real Jordan Poole. Fair, or you think I'm bailing him out?
Well, he definitely wasn't as good as he was the year before. And that's objectively the case. So the question is what kind of player is he? Is he the one from 2 years ago? Is he the one last year? I suspect it's somewhere in the middle towards 2 years ago.
Do you think he's a turnover machine like he was last year when they needed him most? That was shocking.
Well, to me, he's an interesting player because he's already proven he can be a piece on a championship team. Not only that, a pretty important piece that year. He's essentially 6-man, right?
Oh, man.
And he started some games, so think about that. So, Jordan, to me, it's very understandable, the evolvement, if that's a word, of a player. Like Jordan Poole knows that he can win a championship if he's a 6-man on a team. All right, so if you're a player, what's the next thing? I wonder if I could start on a championship team.
Can I carry him on my back?
Exactly.
Don Mega on the YouTube chat. Goo, you're so obsessed with Poole. No, it's like Wiseman. We're going to just watch.
Well,
That's all.
I'd be much more concerned about Poole than Wiseman.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
We all agree
with
that.
James Wiseman.
Yeah, I don't. I know what I want. Oh, boy.
The Summit.
Somebody better put the league. Well, I think the league's already starting to be put on notice. Let me be the first to say.
Sabonis?
Well, I'll get to him. He stinks.
I was going Zion.
He stinks. We got a player. We got a new player in the league.
I'm going to guess the team.
We got a new player
I
in the
think
league.
I'm
ladies
going
and gentlemen.
Portland.
No, we got a real player in this league, and he's going to be a problem.
De'Aaron Fox.
No.
Wemby?
Wemby. You heard it here first.
So what are you saying?
You've heard it here, 7,023. What'd you say, Spino?
Thought you were going Banchero on me, Steiny. He looks good, too.
I like Banchero.
I love him. He got some brawn in him.
See, I know.
Did you just say the year was 7,023?
Yeah, I didn't like that.
No. What I said was, I said you heard it here first. But what I really meant is, there's thousands that have said it before me.
So what are you saying?
Well, okay. I'm glad you asked. I almost feel like just directing this to Spadoni and Evan because I'm going to have to talk about the defensive end. And I know that you start to gloss over and you realize
if you really
it doesn't
knew me,
matter.
Anyway.
Look, this guy, right off the bat, going to be a factor defensively. I mean, right off the bat, he is going to be a factor defensively.
Spurs?
That's all I know. And I know he's got some skill. So I think you might have just already picked, maybe not right away, but you may have just acquired the best defensive player in the league.
Think he'll be at the All-Star game?
I don't know how soon.
I mean, he could.
I think he's got a shot of being real good.
I can't wait to watch.
The other guy I want to see more from too, because I think Chet Holmgren's got a shot.
Dude, that whole team is must watch.
Got to stay healthy.
Zion too.
What about him?
I can't wait to see what he has.
Well, we know what he has. He got a big butt.
Well, yeah.
Scotty and Marin. What's up, Scotty? What's up? Get him
Scotty.
off. Scotty, you done. We'll go to Joseph in Danville.
I like Danville.
Hey, Joseph, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Hey.
I'm doing all
Doing
right.
well.
How about yourself?
Doing great, thank you.
Hey, I wanted to talk about this Jordan Poole, Draymond Green. I feel like I understand, Chris Paul may be a better fit, but I think, comparing him 2 years ago to how he played last year, I think a lot of it had to do with just a mental torment. I definitely agree that, he probably mentally may not be the strongest player, but at the same time, I think part of it was the ego thing with Draymond trying to push him out to make sure that he gets his money secured, to make sure that the Warriors are the Warriors' priority, the same way that they kind of did James Wiseman, who I feel like they didn't really let develop. They just kind of pushed him out, and how they almost did Jonathan Kuminga last year. So it's good to see that they're finally coming to their senses and playing Kuminga more, playing some of their younger guys more. But I definitely think that it wasn't completely on Poole last season because there was a lot going on in that Warriors team.
Oh,
it was kind of like a lot of different disagreements about contracts, disagreements about playing time, about who gets the shots. So I feel like that all kind of played a part in why Poole didn't play well. And I think now that we're seeing him play more free, play with a team that kind of embraces him, he has a role consistent. Because, last year when Curry was out, he got to play. But then when he comes back in, I don't know what my minutes are going to look like, anything like that. So that's why I feel like for Poole, the biggest thing was just about consistency. And now the Wizards, who plan on building around him and Kuzma, now he'll finally get a chance to kind of show that off.
Appreciate the call, Joseph.
Yeah. I didn't detect one lie.
Well, let me think. Well, there's no lies, just opinions.
Yeah, he had a lot going on upstairs.
Trying to think of anything he said that stuck out, and I said, nah. They did jerk around Jordan Poole on the court. Hey, Jordan, start tonight. Actually, now you're going to the bench. Take 20 shots tonight. Now pass the ball. We need you to score 30 tonight. Actually, don't shoot it all and get people involved.
You talk about your hell of a year. The best exercise you ever done is when you went verbatim his points. Jordan Poole. I almost melted. 35, 20. Dude, you did that. I was like, boy, that's going to be hard to replace, 90. We'll watch.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. You're right. It's not. It can't
that was
be
incredible.
It can't be replaced. So.
Well, it's got to be replaced.
Oh, maybe just a better
ways.
Maybe a better defensive team. Let's go to Ray in Watsonville. You know what I love? And I mean this. And I can talk about anything. You know that, Goo. A lot of people are, Jordan Poole. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Jordan Poole. Ray in Watsonville wants to talk about Jordan Poole. And you know what? I'm here for it. Hey.
What's up, Ray?
Hey, Goo. Hey, you follow Jordan Poole, right? Did you notice last night when when he was going off, but the guy on his team, number 8, was waiting for the ball, and he just hung his head when he didn't get it. Did you notice that?
I did not. I didn't see the game because I was at the summit watching the Warriors.
No,
I didn't see that.
You got to look it up. You got to look it up because it's hilarious. You know, he's going off and he goes there and he's just waving and he hangs his head. I don't know. He's just going to get his own, but play team ball. You know.
Wow.
Appreciate the call.
That other guy wasn't Kuzma, was it? I mean, they're going to be letting him fly.
Who's number 8 for Washington?
Oh, boy.
It's probably going to be, what's his name, Galifianakis? Zach Galifianakis? Don't they have a...
Look him up.
Yeah, the comedian. I'm talking about Gaffigan. No, that's a comedian, too.
Gafford,
yeah. So there's Zach Galifianakis, or whatever, Galifianakis. He's a comedian. Then there's...
Gaffigan, who's also a comedian.
Gaffigan, who's a comedian.
I haven't heard of
And then there's Gafford, he's like the team cut up in Washington, from what I hear.
Wow.
All right, we're going to move on.
Yeah. Nicole Diaz telling me, Goo, I love you, let it go.
Let what go?
Pool.
Yeah, let it go.
Well, there's 2 scoreboards, the pool scoreboard, like the Wiseman.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
No.
That's tiny.
I can't allow it. Guru, I'm telling you right now, he's going to average 31 a game. And the Wizards are going to win 31 games.
I don't care.
The 31 and 31.
I care about the 31 points. Gosh, she was just a luxury, man. Who's not starting tonight, Cap? Clay. All right, here I am. Curry, here I come.
Dub Nation.
Perfect.
Dub Nation. How are we gonna fix Guru of this infatuation?
Oh boy. You know how good you got
31 and 31.
To get
Jordan Poole's gonna average 31. What's that?
You know how good you gotta be to get I don't care if it's preseason Pony League.
I respect it.
41 in 27 minutes. That's Klay Thompson stuff, like you said.
So to simplify it, do you think that the result of the Warriors season is going to reflect how much blame we should place on Jordan Poole for last season? They do really well. That's all Poole's fault. But if things go off the rails, I have to walk it back when we're talking about JP.
Yes, and I think that's a great question. I think it's a big part of this year because here's what I believe.
He floored me with that one.
Here's what I believe. There was a lot going on with the Warriors, Wiggins, but strictly as it relates to Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. Hey, who do you put the on? It's 50-50. It was, to me, 50% Draymond and 50% Poole.
Right.
And Jordan Poole's not here anymore.
Yeah.
So now Draymond Green has got to prove that he can not be a problem. It's up to Draymond to prove that Poole was the issue last year and that he's not the issue. Can he do it?
Did he have to do the same thing when Durant left?
Yes.
Mm.
I think he's had to do this at various times over the course of his career. What did I document 4 times where he cost the Warriors?
Yeah. And I don't think we mentioned Poole. Yeah, you did. I think.
No, that was number 4, yeah. That was number 4. Yeah,
all right, I'm over it.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, did James Harden go to practice today?
I mean, this is really getting on my nerves. Nick Nurse and him don't mesh. Yeah, that ain't gonna.
What if we could get Harden for Chris Paul?
Apparently, all it would take is a late first-round pick, right?
Ooh.
Wow. I think that the Clippers said they offered a late first and a compensatory pick and Terrence Mann, and the Sixers said no, which is why James Harden did not show up to practice.
Wow.
Huh.
I think
so what's it going to take?
I don't know.
Clippers get him. You like it?
No. I don't like him.
Yeah, I divorced him.
Listen. Okay, here's what I think.
He won him 2 games.
Here's what I think.
Go ahead, Lance.
You think? Okay. I'm worried about the Warriors' age and their experience. Yeah. Are they too old? Can they? Can't they? Can they? Can't they? My answer is maybe.
We'll see.
The LA Clippers, you're telling me they're coming to post with Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and James Harden? I'll vote. That team will not win a title. No No.
Well,
no.
The one constant in that is James.
I don't even care who they have.
Yeah, but
I don't even care who their fourth player is.
Snotty, that's not even Brandon Belt. That's not even a stretch.
I know.
And the reason I say that is he didn't win it in Brooklyn. He was in there. He didn't do it in Philly. So what the hell, I'm with you, makes you think he's going to – but you got to be excited when you mention George and Kawhi if they're healthy. And
what do you mean excited?
If they had Harden, there'll be a problem.
No,
not
they
saying
won't.
they won't win a title, but
they won't be a problem either.
Zubac can hold his own with Zubac.
He's irrelevant.
I like him with Jokic.
So let me get this straight. With who?
Jokic.
Excuse me?
6 fouls. I like Zubac.
Well, you also got 6 fouls. It doesn't mean you can guard Jokic.
The whole thing was a compliment to Zubac, but go ahead, Steiny. Let me get this straight.
That is such a bad fit, James Harden. So James Harden's going to have the ball.
Well, if Tyronn Lue, obviously he signed off on it because they tried to get the deal done.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to work. I don't.
Well, we also thought the Chris Paul wasn't going to work.
And that's wow.
I'm not talking about you, Steiny.
Thank you. Thank you.
But you know what he meant.
God, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Stop it.
You think I don't know?
Stop it.
You think what?
I just feel so good about Chris Paul right now. I really do. No, it has nothing to do with Chris Paul and his game. It has to do with me.
No, that was the one you hit out the park.
One.
Curry looked like he was feeling pretty good about it, too, yesterday in the fourth.
Dude, he did
Curry,
that on his bobblehead
how
night.
open he gets when Chris Paul can bring the ball up.
So, now, back in the day, Sacramento Kings, they had this play with Chris Webber and Peja Stojakovic.
Oh, boy.
Peja would pass the ball to Webber on the elbow, and everybody would essentially go to the weak side. And Peja Stojakovic just would cut back door, guarded, come back, guarded, go back door, layup. Like they played, it was a game of 2-on-2 with Stojakovic's defender completely isolated at an open area of the court. And it just was automatic.
Yeah.
They got a good shot it was kind of unstoppable. If the Warriors want to mess around with Chris Paul and Steph, like there was the play last night where Chris Paul got it to Steph, and he hit I don't know if it was the bank or it was just a regular one, but man, they can be tough to guard.
But I would sag off a CP3.
Oh, go ahead. He'll make threes all night on you.
Well, he was 3 of 3 last night.
Exactly. See, that's what he gets. He doesn't shoot threes unless it's there or unless, he's got to try to make something.
He shot last year.
Dude, Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley. How you doing, Doug? What's going on?
Hey, I'm doing really well today. I got the day off.
Yeah.
Nice.
I went for a bicycle ride before it got too hot. I'm just chilling. I'm listening to you guys.
Cool.
It's a good day. It's a good day. So I got 2 things to say. One, Steiny, I just heard you say that, about Jordan Poole and Draymond. Draymond's got something to prove this year. Draymond doesn't have anything to prove, or Draymond has everything to prove, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care what you think, I think. The team's already capitulated to him. He's going to do what he wants. He doesn't have anything to prove. He's got a lot to prove, but it doesn't matter to him. He doesn't care. That's what I think about him. And Jordan Poole, I agree. I think it was, it was you who said, and Steiny, and Goo agreed, come off the bench today, start today, run the team, be off the ball, score 30. He was not perfect, but he was a plus.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate what happened last year. It really is. And it's not all his fault. I don't even think it's 50-50. The other thing I want to say,
go ahead, all you.
Digressing totally. If they play McCaffrey too soon, he's going to get hurt again before the end of the season. Thanks for taking the call.
Good stuff, Doug. Really appreciate it.
What a word, unfortunate. All right. You're excited. A lot of Dub Nation is, but it's unfortunate he's not in this Warrior uniform.
Okay, cool. What did he say? Oh, Draymond doesn't care. He had 2 points I definitely want to address. One is, I did. Let me explain myself better. When I said it's Draymond and Poole's situation was 50-50, I didn't mean like 50% Dray. What I meant was this. I think there's people out there that are saying, oh, it was all Poole. It was all Poole. I don't believe it was all Poole for a second, is all I'm saying.
Hello.
So I think there's a group of people, I don't know. I think there's people that believe, well, now the problem's gone. Well, I don't think the problem's gone.
And that's why my answer was no yesterday.
And so, in a way, Draymond, I know he doesn't have to prove anything. I know he doesn't care. But the fact of the matter is, he better stay engaged, and he better stay in the fold, and he better be positive, and he better be, a solid force. Because if he isn't, he's going to go. I think he's going to go, and I mean that.
Yeah. But why would he be what's in his way now? He's got his contract. Jordan Poole's out of here. You got, they all had a kind of a villain type of relationship, but it was all predicated on basketball with CP3.
But hold on. Is Jordan Poole the only player that Draymond has had an issue with over the years?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Okay,
so
we know
just
that for
because
sure.
Jordan Poole, we don't know. Like Jordan.
Looney was a Poole guy.
Well, what I'm saying is, for all we know, and maybe this Draymond doesn't like Kuminga. He doesn't like Kuminga, maybe. And maybe, like Draymond, maybe. How about this? When you heard Draymond hadn't talked to Kuminga, you were surprised.
That cut hurt me.
So is it fair to say that maybe the kind of teammate Draymond was to Kuminga didn't exactly help Jonathan Kuminga?
There's no doubt about that.
Okay. Now we're halfway there. So what I'm saying is, now you got Jordan Poole gone. If you're telling me Draymond Green's going to be a problem in the middle of a problem again that kind of hurts your team, I think those days are kind of over. I really do.
I think we're going to get, or they're going to get good Draymond, but I will say this, and I told you guys before, when Chris Paul, the news was announced that he was coming in, Draymond was at the podium, and he talked about CP3 and what he can do for Kuminga in the relationship. And I sat there on my sofa like, no, Dre, they're going to have their own, but this is about you and Kuminga. And I'm not saying that's not getting fertilized, but when I heard it come out of Dre's mouth, I thought, Dre, Operation Project Kuminga, that's your puppy. That's your baby. So we'll see how it goes. But, Steiny, there's no way that didn't resonate with Jonathan Kuminga. And if I got an OG vet, is demonstrative and does podcasts and is a made man and the heart and soul of your team, if that guy ain't knocking on my door checking on me or I can't go to him, that's the stuff that hurt me, Steiny, because I never in a million years, guys, would have said that their relationship was that icy as far as not bad, but there's no interaction. Come up to the room and let's watch the Jeffersons or listen to some Drake on the road. Let's go for a walk or to the move, something just for the camaraderie. Like that blew my wig.
Yeah. Here's another.
I thought you would say, "Goo, wake up! You're in Disney World," but you didn't.
Here's another thing I was thinking about Draymond Green, and somebody explained this incongruity to me. You know what bothers me? When people say, "Hey, we can't waste a year. We can't waste a year."
I love that.
Oh, do you? You know who was responsible for possibly wasting a year last year? Draymond Green.
But he didn't.
No.
Yeah, I'm not defending him, but he didn't do it on purpose.
I don't give a. Yeah. Yes, he punched the guy in the face.
He lost his
composure. I don't care if he did it on purpose or not. So we say, oh, hey, we can't waste the season. Let's put the rat on the table because Draymond Green was at least partly or mostly responsible for wasting a season of Steph Curry.
And I'm disappointed in
He messed the year up.
And what did he say? He said it on the podcast.
Gotta go.
Yep.
You know what? And that's why he may not care, but his days of messing up a team might be over. 888-957-9570. Gotta go.
When buying her home, Jan couldn't compete against cash offers, and Jan is very competitive. At her kid's soccer game,
kick the f***ing ball!
At the grocery store,
too many
Temple.com to learn more.
Sharich throws it out to midcourt to Thompson. Thompson off the pick, comes left. Double clutch. Sharich open, won't shoot it. Gets it to Thompson. Thompson off the screen, in traffic. Locates Chris Paul. Pump fake, step to the left, 3-ball up and good.
Now, back to Stein and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
107-99.
Timmy Roy's back.
Yeah, he got it.
95.7 The Game. Great call. Oh, my God.
You got Wemby fever.
We got a problem with Wembanyama.
Yeah. Evan was looking like, what's that
movie
looking? Dude, that was incredible with the left. That was sick. Maybe that's why Pop stuck around.
I was just going to say that. SOB Pop might have gotten another one.
So I'm going to give you this, Steiny.
Yeah, my bad, Evan.
I talked to you about Chris Paul.
Yeah.
He took 261 three-pointers last year.
All right.
What do you guys think his percentage was?
36.
See, I hate you sometimes. You're wrong. Okay. 37.5, so that would be 38, right, Evan? Rounded up? Yeah.
You know what? It depends. Here's what I do, Goo. If somebody's 37.5.
That's 38. Norm told me to round up.
Well, it depends. If I like the player, it's 38.
You cooked the books.
If I don't like the player, it's like 36 or something.
37.5 for CP3.
Hey, Ranger Dan says he's got a story for Guru.
Oh, what's up, Ranger Dan? Must be deer hunting.
I'm not sure. What's up, Ranger Dan? Oh, that's right, Ranger. Okay. Hey, buddy.
Hey, you got me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, first I want to tell you guys I love you both, man. You guys are the best on radio.
Thank you so much.
I listen every night walking my dog on the replay, and my neighbors all must think I'm crazy because I'm laughing out loud walking up the hill.
Thank you, man.
Hey, Guru. I don't know you, Guru, but I wouldn't do without you on a nightly basis. My sister-in-law, she used to race Danica Patrick back in the day, and so she knows her way around a vehicle.
Okay.
She used to ride those dumb scooters all over Palm Springs, and she got cut off one day and sent flying, hit her head, and was in ICU for over 6 weeks, man. It was touch and go for a long time. She's all better now. But I'm telling you this because you're riding around them dumb things with all those dumb drivers in San Francisco.
Wow, man.
Wear a helmet or walk with Steinmetz.
That's, you know what?
Ranger Dan.
And I don't want to put Evan's business out there, but he shared with us, he lost a good friend on one of those things. Steiny, I found out yesterday that some of these different streets, the terrain is different.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Goo, all it takes is you to hit the wrong dip and you're falling. So I may be walking. No, I'm for real. Or put a helmet on.
Yeah. I know that.
And I'm in here just reaving in it. I'm going the wrong way.
You know Let me tell you something. And you said something yesterday. You know what? I don't want to wear a helmet. So you know what? I'm not going to ride one.
Okay, just like all right. That's real.
I'd have to wear a helmet if I.
Thank you for that call, and Evan sharing his story. It's real. Those things are
it's
dangerous.
like if you decide to drink, then you decide to not drive.
And that's
vice versa,
man.
Yeah, absolutely.
You apologize, Evan, yet?
This is a bit.
Do tell, Goo.
No, about the Joe Lacob. We talked and didn't
about
even.
what?
No,
I'm just saying. There's so many
candidate for the play-by-play and I got a name: the Golden State Waves, Bay Bridge Water Waves.
We talked about this earlier, but I didn't bring it home.
Yeah.
Remember? And here's what I said. I remember what I said. I was surprised. I heard Joe Lacob talking, and Joe's like, "Well, I don't talk to Steve, but right." Joe Lacob has no interest, nor
so he's the wrong person.
Any part imaginable to hiring the play-by-play voice of the new WNBA team.
It could be Evan, man.
Joe Lacob is not the person to come.
Well, we could have said, "Give us a Raymond, give us a contact."
I'll do that. We got time.
We'll be out there Monday.
Yes,
I can't wait. Think we get Steph?
I don't know.
You speak it into existence. I didn't like how we went there last time. Everybody was scared.
All right, listen.
Get out there and bring somebody back.
Depends. Depends if we're
I
playing.
dare you. I dare you.
But the chef saw me, Steiny.
Hey, I'd also like to give a shout out to my guy Duck Sauce. Duck Sauce was there last night.
No, I missed him.
Yeah, he was there. Great to see him. He gave me a piece of advice a year ago, and he said, "Steiny, I gotta give you a B- on taking my advice. I'm still doing something that I kind of don't want to do."
Is it the word that Abanya says you always use?
No. It's talking too much and reacting too frequently to negativity on the text lines that doesn't reflect the majority of what we see on the text lines. We're giving stupid stuff like that too much airtime.
Right, wow. But can I say something to Duck Sauce? Sure. You and I both, I feel like this is in our manual. When we see that stuff, the best way to Ghostbuster that person or persons is you read it and it diffuses them. So Duck Sauce, in a sense, that's our version of Raid.
Well, the way you diffuse them is ignoring them too.
But then sometimes they think they get to you because you didn't read it.
But nobody knows they're there, and so we interject something that nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah. What did he look like, Duck Sauce?
He's a big fella. Tall. Good guy.
That's
really
what
good guy.
Is. Yeah.
So I'll give you one real quick example, and then I'm not going to do it anymore. So there's a text on here that's very critical of something else. And what he's saying, I'm pretty sure, is
I don't like it.
I just don't like. There's no need to read somebody saying, "Hey, Steiner's hating again on Steph Curry." He's like, dude, nobody there's 1-2 people that think like that. Don't even pay any attention to. So
that's interesting.
So Duck Sauce, thank you, my man.
But where's the one that talked about it? This is my last one I want to see. You said
because this will
be the last one.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Some guy said
it could be Gal.
It's not. It's probably a guy. These two never talk X's and O's, just age and drama.
Oh,
does Steiny actually know anything about sports?
Get out of here.
See, now then I would say, hey, 650, why don't you call in? Let's talk a little back screen.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little let's talk a little elevator doors.
Look at my guy.
Mouth. You want to do that, Mouth? You want to talk about the open offense?
I never
4
told
down.
you.
How about the 4 down series? Mouth. That's what there's no need to do anymore.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be mouth. He'd be phone at this point because he has no voice.
You guys are ready.
Until you give it to him.
Well, and what Duck Sauce is saying, it's like, Steiny, don't you get it? People like that, they're godless.
Yeah.
And so don't even.
I like Duck Sauce. I feel like I saw him last night.
Good man.
Should have introduced me.
Man,
I probably met him.
No, honestly, there was so much going on. It was, we were all separated.
It was incredible.
Mr. D is in San Francisco. Hey, Mr. D. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you, man.
Guru.
What's up, baby?
The waves. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. The waves. No.
But you get it from the water, though. The water.
Yeah, but no.
Oh,
no.
All right, I got you. You're out on it.
Don't
All right.
do it. That's almost as bad as that cowboy jersey you wear.
Oh, boy. I'm going to give you a 4. Look at you.
But look, this is what I want to talk about, guys. I think I saw 2 games last night.
Ooh.
The first 3 quarters was like what Steiny was talking about, exhibition. Exhibition. And it was like the Warriors didn't care if they won that game or lost that game. But then I heard the breaking news that it was going to be a dress rehearsal. So I was confused. So then we cut it to 3, and then it was like they went on a 12-point run.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were down by 15. And then it was like they put in the starters again. So now they're trying to blow us out. So I'm like, okay. So it's like Kerr said, okay, you guys going to do that? When you guys give up, we'll give up. So then he brought his starters back in and went and took that game in the 4th quarter. So the first 3 quarters, that was one game, but then halfway through the 4th quarter, that was a whole nother game. It got personal. It got serious.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that.
Wow.
Tell me what you guys think about that.
I love it.
Mr. D, you're right on the money. Absolutely, positively. That was a different kind of preseason game than I've seen in a long.
But what about
long
Willard
time.
stopping the summit to say breaking news and gave the starting five?
I actually didn't think that was worthy.
I loved it. But and look what ensued. It was like a real game, a dress rehearsal. I'm an injured Dre, but.
Well, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about Nostraleka-ness or whatever. God, I wish I could find that.
Dude, man.
The one where he remember yesterday saying, people don't think the preseason. I think it's important.
And I thought those were just a line, a throwaway. Boy.
The one, let's hit Robert in San Jose while I look up some horrifying numbers surrounding Domantas Sabonis. Robert, how you doing?
Thanks for taking the call, Steiny Goo. Just in regards to the Draymond Green thing, is it really that big a deal that he doesn't have a close relationship with the younger guys on the team? I know, just speaking from my personal experience, I work with a bunch of young guys, and outside of work, I really don't have a relationship with them either. We're teammates when we show up, we do our thing, but, my youngest child is the first year at Harvard Law School, and they're just having 3 and 4 year olds, and I've got a grandchild, 3 grandchildren.
Hey, Robert.
We don't.
Hey, Robert.
Good job, man.
It's
Yes,
an
sir.
absolutely wonderful job of
doubt.
the humble brag of the Harvard, situation.
We're proud.
Well done.
I appreciate that.
Yes. No, I think it's fair.
Hey, look, real quick, Michael, before you finish, let me just ask you this. Okay, forget us. Draymond came out after the year and said that was a relationship he needed to fertilize. He wanted to see it grow. So forget us talking about it and how you feel, but for the player to say that was a point of emphasis, it's got to be a big deal then, right?
I mean, it's a big deal. It gets in terms of there's only 15 of them in the room, so where there's 70 of us and where I work, but I guess it's a little bit of a big deal the smaller the room is, but in terms of where they are just in life, Steph's got 3 kids, Draymond's got 2 or 3 kids, blah, 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 and you're just in a different spot. Dre and Clay came up together as young guys, and obviously they're going to have a lot closer relationship with the 2 of them or 3 of them than they will with young guys, and I'm just wondering if it's that big a deal.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, thanks, Robert, for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think here's where my mind went when he was talking about that. Okay, I think there's absolutely something to what he's saying because
I love where I thought you were going.
What would you consider is okay? So our team, it's you, me, Evan,
Spadoni.
Okay, Spadoni.
We're older than those 2.
Okay, what about Grandy? Is Grandy part of the team?
Yes.
Okay, well, in fairness, Grandy's got a different lifestyle than us. He's younger.
Yeah.
He's got some stuff.
But I make time for Grandy.
Well,
I have Grandy time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think you. I don't know if you do.
I've never gone out with Grandy.
No. Okay.
Well, that's the point.
Oh, you're talking.
So you and I socialize together and have a great relationship.
Here at the workplace because that's essentially. Damn.
Yeah, you're doing the bare minimum with Grandy.
Wow. Damn. Seeing him in practice. I'm seeing him in practice.
But I mean, it's not cut and dry. I mean, that's a professional basketball team. They're probably closer, more time,
The greater point for me, Evan and Steiny, was that I make time, I believe, for Grandy and I to have time. We don't have to go get a steak dinner or a beer.
That's
but
fair.
I make sure that, dude, we do our little, it might not be long. I don't know if Draymond was doing that with Kuminga. And when you're the leader that Draymond, it tells us he is, and I thought it just shocked me. And that's why people could be like, man, shut up in your cowboy jersey. But these are experiences I've had at the workplace. And I feel like I can apply those to the pro sports because at the end of the day, the one constant is people. And for Draymond, Steph, Clay, for you guys, I don't know if you eat in the cafeteria, but my goodness, throw some of the young guys a bone or make them feel a part. And I don't care if it's the 15 man on the team. That's just how I was raised.
And within that kind of the connection with Granny, though, but I think the point is like in reference to Kuminga and Draymond, if Kuminga's got a problem, like if Grandy had a problem with you, you don't have a relationship outside of the workplace enough to you guys know how to address it, like on a personal level. So that is going to impact the way that you do your work, even though you guys are cool and you see each other around the office.
Yeah.
But if there's a rift between you, you don't have a second level to go to say, yeah, you know, he's not actually a bad guy because you don't really know him.
I think there's...
Can I respond to Evan on that one? That was beautiful. But Evan, and again, it could be work-related. If that were the case, and I like how you set it up, wouldn't it be a stretch to say we'd ever, if we're only intertwining that much, that we would have a rift?
Well, but you're also in a place of superiority or more experience. So like, you could be doing something that might be irking, a younger person.
I feel that.
And they don't have enough cachet to step to you, but you don't know that you're doing it. And you just kind of feel, hey, what's going on? Well, he's not really going to tell you because he doesn't know you.
Now
like
I feel like when I see Grandy, hey, we good, but that's great, man.
I
that's
think it's
just amazing.
I think there's a lot to that.
I felt that.
I think there's How many times am I going to say okay? We've been here for 5 days now in a new office setting, and we are far more interactive and congested
with the whole company,
with sales and stuff. Okay, so over the course of the last week, you seeing people, hey Jimmy, how you doing? What's up, Jimmy? Okay, you see Jimmy the next day, hey Jimmy, how you doing? Pretty good. How about that Warrior game last? Pretty good, man. You a Warrior fan? Yeah, no, I'm from Boston. I like the Celtics. Celtics. Hey, they were my favorite team. Jimmy, go have a good day. Next day, hey, Jimmy was, Celtics. Tough loss last night. Yeah, but boy, Jaylen Brown's a hell of a player. Now it's a week later, and they're like, look at me and Jimmy. Now, there's
Tony,
Ricky, Felix.
Okay.
Felix is in the corner doing his work, and I just haven't interacted with him as much. He's maybe a little more quiet than Jimmy. And I don't know anything about him yet, or not a lot. And
would you work on that? Because I would. I would go to Felix knowing that is the rat on the table.
And that's a great point. I might not because of who I am. But I don't think I'm worse than you because I'm let's say a little more inhibited.
Yeah.
But we know Draymond's personality is. I think Evan's right. I could see how Draymond was rubbing Kuminga the wrong way, and Draymond kind of didn't know and maybe didn't really care that much.
I also think that's why it's something I was thinking about last night at the game, listening to Kuminga talk about the relationship with Chris. I do think Paul is uniquely suited for this team because unlike Draymond, Curry, and Clay, Chris Paul has had a more normal NBA experience than those guys. Like Joe Lacob yesterday was talking about how unique it was, how special it was that 3 players are on the same team for 12 years. Well, that is unique. That also means that they have zero experience of how to integrate with another team, test free agency, a lot of the things that we're talking about now as reasons to maybe or maybe not believe in them. But the one guy who's been through the rodeo or has been through the ringer is Chris Paul. So he might be able, like his words of wisdom to someone like Kuminga of how the NBA is or isn't, is probably going to hit home a little bit more than if Draymond or Curry steps to him and says, hey, this is how you should be doing things. Because Kuminga could say, well, yeah, but you don't really know. Like, you've been living in basketball nirvana your entire career. Meanwhile, Chris Paul's the guy who's finding out on social media from his kid that he got traded.
Right.
Like, that's a much more human and relatable experience, I think.
Yep.
I'll check it. The red pen, check.
I mean, I could also see it being one of those things where a long time ago, I had a group of friends, and one of the guys had a name, and
Gibbs?
No, he was no factor. Anyway, this is where I learned that names are hugely important. Whatever, the guy had a last name, and I wasn't pronouncing it the right way.
On purpose?
Yeah. Well,
so you were poking at it.
Yes and no. I wasn't sure, but I am. Whatever.
You weren't trying to be a jerk.
Well, I can't really remember. I'm sure. It'd be like if I said I didn't like when you said Steinmetz.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I just don't like when you say Stein.
Okay.
It's something that anyway. Here's my point. I like the guy a lot. about a year or two later, I'm talking to another of our common friends, and I'm like, hey, what's Timmy up to? I like Timmy. He goes, what? I'm like, Timmy, how's Timmy? And my buddy goes, dude, he can't stand you.
Oh, my God. That's happened to me.
I'm like, what? He goes, dude, he couldn't stand the way you kind of made fun of his name. And I'm like, oh, dude, are you serious? He goes, yeah. He's like, not a big fan of yours. I'm like, why didn't you just tell me? But my point is, it's like, it could have been that way with Draymond, where someone's like, dude, you're killing Kuminga. What do you mean?
No, but he said it, though. He said it on the podcast, so that was brought to his attention, or he brought it to his own self's attention. And I'm going to say this, because I'm going off the farm, but it's in regard to Draymond. Hearing him with Bonta and Shasky, us having the round table with them in the lobby, shooting a you know what, that's a man's man. That's a dude that don't bite his tongue, and he's got a lot of power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brownie Blends, good friend of the program, family with Draymond, they're brothers. This is where I'm going. And we've had conversations where, I'm paraphrasing, you guys are too hard on Draymond. He ain't said it that way.
All right.
But when the smoke is settled, and I think about the last 3 to 4 years of me getting mad at Draymond for yelling at Kurt to call timeout or challenge something or what have you, for them to reward Draymond, not suspend him for the pool punch, I'm just going here because I'm going to give Dre his flowers in a sense. Steiny, we've made more of Dre being a problem for the Warriors than the Warriors have. And my issue in life has always been, I'm not going to get mad at somebody in your life more than you're mad at them. So if you're not mad, it doesn't bother you, I got to sit still. So my point is, Dre just got a new deal. For whatever you feel the reasons are, 4-4 hundo. He got into it with KD. We blame him for KD leaving. The bottom line is Joe Lacob and this Warrior structure, they got it built into where we're over here like, you know what, Dre, you can't be doing that. But to them, he's got the DMV. He's got the license to do it.
Right, and that can break up an organization. See, here's the way I look at it. When you say they believed in him enough, or he's not a big enough problem that they didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the way I look at it. Like, if he's not a big enough issue for the Warriors, or who can... Listen, here's what I think. Over the last 10 years, Draymond Green and the Oregon, whatever it is, have had a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay? It's gotten to the point where there are a lot of people inside and outside the organization that feel like the organization has placated Draymond Green. There's a segment of people that say this guy is running roughshod over the organization. Gotcha. And you know what? They're either letting him or they enable him. So the fact that the way I look at it is, even the fact that that he's placated, like, that's the issue. The fact that Steiny, the Warriors felt good enough to reward Draymond with a $100 million contract. That's right. But we don't know that 15 guys in that locker room like it, and the entire organization likes it.
Because the guy that signs the check, if he's okay with it, I'm like, not trying to dumb it down, Steiny. I'm like, well, that's all that matters. But it doesn't. It's about those 15 people, if there's 15 that you see every day that feel like you're getting over.
Yeah, and look at it this way, too, is like, we don't know why Myers left. I mean, he was working his butt off and all that kind of stuff, but it could be as simple as, is there anybody out there that couldn't see a situation where Joe Lacob says, well, let's handle it this way, and Bob Myers says, I think we should handle it the other way, and then one of the sides is like, you know what, we got to do something different because I don't like the way we're going. 888-95, we got to get out of here. I'll talk about knockout on the other side. You can play at Chase Center.
It's that time again, Dub Nation. You hear the call. In this arena, every night we witness plays that make us go, did we just see that? Yeah, you did. When Warriors ground starts to buzz, brace yourself for the experience of a lifetime. Get tickets now at Warriors.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's a frozen pizza kind of night at Whole Foods Market. Get 50% off Bonza, Cauliflower, Daya, and Rayo's frozen pizzas with Prime through October 24th. Grab an oven-ready meal with your favorite toppings while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Hey, at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price in town.
Economical.
Find what you love and love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More. Now open at Santa Rosa Southside Shopping Center next to REI.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
The show you've been waiting for is here. Hip Hop Made the Bay, starring Ice Cube, E40, The Loonies, Bone Thugs and Harmony, Warren G, Amanda Perez, and MC Magic, November 3rd at the SAP. Get tickets and info now at Ticketmaster for Hip Hop Made the Bay.
When you pick up some scratches, cause you want a fun break, the playful way you scratch is the next choice you should make. You can make your dog's leg kick and scratch with that. You could even grab a laser pointer and use your cat. You can build yourself a homemade scratching machine, or use a piece from your chess set. Go ahead, grab the queen. Scratch like a DJ with your record player. A cactus could scratch off that scratchable layer. Cause when it comes to scratching, there's a million playful ways. Thanks to scratchers from the California Lottery, a little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on earrings that make you sparkle, diamonds that light up the room, an heirloom you'll treasure. We're all made to shine. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-935-7144. 800-935-7144.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you looking for a rewarding career and opportunity to serve your community? The Alameda County Sheriff's Office is now hiring for both sworn and non-sworn positions. Alameda County Sheriff's Office has excellent opportunities for career advancement, competitive benefits, and for all new deputy sheriffs, hiring bonuses between $10,000 and $15,000. Don't wait to start making a difference in your community. Apply today at joinacso.com. That's JOINACSO.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, you know who we are.
Boy, did we just have the most random conversation?
About what? I can't remember.
Oh, Evan, this guy. I asked you two.
Okay.
Because I went down a rabbit hole on YouTube over the weekend, forgot to tell you. Was Miami Heat LeBron the best version of LeBron? And you brought up the finals where he averaged 34 against the Warriors the first time they hooked up, but I think Miami LeBron was, God.
The finals against the Warriors where Iguodala won the MVP.
He was fantastic.
I got to put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo. What up, Billy?
That team outside LeBron stunk. They stunk.
Mario Chalmers.
No,
I'm
talking about Cleveland. The Cleveland
No, they
team.
had Ilgauskas. Who else?
Thank you.
That was Mozgov, I think.
Oh, Mozgov.
Exactly. Who else? Who was on that team with LeBron? I know one.
Kevin Love.
He was hurt for that series.
Yeah, well, he got hurt. Kyrie got hurt in game one.
That's what I'm saying. It was like the worst team of all time. That might have been the worst finals.
The team he took against San Antonio, and they got swept.
They had Eric Snow. He was competent. Who was the second best player on the Cleveland Cavaliers the year LeBron James had a great series, but Iguodala was the MVP? And the answer is J.R. Smith.
I was just going to.
Enough said.
Gales legend, Matthew Dellavedova.
And I love
Delly.
And everybody knows I love J.R. Smith.
I do,
But if he's your second best player, I don't know.
Tristan Thompson?
Ugh.
Oh, no, that was the good Tristan.
No.
Put some respect.
No, I won't. I don't like
him and Drake.
I don't like guys who are more known, who
I was going to say school.
They have a profession as an NBA player, but
you feel like
people don't know him like an NBA player. They know him because who he dates or what he does off the field or the floor.
Yeah. But you got to be able to separate the two, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, like Kelsey's dating no girl. We still we know what he is.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Tristan Thompson ain't no Travis Kelce. Please. Yeah, and you know what I'm saying. We got a football game tonight, Joe. By the way,
Oh, who's playing?
Jacksonville, New Orleans.
We don't know if your boy's going Thor.
Trevor Lawrence. By the way, you can't snort something if you got money on it, which I assume you will at some point.
Of course you will.
Money?
Good point, Evan.
Well, just because you haven't put
Evan's
the bet down
having a
yet.
hell of a day.
Yeah. Evan's having a hell of a year.
McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Debo Samuel, they didn't practice today.
Oh, my goodness.
Relax. Just settle down.
It's really their Wednesday.
They don't. Let me tell you.
Because they play Monday.
Those are 3 veteran day offs. McCaffrey may not play. The other 2 are playing.
You so sure?
Yes.
Huh? Who was in here today that was it Shasky that said, you know what? I might, and I was waiting for you to go off, but of course you didn't.
No, it's Shasky.
Yeah, dude, you too, boy. Yeah. Listen, would you sit him this week? You said Guith to me it's football.
No,
you don't see this one.
And this is what you've never, ever.
I got a Steiny cam. You don't even know what is
This
rolling.
is what you've never figured out about me. I say it's nuanced, but you don't acknowledge that I'm nuanced. And here's where you'll say, well, you're flip-flopping. And I would say, well, it's nuanced. So I am the kind of guy that's like, if you can play, play.
Right.
However, An NFL season now is 17 games. It's a long season.
Fact.
All right, they're 5-1. All right. All I'm saying is if he's like, it's the easiest time to ever be conservative. Like, why wouldn't you be?
Because you could beat Minnesota without him. The opponent's a big part of that.
It's the opponent almost has nothing to do with it, believe it or not. It's about making sure that you don't put a guy in a position to get hurt further until he's completely healthy. Something else I was thinking about. Believe it or not, for me, maybe the 49ers are saying behind closed doors, we can win without McCaffrey, so we're definitely not going to play him. I think it has less to do with the opponent than, hey, Doc, what do you think? Yes or no? And the Doc goes, why? Yeah, is he there? He's either there or he's close. Could he? Yeah, he could. And this is, I believe this. I believe this. If Monday were the Super Bowl, McCaffrey was going to play.
No doubt about it.
Right?
So you're saying, is it worth the risk?
Exactly.
In Week 7. Yeah.
Exactly.
But you'll get what you want if somehow he's not able to play. You're not by yourself. A lot of people want to see Brock Purdy, maybe without a McCaffrey.
Like, okay, let me throw this at you, Goo. Last year, you felt and articulated, and I completely agreed, that it felt like the way they were playing Trey Lance was going to lead to trouble.
Oh, Ray Charles gets sick.
And then he gets hurt.
Yep.
Comparatively, when I'm looking at McCaffrey this year, I'm not saying it. Like, he totes the rock a lot. He just does. He's always been when he plays, he carries 20 times and he catches 5 passes, essentially. Like, that's who he is, and it's why he is so great. So, in a weird way, I don't say, boy, Kyle, you got him hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is kind of who he is.
Yeah, no doubt.
And to me, Trey Lance, you were running him because you had to run him because he didn't have any other part of his game. Anyway, that's just that's just my.
I think I'm just going to blow your wig and Evan's wig. So I was watching that game again, and I told you on a crossover a couple days ago, you all, about the report that was out there that even the first play of the Cowboy game, it was a 15-yard penalty. I believe it was Kurz had McCaffrey's face mask. I'm no doctor, guys, but I'm following the little leads. Follow me here.
Mm-hmm.
Your oblique is on the side. And if this guy is running the ball and his helmet, they grab the face mask and grab. His thing is going, look at my head if you can see me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sure. I'm wondering if that could have aggravated the oblique. I thought of it because he's had his face mask grabbed like 5 times, Donnie, and I'm like, that ain't just nothing to see here. I'm wondering if that kind of just,
See, what's funny is the face mask thing doesn't do it for me. Like, I don't think there's anything to the face mask thing other than it's just happened to happen a lot.
I thought I had.
Here's what I was thinking. I don't even really know what an oblique is. What is it? Side kind of?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's your side abdominal.
And here's my first thought is, the way McCaffrey runs, he turns sideways as he hits a small hole. Like, that's what he's great at.
He could be right. So he got hit in that area, you're saying?
He's almost the way he runs. He's asking to get hit there because he's not square up. Like, he can, what do they call it? He can make himself skinny in the hole.
Yeah.
Really, really well. And maybe
like a mouse.
The only way you can make yourself skinny in the hole is if you twist your body, right?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're running between the tackles, you can get hit from any direction.
Right.
So if it's a linebacker running horizontal, if it's a safety in the box, if it's a defensive lineman running from behind you, I mean, he's liable to get hit anywhere.
No, Evan, no doubt. But when you see that face mask, your neck is involved. You know what I mean? It's like, I was watching the one just with Dallas, like, that could have all kind of ramification on the body. Not saying that's how it happened, but it could be like a weird torque,
You know what? We'll monitor it. We'll monitor it
people
here
not feeling it
at 10 on 10 to 2.
I mean, they don't really need him, right?
I'm done with that. After Cleveland, I'm done.
That's a good point. And that's why I don't.
What's the spread, Evan? You know? Well, I'm sure it's
minus 6.5 right now, 49ers.
Good God.
Yeah, we'll wait till it balloons to 11. You know, it's going to balloon to 11. Hey, by the way, this is not even talking about hashtag random. I got a buddy.
Harry.
Dale.
Okay.
His name's Dale, golfing guy.
His son named Trace.
That's a 4. And they were part of the show.
I don't get it. I totally don't get it.
You've been calling Trace Jackson Davis Dale Davis's son the entire time.
Okay.
So you said you had a friend named Dale. I asked if his son was named
Dale. Dale.
Oh, they said
D-E-L.
Oh, our bad.
Short for Delbert.
Okay, our bad.
Anyway.
I was trying to think of something with Curry now. But go ahead.
I don't want to say his last name, but.
Say it.
Nah. But anyway, the funny thing, his name sounds a little like, well, it doesn't. We call him Del Boca Vista because of the Seinfeld episode where the Costanzas moved down to Florida. Del Boca Vista. His last name starts with a B, so it's Del Ba. So we call him Del Boca Vista because that was the name of the community in Florida that the Costanzas moved to, and then the Seinfeld's or vice versa. Seinfeld they went first, and then Costanza's family moved down to the same place in Florida after living in New York. Anyway, this is so obscure. I don't even know what I'm doing. Anyway, when I play golf with Del and I make a nice putt, you know what he says? 10-2. I don't know why it makes me laugh all the time. 10-2. Because that's our show now.
Yeah, we love you, Steiny.
I love Del. Hey, did you see these Sabonis numbers?
When did he get on your list?
He was on my list.
Nah, Steiny. He wasn't on your list before that series last year.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yes.
I was waiting for Evan to back me up.
I thought you liked him.
Yeah.
Who?
Sabonis. He was part of the story. Remember, you kept saying, Goo, I don't know who their best player is. Tell me if I'm wrong. I think that was you. Yeah. I don't know if it's Fox or Sabonis. Mm-hmm. It was like you had him in high regard.
No.
Evan, my boy.
No.
You tag team now, Steiny.
And I'll say it. At some point.
1-2-2.
At some point 2 or 3 years ago, John Dickinson just simply said, Fox is their best player. And so when
he did say.
Right, then I took it to the bank because he sees him more than me.
But I thought he also said Sabonis played like their best player in the regular season.
And he did say that.
Listen, okay.
Because of all the dribble
Ernie
handoff.
Chavez, get us the audio.
Triple doubles.
Yeah. Ernie will find it.
You know what? Stick a triple double. Seriously.
Well, it's the league's. It's the product. That's what it is.
I've seen Sabonis have triple doubles and he stinks.
Right. Westbrook too.
Okay. Here's a few things about Sabonis. Somebody's got to play 82 games. I get it. Sabonis has some talent. There's no doubt about it.
All right.
What is he, 6'10"? Okay, when you're 6'10".
6'11".
So, even better, for the sake of this argument. Right. Look, if you play 35 minutes a night and you're 6'11" and you got anything, you're going to average 16, 8, and 4.
I agree.
If you're playing, it's just going to happen by eye. Just run up and down.
But there's more than that, Stoney.
No. Here's the point. Sabonis is the guy who, as he scores and the game progresses, you don't worry about it. Only when it gets to at some point during the game, you may have to say, "Hey, we got to shut down Sabonis." Okay, you know what? Then you go shut him down. He just gets
19, 12, and 7.
He reminds me of David Lee a lot.
Wow.
He makes he gets scores. It's like you look up in the third, start of the middle of fourth quarter, and Sabonis got 18 and 9. Huh. I didn't notice, really. I guess so. How impactful was it? Not really.
David Lee's got more touch than Sabonis.
Okay,
but
I'll give you that.
Sabonis is the better player, though, right, guys? And I love him.
He works harder than David Lee. I'll give him that. Or at least on the court.
Hey.
Yeah, no, he's giving them
just like effort.
Yeah. Steiny, he's a regular season guy.
And Thank you.
And I think they know it.
They don't know it because they wouldn't have paid him what they paid him. Here's the problem, too, that Sacramento – this is one of my big theories. You can overcome it, but it's very beneficial in the NBA. And it's an advantage if you if you pay your best player on your team the highest salary on the team.
Well,
and your second best player, you pay the second highest salary. Yeah. Okay, and that's the issue here.
But we got to be honest, Donnie. Fox took a leap.
Well,
I think they were doing it with the way they thought.
And I'm about to tell you that you might be mistaken. Next year, Sabonis is making $30 million this year. Next year, he jumps to $41.
That is insane.
That's more than Fox.
Okay.
Fox is 32, 35, 37. Sabonis is 41, 45,
That's Jesus.
48, 52.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so now you're paying Sabonis more money than anybody else in the team for the next 2 years. 2 years. But he's not your best player. He's just not. And so now you got to make that up somewhere.
But when you signed him, you thought he was, Donnie. That's what's happening.
But and here's where,
you know what I mean?
I don't necessarily know they thought he was, but like they kind of had to. And you know what? It's just like the Warriors in a way signing Draymond Green. It's like you can't let him go for nothing. If we need to move him eventually, we'll try to move him eventually. But I don't like when we talk about like a Jordan Poole, it's like he wants to go somewhere to be a one. Well, he's not. The team's going to stink if he's a one. It's obvious. Now, when he's your third or fourth best player, maybe you got something. Anyway, so
that's some chicken.
And here's the and 650. I'm going to tell you something right now. And I said it last night, and I exaggerated a little bit for effect, but I'm going to exaggerate 7 times more. Sabonis' dad was twice the player this kid is.
Oh, he was a beast.
This kid cannot touch his father. This guy's dad was so good. And listen,
we saw him when he was older.
Sabonis is fine. I just don't think he's an all-star. I don't think he's worth $50 million. I think he just gets numbers in the course of
empty,
any
hollow
game.
numbers.
I don't think he has any lift under the basket so that he can be contained. I think.
So you didn't like him real quick. You didn't like him in Indiana either?
No. They didn't win.
Yeah, but I never blamed him.
Well, and okay, in fairness, like he's the player he is. Like I can work with Sabonis, but not at $50 million where he thinks he's the best. You think he's the best player? It's like, no.
Yeah, no, I believe they wish they wouldn't have done that either.
I wonder. Now they need,
that was embarrassing what he did in crunch time against the Warriors.
He can be guarded. Plain and simple.
And the Warriors don't have that much size.
Guarded.
It was like, boo. And he was just fumble-dumble. Good God. He was in his own head.
And he's got 20 and 9.
No way he should be making one more penny than De'Aaron Fox. As he goes, as you go.
Like,
shout out to the car.
Even last night, 12-8-6, I think he was. 12-8-4
right.
or something. It's not good.
He got the chickens now. He don't hate, congratulate.
It's a bare minimum.
Yeah, Vivek, they got that wrong. Who was that, McNair? No, that was before McNair.
Thank you, 650. Thank you. I forgot. I almost left out. I left out one of the most important points. He can't guard anybody. Who can he guard?
He's their anchor.
Oh, you are? Oh, that's what he is. He's an anchor.
You got me worried about my bet.
He's both an anchor and a hollow man.
Yep. When you need him most, he'll disappear.
You should feel all right about your bet, Goo. And I think one of the things that's affecting Sabonis, Steiny, the fact that his touches are going to be going to one Keegan Murray.
No doubt.
He looked pretty damn good last night.
Well, you know what? As a guy who doesn't think the Kings are going to win as many games as last year, that worries me. Because were at times they were better without Sabonis last year, especially against the Warriors.
No, that is a fact.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Well, I don't even know if he is. Actually, I don't know anything about him. But
he's getting paid coming up.
I'd rather pay. I'll pass. No. It's like Blind Date. Chuck Woolery. 2-2. We're coming back in 2-2.
I thought that was Roger Lodge.
That was Blind Date. Yeah.
Roger Lodge.
Yeah, Blind Date.
Okay,
Roger Lodge.
Yeah. Chuck Woolery was.
That's Love Connection.
Okay.
I think I made a mistake. I said Blind Date first.
Yeah.
No, Love Connection is we'll be back in 2-2. meaning 2 minutes and 2 seconds, because that's how long a break was. Love Connections is also the one where they went on a date. So it'd be like me and Sabonis. We go on a date, okay?
Yeah.
And then we come on the show and we talk about our date. And then at the end of talking about our date,
I watched that. Yeah,
they say to Steiny, "Hey Steiny,
yeah, I got you.
would you like to see Domantas Sabonis again, or would you like to go on your own?"
Yeah,
and I would just say, "You know what? I'm going to go on my own, Chuck."
Yeah, you know what? I'm out.
That's all.
Yeah, I remember that. Good God,
Chuck Woolery, it's so out of the blue. Whew. He's got some opinions. I don't know if you follow him on Twitter.
Were you a big Joker's Wild guy?
Oh, that was Jack Riley.
Until Snoop took over. They tried to do a reboot with Snoop.
I love game shows.
Is
that surprising?
Hey, what about Make Me Laugh when they used to just stare? Evan,
Bobby Van.
It was Make Me Laugh, and
Bobby
you just
Van.
stared at each other until whoever's laughed.
It was one of the.
They should bring it back.
The Unknown Comic.
Yeah.
The Unknown Comic.
What are you talking about?
You have no idea what we're talking about?
I haven't.
It was
been
called
able to
Make Me
track
Laugh.
this conversation
Evan.
of
And they would stare at each other like we're doing, and the first one to laugh won and lost.
There was a show called Make Me Laugh. They'd bring in a contestant. They'd have 3 comedians. The 3 comedians would each do like a minute. And if the contestant didn't laugh, they won. So the comedians were trying to make them laugh.
Oh, well, I've seen this bit done on Wild 'N Out. They have a bull spitting segment where is a guy basically just has water in his mouth and they try to make him laugh and spit the water out.
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
Similar.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But they didn't make a show about it.
Yeah, that's it. Though.
So the Unknown Comic was this comic who told absolutely terrible jokes.
The worst.
They were awful. They were, they were the dad jokes, but kind of even worse. Because dad jokes can be clever. He was kind of like, but he had a paper bag over his head.
Oh, people say we're aging ourselves.
He was great.
Yeah,
that was a Gong Show. Gong Show he was on. Oh, no, shoot.
Is it as old as
Maybe the Unknown?
Irvin
Actually, you know
jersey
what?
goo?
I think I messed something up.
The Michael Irvin jersey that I thought you were boycotting.
They won.
Yeah, that was Monday.
The team won.
So
boycotts end after wins. But
the shortest boycott I've ever heard
After wins, everything is reset. But the best game show is real quick, Evan, Steve Harvey. Survey Slam.
Oh my God.
What's that?
Steve Harvey. Survey Slam.
Is that your family feud?
Oh boy.
Roger Lodge is from the show Cheaters. Now,
and that is I wish we had the buzzer.
No, Donnie Greco.
Look at Donnie Greco. That's mafioso.
But I can't remember the guy. The guy before him, I think got stabbed or something because he was in the middle of something.
I never liked Cheaters.
I thought it was one of the greatest shows of all time.
You think it was real?
Yes. Oh, I think it was definitely
That was
real.
our reality TV before reality TV.
What a
Dudes
show.
ain't going to get caught in gals.
What are you talking about? It's easy.
Can you see the cameraman? Come on.
But they were being surveilled for 3 weeks by some private eye. And then once they got the patterns down, then they brought the camera out. Oh, what a show. Oh, my gosh. That was a great show.
Yeah.
Cheaters.
Did they have knockout in the show?
Oh, great call. Great call.
This dude's
Evan's the man. Hey, you have a chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Our listeners are being given an opportunity to play Knockout. They'll pick up basketball game Knockout on Monday, October 30th. That's when everything starts. Okay, you're going to have a chance to play Knockout at Chase Center with other listeners. We're going to give out 10 slots, 30 overall, and it's going to run for 2 weeks. So get this straight. You got a chance to play on the Chase Center floor. First chance to win, again, is Monday, the 30th at 12:30. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. That's it. So it'd be like me and Sabonis. We go on a date.
Join San Francisco Zoo in
the first 3 quarters was like what Steiny was talking about, exhibition. Exhibition.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stray Cats?
I'm going to say...
No way.
This one's a Spadoni special.
I'm going to take... This is...
It's almost like The Police?
Mirror
The
in
Doors.
Bathroom?
What's it called?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Oh, we don't even know the name.
That's the title.
What?
Mirror in the Bathroom.
Oh. That may be the... Is that The Police?
I said Doors.
This is
The Beat, apparently.
English Beat or The Beat? Mm-hmm.
English
Would that
Beat.
be...
okay. Yes, that's a great call. I think that's right.
What was the reggae you guys helped me on today?
Ska.
Yeah, would
Ska.
that be... That wouldn't be ska right there.
No, that's British pop, kind of, or...
Yeah. No Woman, No Cry.
That's
the
reggae.
Best, I know. The best song ever made. No Woman, No Cry. God went through a lot in my life.
Hey,
man.
Actually, yeah, Wikipedia is saying it's a British ska band.
British ska?
Wow, look at Goo.
Wow.
Having a hell of a year.
Don't. You're trying to take my Woj impression. That's obvious.
No, that's you got it there.
Hey, I'm going to say something and everybody's going to be like, stop kissing the boss's behind. But I'm not just speaking to our boss, Matt Nahigian, right now. I'm talking to every boss out there. All right? Let me give you just a little piece of advice. One of the best attributes you can have as a boss is being able to read a room. You got to be able to read a room and be able to take the temperature of a room.
I love this.
Okay, so yesterday we do a 4-hour show, 4 hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We walk to our cars. We drive all the way out to San Leandro.
Well, some of us
we do
did.
a show from 4 to 6. Many of us hung out after to talk to listeners till 7 or 8 o'clock.
Or 9.
Then we go home. Today, Nahigian says, hey, guys, no Thursday meeting today. Yeah. You guys had a day yesterday.
I was disappointed.
Like,
I wanted to meet.
That's big. That is such a little thing that he did.
I hated it.
It is such a little thing, but it's huge.
Yeah.
It is huge. And if you got to be able to read the room.
Yeah.
For example, I once knew a guy, God, I can't remember who it was, but used to have a meeting at 8 o'clock every Monday morning.
Oh, that's just, wow.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. You want write-ups and everything.
What good is that going to do for morale?
I got you. That is an F.
You know it. Anyway.
Oh, man. You got to remember the boss's name on that one.
I do. I'm just not going to use it.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, it should be a prerequisite that a boss has to be able to read the room. Hey, can you read a room? Not really. You're fired.
Yep. Night.
Yeah. Hey, can you read a room? Well, I'm not really good at it. You can't be a boss then. All right, I'm done. Yeah. And then now it's your turn to talk.
No, that was a mini gripe. I'm going to have one tomorrow.
Have one? A gripe?
Yeah. I ain't got enough energy.
Why? You're doing great today, by the way.
No, dude, my talker is going out.
Are you calling in sick tomorrow?
No. Oh, my God. Evan, why are you laughing? When Evan laughs, what could he be laughing at?
You said my talker. I've never known you as one
dude.
to...
They go, hey, Willer goes, hey, Guru, what do you think? Yesterday, I was like, what have I turned into? I'm yelling too much.
The only time I've ever seen you lose your voice was after the Game 4 speech to the Warriors before they played the Celtics.
Yeah, I called Kaiser and set up a little appointment after that one. Yeah. And our guy that called and tried to check me on my Dallas fandom.
Fredo.
Fredo, yeah.
Boy.
Can never forget that.
God, I'd love for him to call in.
Dude, you have 4 people came up yesterday. They're like, the way you handled that guy, I didn't even know him yesterday. I go, who you? Oh, yeah. I was like, wait, embarrassed.
That's one of those like you see on Twitter, and then the quote tweet is like, "You want to see a body?"
Yeah.
Hey, you're burying the lead.
Tell me.
The guy that had the rats on the Sable
That was cool.
Right on the table counter.
That was really cool. That was totally cool.
That's my new best friend.
What was his name?
Nah. That's my guy.
But you know what? As long as we're going there, like, you know what is? You got
goosebumps yesterday. You had to, man.
A few thug tears.
You got to stand and
Just
then a chant.
How about this? Little stuff like a few people came up to me and said, "Steiny, hope your hip feels better." Come on. And one gentleman I talked to, gosh, I wish I remember his name. He said to me, "Hey, I heard you talking about your hip, and my hip's not doing great either. Can I ask you a question?" I said, "Sure." He goes, "How do you know when you think you need a replacement?" And I said, "It's funny you asked me that, because I asked a buddy of mine the same question who had hip replacement. Right. And you know what he said to me, sir?" And the sir said, "What?" And he said, "You'll know. Wow. Trust me, you'll know." All right. And right now, I know.
I don't want to give you bad news, but Union City was in the building. Yankee Mario, you met him, my boy that had the Union City shirt on. Steiny, he had both hips replaced at the same time, and only one hip was bothering him. I said, "Why did you get both?" The doctor told him, not if, when the other. So no, I'm just telling you, buddy, I don't want you to have to go through two different times, but it's like Norm's in the knee surgery. Once one gets fixed, the other starts barking. So just ask your doctor, "Hey, my buddy Goo is saying I might want to just knock out both of them at the same time so I don't have to do another one." Because, Steiny, our bodies are so fickle. They're like cars. You get paid, you got a check coming, and then the engine or tranny go out on you. It knows. Just do with that what you will, but Yankee Mario got both at the same time.
I will. I will look into it, however.
You got an appointment tomorrow? No, Monday.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Monday.
I'll look into it, but I will say that my other hip is healthy. So
right now it is.
Yeah.
But when that other hip sees what's going on the other side,
if it's healthy,
they're getting brand new. What about us?
If it's healthy, what do I do? Why would I get a hip replacement on a healthy hip?
Well, the doctor tell you.
Yeah, he said no. He said one and done.
All right.
Let's go to Philmo Mike.
Yeah, he was
Philmo Mike real quick. Oh, no, we can't. Hey, Philmo, we got to get you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're having phone trouble. Yeah. Philmo, seriously, we're in new digs. But thank you so much for coming out.
He was the man. Is he a real one, Steiny?
Yeah,
he's a real one.
He's a good guy. Yeah. He's pretty cool. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570. Don't call that number right now because we have the crossover coming up next, and I just forgot. And sometimes when you don't know what you're going to say in radio next, you just lean on a crutch like the number, or you can do a read about Knockout. Hey, you want to play Knockout at Chase Center? You got an opportunity. We have a contest that starts October 30th. You're going to have a chance, if you want, to play on Chase Center floor. We're going to give out 30 total slots, and it starts again on Monday, the 30th. Knockout at Chase. Mm-hmm. Sounds like fun to me. You're distracted.
I thought we were going to break.
It's not 42 yet.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, look at my guy.
Wow. Who are you getting?
No, I thought you were
49 Frankie.
No, you saw him.
You didn't see enough of him yesterday. He's still texting you. I don't get it, Goo. You spent all night with him last night. Now you're texting 49 Frankie.
Boy,
or was it Relaford? What was Relaford?
Relaford. He on something else. What'd you say?
No, I was gonna say for once, Steiny, you put the silence on your shoulders.
Yeah, you did everything right. So I was shocked. I thought that didn't come out right.
All right, it says Knockout Tees, but I just did that. So, well, you know what? You know what that segment? Who sponsored that segment? Caltrans Stormwater System.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide.
So it'd be like me and Sabonis. We go on a date.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny Guru. It's a crossover. Willard Dibbs in the house. What's going on, gentlemen? Really, sincerely, a fun time last night.
Oh, my goodness.
And I do want to say, Willard, great job of hosting. Great job of hosting.
Willard was in his bag.
Dibbs, I think of the six of us, you probably talk the least.
Always.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
And I mean, you could put that out on, the 3 shows we do. Of the 6 of us, I talk the least, based on 6A to 6P as well.
I kept slapping him on the leg.
No, but Shasky,
that's
it's
I would give Dibbs a leg slap, and that was like, go.
Right.
And then, here comes.
That's a pro move.
I know you're good.
Well,
you know what?
It's tough. It's tough. Right? You know who else does that? And Bob Fitzgerald.
He does?
Yes.
He slaps Coletta on the leg?
No, he doesn't slap him. He has a closed fist, and he just taps him a little.
No.
He's done it to me where he goes, that's when you know he's going to leave it for you.
Right.
Because you were great. We were all great.
He's trying to throw a bounce pass.
Exactly.
But Mark, you went Shasky, Bonte, then it's Diaz, but Shasky grabs him back. I'm like, no, let it come. I love my guy. It's Shasky, Bonte, and then Shasky No, it's 1-1-1-1, then back to you.
Well, we had
I love you, Butch.
Yeah, we had a format that I'm sure everybody got emailed the format, and it included
follow a format.
You're right.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Not like it's Bonte, it's Shasky, Bonte.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I love my guy.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. I don't get paid by the word, and I said that to somebody on the staff early on, and that's fine.
I pitched that up the flagpole.
You actually make more
our
money.
show should be paid by the word.
Well, then you make
no.
more.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Mark. I have to lie. But then you get paid more per word than anybody else.
Right.
It's a good point. It's a great point.
As the longest tenured radio professional on this station,
Look at him.
You and I could flash our LinkedIns on each other, and it's close. But
I leave the flashing to you on this show.
We'll give it two.
I understand how bad it is when multiple people talk over each other, which is why I lay out. So in that setting where you've got people coming in hot over the top, and you pick your spot, Steiny, and when you get your turn, you burn the whole place down, and I get that. And Goo, you're passionate and you're everywhere,
but I'll wait till the ball comes to me though.
Oh, just like there?
He said Goo.
Yeah.
Like Shasky called me and he was like, I'm gonna run the 4 corners off his you went Westbrook.
What are you gonna do? I'd call it controlled chaos, but that's giving it way too much love. It's not controlled.
What I realized is that I am Andrew Wiggins. I'm gonna wait on the weak side. And you know what? I might give you 9 and 4, and I might actually exert my force on the proceedings, but that's fine. I don't need to be over there and dominating the proceedings and all that.
And that's why when Dibbs has a great show, I go to the boss and I go, that's the Dibbs we need every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not just on Wednesdays.
When you give me the ball, Iverson, exactly.
Let's go.
It's like playing with Allen Iverson
Where's
from 2
the
to 6.
consistency?
He'll dribble. There's 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Then he gives it to me, and he goes to the mocha. Yeah, exactly. He'll go to the water. He'll go to the caffeine. He'll go to the TV. And then I gotta jack something up real quick.
What about the people,
It's a buck.
the fans?
It's
I saw
unbelievable.
all you guys sign autograph. That's what makes this special.
Well, the whole thing to me is still somewhat like I don't know if I want to call it out-of-body experience.
It's close.
But Dibbs, and all of us, we've been doing this now for a really long time.
Yeah.
And it doesn't usually go like this. So, and I do hope those of you, and I know because you're all so faithful, those of you who show up to events like that are listening again right now. And I do hope that you know how unique you are because I've been to a lot of remotes and it's just there's one
it ain't like yesterday.
There's one guy who looks like he's been everywhere too long.
Wow.
And he's just that's it. I mean, the fact that we've now been to 3 buildings and packed the hell out of those every time, it's special. is special. It's very, very, very cool. And I want to give a special shout out to, there were a number of you, I won't know every name or be able to repeat every conversation, but the ones that I love the most, it's one thing, hey, we listen to the shows and we really love it or whatever. When I hear from someone who says, look, something out there is difficult for me right now, either my job, my life, my this, that, or the other is difficult, and I go to you guys, and it helps it go in an upward trajectory. That is what is in my mind's eye every time we open up a mic. You know, we get crazy, we get wild, we argue, we have stupid opinions, whatever. I hope that all of it brings some sort of levity or emotion or smile or happiness to people. If it doesn't, then I'm not sure if this is as cool as we think it is. So when people come up and say that, those are the ones that stick with me a little bit longer.
That's beautiful.
Well said.
Yeah.
That's Mark Willard.
Yeah, I'm not following that. I mean,
wow.
Good luck.
And then
this guy's pulling the heartstrings.
Take a slurp of my coffee.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Am I supposed to come out and rip somebody now?
Yeah.
Like,
back to Wiggins.
You know,
Let me think who we could rip. Just off the top of my head. What's the point?
How about the entire Warrior organization for falling behind last night?
Well, let's talk about something that we should talk about. That game last night was unbelievable for a preseason game. It really,
Jim's
really
looking
was.
like, who is this guy?
No, I heard it earlier, and I was driving in, and I was thinking, man, I'm so glad to hear him say what he said, because I'm driving home from after I ghosted you.
Yeah.
And sorry, man.
Irish goodbye.
Shout out to you. And I did say goodbye. It wasn't quite Irish. It was more of a Scottish goodbye, where, I could have saddled up for one more, but I had a baby at home, and I get in the car, and I hear Elevation Sensation, and I love it. And, Tom Tolbert on color commentary, and I'm a big fan. And it's like I'm listening to the game, and I'm listening to the game, and I'm like, this is a preseason game. And I'm listening to the game, and I'm loving it, and it's back and forth, and it's, the Kings this, and it's Sabonis that, and, TJD, and, unbelievable. And I'm like, this is awesome. And I get home, and the baby's not home, and she's over at grandma's with mommy, and I walk in the house, and I put the TV on, and I change the TV to Fitz and Kalena, and I'm watching preseason basketball, and I'm locked in.
Yeah.
And I watch the whole first half, and then baby comes home, and I pause it, and we do the thing, and diaper change, and gaga goo goo, and the whole deal, and that she goes to bed, and I'm like, I gotta watch this, and I'm like, wait, I had to slap myself. I gotta watch this. This is preseason basketball, and I was like, not locked in. But I was at least like half locked in to a preseason game.
So the Warriors, especially certain members of the team, are those types of human beings in this world that you can't take your eyes off of, right? They're that kind of celebrity.
Yeah.
But this is interesting because I'm glad we brought this up, and there'll be a lot of this on our show today. And I'm willing to be the outlier here, and I want to make sure it doesn't sound like something that's inauthentic, because I am over the moon excited about this season, and I can't wait for Tuesday night.
Man,
I found out about this buzzer beater hours after it happened.
Oh, so you weren't live.
I did not watch this game. When I saw the highlight,
That's a fireable offense.
Just kidding. Right, I watched the highlight and I went, cool. And then I moved on with my day. I had emails to send, and
you weren't Steiny.
This is nothing to pull away from anybody who was inspired, because I've heard all the reports that the building was lit up and loud, and obviously the players cared on some sort of level, and I can completely understand the whole, hey, this team needs chemistry, so the more time together, the better. That's all great. I woke up thinking about Brock Purdy and Kirk Cousins. I did.
Wow.
I woke up thinking about them, and all I'm hearing all day is everyone's like, this game, and I'm like, you all, they're both 0-0. Like, this did not count. And I saw D-Lo and KC on Twitter last night, and they're like, don't lie, that hurt. And I'm like, let the adorable ones care about this. Come on, really? Like, cool.
This one hurt is what they said.
The standpoint of like Steph hit a three.
It's
cool.
a rivalry now, dude.
But
Dagger.
like, really? Is the hair on the back of our neck up? Preseason basketball?
Real quick before you go, Steiny, and I told Steiny this on the show, you started it when you said breaking news. It's a dress rehearsal with the starting five.
Wow.
And when I saw that ball go in, my man comes in here on fire. Since 1985, you said that was the best.
Yeah, when I saw Bird in person at in an exhibition game.
Wow.
Listen, I don't know why. Like, I just started watching the game. I watched the whole game, and it was just a game for a while. In order for it to become something like it became, just a bunch of different factors have to play into it. The Kings being the team was certainly one of the factors.
Yes.
You think, right?
Absolutely.
That's what everyone, now Lucas in the other room was like, if it was the Hawks, it would have been the same for Steph.
No.
Yeah.
I think the Kings were a part of it. What percentage, we could argue.
Okay.
But there was also, they're down 10 or 4. He puts Curry back in with 7:45 to go. And it's an exhibition game, or it's a preseason game. Once you do that, well, it's clear he said, let's get back into this game and see if because then we can see if you can play with Chris and the land.
Right, but don't you think that's what he's thinking? He's like, let's practice some scenarios.
Exactly. Yeah. I think, yes, I think he puts Curry back in at 7:45. Yeah. They're down 12. And he says to Steph something like, let's try to get back in this game so that the last 3 or 4 minutes we can do whatever we want, like tinker, or maybe it's going to be the lineup we use, maybe it'll be another lineup. And they got back into it. And then he put Chris Paul in with 4:30. I think he took Moody off at some point. He brought Sargent. So I do think it ended up being somewhat of what like it may look during the regular season, minutes-wise and finishing lineup-wise. It's not going to be the last time we see that.
I'm aware that I may have missed something. Because Grandy, that was his first response to me this morning. He goes, you'd feel different if you watched it live.
Yeah.
And I didn't. And I watched it on Memorex. And I'm like, cool.
They're both 0-0.
Cool. The Warriors, the Warriors, like Steph hit a three. I knew he could do that. I had a feeling, I'm like, but everybody woke up like inspired. And I'm like, did I miss it? Was tonight opening night and I didn't know?
I do think that it was the Kings, and it was the idea of a dress rehearsal, but also it was a Wednesday night where there was nothing else really going on. And maybe it's because we were all fresh off the summit and we had 300 people in the building and we all were loving it and the whole deal. And so all that and more led to the fact that we all were more geeked up about a game. And Mark, hyped us up with the starting lineup that we all heard. And then, when you start to look at the game and you watch them play, and they all were playing like it mattered. They didn't play it was not a summer league vibe. It was not I'm just out here trying to break a sweat and then I'm going to sit down. They were playing like it mattered to them. And so it mattered to us watching it because it mattered to them.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'll tell you this.
I get real quick. I totally get the dude. It was an exhibition game or preseason game, and that's kind of my point. Is I've seen preseason games. It's not a preseason game I can remember, and all I'm saying is last night. Once again, I don't know. Chris Paul's a big part of this, too. I think there's big intrigue. Big curiosity.
Yes.
Huge curiosity.
Absolutely.
And that was fed. That got fed last night, too, because Curry and Curry and Chris Paul did some things late that were pretty good.
Good. Before you jump in, I do want to almost just set the table, though, for all everybody listening right now, that we would I would love to hear. And 888-957-9570, or whether it's Twitch, YouTube chats, text line, whatever, where your head is at right now. Because we try to be mindful of not making these shows necessarily about what's going on in our world, but what's going on out there in your world. So in other words, we're the home of the Warriors. We all just drove home from a Warrior Summit.
Yep.
And so we are knee deep in all of this stuff that's going on.
Right. What'd you call it?
Knee deep.
The echo chamber.
The echo chamber.
Yeah, thank you.
Like we are in a Golden State Warriors
state of mind.
Echo chamber, yeah. And so I think a lot of fans are, but at the same time, I'm like, is this a us thing that this game hit so much? And the majority of the Bay Area sports fans actually out there are like, yo, the Niners are 5-1 and coming off of a loss. So that's kind of where your head is at. Or are you at least transitioning right now into some sort of warrior state of mind? Because also, let's be honest, the 49ers are sort of like, at least for the moment, people are struggling to find any concerns.
And there's not a game until Monday, Mark.
Yeah,
so that there's
but
a lot
not
to
a
do
Warrior
with
game
it.
until Tuesday.
You're right, but there was one yesterday, even though it was preseason.
Yeah.
We partook. I'm going to say this and see if you guys agree. I've been waiting because I was born and raised out here for Sacramento and the Golden State Warriors to be good at the same time. I think we're staring that in the face. I think Sac was proud of what they did. The Game 7, Steph going for 50. Mark, you cannot tell me this is not a rivalry. And I know you're like, well, both teams got to win before that happens. But last night, I'm going to Rob Lowe, that had a lot to do with it. It was the fact that it was the Kings. I think there's some, not bad blood with De'Aaron Fox and the Steph. Like, they were going at each other. And I think that's healthy. And both are going to be, they are good, and I think that had a lot to do with why they played the way they played.
You're probably right. I don't know if I would use the word rivalry because we're getting to a spot where we throw that around, and with the Warriors and to a degree the 49ers, that moves on an annual basis. Is it the Seahawks? Is it the Cowboys? Now it's the Eagles.
Well, I was real quick.
I'll put it this way. It's a thing, though.
Okay.
The Warriors and
they
Kings.
don't like each other.
Well, yeah, the Warriors and Kings is a thing.
It's a big brother, little
but
brother
the
thing.
Seahawks
No doubt.
won,
And the fan
whoever
bases
after
are all
that,
turned up.
That was out of the jurisdiction. I'm going old school Raiders and Niners. That was natural. Giants, A's. That was natural. This is natural. This is territorial. This is, okay, we go down to 80, we'll be there in an hour. And we saw that manifest into 7 great games last year.
I think it's more than natural. I think it's more than natural. I think it's personal because you had Draymond Green stomped on Sabonis. I mean, even though, hey, it's an accident. Where am I supposed to put my foot?
Great.
You stomped on the man. And De'Aaron Fox is coming for Steph Curry's crown as best point guard.
Good, man.
He's good, but he's not Steph.
Okay.
And Steph knows that somebody's coming for him. So Steph's trying to keep everyone at bay. And the fact that they went 7 games and Steph needed is it 50 burger?
Yes.
Did we decide? 40
burger,
piece.
yes, 40 piece.
40 piece,
and
50
I feel like
burger.
you are the one who coined the
I know,
piece.
but I get confused.
No, the burger
on
is
where we
50.
are. The
Yeah,
burger is bigger
50.
than the piece. So
a burger is more
he
special
gave them
than a
a
piece.
50 burger to knock them out. So it's personal.
Yeah.
It's personal for them.
And Mike Brown still there.
Yes, and honestly, based on the way they played last night, it's personal for the Warriors. And we have it on in the
Exactly.
studio right now, and they're down 16 with 13 and a half minutes to go. And yet they got off the deck. And they got off the deck because it matters to them.
Well, and you know what? And that's, Dibs, if you really boil it down, there were many factors why I think that game was special last night. The number one thing that started it was, if you were watching the game, Mark, with about 8 minutes to go, it became clear as day that every player cared about the game. There was just, you could feel it.
Well,
both teams wanted to win. It wasn't about getting guys minutes. It wasn't
preseason.
Exactly. It was something happened where it was important. It was way more important than a regular old game.
I read a
exhibition.
quote. Yeah, I read a quote from De'Aaron Fox that I think is actually the reason for why this feels so different. Because for each team, it's different. It's a thing, but the reason for it is different. So listen to what Fox says, because someone joked with him and said, "Are you sick of playing the Warriors?" Because right now with the playoffs, the preseason, they're on the schedule next week.
Yeah.
It's like Kings Warriors constantly. And he's sort of tongue-in-cheek was like, yeah, I was telling Steve Kerr before the game, like, we played y'all 11 times last year, twice in the preseason, second game of the year, fourth game of the year. I'm like, come on, man, we are sick of seeing them. But then he goes into this, quote, "It's a battle. We have respect for them. And obviously, we hope they have respect for us."
Wow.
That, to me, explains the whole thing. The Kings, this is a thing because the Warriors to them, as you just called them,
Big
Steiny,
brother.
it's big brother, and therefore they don't get any local or even national sort of attention they would like. You hear it all the time. How many national games did we get? How many national games did we get?
Not on Christmas.
It's like, no, we didn't get our Christmas. How do we not get our Christmas? They want respect. They would like some attention. They would like some acknowledgement. The way to do that is to beat the Warriors or get the Warriors' attention. And also the way they've played these games, as you point out, Dibs, the Sabonis stuff and whatnot has gotten the Warriors' attention because it's like the gnat that won't get the hell out of your face. And so I think that's the dynamic that doesn't matter if the game is a preseason game,
right,
a regular season game, or everybody out on the playground.
And it's a dress rehearsal, according to Steve Kerr on our show, and everywhere he said, and do you want to have a dress rehearsal involve you losing to the Kings by 25 at home? And we're watching right now, and they're down 13, late fourth, and Chris Paul just hit a stanky leg three over De'Aaron Fox.
Night.
Yeah, and so, if you're the Warriors, you don't want your dress rehearsal to be a loss to Sacramento before you play them next Friday.
Well, I'll go back to my comment about not being able to take your eyes off it, because to let the listeners in, the way our room is structured right now, the TV that has the Warrior game on is behind my head.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the three of you who've already seen this game.
Yeah.
And none of you are looking at me. You're looking at the game over my right shoulder. I feel like I'm on a date with all of you right now.
It's a commercial right now, so I got eyes on you.
Order some Pinot and a chicken cacciatore, and feel for all the ladies in the world who've had dates where somebody's looking over their shoulder at the TV the entire time.
It's funny you're saying this because when my mom was in her final days, Sue Dibley, rest in peace, we're in the waiting room and hospice comes in. It was Christmas Day, and it was about 6 years ago, and the Cavaliers and Warriors are playing, and my sister and I are talking to hospice with my then wife, Chanda, and, hospice is, the end days for your mom. It's going to be this and that. And I'm watching the TV and hospice is looking at my sister. And then hospice looks at me and I go back to hospice and Gail's looking at the TV. And I look over at my ex-wife and she's shaking her head like, you a-holes. Wow. Your mom has, and my mom literally had 1 day left to live. No. And so we were in that meeting that, none of us ever want to have. No. And some of us have had it and whatever. But it reminds me of what you're talking about because, when you look at Steiny and you're making your point, my eyes are up in the game. I've already watched, Mark.
I've already seen it.
They're down 13. They're down 13.
A, it doesn't count. B, you now know the outcome. And you guys still can't pull your eyes off of it.
I need to relive it, Mark. They're down 13. How did they win this game? It was a must-win, Mark.
I think they scored more points than the other team.
I think another aspect of this is if you're a Warrior fan, we're getting close to a transition. And Chris Paul has put has been a wild card into this mix, and everybody's trying to figure it out. And I think last night you can now look at and I said it before the game, so I was thinking, man, did I overdo it? But I think if you're a Warrior fan, you can look at this game and say, maybe.
You think it looked like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
I really do.
Or at least you had no Draymond, you had no Looney, so it's not like you know what I mean? It's not like a full-strength squad.
But they cared for some reason.
Yeah?
So there it is. All right, gentlemen, listen, I got to hit it.
Oh, gee.
But
you got another haircut?
No. No, what do I have today? Maybe a little pickleball later.
Oh, you don't play pickleball.
Have you picked up pickleball?
Absolutely.
Good for you.
With whom do you play?
Susan. And it's the one activity my daughter, who's 17, will do with me, 15 minutes every month.
Where are you playing?
Up in Montclair.
That's a fun court.
Yeah, you can reserve it.
Open play, yeah.
No,
I did a segment on pickleball.
No, I heard everything. I heard you guys talking about ska today. That was wildly entertaining. Both of you are like, I have no idea what that is. I'm like, I'm talking to my radio. I'm like, come on. It's a little bit of a reggae rock type of a thing. History.
Steiny, just one bit of advice from me to you. Stay out of the kitchen. Thank you. It's a pickleball term.
Oh,
wow.
He doesn't play.
Flew right over his head.
He couldn't explain the score either.
He flew right over mine, too.
I could explain the scoring, but it would take 15 minutes.
1, 2, 2.
Another show tomorrow.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, man, for real. Like, what I miss. That's it. It's not FOMO. Like, I'm okay, but I don't want to be all snooty about this. But at the same time, I'm like, let the Kings fans be all turned up about a preseason basketball game. Let's not run around the block. You didn't high-five anybody last night, did you? When that shot went in, you didn't. I mean, Nahigian showed me a video. I don't know if he was being real or not. He's screaming and yelling in his living room. I think he's just trying to mess with his family. But, I mean, honestly, we didn't, like let the Kings, let the adorable Kings fan base, let them freak out about a preseason basketball game.
No, Mark, no. And nobody...
That's going to be a no.
That's going to be a no from me, Dubs.
Dunk. All right.
Yes. That's going to be a no from us, Dubs. And I'm not saying that I freaked out or that I did laps around the living room. The baby had already gone down for her nap. Actually, it's for bedtime. But when I watched that, there was an absolute silent mega fist pump, and that's what we did. We were excited. It was great, and it was preseason, yes, but it was the Kings, and it was Steph Curry, and the fact that they took it seriously made it so that I kind of took it seriously.
Yeah, no, I get it. And listen, I mean, I'm doing the same thing here, like now over my left shoulder, trying to check it all out. I've watched all the highlights, and ton of fun. But by the same token, I did not expect this kind of a reaction from everybody, our listening audience, the fan base of the Golden State Warriors. So in all seriousness, this is a curiosity journey for us today. 888-957-9570, and you can fire it up on YouTube and Twitch and the Comcast Business text line. Great to see everybody. Hello. Thank you for being here with us today.
Hello.
We'll be in the chats here in just a sec. But for real, where's your head at right now? Where's your head at? And I asked that because, as I said, we did a summit yesterday. Joe Lacob was in our digs, and so we are waist deep in Warrior basketball. So we get here today, and I'm like, man, are we really we're gonna break down for 4 hours, 12 hours? Are we doing a Warriors preseason basketball game?
It's Summit 2.0.
Let's listen to Lacob some more and Klay Thompson's contract. Let's freak out about that some more. And then we'll discuss how weird it is that all of us like Chris Paul all of a sudden. Like, all of that is totally fair game.
Yeah.
But I'm like, it's week 7 in the National Football League, and y'all got the best team in the country, in my opinion.
Right.
And they're about to go up against the quarterback that's been rumored to be our quarterback 8 different times in the last 5 years.
Right.
Both may be missing their number one weapon, and that's kind of where my head is at, but I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one here.
I don't know if you're the weird one, but I do know that there are certain factors that have led me to a place that I didn't think that I would be. I thought that I would come in today and I'd be talking about exactly what you mentioned on our show thread, the whole Kirk and Brock idea, and I put that out on the daily delivery that is out on Twitter in terms of like this game and what this game means. But when I look at this upcoming Niner game, it is now 99 hours away, Mark. 99 hours. They don't play Sunday morning. They don't play Sunday afternoon. They don't play Sunday night. It's not till Monday.
It's a ways away.
So the fact that it's 4 days away and coming off of what we had last night, which was... It was remarkable in terms of a preseason basketball game.
Okay,
and I don't mean to like couch it as that, but if I think about all the preseason games over the past, my entire lifetime, baseball, basketball, football, I think about the Trey Lance preseason game that actually didn't happen this year. Preseason game number 3, where is Trey going to play? Is Trey not going to play? I mean, Trey might be on the block. Is Trey here to stay? How are they going to deal with Trey? And before we even got there, Trey got traded.
Hit the breaking news sounder because he's a Cowboy.
Thank you.
Yeah,
so he was
don't
the Cowboys.
Hit the breaking news sounder. Graham.
No, but that to me was like, in terms of preseason chatter, we haven't talked about Giants preseason baseball. Even when Kyle Harrison made his debut this year, it was an afterthought. Normally, preseason talk is, oh yeah, by the way, there's a game and we have it on our air. And just to give some context, our preseason coverage last night, we didn't have a pregame show. We went right to Tim and Tom live.
Here's the game.
Exactly. Because that's how we feel, not only us, but the Warriors. That's how we all feel about it. But when you watch that game and, you're watching it now and the Warriors down 14.
Still down 14.
But they win the game.
Yeah, it's better when they're down 14 and I don't already know that they're going to win the game. I do find that's more exciting.
It is, but when you watch it, knowing what you know, and you watch the way they played, both teams, they played this game not quite like it was a playoff game, but they played this game like it mattered, both teams.
Well, and I get that. I mean, the Warriors, I do think it's for different motivations, though. I think the Golden State Warriors played the game the way they are last night because Steve Kerr is in full-blown tinker mode. He's looking at this going, okay, Draymond Green has basically missed the entire preseason. He is questionable for next week. We have a major player who is joining the squad, and therefore, as a ball handler, we need to sort of figure that whole thing out. I think the Warriors really cared because they know that they've got a basketball game in, 5 days. They got a basketball game in 5 days that's really going to matter, and they've got to crash course it. And yes, they enjoy keeping the Kings under their thumb. I think that's all true. The Kings, on the other hand, like I said, if they played the Warriors on Market Street in warm-up shorts and white tank tops, and there were 8 people there, De'Aaron Fox would be playing his rear end off.
True.
Because they've got a thing. They've got a Rodney Dangerfield, we can't get no respect thing, and they think that the Warriors are the conduit to that respect, and they are probably right.
Right.
Like the Kings can go beat pick another sort of Western, like if they played
Memphis.
If they played the Timberwolves in that first series and beat them, people would have been like, okay, what happened in that series?
No, good though. The Kings actually won a series, first time in years.
Great,
yeah.
But if they had beaten the Warriors, which they didn't, on their own floor in Game 7.
Jeez.
That all adds up to this. That game, that was their opportunity to get on the map, and they lost it. And so they're going to carry that with them. And that's why the top voices out there who cover the Kings were all on social media last night going, damn, that hurt. And I was like, it did?
It hurt.
Are you okay? It hurt? Have you ever had a preseason loss hurt? What if I asked it to you that way? What if Steph's shot didn't go in? Would that have hurt?
Nah.
Exactly.
Well, that's
Just
4
kind
titles.
of my reaction when it went in.
But that's 4 titles versus no titles. And also, I do think that the Chris Paul factor is a thing, knowing that Chris is here. And not that Steph needs to show Chris how we do it here, but the fact that he hit that game winner with Chris Paul on the team, on the floor, that gave it a little bit of an extra, heft to me. Like, see, Chris, this is how we do things when we win championships. Preseason or not, I hit game winners and we beat Sacramento.
Do you think that was really a piece of it? Do you think Chris Paul's like, I didn't know that Steph Curry was the one?
No.
I mean, do you really think that they're trying to show something? I get the whole, let's all get into a flow with one another. Let's get to know one another. Do you think they needed to send it sounds like you're saying they needed to send a message to Chris.
No message.
Okay.
But I do think that they played this game like it mattered more because Chris Paul was there.
Okay.
And, you look at, we're watching it now as they cut it to 12 with 8 minutes to go.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting, but they played, if you watch them play defense in a preseason game, if I took the date off this game and you just watched it, you would be like, damn, That's a good NBA game.
Right.
That was a good, hard-fought NBA playoff or regular season. This did not feel in any way like a preseason game to anybody.
No, I was struck by this. And again, this is without context. But when I first got to the laptop, and I honestly can't even remember if it was last night or this morning.
Right.
It's been a haze since we left the summit, brother.
Totally.
I mean, my God, right?
You got traffic, you got three kids, you got dinner, you got bedtimes.
I lit them up at the dinner table last night. Lit them up.
Oh.
It's just, stop being
Did you flip the spread?
Oh, I flipped the spread. I was like, I am so tired of the way y'all are talking to each other. But anyway.
Whoa.
So it was one of those nights.
Totally.
It was one of those nights. Maybe I would have watched, but I was in every room.
Closed door meeting?
What the hell are you doing right now? Right now we're going down the hall. What the hell are you doing right now?
I'd love to hear it.
Help out around here. This kind of night.
I like that.
So I was all in my negative bag last night.
Okay.
And then I get to Steph's game winner, and what struck me first was not the ball going in. It was before he shot it. And I went, wow, look at all the people they were playing there at the end. That's kind of interesting.
All the people.
Right, because what do we know? What's the fourth quarter of a preseason game? It's like, oh, let's put Tim in. He's going to be in Santa Cruz. Come here, Tim. Little Timmy.
Little Timmy.
Go in the game. Go get some minutes.
It's always little Timmy.
That's what the end of a preseason. I open up the laptop. I'm like, well, there's Steph.
Yeah.
There's Chris. Look at these. Look, they got all the people in.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Was it Jonathan? Was Clay in?
A lot of big names.
Anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
I saw Chris and I saw Steph, and I'm like, oh, look at the Warriors. This mattered to them.
It was a must-win, Mark. And I don't use that lightly. You know that.
No, we would not want you to do that. So obviously it was something. Here, can we do this real quick? Streets in Berkeley. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Streets, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm driving down to Santa Cruz to catch up with one of my homies.
Love it, man. Drive safe.
Thank you. I wanted to say the thing that was fun about last night was watching Steph get a game winner, though, because he doesn't have a lot of those on his resume. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's because I firmly believe that Steph's lack of buzzer beaters is because he hit the dagger like earlier on in the fourth quarter. And so we won a lot of games going away. But seeing Steph get a game winner last night, that was fun. It was fun watching him have fun. You know what I'm saying? Anytime Steph's having fun and into it, I'm having fun and I'm into it. You know what I mean?
No, totally. I mean, Streets, look, let's be honest. If Steph Curry was walking down the street with an iced coffee in his hand, we would all be like, dude, what'd you order?
Right.
Like, we're fascinated by this guy no matter what he does. So I could watch that guy do almost anything. So that I totally understand. But very, very just surprised by the way the Warriors played it, by what you could see in terms of what it meant to them, way the fans have reacted to all of this as well. So let's hear more about that. Where's your head at right now? You in a Warriors state of mind? Are you in a 49ers state of mind? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. A reminder, listen starting Monday, October 30th at 4:30. Check it out. Your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. How cool is that? Knockout, the game we all played at the basketball camps back in the day. We'll have our own game going at Chase Center. We're giving out 10 slots. All of the shows will be doing it as the contest runs for 2 weeks. Again, it starts Monday, October 30th. Your first chance to win at 4:30 right here on this show. What did Steph Curry say after the game with regard to its importance? We'll have that for you coming up next, and would love to take your calls. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Join San Francisco Zoo and Gardens for Boo at the Zoo, the spookiest family fun event of the year. Enjoy.
sunny skies, a high of 93.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from, it's easy to find your favorite and new ones. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
For real, though?
Yeah.
There's still so many stories that all of us are sharing, comparing notes after being at the Warriors Summit at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro yesterday. I know we've said it already, and I don't want to sound like a broken record or disingenuous, but my gosh, you all, like, it's so awesome. It's just so touching. It's so much fun. And if there are still those of you out there who, we get it, like, you got to work or you're on the fence or what have you, just know that we're not saying this for, like, sales reasons, because it doesn't matter.
No.
It's like that. I mean,
the house is full already.
Yeah, like, you got to come to one of these events, and we're going to keep doing them because they keep getting bigger. And
better.
Yeah. And then the other thing, I hope you understand this. Everybody with the station has heard this, and we know, and we are constantly efforting with businesses in all spots. We know that we've done 3 of these, and all 3 have been in the East Bay.
Yeah, thank God.
So, I know that's great for Dibs and Steiny.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But, hey, Santa Clara, South Bay, hey, North Bay, hey, Peninsula, we've gotten all the messages, and believe me, we are making every effort. And oh, by the way, hey, San Francisco.
What are you doing?
What about in the actual city?
In the city.
You know what I mean? Like, all of that stuff. We are efforting on every level, and I would imagine there with a preseason and a postseason Warriors, maybe a preseason Giants, if they've got an exciting manager, or Shohei, or who knows what the hell's going on there. Obviously, postseason San Francisco 49ers. We're going to keep doing these. Feels like there's going to be at least 3 or 4 a year, and we will be trying to come to a neighborhood near you ASAP.
Yeah, ASAP. And, if you want us there, we'll come up with a summit idea, whether it's Sharks midseason summit or the Quakes postseason summit, whatever it is.
2 hours on what you want to call the WNBA team.
I like it.
2 full hours.
We could do it.
Yeah,
we could do it. And shout out the Las Vegas Aces. And I want to give a special shout out to the owner, Mark Davis, for really letting himself go. I don't know if you saw the video of his. Oh my God, you need to Google it.
What do you mean? Like
the dance that he did?
Oh, I when you say letting himself go, I thought he got fat or something like that.
No. Yeah, you got to Google it in the post game, because Mark Davis is a co-owner of the team along with Tom Brady.
Right.
By the way,
was it like a Mark Madsen type of a situation?
It was borderline Madsen. It was like, whoa, Mark, get loose, Mark. Let that mullet fly.
I love when people dance. I don't care. If you're a great dancer, then great. That's
fine.
You're an amazing dancer. It's sometimes even better when you're not. I love it when people just forget. Like, there's a line in a Darius Rucker song. I'm going to dance like no one's watching.
Yeah.
Good for you, Mark Davis. Good for you. Let it loose. It's not like you've cared how you've been looking for every year until now anyway, right?
Totally.
All right. So, anyway, Chris A., who we met yesterday from YouTube, says it wasn't really dancing. What was it? What did I miss? What happened yesterday? I missed everything.
You did.
I just went to bed, and everyone's like, most amazing preseason game of the history. What did Mark Davis do? What did he do?
He did like a little bit of it's like what you would expect from a 65-year-old white guy.
Okay.
Amid pro athletes. He kind of did like a little shimmy shake, and he did his thing.
Good.
He did his thing. He was happy, and the Aces beat the Liberty on a last-second 3-pointer. Actually, it was a long 2 miss. But, WNBA is here to stay, and it's actually here now in the Bay Area.
Absolutely.
And I'm stoked.
We're going to go to the phones in a sec. 888-957-9570. Where is your head? Honestly, like what what state of mind are you in? Have you already transitioned in some form to a Golden State Warriors state of mind, or does this 49ers season still have your full attention? 888-957-9570. We thought a fun thing to talk about, considering that I woke up today and I'm like, why the hell are you guys all inspired by the word?
Right.
Like, calm down. The Warriors and Kings have the same record. They're 0-0. What is happening? I get that, they're fun to watch. Hell, they're the Warriors. That's not news. But anyway, we'll get to your calls in a sec, but we did want to play for you what the chef himself had to say
The chef!
on the importance of even preseason action.
We got to get into the winning spirit a little earlier than you probably expect, but it's like everything we do in the preseason is trying to develop an identity, especially with a new group of guys in our rotation. Obviously, CP, you see the benefit of his sure-handedness with the ball in the fourth quarter. With Loon and Draymond out, Dario did a great job stepping up. Trace, unbelievable minutes. So it might seem like it's just a preseason win, but it's all about developing an identity of how to close games, withstand adversity, and we did that.
Yeah, that I can feel. He's talking about right, but he's like what I catch there is not even what he's saying; it's what it sounds like behind him.
Biggest win of his career. That's what I heard him say. No,
I mean developing a flow and a chemistry,
identity. Yeah,
an identity. Sure, that all makes sense. But behind him, those fans, they didn't want to go home.
No.
So unbelievable. All right, let's go to David in Brentwood. Hey, David, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for calling, man.
Yeah, really quick. The point I want to make is, I sat there and watched the game with my 6-year-old son last night, and it was a great game. But the energy and just the chemistry of this specific team this year feels like those championship teams that we had in the past. What do you guys think about that? That's my opinion on it.
Well,
it's just different with Chris Paul.
Yeah,
a little early, David, but I like the vibes. I do like the vibes that you're putting out there.
But that's what they are.
Vibes.
They're nothing more than that.
Sure.
And vibes can change in an absolute heartbeat.
They can, but what he's talking about and what I heard Steph say, and we're you and I are watching right now the finishing lineup that included Šarić and CP3 and Steph and Wiggins, and you've got a team out there that can be versatile. You could have Draymond in, you had Clay in there in the finishing lineup, and they've got more veteran pieces now. It feels like they fit a little bit better this year than they did last year, and I know it's preseason, but they treated this game last night like it mattered.
Do you know what I think is going on here with the Warriors themselves and the fans? Boy, you'll relate to this. I relate to this. I bet everybody relates to this. You know when you get out of a bad relationship?
I don't know what you mean, Mark. Is this thing on?
You know when that happens?
Sure.
And you wake up and you're like, oh my God.
I'm out.
This is amazing. So wait a minute. You're telling me that person's not yelling at me anymore. You're telling me that I can do whatever I see fit with this day, with this week, with this month, with my money, whatever. Like, you mean to tell me that I have regained control of my situation?
Of me. I got my me back.
There's nothing that feels better than that.
Pretty good.
If you've been, if you're getting abused or if it's just wrong, whatever it is, there's nothing better than that feeling. I think that's what's going on with the Golden State Warriors right now. I think that everybody, whether it's the Warriors themselves and the joy that they look like they're playing with, and then the way that sort of emanates from them and the fans pick it up, and David's like, I feel it, man. I'm feeling championship vibes. And the season hasn't even started yet.
He watched the game with his 6-year-old.
Which is addictive. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than hanging out with your kids and getting them involved with what you love, and they love it too, and you get to spend time together. That is the number one thing on earth. So that's why sports, by the way, for me, is special.
Yeah.
Like, do you ever like sit around someday and go, why the hell do we care about this stuff so much? We don't even know these people.
Not really. And we know them better than like 99% of the people who don't know them.
Right. And some of them will put the jersey on who you've been rooting against your whole life. And then all of a sudden you're like, yay!
CP3, I love you!
Like, we're nuts. What is actually going on there? Well, the Warriors are the conduit. They bring people together. They bring you together with your people. You create memories, and therefore it becomes special. But that's what I'm seeing and smelling with the Golden State Warriors and the whole fan base right now. This isn't about blame Jordan Poole. This is about the Warriors from a relationship level last year. Didn't work. It felt awful for everyone involved. You could tell that they weren't having fun. And if they're not having fun, we're not having fun. And now it looks like the cage is gone.
Yeah.
Freedom.
Yeah. Freedom. And freedom for Jordan Poole, and maybe not freedom for Deni Avdija. I don't know if you saw that viral video that came out yesterday, because Jordan Poole went on an absolute heater yesterday. And there's a clip of Deni on the weak side standing there open at the three-point line, and Jordan Poole decided that he was going to, take his own shot, shoot a shot. That's all he's got.
Jordan decided that?
He did.
That's wild.
And so early ripples of possible discord in Washington, but we'll deal with that down the road. But for what you said about this team, it does feel a little bit different. It actually feels a lot different in terms of, the vibe around the team. And yeah, you got Saric and you got Chris Paul and you've got other veterans to be named later, but it feels like this team is completely removed from what they had last year.
I'm just looking at Jordan Poole's stat line.
He had 42, right?
41.
Yeah.
In 27 minutes. He went 10 of 19 from the field. He went 6 of 12 from 3, 15 of 16 from the stripe. He had 5 rebounds, Jordan Poole. He only had 2 assists.
Yeah.
And he did have 4 turnovers, 41 points, but a plus-minus of only 2 in a game that the Wizards won by 25.
Oh, wow.
So that's kind of interesting.
Curious.
I guess. Yeah. It's surprising. I'm not saying it's some sort of, write it down in ink problem or whatever. But Jordan is going to cook. There's no doubt. And I think as Warrior fans, be ready for that now. This is going to feel very, very different than James Wiseman in Detroit, where every once in a while it's like, oh, that's plucky.
Yeah.
He had 12 off the bench.
He had a double-double this preseason.
Jordan's going to have some 50 burgers. Jordan's going to have some 50 burgers this year.
No doubt.
No doubt. And I think we need to be ready for that, even when it happens on the same night when Chris Paul goes 3 of 14 and the Warriors take an L. And be ready for it now.
Yeah.
And I would point to what all of you are saying today. We'll just don't worry about the stats. If the vibe feels this much better, that's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. This was a good thing because of that.
Right.
And that's it.
And you got 1 year Chris Paul, most likely, and then he'll be, moving on or
probably
retiring or whatever he does after that. But for this year, and I do think that Joe Lacob looked at it in terms of that, like, let's load up this year. And, Jordan Poole's contract was tradable, and you bring in Chris Paul. And I know Steiny was maybe tongue-in-cheek yesterday about the Draymond contract being similarly movable down the road. Maybe he was serious, and we'll see how this year goes. But in terms of this year and this team, you've got, Saric, who's a veteran, and whether or not Rudy Gay makes the team, you've got an older team that feels like it's loaded up for 1 year.
The Saric thing, by the way, I mean, not to get too X's and O's, I think that is really going to work out. I loved it at the time. And the preseason has looked good. I like hearing what people are saying about what's going on in practice and whatnot. I think the Saric thing could end up being a really, really important signing for the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Dave in San Jose. Hi, Dave. You're on with Willie and Debbie. What are you doing? And gone. Phone's okay?
Yeah.
You doing okay?
Oh, yeah. We're good.
Shrug.
Yeah. The phone? We good? The other piece, I think.
I don't know. You tell me.
I know that the big criticism is that Steve Kerr doesn't play the young players. Darn it. Well, you got Trace Jackson Davis, who started last night, and I think he provides a little bit of, I'll call it Looney light. He's not necessarily a big threat to score on his own. He's not the passer that Looney is. He'll learn to be a better defender, but he's a big who you can put in with a lineup that has a lot more shooting around it. I do think that he can be a big man because Saric or Saric, as Bobby Fitz would have us all pronounce it correctly.
Is it Saric?
I believe so.
It's really hard to do without sounding like you're drunk.
I was drunk. Yeah, it's a little
honestly,
bit of a tough.
Do you want us to do that? Dario Saric. It sounds like you've had one too many.
We should get Bobby Fitz on, and he can walk us through it as he would, because
Saric.
He would want us to do Saric. Saric.
I don't know.
Dario Saric.
I need a drink.
But Trace Jackson Davis, I do believe, can be a player who can come in and be more of a typical big man, rebound, block a shot, and spell Kevon Looney, whereas Saric is going to be more of a stretch 4 or a stretch 5.
That's going to take some getting
it
used
is.
to.
Yeah. Hang in there.
Is that real?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
He's been in the NBA for a long time. I've never called him Dario Saric.
Because you've been
Dario
wrong.
Saric.
Your fellow Foster City brother, Bob Fitzgerald.
No, I'm sure he's right. I'm sure he's asked Dario himself.
Right.
That's the way now, there is confusion sometimes with this stuff.
There is.
You know what I mean?
Always.
Sometimes the players don't care. Sometimes they wait until they've achieved something to let everybody know. And then sometimes even they're confused. I remember walking right up to the locker of Mauricio Dubon. And I'm like, listen, I think I've just about had enough of this. This whole Dubon thing. Everybody, Dubon. And then everyone's like, it's not Dubon, it's Dubon. And but I'm also going, dude, like, I know what your heritage is. This is not Mauricio Dubon. And I walked over to him and said, how do you say it? He goes, it's Dubon. I go, how's mom say it? Oh, he goes, Dubon. I'm like, well, what the hell is it then, Mauricio? And he's like, I think I'll just go to Houston. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Totally.
So anyway.
That's a lot of these names. Yeah. Yes.
I would love, can we get Dario on? And then that'll just be our first question. Dario, please,
who are you?
You know how if you ever end up, like the news cameras are at the bar and they interview you or whatever, and then they don't know who you are. You're just man on the street.
Right.
And so the first thing they'll ask you, could you please spell and pronounce your first and last name?
Right.
So that they've got it, so that they can use it later on the news. I think we should do that with Dario. Can you please spell and pronounce your first and last name?
Yeah.
And then we'll go from there and not sound drunk.
Right. I think the easier way to do it would be to defer to Bob Fitzgerald, because Bob knows all.
Yeah, and he might be messing with us. He's got a crazy sense of humor, that Bob.
He does, but when it comes to pronunciations, it's a pronunciation sensation.
That's what I was trying to get you to.
Thank you. And Bob will always defer to accuracy over tomfoolery.
We're streaming live on YouTube, okay? Like we always are. Get on over there. Fun to chat with a lot of you, not just here on the chat, but so many of our YouTube faithful in the building at the Warrior Summit yesterday. So let me say it out loud. I've already written it to everybody on YouTube, but my goodness, what a great job by all of you, and so much fun to see all of your smiling faces. And a special shout out to those of you who ended up in the selfie with me and Goo and the lovely Christy, which is percolating, a percolation sensation
nice.
On my IG feed. Thank you. On my IG feed, MT Willard, right now, you can just absolutely feel the energy coming off the picture. It's one of my favorite pictures that we've gotten that's work-related this year. So just thank you to each and every one of you. But we're always streaming there. You can head on over there. Sometimes Dibs gets naked. You never know when that's going to happen. And so that's the place to be, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, man, I get it. I've been beaten into submission here. I woke up and I'm like, guys, come on. Brock Purdy, Kirk Cousins. We gotta start building this up. 6 weeks ago, a lot of you thought Kirk Cousins was going to be the future 49er quarterback.
Yeah.
How about now? Who's better? Are you convinced that Brock Purdy is already better than Kirk Cousins? Forget the whole quarterback power rankings. Let's just talk Kirk. And what if you did take money out of it? Which you can't, but what if you did? Kirk or Brock. And you guys are like, okay, but what about that game last night? And I'm like, what about that game?
It was crazy on the thread, yeah.
What about it?
It was crazy because
Warriors are 0-0.
You came out initially and you were like, I didn't watch it. And I was like, okay, I wasn't surprised because it's a preseason game. And why would you watch it? And the only reason why I watched it is Tim and Tom captured me on the drive home, and I had an empty house. And I put it on, and I was like, damn, this is not dribble, I could care less. Just who are you, shoot a three, and we'll see you in a week. It was basketball. It was defense. It was intensity. The crowd was into it. And so I was like, wow, I'm going to watch this. And then in the morning, I asked you, like, what's your Niner topic anyway?
Yeah.
What do you think?
What do you got?
Yeah, because you hit me with that yesterday. So I'm like, I'm going to hit him with his own medicine.
I felt that.
I knew you felt that because you're not a dummy. Yeah. And what you came back with, and I was making French toast for the baby, I was like, damn, Mila, you're going to have to feed yourself because your topic was awesome about the whole Kirk or Brock and Brock or Kirk and where are you now and who would you rather have and all that. And I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? Mark is spot on, but man, we're still 4 days away. So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the Brock or Kirk, the Kirk or Brock, but I'm also like thinking about where we are in the cycle and we're at Thursday. And I felt like coming off of that last night, it was a preseason game, but was it really? I know it doesn't count in the standings, but it feels like last night counted for something.
Yeah. What?
For like, you're still the little brother.
Okay.
You stay down here. You stay down here.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I would love for people to actually put some words to that.
Step back on De'Aaron 28-footer night.
Yeah.
He even did the night.
We're sitting here watching NBC Sports Bay Area. That's also where you heard the Steph Curry cut that we played a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's a thing of beauty. I could watch Steph Curry shoot a basketball even if he's in a pool with his kids.
Right.
Like, of course. It's amazing. And he was into it, and he's got his tongue out. And he can do the night.
Yeah.
Even though De'Aaron Fox still had 5 seconds for a shot the other way.
Whatever.
All of that stuff. Look at the bench when the shot goes in. They're holding each other as if they just won a playoff game. I get it.
Draymond in his sweats.
Draymond is absolutely guns up. Like, look at this whole thing. Everybody is really into it. So put some words to that. If last night counted, it counted for what? What do you think?
It counted for the general feelings, the feels about what you call the adorables. The adorables are still adorable. And what that was yesterday was a little pat on the head of Sacramento. You're good, you're cute, but we're still us, and you're still you.
We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Are you in a Warrior state of mind, still a 49er state of mind? And everything else on the table in between at 888-957-9570. We will absolutely take your calls. Those of you on hold, Joe, you'll be first up. Stay right where you are. We're coming to you next. It's Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight.
On the right side, Curry at the top of the key. Curry waits, pops out, gets the ball. Guarded by Fox. Curry steps out, hash mark three on the way. Got it! He hit it with 5.5 to go. 116-115, Golden State with the lead. Herter will put the ball in the backcourt. Has trouble, foul, finds Fox on the far side. Gliding up the floor with two, with one. Contested three on the way. Air ball, ball game's over. Golden State gets the win.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm so entertained today. I'm by so many different things.
Yeah?
So that's Tim Roy on, let's see, what's the credit there? Is it, 95.7 The Game.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Yep. Home of the damn Dubs, y'all. Okay? So, yeah, I guess I'm entertained by preseason basketball. I'm certainly entertained by the 49ers. I am entertained by all the YouTube chatters telling each other how surprised they were to see what the other ones looked like.
Yes.
This is the profiling that goes on in this group is unbelievable. Everyone's like, I thought you were a different ethnicity.
Oh, yeah.
I pictured you a foot taller. I pictured you a foot shorter, fatter, skinnier, everywhere, with
all
hair,
that, yes.
without hair, everything. In between. So that's what they're like, yeah, preseason basketball, great. Let's talk about how Drew Down looked yesterday with his wife.
I do want to give a special shout out to Dublin Marge, who I misidentified yesterday, but once I remembered who Dublin Marge was, she brought name tags.
She brought name tags.
And so the people who are on the YouTube feed who were there, they all had their handles on there. Rockin' New Year and Drew Down, Chris A.
Rockin' New Era.
Whatever.
New Era.
Ernie Chavez. The
right.
handle is sloppy.
Yeah.
Never go full Jeff. I asked to have a face-to-face, and he somehow ducked me. So I didn't get a chance because I was there for a long time.
Well, he didn't have a name tag.
Not as long as Guru.
He didn't have a name tag then.
Yeah, he was in a Clay jersey. Totally.
My name is.
So I went up to like a bunch of people in Clay jerseys and like I was waiting for the hey, I'm never go full Jeff, but I didn't get the press of
San Jose Jazz fan with the Cell shirt.
No doubt.
Entertained by it all. Oh, you didn't wait. We had a KD conversation coming. But was it Dave? Who was that? Anyway, someone just he left. I wanted to have that Kevin Durant conversation. I feel like, and maybe these people were coached, but maybe not. I felt like within the room yesterday at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro, we got a decent sense. of what it's going to sound like when Kevin Durant gets introduced on Tuesday night. Yeah. And I think it's going to be everything that Joe Lacob and the Warriors want it to be.
Yes, and I think that Joe Lacob wants it to be a full ovation, a standing ovation, and I do believe that he gets that. But in terms of, statue and jersey retirement and all the rest of it, I wonder where that eventually falls with Kevin Durant. And I don't think that anybody else has worn 35 with the Warriors yet.
I don't think so.
I have to check the roster this year.
You know me and numbers.
Yeah, you're not a big numbers guy when it comes to that.
We're 132. What's his number?
Yeah, $132.
Got it.
Exactly.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, he wears the same number that Brock Purdy used to score back when he was an elite quarterback, which is 30. But, now Steph might as well wear, 17? Because that's all that Brock can do.
Yeah. I actually do know what Steph wears. I actually know
what Clay.
Well, that's because he made a thing about it. Like, if there's a story behind it, I'll catch it.
Draymond?
23?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Wiggins, 22.
Okay.
Christie's a big fan.
Clay,
Christie.
is
11.
Okay.
Because of the draft slot.
Yeah.
Steph wears 30.
Chris Paul?
Well, 3.
Yeah.
Again,
Jordan Poole's
part
number.
Of his nickname.
What about Kevon Looney?
Is he 5?
Yeah, look at you. Look at you. He is 5.
Grandy asked a question that I don't even know if he knew the answer to. He looked at me and he just shrugged his shoulders like, I don't know.
I asked it because I figured if I didn't know, you probably didn't know.
It's really easy to remember. Looney's got 5 on it.
You got 5 on it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Looney's. That's the artist.
I remember because Looney does yoga 5 times a week.
Mm-hmm.
That's
that
why.
Works too.
Yeah.
Just as well, actually.
But ask me what number.
We do yoga.
Thank you. That's
we
Moses.
Do yoga.
I have no clue what number.
GP2?
Well, he'd been 2 different numbers the last couple of years.
Wow.
I knew that. Is he 0?
Yeah.
But then there would have to be something else. And then wouldn't know what number that is.
I think it was 8.
What number was that?
You're sneaky locked in.
No. What number is Moody? I don't know what Moody wears.
Dibs?
Moses Moody?
Yeah. Don't do that.
Oh, God.
It's to buy
that's
time.
when you, yeah,
I believe he
you're buying
wears
time.
number
Where were
4.
you last night? Where was I last night?
Dude.
Don't ask what.
Moody wears number 4.
Actually, both Moody's wear number 4.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Kevon Moody and Moses Moody.
I'd like the other.
And Jake.
I'd like Jake to
yeah.
start wearing 3 so that's what he gets when he kicks the ball instead of 0. Okay?
What number did Norwood wear? That might be more appropriate, wide right. Anyhow.
Yeah, Moody should change his number to 41 to commemorate the last field goal he's ever going to miss for the rest of his damn life. Okay?
I'm interested by your hat choice today because
it's a Warriors hat.
I know it's a Warriors hat, Mark. I'm not that.
That's the Warrior logo right there.
I'm neither blind nor.
Dude, you nailed it.
I said I'm curious as to your hat choice because you woke up today thinking about Kirk and Brock and Kirk. Did our show thread sway you into a hat choice, or did you just wear that hat because it looks good on you? I'm not going to lie about it.
Thank you.
You're a good hat wearer.
Thank you.
My head is so small and my ears are so big that usually hats don't work for me, which is partly why I don't wear hats.
Yeah,
I'm more of a hood guy.
I enjoy hats. Yes, you are a hoodie guy unless you ask a great question and then everything comes off. But,
I mean, if we get an actual guest today, maybe that'll happen again because,
wow,
your boy is riding high right now.
Luke is catching strays for no reason.
It's unfortunate.
Anyway, the hat choice, my hat choices are very, very spur of the moment. I have a shelf, in the closet.
Yeah.
And it's got probably, at least 25 hats. And some of them are workout hats. Those don't come to work. Some of them are the ones that get buried on the bottom that just aren't your favorites.
Yeah.
And then I probably got a good 10 to 12 that are in the rotation sensation.
That's $1.
And I go in there and it's based on all right, well, what? First of all, what shirt do I have on right now?
Okay, today you're rocking a white shirt.
Just a white T-shirt. Yeah. It's 100 degrees outside, and so I'm like, let's wear a white T-shirt. And then I looked up, and I'm like, all right, what are we thinking? And the Warrior hat caught my eye. I wore a Giants hat to the dog park earlier. We don't need to be in the state of mind to wear the hat.
Sure, I was
always
wondering.
rep my teams.
I know you do, and you love your teams. I was just wondering, based on our show thread, which happened before you left for work, if that spurred you into switching to a Warrior hat, because You already said that you didn't watch the Warrior game last night. You were in more of a Niner state of mind. You have a Niner hat.
I still am.
Which is in the rotation, but then you went to a Warrior hat. I was just curious if you switched hats based on the content shift that was coming.
Not consciously.
Okay.
But I'm going to allow for the possibility that you guys all got into my dome or something like that.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you're like rent-free in there.
You and I talk 20 hours a week.
Right.
So if I'm not permeating your subconscious, then I'm not doing it right.
No, I actually think of it the other way around. When I'm at home, I am actively efforting to never think about you.
Oh, you think you're funny? You think you're funny,
No,
don't you?
I just couldn't.
No,
I couldn't get through that without laughing.
No, I'm of the same mindset. But then today, for example, baby girl is on all fours and she likes to crawl into the downstairs bathroom and she likes to explore the toilet.
That sounds dangerous.
She's 14 months old.
Right.
She's interested in everything. So as she crawls over to the toilet, I say, Mila, that's going to be a no from me, dog.
I think you should stop calling your daughter dog.
That's enough for me, dog.
It's
just be mindful at a certain age because she's
14 months old. She's okay.
You're fine, but she's going to mimic you sometime, and then you're going to get in a whole heap of trouble.
One of her other nicknames is Poopsosaurus Rex. So I think dog is going to be okay. Because this baby will hit you with a number 2 when you least expect it.
Well, that's how
she's
it works.
regular, coach.
Number 2. That's exciting.
Thank you.
Very happy to hear
So
that.
yes, when I call her dog, it's the
my
least of
gosh.
her worries. Yes, sorry.
It's okay. No, I. What if I asked it this way? 888-957-9570. Because I'm not here to throw water on anybody's Warriors excitement. You can't throw any on mine. I'm very, very excited about this season. But what are you more excited for? Monday night or Tuesday night?
Good call.
Okay, so we can bat that around a little bit. 888-957-9570 and tell us why for sure. I'll tell you what, we're excited about this. Starting on Monday, October 30th at 4:30 p.m. right here on this show, it's your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. You get to be on the floor where Steph hits the shots and where De'Aaron Fox throws up air balls. You get to go throw an air ball just like De'Aaron Fox. 10 slots. All of the shows will be given out 10 slots as the contest runs for 2 total weeks. Your first chance to win, Monday, October 30th, 4:30 p.m., your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. What has that Bay Area sports fan angst higher? Monday, Niners, or Tuesday, KD against the Warriors? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls next. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got problems. We've got football problems.
What happened?
Well, one of them's only a potential problem. It seems like it's going to be okay. Has anybody got Trevor Lawrence as their fantasy QB? Okay, Luke's hand just went up. I have a league, not ours, a different league where he's one of my guys.
I got McManus as my kicker, so I'm kind of hoping that he doesn't play.
Why, you think more field goals?
Yeah.
You know who starts at quarterback if Trevor Lawrence can't, don't
Blake
you?
Bortles.
No.
No?
Do you honestly not know, or are you playing with me?
I don't know.
You don't know who's
Jacksonville's backup?
Yes. You know him well.
Is it Gabby?
No, it is not.
Nick Mullins?
No, but you're getting warmer.
Is it CJ Beathard? CJ Beathard?
Take it easy over
It's the
there.
official pronunciation.
CJ Beathard, it could be moments away. Trevor Lawrence is on the field right now going through a warm-up with Jacksonville personnel standing by and staring at every movement. He's got a knee brace on. There is optimism, but keep an eye on that, and we'll keep you up to date if you're a Trevor Lawrence fantasy player. We will have it immediately when it comes down as to whether or not he is active or inactive tonight for the Jags-Saints football game. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and this is an actual problem. This is courtesy of our good friend Matt Barrows, who just a short time ago tweeted, the 49ers are playing Creed at practice right now.
What?
He followed it up by saying, don't worry, 5-2 is still a really good start. and I agree with him. I don't know who's in charge of this. The 49ers got a boombox gang, right? Kyle Shanahan wears Yeezys. Listen, this is a mistake. Whoever made this call, this is a mistake.
What do you have against Creed?
What do I have against Creed? They're a knockoff. They're a knockoff.
Of?
Pearl Jam. They're a knockoff.
Believe me, knockoff.
They're a knockoff.
They're a pop band.
Who did that? Eddie did that. I mean, come on. Listen to this guy.
They're a deeply religious, God-fearing group of musicians.
Yes, they are. Unless they're on a party bus with Kid Rock. You've seen that video.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Come on, Niners. Come on, Brock.
Yeah.
Can you take me higher?
Can you beat the Vikings? Totally. Come on, Mark. Get fired up on a Wednesday.
Hey, it's worked for your Rangers.
Really?
You've heard that story, right?
Really? No, I haven't heard that story.
The Rangers apparently stumbled upon Creed in their clubhouse.
But there's a specific song, isn't there?
I think it's just all Creed.
Sounds good, man. Turn it up. I don't know, man. This does not feel very NFL-ish to me.
Yeah, here's a story.
Who made this call?
Creed band members show up to ALCS Game 3 in Texas gear.
Get them some good seats.
That song, the song that we just played, sorry, YouTube audience, but it was playing during the ALCS Game 3. And the band members of Creed showed up in Ranger gear.
All right, good for them. Boach is just stoked because he's like doesn't have DJ BC Raw with him for the first time, so he's like, I'm gonna play some Creed.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, all right.
I'm sure Kyle was of the same mindset. Well, we like to cross all demographics and stuff, and we like to play all the music and stuff, and we're not just a hip hop outfit and stuff. And I think and we like to play all kinds of music and stuff. And right now, coming off a loss and stuff, we feel like we need to mix it up and stuff.
Pretty good.
Thanks.
Or maybe it means Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams aren't playing. I mean, Deebo and Trent are the front of the musical lines for the San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
They are at the front of the line right next to the Boombox gang and taking this team out onto the field. So now they're not at practice today. None of them practiced today of those big three. And we end up with Creed. I don't know, man. This feels like a wayward train that is off the tracks.
Well, I've asked the team, can you take me higher to a place where blind men see and stuff? And I thought that it might be appropriate.
Kyle Shanahan was dodgy on the diagnosis, but it's notable that ribs are no longer part of Christian McCaffrey's injury designation.
Okay.
It seems to signal that he has a chance to play Monday in Minnesota.
It's just the oblique is what you're reading based on.
Debo shoulder, Trent ankle, Greenlaw hamstring, Christian oblique, all listed as day-to-day by Kyle Shanahan just a couple of hours ago.
And I think that's why he was playing the Creed. The door's wide open for these three to play Monday night. The door's wide open. You're welcome. And I think that's the
Number
message.
3.
I'll take a 3. That's the message he's sending.
Is it?
Is that, the door's wide open for them to potentially play
or
on
just,
Monday.
I don't want to profile, but it feels like a band that Kirk Cousins really likes. I'm just saying it does. I watched him on quarterbacks. Doesn't he feel like a Creed guy?
Totally.
Right? The Minnesota, very, very religious. You already said Creed is a very religious band.
Yep.
Yeah. I think this is a nod to Kirk Cousins. Or maybe they're trying to,
They're trying to troll their own team to get them motivated.
I guess. I don't know. But I don't like it. I don't like any part of this.
Yeah, I get that. And ultimately,
it's not good.
We sit here now, 94 hours away from, actually 98 hours away from kick.
Hold on. Are you excited about Tuesday night?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very excited about Tuesday night.
Wouldn't I be able to argue, and this is, I get it, this is a stupid comparison. This is that they've got nothing to do with each other.
Right.
Monday is a way bigger deal. It is a way, way, way bigger deal. If the Warriors lose Tuesday, then they're 0-1.
I don't think it's fair to say what's a bigger deal in terms of.
Why not?
Because what are you more excited about? Yes, any football game is bigger than any basketball game.
Right, but it's opening night and it's KD's return and all of that. But
and it's CP3's debut.
Yeah. Like I'm not calling it nothing.
I know.
This is a massive game for the 49ers.
It's a big game.
It's a massive game.
Dallas was a massive game. This is not a massive game. This is a big game.
I disagree because they all end up being one in the standings. It is the
Correct.
It is the first time that Brock Purdy is coming off of a loss in his career. It is a primetime game against a quarterback who literally has a reputation for stinking in the middle of primetime. You are headed toward coming back home and then going on a bye. So you're in that tone-setting period in terms of, was last week something we can blow off, or is there an actual issue here? That, to me, is what's on the line here Monday night.
Yeah.
It's also all of the Cousins-Shanahan stuff we've been dealing with for 5 years. The 49ers absolutely have got to win this game. They have got to go out and look good. Are
you calling it a must-win?
Well, not more so than what you would feel about every football game. They all feel like must-wins. But
it's football.
But
I get that.
But when you put in some of the context that we're experiencing with the 49ers, I think it is incredibly important that they react well to what happened last week.
Sure. But to me, this is a Tier 2 game for the 49ers. And if you want to talk about the Tier 1 games this year, you've got the Dallas game in primetime. You've got the Philadelphia game on the road at Philadelphia. And that, to me, is it for the Tier 1 games. And I do tiers a little bit differently than everyone else. I think about it in terms of a pyramid. So at the top of the pyramid is Tier 1. So it's obviously going to be not as wide as the resultant tiers below. So for me, the only two games that are Tier 1, absolutely gigantic games, massive games, as you called it, Philadelphia and Dallas. Then you get down to the next tier, and I'd put this one in there because it's prime time and it's against Kirk Cousins and it's against a team that was a playoff team. They probably won't be. I'd put the Seattle game on Thanksgiving in that second tier. And you could even look at the Giants game, the home opener.
How about Baltimore
in prime time?
Christmas night?
Baltimore is another game that I would put in Tier 2.
So I get what you're saying from the opponent standpoint, but that's not how I'm looking at it.
And the spot, too.
I'm looking at it in terms of what happened last week.
Sure.
That's it.
You lost.
This was not and I wasn't thinking about it in terms of tiers, but this is a bigger game than I would have said that it was 6 days ago. But then they went out and lost a football game in Cleveland, and now they take their talents to Minnesota and primetime in a game where they might be hampered by injury. And I think, especially for Brock, for Kyle too, and maybe even for Jake Moody, who's going to be in a weather-controlled environment, this is an incredibly important game for them to come out and play well.
Oh, it's a big game. I'm not saying it's not a big game, but I don't think it is massive. Now, if you lose to Minnesota, then next week against Cincinnati will be bigger than it otherwise would be. If you beat Minnesota, then the Cincinnati game next week doesn't have the same level of import. I get that. In terms of what happens the week before definitely changes the way you look at every individual game. The fact that this game is coming off a loss, your first loss, it does make it feel bigger, but think about what happens if you lose. Well, you're still in first in the division, and you may still be tied for first in the conference if Detroit loses and Philadelphia loses.
Yeah, but
so it's not that devastating.
Those are big ifs, and you know, you don't want to be scoreboard watching and worrying about what other people are doing.
You don't, but we already know that Philadelphia is going to probably lose 3 or 4.
Yeah, but we're sitting here talking about the 1 seed as a goal. If the 1 seed is a goal, look, you shouldn't be running around losing to teams with losing records. You shouldn't be doing that. Certainly not back-to-back. This is not a we lose back-to-back games type of a team, in my opinion. And, oh, by the way, for selfish reasons, I really, really don't want the 49ers to look bad on Monday night because I do want Tuesday to be awesome. And I'm going to be in a bad mood on Tuesday if the 49ers...
You'll be in a bad mood anyway because it's Tuesday.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah,
and
you're not
actually,
a big Tuesday guy.
Well, no, I actually don't get in bad moods when the team loses. But, you get what I'm saying.
Totally.
I would love on Tuesday... There's to be Victory Tuesday, and we get to talk that out, and then it leads right into handing the baton down to Chase Center, and here comes all the pregame festivities, and we're going to leave here and go right over there, and Kevin Durant, and all of the good stuff that's going to be going on that day. That's an important day, and the Niners are not allowed to mess it up. That's what
with
I'm
a
saying.
Monday loss.
Yes.
To Kirk Cousins,
it would
of all people.
It would mess it up.
It would hamper it a little bit.
Yeah.
But, and I wonder about, where fans are at, 888-957-9570 in terms of your excitement level, because football is king. And a Monday night game against Minnesota is big. But after last night and seeing what we saw with the preseason game and all the excitement around beating Sacramento again, are fans more hyped for Tuesday and the Warriors season opener at home or a Monday night game at Minnesota?
Matthew on YouTube says, is it a legacy game, Willard? Now, I know that's Steiny's thing.
Yeah.
I don't really like legacy games. To me, I don't even know if that exists. Certainly not short of, in football, a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Think about the QBs around the league in the NFL right now who've won a Super Bowl versus the ones who've only been to one. There's a lot, right? I think there are 4 who've won a Super Bowl. Do I have that right?
Active?
Correct. And that's if you include Aaron Rodgers, even though he's hurt. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Matthew Stafford, and I'm forgetting.
Pat Mahomes.
Mahomes. Oh, God.
He's won one.
It's not stupid.
Yeah.
So those 4. But think of all the guys who have been but didn't win.
Jared Goff.
Garoppolo.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts. Joe Burrow. It's a thing.
Jared Goff.
It changes things. Yes, you said it twice.
Oh, you didn't acknowledge it.
Yes, I did. I said yes.
Oh, sorry. You said Jimmy G.
Right. Garoppolo.
You couldn't wait to get Jimmy G in there.
Well, he's just so handsome. By the way, he's not playing this week. Whatever happened to the
doubtful,
back.
but yeah.
He's not playing.
No. Doubtful means you don't play.
Exactly. So anyway, point being is I guess those are legacy games. No, you don't have a legacy game in week 7 on a Monday night.
PJ Walker last week, that was a legacy game.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it was a memorable one for him.
He knocked off an undefeated team.
And no one will worry about his legacy ever.
Well, his legacy, like his career right now, that's the high water mark for his career.
I bet in 20 years, you're going to have a hell of a time remembering his name when you go, God, remember when the Niners won the Brock?
If you go to a barbecue and PJ Walker
loss.
is there, he's going to mention that up front. Oh, yeah. PJ, you played in the league? Yeah, I was a third string and I knocked off the Niners. I told Nick Bosa, not today, Nick. It's my day.
Like I did throw 2 picks. And
whatever.
The other team had
Should've
to miss
thrown
a
a
field
third.
goal at the end. But anyway, let's go to Dale in Walnut Creek. Hi, Dale. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm listening to you, and I know I'm going to get blowback.
Uh-oh.
I know I'm going to get blowback based on what you have just been saying. But I got to ask you the question. I know my answer.
I think I know what you're going to ask.
When would you rather have Christian McCaffrey play? On Monday night or at the end of this season and in the playoffs?
So
if Christian McCaffrey comes back and his usage rate, Kyle Shanahan is horrible at this, his usage rate is the same as it's been, he ain't going to be the same Christian McCaffrey in the playoffs. If he's not injured. He ain't going to be the same even if he's ready to play.
But Dale, you don't know that. That's an opinion, and it's about someone's health, so I don't even know how you can accurately quantify that. I guess that would be my answer. Like, I'm going to kind of sort of challenge your question. Would I rather have him Monday or January? Why can't I have both?
Because that's not the question.
Yeah, but
would you rather have him Monday or January?
Well, obviously January. But
all right, then.
This
game is not as important as you're making it out to be. This game is not. It'd be great to win, but it's not as important. Not on Monday, a bye week, and then have him come back.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying to you, Dale, is that your premise is faulty because you have no evidence that him not playing Monday is going to do a damn thing for what happens next in the future or in January. That's all I'm saying. I don't think I ever said anything about this being as important as a playoff game. Obviously it's not. There is no regular season game that is as important as a playoff game. That doesn't exist. I find this to be a huge game. And not because Minnesota's the opponent, not because it's on prime time, mainly because they lost last week. That's why. It is. I am a huge believer. It's one of the things that actually helped shape the opinion that I had for years about Garoppolo. One of the things that helped shape the opinion I had about him was when he had a pick or when the other team scored on the 49ers, he was very good at the bounce back drive. And sometimes if he had a bad game, he was very good at the bounce back game. I think it's a huge component, not just of any athlete or team, it's a huge component of any human being, is your ability to handle a blow at something that goes the wrong direction, your ability to bounce back from that and as quickly as possible get that boat going back in the other direction again. Yeah. I value that big time. So that's why I think Monday is as big as I do.
Yeah, I just don't see it that way because it's just one of 17 and it's not a divisional game and it's not against Philadelphia. It's not against Dallas. And yeah, you should beat Minnesota. You're favored against Minnesota and you'd like to bounce back after a loss with a win. But if you happen to go out there and lose this game, you're 5-2. You're still in first in the division and you're still in the conversation to be the number 1 overall seed. We don't know what Philadelphia will do. We don't know what Detroit will do. You still have a head-to-head with Philadelphia, which can be a tiebreaker if you beat them. So, yes, you want to bounce back after a loss with a win, but I look at this in terms of games that you have on the schedule that are more important, and this is not the most important game.
That's interesting. I mean, it's not that I don't hear what you're saying. Nobody called it a death blow if they lose.
Right.
But the idea that we would blow off the Niners losing to a 2-4 football team after they lost last week as a 10-point favorite, I'm sorry. I find that to be a huge idea. That's a terrible reality if it goes that way.
Yeah, well, you lost to a 2-2 team last week, a team that wasn't very good, and you lost to a team in one way. Your field goal kicker missed a kick that prevented you from winning, and I know you lost many other ways throughout the course of that game. It came down to a kick that would have rescued you and kept you from the loss, and the kicker missed, and so you lost. And so if you go to Minnesota and you lose in the same fashion, I'm not saying that your kicker misses a kick again, but if you play a hard-fought game and you just come up short, one play here, one play there, and you lose, I don't think that it's a death blow. Now, if you go to Minnesota and you don't have your 3 big offensive players who may be sitting out, we don't know yet if they will, but if you go there and you lose 28-9 and you have no offense, well, now it's a totally different story. So I do think it depends on how it goes based on how we think about a loss if you lose.
Interesting. Yeah. I just the overall concept, I fully understand. No one would suggest that the Niners are like up a creek all season long if they lose. But this to me is sort of not how I view NFL games, especially when I view you as the best team in the NFL. You're not losing 2 in a row, especially when neither of those 2 teams have a winning record. The Vikings are fine. They're not the dregs of the league, but they're not that good, and they're missing their best player. So, and they might be missing their top pass rusher too. We were able to wrap our heads around the loss in Cleveland for a bunch of sort of circumstantial things. Oh, Moody missed a kick. The officials had some calls that were unfortunate because
Cleveland's defense was great.
Cleveland's defense is great.
Schwartz greater than Shanahan.
So what are we saying if they lose this one? This is not a great defense.
Well, it depends on how they lose it.
It's not a great offense. It's not a great anything. There's not even a great receiver on the field anymore. They're like, I don't even know outside of Cousins how many Vikings most of you could name going into this game. This is
defense is not terrible. They're middle of the road.
Great. Yeah, they're middle of the pack, I'd say, on both sides of the ball.
Right. They do have a pretty good front. They've got a couple of good pass rushers who can be disruptive.
One of them's hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think when you look at how this game could go, if you don't have McCaffrey and Debo, if you don't have Trent Williams, and we don't know yet what their official status will be, I know that all of them are day-to-day, and Kyle Shanahan, I'm reading the transcript of his press avail today, and he was very dismissive, if not frustrated, in terms of the Christian McCaffrey Q&A. A lot of short answers.
Interesting. In what way?
It was rapid fire. McCaffrey oblique. Does that mean the rib has been ruled out of the equation? It means just oblique. What was the results of the MRI? With Christian, oblique. Well, that's not answering the results of the MRI, and not that he has to give the results, but short answer. Does that suggest it's a strain? I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day-to-day, though. Then are you expecting all 3 guys to play? McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams? Not today.
TBD.
They're not practicing today. Yeah. Elijah Mitchell? He's full go. Very short answers.
Well,
a little bit of a brusque back and forth. I haven't heard the audio. I'm reading it, and Shanahan at times has been more expansive in his answers.
Yeah,
but it feels to me like these answers are, him not wanting to exactly say what's going on, which he doesn't have to.
Yeah,
I get
it's
that.
An injury situation.
Right.
This is someone else's body, and they're asking for something firm 4 days before they need to be firm. So I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it, but I get it.
Was the MRI on McCaffrey encouraging in your view? I thought it was. Anyone who's day-to-day, it means they've got a chance.
Yeah.
So it's not a long-term thing? No. It's just each day to the next day.
Interesting.
So they're all day-to-day? Yes, except Isaiah. He's limited. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't want to expand. He doesn't want to promise anything. It's an injury situation.
I totally get it,
Coach
Mark.
is going to be like, I don't know, TBD, brothers.
All I'm saying is it reads like he is a little bit frustrated.
Sure.
And I'm sure he's frustrated because, they've got injuries, and he doesn't really know if they're going to be able to play on Monday. We're 4 days away.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We have an injury update coming up next, number 1, and also coming up next, want to know what Brock Purdy said when he was asked his thoughts about being called a system QB. We'll have that response for you coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
Join San Francisco Zoo and Gardens for Boo at the Zoo, the spookiest
Back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we got the Purdy stuff there for you in a sec. We got Warrior stuff after the greatest preseason game in the history of ever coming up also. But a few little newsy, notesy things, if you will. First of all, Trevor Lawrence is in. Apparently the workout went well.
Okay.
Knee brace is on. Rock and roll. Jags at Saints. And thumbs up for Trevor Lawrence.
Sorry to all the CJ fans out there, but he will have to come off the bench.
Yeah, who knows? He's always one play away.
Right, we all are.
One play away.
Sure, one play.
And then there's this. David Lombardi tweeted this out a short time ago.
On X?
Yeah.
Which I hate, by the way.
The name or the whole
name.
idea?
The name.
Okay.
Yeah. Although
why? What do you got against X?
It should be Twitter. It was Twitter.
Right.
I mean,
it still is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Chargers being in L.A. Yeah,
True.
right. San Diego Chargers.
Anyway, I'm on Blue Sky now in Threads.
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, Blue Sky is the new Twitter.
What about Threads?
You need an invite. Threads is an Instagram knockoff.
Right. I did remember when everyone for 3 days was like, "We're going to Threads."
Dude, I was all about.
I
Threads.
Went over there and I'm like, I don't like this at all.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's happening here.
Nothing's happening.
I'm out.
Yeah.
All right. Lombardi and I guess the assembled media got into a conversation, and if he was short about Christian McCaffrey, he was not short about this. He gave a window into what the whole thought process was when they were with Washington in 2012. Going through the draft process that led to Kirk Cousins. It's kind of interesting, just because you don't usually hear this from coaches and teams where they go, okay, here's what guys wanted and here's what happened. So he said that at first, Mike Shanahan wanted Ryan Tannehill with the 6th overall pick. But Washington then ended up moving up in the draft and selected RG3. Kyle wanted to pick Kirk Cousins in the 2nd round, okay? But moved up, took a quarterback in the 1st. Mike Shanahan, set on drafting 2 quarterbacks that year, wanted to go with Russell Wilson, not Cousins, Wilson in the 4th round after the RG3 thing had already gone down. But by the time they got to the 4th round, Wilson was no longer on the board. He was a Seahawks. Cousins was still there. Kyle was in favor of Cousins in the 2nd, but this got all the way to the 4th. He got Mike on board. Therefore, Kirk Cousins started his career in Washington. Do you like that?
Wow. It's incredible.
That's the way it went down.
Yeah, and I do like that.
It could have started all with Ryan Tannehill.
Right.
It's the worst quarterback of the whole bunch.
Yeah. And
it's fine. Oh, well, I don't know. RG3, but, he won Rookie of the Year.
Right. I mean, he came in injured. He had torn his ACL at Baylor, and he was an incredible talent, but he ultimately was not cut out to be an NFL quarterback, and whether or not the Shanahans ran him into the ground, it wouldn't be the last quarterback that they ran into the ground collectively, but the very fact that they had their eyes on Tannehill, who he had a good college career, and so I'm not surprised that they were covetous of Tannehill, but the Kyle Shanahan wanting Kirk Cousins part of it leads us all into Monday night.
It sure does. It sure does. Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Okay, before we go to the phones, and Fox in Oakland is on the line. He was there yesterday. Great talking to him. But check this out. On being called a system quarterback,
okay,
Brock Purdy, quote, I don't really care in a sense. People can say what they want, and that's cool. I just want to help this team win and reach our goals, and we'll see at the end of all of this if that's true or not.
Yeah. In other words,
end quote.
If I win and I take us to where I want to take us, then this whole conversation goes away about me being a system quarterback.
I'm not sure that it does.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things we got to yesterday.
Yeah.
But again, just to pull apart the statement for a second, because I think it's easy when players go, I don't care about that stuff.
Yeah.
People,
it's just noise. Yeah.
Well, you're a human being, and I think sometimes you do care. So, but what Brock says here is, I don't care, but he sort of also tucks a couple of clues in there that, yeah, he does, or at least he hears it. I don't really care in a sense. Not I don't really care. I don't really care in a sense.
Right.
people can say what they want, and that's cool. I just want to help the team win and reach our goals. That's all the cookie cutter stuff.
Yeah.
But then he finishes it with, and we'll see at the end of this if that's true or not. To me, I file it and I do use it as a motivation sensation.
Yeah, and that's $1, which is, about 1/10 of what he makes per game, unfortunately. But I also think that, when he says, we'll see, that also might mean if I end up going somewhere else, then we'll see if I'm really a system guy. Because if he goes on to play football for another team and plays well, then he's not a system guy. And I'm not saying that he's predicting that he's going to go somewhere else, but the whole idea of we'll see, to me, means we'll see how this all plays out. He's only 22?
Yeah, 23.
23?
Yeah, but I again, what I said yesterday, if you weren't with us at the time, I just think that we're in danger of creating a scenario where Brock's not going to get credit even if he does win the Super Bowl, because there's two things that get said about him, and we sort of act like they're the same thing, but they're actually the opposite. And that is, he is a product of his surroundings, and he's a system quarterback. I think a lot of people have gone, same thing. No, actually, total opposites. Product of your surroundings is saying that all your teammates are so good. You've got a superstar at every position around you, and therefore, that's why you succeed. System quarterback suggests that Kyle Shanahan can scheme anybody open, and any old schmuck can stand back there with a little bit of Trent Williams time and deliver a ball to a wide open receiver. So that would actually suggest that it doesn't even matter who your teammates are. It's the system, not the players. So to me, these are two different things, and depending on how the season goes, people are going to pick one of them. Right? Like, if he wins the whole thing, but let's say there's some pieces missing, Kyle Shanahan, unbelievable. The system, this whole thing, just incredible. Or the Niners will be at full health, and maybe they win that way, and we'll say it'll almost be like the Kevin Durant Warriors sound, which is, oh my gosh, how could you not win it with all of these weapons and players that you have on both sides of the ball? I don't know that an avenue exists for the Niners won the Super Bowl and Brock's a phenomenal quarterback. I don't know if that exists until he wins 2.
I think the avenue exists in terms of if he has games where he doesn't have the entire full complement and he wins, and then games where he does have the full complement and he still wins. If he's able to go through an entire season and be healthy and win, regardless of who he has, then you could say system. You could say talent around him. You could say whatever you want, but if he goes through a full year and they win, and if they go on and they win the Super Bowl, all this stuff goes away.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Tom Brady did it, and it didn't go away. Not after 1. It went away after 2. Remember, if you really think back to when Tom Brady won the first one, it was like, wow, this young guy went in there, and there was a good defense, and he just didn't make mistakes, and Bill Belichick, and Adam Vinatieri, and 20-17, and the Patriots won, and he's holding both sides of his head, and there's a great picture with streamers falling out of the sky. I didn't hear anybody after that first one go, dude, that's a great quarterback. He had to do it again. And then years went by, and people went, oh, okay, so greatest ever.
Well, it depends on how you do it, and the way he did do it that first time was, thanks to a rule that nobody knew about and a kicker who drilled a couple of big kicks in the snow, and they did have a great defense. So if Brock Purdy goes through and has that kind of a run, then he'll get less credit than if he does it the way that he's done it so far, which is averaging 30 points a game.
Was that the first one?
I think so.
Was the Tuck rule the first one?
I thought so.
You might be right. I
also might be wrong.
No,
There's been so many.
I got to look that up. It's no joke. Yeah, look up one of his 18 Super Bowls and figure out if it's the right one. Meantime, let's go to Fox in Oakland here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Fox, what are you doing?
Gentlemen.
What's up?
Good to hear you guys again. Hey.
Dude.
Meeting you both yesterday.
So great to see you yesterday. Thank you for bringing your lovely daughter out. I hope we didn't annoy the living hell out of her, but thank you for being there.
No, you didn't at all. Good memory, great memory, and she's just really shy, as I mentioned. So,
well, they all are at that age. They all are.
100%, yeah. So I've got 3 things for you here, and please bear with me.
Of
and
course.
Willard, actually, I have a question for you at the end. So huge thanks, actually, to Matt, who saw me and my daughter sitting off to the side of the summit, and he came up and gave her a little 95-7 mini basketball. So thanks again, Matt. I really, really, really appreciate it.
Love it. We're glad you had a good time out there, man.
Yeah, I did, even though I had to leave early. But regarding the Niners game on Monday night versus the Warriors game on Tuesday night, and which one I'm looking forward to more, in response to your question, Mark, it's the Monday night game for me, and I think you kind of touched on this about 10 minutes ago. I am eager to see the Niners respond to losing against Cleveland, and hopefully they bounce back in an emphatic manner against the Vikings on Monday. So that's the game I'm looking forward to more, and the game I'm more nervous about, to be honest, compared to Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then lastly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Fox. Bring it home.
Get it.
Thanks, guys. Lastly, last night's Sack Dubs game. I totally agree with your guys' big brother, little brother analogy. The Kings, in my opinion, did the typical little brother thing and they were provocating the Warriors, and you could call it a provocation sensation. I'll pay $1.
Nice.
Which, again, was so adorable. It was so adorable. And then the Warriors ended up pulling a standard big brother move, and it turned into, and I know this isn't really a word, but I'll say it, demoralization sensation. So there you go.
Back-to-back bucks from Fox. Thank you.
Willard, can I just ask you a quick question before I wrap?
Absolutely.
What is the thing in the intro that is something about Dibs that maybe a lot of us don't know? Can you please
oh my God.
go back on that and share?
Okay. Fox?
Man, Fox, you're really pulling the curtain back.
I'm going to pull Peter King. That is a great question. This is a really good question. Now, Fox, you have to take your shirt off. But luckily, you're in the privacy of your own home. Fox, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. There's a few people I want to shout out from yesterday, and Fox is definitely one of them. All right, he's referring to the Open. Let me tell you about something. Let me tell you something about Dibs that not a lot of people know.
Right.
I have to be honest in this moment. I have no freaking idea what I said next. It was 2 years ago.
It was. And it's funny because, like, the things that you and I know about each other now are exponentially greater than what we knew about each other then.
That's true, too.
Even though you and I were talking to a listener yesterday at the summit about the fact that we have known each other for 20 years.
Long time.
And, we've kept in some contact over the years.
Is it 20? Is it really?
It's damn near 20.
What year was that Final Four when...
It might have been 15.
Well, it was Atlanta when Florida, Joakim Noah, just like freaked out.
Yeah.
Florida just blew UCLA off the floor.
I think that was the second that Florida won back-to-back.
And we were sitting with Rod Brooks, I think. Wasn't it the three of us?
Holla
We were
at your
sitting
boy.
there.
It's so funny.
What up, Rod?
In the upper press.
Way upper.
Yeah.
Gosh, if you guys knew what they did to this poor radio people at events like that. We're lucky that we're not on the roof.
Totally.
We're lucky that we're under the roof and can actually see.
Might have been 16 or 17 years.
Okay.
Because
anyway,
I spent 5 years at the other station, and during those 5 years, I went to the Final Four all 5 years. And Rod and I remember being at the Alamo Dome with him in San Antonio when Kansas Rock Chalk Jayhawk beat Memphis in the final. When Douglas Roberts missed those free throws, Derrick Rose came up. He played great, but they were unable to get the W. So
I'm trying to think of what I might have been referring to.
Yeah.
I might have been referring to the fact that the first time you and I talked about being radio partners, it was not going to be in this market.
No.
It was going to be...
At the Beast 980?
It was probably going to be in Southern California.
Yeah.
And then that never ever came to pass. And then I think the first time I called you once I had come back home to the Bay Area was after I went to T&B Sports in San Rafael to buy basketball uniforms for my kids for the CYO season.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, who's behind the register as I make the purchase? Your brother.
Yeah.
Your brother was there working at T&B.
Yes.
And then I had to call you on the way home. I'm like, Your crazy brother just got me my basketball uniforms. I'm like, I didn't see that coming. And he was the one who put 2 and 2 together.
Yes, so, Mikey 2.0 was working at T&B. So,
real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Sorry.
No, that's great. I had to make sure we get that in under the wire. But it's funny when you think about those days and these days, and here we are in 2023, and we're talking about a Niner Monday night game. Is it as big or bigger than the Warriors season opener? And it's kind of a laughable comparison because, of course, a Monday night football game is far bigger, but based on last night and Chris Paul and what this team is thinking about becoming and what we know about Chase Center and Joe Lacob in here yesterday morning live with the boys talking about how much he wants to win. It feels like this Warrior season is as big as any season has been in a long time.
Well, I agree with that because, A, it's always a little more intense at the beginning of the season when you didn't win the year before.
True.
Right? I think that. Secondly, the curiosity around Chris Paul, the fact that people, I think, are still sort of like, wait a minute, he's on the Warriors? So that's a big deal. And then what I think I'm really tapping into that I watched yesterday, and we talked about it at once a couple hours ago, is simply the feeling around the team. I liken it to the feeling when you get out of a bad relationship. When you get out of a bad relationship, there's a feeling of freedom, there's a feeling of joy, there is a feeling of curiosity of like, okay, what am I going to do next? You know what I mean? It's like, I could go anywhere. I could do anything at any moment. I might meet somebody who's interesting, and that person might be next. I think all of us have been through that in our lives, and there is a feeling of, sometimes we get out of a relationship and it's the worst thing in the world. But I mean a bad one, something that's toxic. When you get out of it, there is an inherent joy to what you're doing, and I do feel that right now with the Warriors. There appears to be an inherent joy to being on the court, putting the uniforms on, and being together. And I'm not going to turn that into blame Jordan Poole. I'm simply going to say that Jordan was at the center of this dynamic that took the whole team down last year. Was not all his fault by any stretch, but it got to a point where that situation was no longer workable, and you can see it. You can see it on the faces of everybody you're watching right now, whether it was on TV, highlights, or you went to the game. You can see that this team is in a completely different space in terms of mental health.
Yeah, and Steph and Clay and Draymond felt like they wanted to play alongside adults, and now you've heard about leadership and connectivity and all the rest of it, all these things that they have now, and it's no direct slight at Jordan Poole, but it's absolutely an indirect slight against Jordan Poole because now that he's gone, and we talked about it yesterday, Bonte made great points about the pace that this team is going to play with, and it's not going to be so scattered and so up and down with Jordan Poole. Maybe it was Butcher Boy who was saying it, but I totally agree in terms of this team now feels like it fits together on the court where Jordan Poole's trying to play 100 miles an hour and the rest of them are trying to play 60 miles an hour. And so when Chris Paul comes in, he plays a tempo that is a little bit more befitting of what the other guys here are trying to do.
I do like the word you just used.
Befitting?
Adults.
Yeah, okay.
Adults.
Yeah.
And I feel that. I mean, I think that they've done a great job of using all of the words that aren't that, but that's what they're saying. When you hear them say connectivity, when you hear them say experience,
leadership,
yep, veteran, when you hear it over and over and over again, I do think that's what they're trying to say. And again, this is not to put any sort of all of the blame in the story squarely on Jordan, and we've been through this and don't need to go over it again. But that is what that's what you're craving. And by the way, when you do come out of a bad relationship, you do sort of crave the opposite.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that's exactly what you need. But right? It's like if you had something that was super structured, maybe now you're looking for somebody who's like a little bit more wild and free and fun. Or if you were with the wild and the free and the fun, you're like, you know what? We need to get somebody to get their crap together.
Yeah.
And you swing the pendulum in the other direction. And I haven't thought about that trade in those terms so much, but my gosh, that's really what they did.
Yeah.
They turned Jordan Poole, young, wild, turnover prone, yappy, and decision making often poor, but talented,
explosive,
shot-minded. They turned that into all of the opposite. The only thing that both of them do similar is talk. Both talk a lot. They both, I think, have a pretty good trash game.
Right.
That's literally the only comparison between these two players.
Jordan Poole is TIT, trash in training, and Chris Paul is a made man when it comes to trash talk. So Chris Paul would be in your all-NBA starting five, or at the very worst, your second team in terms of trash talk, verbal, nonverbal, his looks and his scowl, his flop game, and all the rest of it. And Jordan Poole is still learning all that. But when you look at last year, and I said this yesterday in the summit at Fieldwork Brewing in San Leandro, the players were showing you their frustration on the court. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, guys who don't normally show that frustration. And it wasn't all about Jordan Poole, but they showed it in terms of Jordan Poole. So now you bring in Chris Paul, 38, going to be 39, and he's forgotten more basketball. He's been in the NBA longer than anybody on this team, other than Rudy Gay, perhaps. I'd have to check. I think they might have come in the same year, but I mean, he's been around. So he's not going to come across as petulant or me first or meteoric. Chris Paul is going to play the way he needs to play to get his team to win. He's competitive. He is a longtime NBA player. He's a Hall of Famer. So these guys, the veterans who were frustrated by Jordan Poole and maybe less patient with the way he was playing, you get a veteran in here and you add Saric and you add in Rudy Gay and Magruder and whoever else is going to make this team, and it feels like you don't have to suffer through the rookie mistakes as much anymore.
Yeah, by the way, Chris is about a year and a half older than Rudy. I don't know exactly when they came into the league. Might have still been the same year, but Chris Paul about a year and a half older than Rudy Gay. 888-957-9570. One of the things we've been talking about is simply your state of mind. I was really struck by the way everyone reacted to this preseason game for the Warriors last night. Are you suddenly in a Warriors state of mind, or are you still very much in a 49ers state of mind? We got into the conversation of which one are you more excited about, and I like, to me, of course, it's the football game. Whether you think the game's massive, kind of big, whatever label you want to put on it, obviously there's more at stake in the 49er game than there is Tuesday night in the Warrior game. But looking at the drumbeat moving forward with the Warriors, combined with the fact that the 49ers feel like they're cruising and there's nothing to worry about, maybe the state of mind has shifted, at least this week, from Niners to Warriors. But we'd love to hear from you. What do you think? Where is your mind right now? Warriors, Niners, 888-957-9570. We will take your calls next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. People want to weigh in on this for sure. What state of mind are you in right now? But before we do that, Dibs, there is at least a potential. I don't want to call it an update. This isn't a report. But a potential Creed update from 49ers practice.
Okay.
Where apparently the word is Creed was being played throughout practice. Matt Barrows responded to that by saying, don't worry, 5-2 is a good start. And so what about this? Because you sort of, you and I know you're being playful.
Well, I just heard.
Yeah, you backed it up.
CMC is hurt. Debo's shoulder and Trent's got an ankle. Our team's all injured. Why even go to Minnesota? Because they're all injured. Anyway.
That's pretty funny. Our team's all injured. I like that.
Because Trent's on crutches.
God, Scott, listen to this voice. You knockoff. God, he's such a knockoff.
Christian's got an oblique. Debo up shoulder. We know Greenlaw's been out and Debo's shoulder hurts. Our team's all injured. They're all injured. Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to let you cook. I was going to let you cook. And also,
thank you.
Every time we do this, we're so sorry, YouTube.
Sorry, YouTube.
Let me look right there. I'm really sorry, YouTube, that you can't hear, but Creed is playing right now. And it's awful because it's Creed.
And okay. Just so you know, I nailed it, YouTube audience.
You did. Well, they can hear you.
Sorry about that.
If you nailed it, then they're like, oh, yeah, that sounds like Creed.
Dan Creedley, according to Drew Down on the YouTube. Thank you. It's a 4.
Can we bring this up as a possibility?
Yeah.
I don't want to shout out. Steve Berman is actually the one who sort of threw this out there. Maybe the Niners being punished because they lost.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Anybody think about the fact that Creed is playing because Kyle, and actually, I would not put this past Kyle. He's like, look, you guys committed too many penalties. Brock, you threw an interception. Jake, you missed the kick. I'm sorry. Y'all are listening to Creed this week.
Ouch.
3 days of it. 3 straight days of Creed, and if you don't like it, go beat the Vikings.
Yeah.
And then we can play something good.
Then you get your music back.
But until then, our arms are wide open. Over and over and over again.
That would surprise me based on the fact that it's professionals, because when I coached high school, I used this very tool with my team. We would listen to music at practice when I had my team, when we were winning all the time. Yeah, we got music at practice. But when we would have a bad game, or if we would lose, that you lose your music at practice. Or coach gets to pull out some of his 70s, pull out some Bee Gees or some Donna Summer or whatever, and the kids wouldn't like that. So maybe that is a motivational tactic.
I don't know. That's something that maybe Kyle gets asked tomorrow. I know today he was asked all about CMC. You read the script of it. It sounded like he was being a little bit short, and our crack staff has tracked down the audio of Kyle Shanahan's short answers when giving a Christian McCaffrey update, and here it is.
What was the results of that MRI?
With Christian?
Yeah.
Oblique.
Does that suggest it's a strain?
I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day to day, though. So,
are you expecting all three of those guys to play? McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent Williams?
Not today. They're not practicing today.
All right, your thoughts.
Matt Maiocco asking the questions, and he's the best.
He's the best. And that arrogant punk Kyle Shanahan, I can't believe he answered those questions that way.
Well, he's not playing today.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
It's something that makes him
it makes him day to day. And as far as today and stuff, he's not going to play today. So, and as far as day to day goes, I mean, this day is not going to be a day that he plays, but tomorrow's another day. And so, if he's day to day, then tomorrow, if he doesn't play, he'll still be day to day and stuff because we won't know if he plays the day after that until tomorrow, which makes him day to day and stuff.
I don't want to even call this a rare circumstance. I don't think it's that at all. I have no problem with what either person did there. Matt's asking questions that are right in the lane of what people want to know, right. And that's his job. And Kyle Shanahan is also like, dude, they're injuries, so I actively don't really want to go into detail about these. There's someone else's body, plus there's competitive stuff going on. Coaches are very, very hesitant. Here's why. And you hear this directly from players. If you set an expectation that someone's going to play and then they don't, that makes the player look really, really bad. So if he comes out, I think they're probably going to play, and then they don't, then the fan base is like, what's up? I thought everything was okay. And we start this whole the locker room thinks you should play and all this stuff.
Is he soft?
You do not want to set expectations, but also you don't want to send it in the other direction either. I'm pretty doubtful, whatnot. You don't want to make that up either. So all you can really do is shrug your shoulders. Like, I don't know. They're not practicing today. So Matt's asking fair questions.
Yes.
Kyle's giving fair answers.
Fair, but completely, not completely untruthful, but I'm not buying it when he says, Matt Maiocco says, does that suggest it's a strain? I don't know what it is. Does Kyle really not know what it is in terms of the MRI? Because Maiocco asks him, what was the results of that MRI?
Oblique.
With Christian, oblique. So the results are that he has an oblique. He actually has an oblique muscle.
An oblique injury. But that's what they call it, an oblique.
And then he follows up with, does that suggest it's a strain? I don't know what it is. It's something that makes him day-to-day, though. What would make him day-to-day?
I actually do think that it's fair. Here's why.
I'm not saying it's unfair. No, I'm just saying that the whole cat and mouse thing, Matt has to ask, and Kyle doesn't have to answer, and that's what we're left with.
My perception is, yes, the football teams know what these injuries are,
right.
but no, the head coach doesn't always know the exact terminology because, gosh, I hate to say it this way, I don't know if they care. The coach is like, dude, are you in or are you out?
Is he up or is he down?
The doctor comes and tells me it's an oblique and he's day-to-day. All right, well, what's the terminology? Is it a strain? Is it a pain? Is it a sprain? Is there a T in there? Is there a P in there? I actually believe Kyle when he's like, I don't know. It's an oblique injury and he's day-to-day. I can buy that a coach actually wouldn't know the full terminology or the depth. I think a coach wants to know X, Y, Z. Is he hurt? When can he be back? What's the right way for us to play this? I'm not saying they don't care about the player, but I honestly don't know if they care about the terminology. And if you even asked average person, what's the difference between a strain and a sprain? I don't know.
Well, I actually know.
I know you know because you love this stuff.
Oh, yeah, I sure do.
And I couldn't give a rip about it.
Sprains are for ligaments. You can't sprain a muscle.
Correct.
Muscles are strains. So now you can tear a muscle or you can strain a muscle, which in essence is a partial tear when you have a strained muscle.
Okay, so then what the question is asking then what? Is it a strain? What are the other options?
Is it torn?
The oblique?
Yes. Is it a torn oblique?
If it was torn, He not playing on Monday.
Well, is it a partial tear?
I mean,
Is it a micro tear?
Well, and actually strains and sprains often are.
Right.
As you know.
Of course.
They actually are. They are tears.
Yes.
Yeah, as you know, Dr. Dibley.
Come on.
Anyway.
And I do love this stuff. And I also respect Kyle to the extent that, and forget HIPAA laws because, he could stand behind that and go, well, HIPAA laws, I can't really speak about, an employee's injury. And thankfully he didn't go to that level of denial. But I do wonder if he actually knows or if he's like you're saying, because old school is, hey, 41, can you play?
Yeah.
You can't play? Give me 37, and like the old school football, like, can you get out there?
I mean, I think that's real.
Yeah.
Go back to what Jimmy Ward said about Kyle Shanahan on that podcast a week and a half ago. Coach, I want to be at this position. What did Kyle say? Oh, you don't want to start? I mean, yes. This is the NFL. Right. Nobody's patting anybody on the head. Oblique, fine. Is he playing? No? Great. Onward.
Right.
We got work to do.
And I love that question. Is he, do you expect these guys to play? Well, they're not playing today.
Not today.
Right. And so that's where Kyle's focus is.
Yeah.
He's not thinking, like, when he gets to Monday, and if the question's asked, he'll have an answer about Monday. But today is Thursday, and on this day, Thursday, they're not playing. So that's all Kyle's thinking about.
The Jaguars confirmed that Trevor Lawrence is playing like 45 minutes ago.
Right.
The game starts in 45 minutes.
Yeah, I got to punch that up.
Yeah, pull that up. Well, we still only got a little time.
Let's
go to
what
Mike.
channel is that on? That's right.
Prime.
Boy.
Coach Prime.
Yeah, come on.
Mike
Talk
and
down
Mike,
Coach Prime.
Mike in San Jose. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Oh, damn, Mike.
Good,
You're
Mike. How
about
you
to
doing?
take my job.
Yeah.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
No, you don't.
I wanted to talk a little bit about what was going on with the comparison. What you're saying, it seems like there's a transition, right, between the Warriors and the 49ers. And what it is I think is you realize as a 49er fan that, like, this season is really long. And you know that you are not going to move through every single game undefeated. And you know that there's going to be some lows and some highs. So, personally, I just feel like the Niners are in a little bit of a low right now. They'll get it back when players get healthy. They started out slow, the year before and caught steam at the end. So I think it's a little different this year with that, them starting out as strong versus finishing strong. And I think that as a Warriors fan as well, I'm kind of just thinking with the new tournament, with what was said about Steph Curry, with all the new additions and with what's going on with Clay, I think it's just a more interesting story right now on the Warriors side because you don't know what to expect with it. And we know that how this is going to start this NBA season is way more critical than what the NFL and what the Niners are going through right now. We know they're going to be a playoff team. We just don't know how it's going to end up. Now with the Warriors, it's different. I just feel like this new tournament, it adds a whole new twist to it. And with Steph Curry kind of being pissed off for greatness, I feel like I think this is going to be real, real nice.
Mike, I think you're on it, man. I really do. Mike, thank you so much. Like that's true. Like let's be honest here. And I'm going to take what I'm hearing and feeling and seeing as you all aren't concerned with what happened to the 49ers last week. Remember what we came in here and said on Monday. Frustrated, not concerned.
Right.
And I think that that's how the fan base feels. If they were concerned, then there would be a larger, louder 49er drumbeat right now. What Mike is saying is that as fans, we kind of follow the story, if you will. We follow the drama. That's what this is for a lot of people, even if they don't think so. Oh, no, I'm just a sports fan. No, you follow the story.
Sure.
I mean, last year, Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole, and it lasted 9 months for crying out loud. So the 49ers right now, outside of this injury situation, feel relatively drama-free. There's the Brock Purdy conversation that has settled. I think even amongst 49er fans, they're like, yep, he's good. He's healthy. He's good. We're good. Sweet. That's kind of the lead story. But the Warriors, it's like Chris Paul's got a jersey. And is he starting? And is Klay Thompson going to get a contract extension? And is Steve Kerr going to get a contract extension? And what is this going to look like? Like, is this going to work? Like, there's all these pressing questions.
Because they haven't started yet. And the Niners' pressing questions were even more pressing, and there were probably more questions before the start of the year.
Agreed.
You know, it was Trey and it was Brock, and where do they fit? I mean, Brock's the 1. Is Trey the 2? And if he's not the 2, can he be the 3? He can't possibly be the 3. And if he's the 3, you got to trade him. And what about the rest of it? And Brandon Ayuk got a contract a year, and, you know, all the other questions that surrounded this team. And then they start out 5-0. And so a lot of that goes away. And now they have their first loss, and so those questions kind of percolate back up to the surface. And now we look at a Minnesota game, and it feels bigger than it otherwise would based on the fact that you're coming off a loss. Yeah. So the questions about the Warriors, I think, are short-term, and that's why I think Tuesday is so big, because is Chris going to start? Well, probably. If Draymond's going to be back, then will Chris start? When will Chris not start anymore? But once we get into the actual meat of the schedule and we get a week into the Warriors season, then the Warriors will kind of go back to the back burner for a while.
We got we do. I was going to ask if we got a number in that game yet. Have you looked?
No.
You know what it is?
No.
What do you think it is?
Well, I can't answer that unless I have the appropriate
Let's go, Mark.
The appropriate window dressing.
Let's go. I'm looking at it right now. I'll give you.
You're talking about Tuesday night, right?
Tuesday night.
Warriors hosting Phoenix.
Suns at
Chase Center.
Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
Chase Center. Who is the favorite and by how much? And I will give you plus or minus a full point.
Oh, you're so generous.
Yeah, I mean a full point in either direction. In either direction. So you got a 2-point window that you need to hit for what I will call a W.
Okay.
And then I'll give you the actual number. What do you got?
Okay, so I got to get into NBA mode where, the spreads are a little bit tighter. Opening night, both teams are going to be 0-0 coming in, right?
Well, not according to last night. The Warriors are 1-0.
Yeah, yeah, they are. Yeah. They might be 2-0. I think that the Warriors have got to be favored at home. The chef! They got Steph Curry. I'm going to say Warriors by 1.5. Okay. Narrow favoritos.
Okay. Wow, Grandy with a very quick ding. And that is correct. No, keep your shirt on. Okay. You didn't nail it, but you were very, very close. Close enough. You were only off by a half point. You're a half point off. They are a 1-point favorite.
Jeez.
Right now, the Golden State Warriors are a 1.
Should I take my shirt off, Grant?
Number favorite. 1. Keep it on. Keep it on. No, go ahead. Take it off. It'll be on the internet.
That's my first buzzer of the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever you say, hey, should I take my shirt off? I'm always like, that's going to be a no from me, dog.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, the Suns are supposed to, the Suns are a title favorite. Suns are a title favorite.
Sure. So are the Warriors.
Not as high as the Suns.
Close though.
Well, I wonder what the current NBA title odds are, at least according to FanDuel.
The Duel.
Let's see. Yeah, listen.
Denver's probably favored.
Or Boston or Milwaukee. Right now, it is both Milwaukee and Boston that are plus 380 favorites.
Okay.
Followed by Denver plus 550. Followed by the Phoenix Suns plus 550. And then pretty big jump to the Lakers at plus 1,300.
1,300?
Followed by the Warriors at plus 1,400.
14-1.
14-1.
So Phoenix significantly
bigger favorite to win the title. Everybody in theory of full health, although Draymond Green is still a question mark. Look, I'll just say it what it is. I feel like the Warriors are a favorite because it's obligatory. They're home. It's opening night. Okay, let's make them the favorite. You put these two teams out there on opening night and tell me that one of the Warrior stars is a question mark. I'm a little bit surprised, actually. Or
you betting?
Put it this way.
You betting?
I think by the time we get to tip, this might go the other direction.
Where Phoenix is favored.
Yeah.
Based on Draymond's status or...
And just, stuff.
Yeah.
Just movement.
KD
money.
revenge game.
Yeah.
I wonder. And I
know they won last night, but they were getting their doors blown off until late.
Right.
Not doors blown off, but
It's
you know
the
what I mean?
NBA. You're down
Yeah.
16, which is like being down 4 in the NFL.
Sometimes.
It's a 2-possession game.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially.
Not really, but
in the NBA, I mean, you know what I'm saying. And, at home, Warriors much better at home last year than they were on the road.
I feel a 16-point NBA deficit feels more like an 8-point deficit in the NFL.
Yeah, 2 scores.
I mean, 8 points, only 1 score, but
True.
you're probably going to lose. If you're ever down by that much, you're probably going to lose. You can come back and win, but if you're down by 16 in the NBA, I would bet your percentages of winning that game are somewhere in the neighborhood of what, 20? Probably 20%.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like your win
an 80
probability.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I was just going to punch that up to see if I could give you the real odds, and this is all based on ESPN and the approximation sensation.
Good job.
Thank you of the odds, and I'm looking at it here, and I'm going back to the third quarter. 87-71 Sacramento with 1:45 to go in the third.
Yep.
They had it at a 97% win probability.
Well, right. I mean, I'm talking
for Sacramento.
I'm talking about a 16-point lead at any point in the game, but to have it at the start of the fourth quarter, yeah,
that was late third.
Okay, but I would imagine you to be, you've got a very, very small chance of winning that game.
97.4 according to ESPN. They're up 87-71, and it would get, I don't think it would get much higher than 98% when the Kings are up 97-83.
Wow.
With 8:51 to go. Klay Thompson out of bounds, lost ball, turnover, and it was 98% for the Kings.
Yep. And they found a way to lose.
And they kept chipping
they're
away.
So adorable.
Yeah.
They are. Real quick, let's go to Eric. Eric in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Eric, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Yeah, I'm both a Warriors and a Niners. I'm in a state of mind for both of them. I'm getting ready to go to the game in Minnesota.
Ooh.
And instead of Creed, I think they should be listening to a little Metallica, Seek and Destroy.
Or actually, that might be, we could do Sandman, could be Steph Curry's actual theme song since he keeps putting everybody to night-night.
Yep.
I was there last night, and it was really nice to see him do the night-night. One of the things I wanted to know was with Matt Miyoko, why he wasn't asking our coach with 38 seconds and stuff and one timeout and stuff, why are you not trying to advance the ball and stuff?
Well,
because I'm not too happy with us just sitting there. We have a rookie kicker. Of course, he's great, but 38 seconds in a timeout. Try and move the ball a little bit further down the field. Like try and get a touchdown, maybe.
Eric, there are many, many, many. Thank you so much, Eric. There are many, many, many people who agree with Eric. I think you agree with Eric.
I do.
It sounded like Brian Baldinger on Monday morning somewhat agreed with Eric. And what I've said all week is that I totally get where people are coming from if they say, why would you stop there for a 41-yard field goal? And I'm one who looks at it and goes, because there's 1,000 things that can go wrong if you run another play that in my mind are more likely than Jake Moody missing a 41-yard kick from the middle of the field.
Yeah.
He should make that. And you guys have, those of you who feel that way, you have the power in that he missed. So I guess you're right to a degree, but I understand that thought process completely on a day where the field is wet, a phenomenal defense. You've had trouble with ball handling that day. There are so many things that can go wrong, all in an effort to what? Maybe get 5 more yards. And if I'm Kyle, I'm like, what the hell do I need that for?
Yeah.
It's 40 yards. You just kick the ball straight like an extra point and you're fine. But then he didn't.
He didn't, yeah. And I look at the numbers of the field goal percentages when you get inside of 40, and I know it's just a couple of yards, but the percentages do go up when you get inside of 40, and you've got a rookie kicker. And I was thinking that you'd want to make it as easy, as close as possible. You're right, though, in terms of 41-yarder, it's a kick you have to make. and I was listening to a number of different experts throughout this week, and there's a feeling that Jake Moody is not on thin ice, but he needs to make his next big kick.
Yeah.
Or else, there's a sentiment out there that maybe they will look to bring in a veteran kicker to do his job.
Dude, they lost the game.
Right.
You can't do that, not with this team. This team has shown that they are all about winning the Super Bowl this year, and that can derail it if they do not have someone that they can trust to hit a 40-yard field goal at the end of a football game. I completely believe that. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Many more of your phone calls next. Warriors state of mind? Did last night's game move it ahead of your 49ers state of mind? 888-957-9570. Plus, that game last night, was it different than any other preseason game? To a degree, it sounds like Steph Curry thinks so. We'll let you know what he had to say coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Join San Francisco Zoo and
what's up? Get on over to YouTube. That's where we have all kinds of fun.
Yeah.
We've been shouting out all kinds of listeners who showed up at the summit yesterday. I want to shout out one more.
Do it.
What's up, Jarvis? Did you meet Jarvis?
Jarvis?
Jarvis is the Shaq-looking fella that was right up front.
I met Jarvis.
That's Jarvis.
In the A's gear.
Yes. Jarvis was all kinds of awesome.
I met him in the hand washing station outside the all-gender restroom.
Okay.
We washed our hands, not together, but we both were washing our hands at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be careful.
Yeah. Don't wash your hands of people. These are our people here. But Jarvis is not a YouTuber.
Okay.
He's just somebody who listens on the radio. Like, there's a crazy thought.
Right.
Remember those things? Radios? So anyway, I just want to say hi to Jarvis because Jarvis was a whole lot of fun. Got to meet him. Has one of those attitudes that's just infectious. He was very, very nice to the lovely Christy, who was sitting very, very nearby. And so, hello, Jarvis. I hope you're listening right now. It was wonderful to meet you yesterday. We're already getting ready for the next summit, whenever or wherever the hell it's going to be.
Yeah.
But I can't wait. I can't wait. Those are so much fun.
And it's great. And we are very appreciative of Joe and Bonte, Steiny and Goo for taking time out of their off-air hours to come join you and I, because you and I are there and, we do 4 hours and we all do our 4 hours. And then part of our 4 is to have those 4 in for the second half for the back 2. And it's fun for us to share our time with those guys, but, it's definitely a sacrifice for them to take time out of their busy lives to come join us.
No doubt. So thank you to everyone. Honestly, thank you to everyone except for you and me. Is sort of how I feel when I leave the summit, right?
Yeah, totally.
All of the listeners who show up is amazing. Tim and Tack and the technical work that they're doing. Matt Nahagian running around, sending me 87 texts within the actual show, kind of shaping what we're doing. Luke was out there running around, moving pizzas around and content at the same time. Bonte and Joe exhausted from the morning, and then Steiny and Goose straight from their show to get into the car to come do more. You and I just go somewhere else and do our show.
Exactly.
So
and then we have 4 guests.
Yeah. Exactly. So really, really cool.
And the returns are in. Steiny gets the MVP.
Yes.
He got both booed lustily and cheered lustily, which is really hard to do.
That's what you want. You don't want it right down the middle. You want a healthy discussion on both sides.
But it's ironic that it came from him, Mr. I don't have a strong opinion. When he gets in front of a live audience, and maybe it's that team and that topic, but he had strong opinions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice and refreshing change.
At the end, he said something nice. And it was the first time in the history of his career that he's ever done it. So the whole room stood up, and we started to cheer and chant his name.
That was funny.
Yeah. I mean, what do you want?
And he immediately wanted it back.
I know he did.
He regretted
I can't believe I did that. Can't believe it.
I actually bumped into him in the bar after because, we do like the 19th hole.
What the hell happened after I left, by the way? Were you guys drinking till midnight or something?
I was not there till midnight. I have a baby at home.
Guru can barely speak today. What the hell happened after this event?
I had one and talked to a lot of the listeners who were nice enough to stay after.
I wish I could have stayed.
Yeah. And, you grabbed a handful of cookies and you were gone.
I'm gone.
And... you do you, and I love it.
Well,
and, you got a lot of things going on.
Yeah, Ella had soccer practice, which, by the way, I didn't even make. I had to call in I was like Gabe Kapler halfway through this trip home. I'm like, guys, a bunch of people were like, hey, can you? And I'm like, I got to go. My daughter's out of soccer like in a half hour, and I'm 45 minutes away. So I got to go. And then somebody crashed into somebody on 580.
Yeah.
That was the end of that. And I was like Kapler heading to the mound. I'm calling other people's parents. We're going to need you to go pick up my daughter.
Totally.
So I wish I could stay and get lambasted like everybody else, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, not lambasted, just had the one.
Well,
and
just speak for yourself.
It was a one and done, but I bumped into Steiny, and he's like, what was that? Why was everyone cheering? That made me uncomfortable. And I said, Steiny, you said something nice about the Warriors, and, everybody was going crazy, and he was a little bit caught off guard by the whole thing.
Of course.
Which is so perfectly him. But... yeah, Steiny gets the MVP, and it was fantastic. You did a great job of moderating, as always.
Whatever.
And I get in where I can get in, but
I try to whack you on the leg like at least 4 times.
And you're good like that. And
get in there.
I got my touches, but you know me, I'm more prone to, and I really enjoy the one-liner and like the quick quip more, and that's not really the format for that. The audience it's noisy, and you got 6 people talking, so for me, it's better if I just lay back a lot.
Is this Grandy's got Steiny's take? Is this the one that got everybody to cheer him, or was it a hot take? Which one was it?
This was the Draymond Chris Paul one.
Oh, yeah, check it out. This was not the standing O. This was the tone setter for the entire day.
Draymond better be careful. How about that?
You come for the beer, you stay for the heel turn.
He better be careful. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what right now. It is not outside the realm of possibility. At the beginning of next year, Chris Paul's a Warrior and Draymond isn't. And you guys know what kind of year I'm having.
Okay. We got a couple things before we go back to the phones. Clarence, hang out right where you are.
Put it in the cap.
First of all,
that's a time capsule.
The absolute best part of that was not even anything to do with the take. It was and you guys know what kind of year I'm having. He thinks he's on fire.
Totally.
I don't even know if he really is, but that's okay. Actually, I read that as that's still residue from what happened with his Mavericks take 2 years. It is. Which I wish he wouldn't take so damn personal. He got called on it, and fine. It's not. He wasn't wrong about the Mavericks thing because, as I pointed out, it's not what he actually thought.
Right.
So, okay, now he thinks he's on fire and he's getting everything right. Good for him. He thought the Giants were going to the playoffs. So did I. We were wrong, but apparently he doesn't remember that one. Anyway, there you go. The other thing about that, does it sound like we're in an arena with 10,000 people?
Yeah. It's loud.
Wait a minute. Sorry. We were in an arena with 10,000 people who showed up at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro.
Definitely.
Dude, it sounds raucous in there.
It was raucous.
It was.
And it was loud. And even when you and I were doing our show, our portion 2 to 4, you and I looked at each other at about 3:30, and I was like, and I think I mouthed to you, I'm like, this is really loud. And
I can't even hear you.
Yeah.
There were, honestly, during the actual...
the summit, yeah.
Meaning the after our portion, the 4 to 6 portion, there were moments you were 2 feet from me.
Totally.
And I'm like, I can't fully hear what you're saying. Dude, it was like being at one of those bars where the music's like all the way turned up and you got to lean over and speak into people's ears. You know what I mean? What's your number?
Totally.
Like it was almost like that. So what great energy, man.
Yeah.
So
loud and
fun.
raucous. And I don't know if that take is going to age well. The whole idea of, yeah, I mean, Draymond gone and Chris Paul still here.
It's like it's not even a take. He threw it out as a possibility. It's like, well, Zaza, anything's possible.
Sure. That's Kevin Garnett.
Is it?
Anything is possible.
Okay. Anyway.
Zaza was nothing easy.
That's right. You got me. And Zaza's also, this is a great question, but a stupid question.
Yes.
Isn't he?
Yes,
Exactly.
absolutely.
All right, Clarence. Let's go to Clarence in Richmond.
Let's do it.
Hi, Clarence. What are you doing?
Hello.
Hello, Clarence.
Kids and Mark, how you guys doing?
Let's go to Mark.
We're good, Clarence.
All right, that's good. I'm doing good too. I'm excited about those our Warriors this year with the new players coming in this year. They're going to be a lot better. The bench is going to be a lot more deeper. We got some veterans coming in, and the rookies even looking a lot better. Third-year guy, Kuminga, and Moses, and you got the rookie big guy, Trace
Jackson Davis.
So
call him TJD.
And it's early in the season. I mean, it's the preseason, but they got chemistry already. I mean, they're already looking like they're in mid-season form, and it's still preseason. So I'm looking forward to what they're going to be in the real mid-season. But I'm excited about how they're looking now. with the new pieces that they got this year. So my mindset is right now Warriors, because I know our 49ers, we know what they're doing, and I'm not worried about them. I just know that right now I'm excited about how the Warriors looking. They're looking 10 times better already than the way they looked in last year's beginning of the season.
Okay, Clarence, thank you very much. This is an interesting couple of things that he says here, and it's kind of what I'm getting at today. Okay? The Warriors are looking good. The Warriors aren't looking like anything. The Warriors haven't played yet.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
They played last night.
No,
and they got
haven't.
A huge home win.
Yeah, with a couple of players who are very key, people who I think are starters, who didn't even play in the game. I know that they had a lot of their big guys in there at the end, and I know that the Kings did as well. So I'm not going to flick this off as if it's nothing, but I am going to stop short of feeling like you see right now who the Warriors are going to be. No, you don't. Steve Kerr literally said before the game last night, we're going to start tinkering with different lineups. He is just literally gathering information and checking things out. You can love the vibe around the Warriors. I do too. You can be excited about the season. I am too. You can be optimistic about the different things that they have that they did not have last year. But this is preseason basketball. It is greater than summer league basketball, but it is way less than actual basketball. So I do think that the excitement around the Warriors is leading people down the road of thinking that we know more right now than we do. And we learn this lesson every year. I'll give you an example. The 49ers, week 1, went on the road to take on the Steelers. The fan base in Pittsburgh was all excited. Why? Kenny Pickett had not led a drive that didn't end in a touchdown all preseason long. And then he played the 49ers, and they couldn't get a first down. Like, preseason is preseason.
All preseasons are not created equally.
But all of them are something less than regular seasons.
Yes, but last night was as close to a regular season game as you're going to find. And the preseason football that you're talking about, and Kenny Pickett was not playing 4 quarters. And we look at the Niners, and Brock Purdy, in their 3 preseason football games, played about 5 total series in all 3 of those games. So you look at last night, and you had Steph Curry play 31 minutes. He'll normally play about 36 minutes. You had Chris Paul play 30. You had everybody playing except for Kevon Looney and Draymond Green. You played your guys for the majority of who you're going to play in the regular season. Now, I don't think that TJD is going to start a ton of games, but he started last night. But in terms of what that game meant versus a regular season game, that was more closely resembling regular season basketball than anything the Niners put out in the preseason.
Maybe, although the Niners preseason is completely different than what the Steelers were trying to do. All preseasons are different based on what the team is trying to achieve. I'm just trying to warn people that wasn't a regular season game. You can think that there was energy in the building. You can think that the guys were trying, whatever. And that's fine. But I think that Tuesday is an opener. And I will assess how good or bad the Warriors look starting on Tuesday.
Sure.
And I also think there was a dangerous statement in there with regard to the 49ers. This is the other thing I'm getting at today. We got to stop with the whole idea that the Niners are fine, so everything's cool here. Like, I just do not feel, and maybe that's why I'm speaking about the Vikings game the way that I am. I am sensing this complete blasé attitude about this game on Monday night. Oh, I got some guys that might be hurt. If they lose, they're 5-2. That wouldn't be that bad. I called it a massive game earlier because I believe that the word fits. Like, they are coming off a loss, and they absolutely have to win this game because they're the best team in the NFL, and there's no reason to go lose to a 2-4 football team. But the lack of energy that we're feeling right now, I think is based on that. There's this collective thought that the Niners are fine. Niners are fine. That's not the way the NFL works.
Well, you're 4 days away from the game. And that to me is where the urgency has not yet kicked in. Now, if we get to Monday and the same blasé attitude exists, then we will have a different story in terms of how we're feeling about that game. But right now, we are 96 hours away from that game, so you can be blasé.
Yeah, but that's not the way the other weeks have felt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I go back to last Wednesday when the game against the Cleveland Browns was 4 days away, and we were all on it. We were all about it.
I don't know if we were that about it.
Deshaun Watson news was coming out.
And today's a different day because we're coming off of our entire station devoting virtually the entire day to the Warriors, and then the Warriors went out and played the most intense preseason game that any of us can remember that included a buzzer beater, a virtual buzzer beater, by Steph Curry in a home win over your Northern California rival who you just dueled 7 games with 6 months ago. So all those factors, plus a Monday night game against Minnesota, leads the Niners to today being more of a back burner than they otherwise would be.
And I get it that, as I said to you guys earlier, I'm more than happy to be in the minority opinion here. But last night, and when you say this game felt like the biggest preseason game we can remember, I guess my question would be why? Why?
Because they treated it that way. The Warriors did.
I don't know. I mean,
the Warriors played the fourth quarter like they wanted to win the game. Normally in preseason, normal preseason game, and we can talk about preseason football. If I asked you what the Niners' record was in the preseason, you would have to think about it, and you would probably come up with the fact that they were 1-2.
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
The only game they won was on a Jake Moody game-winning field goal. So that is...
Was that against the Chargers?
Yeah, the third game they played.
All right.
And if I asked you what the Warriors' preseason record was...
No clue.
Right. They're 4-0. They're undefeated.
Yeah.
Your Golden State Warriors, they're on pace to go 82-0 in the preseason, Mark.
Sweet.
If only there were 82 preseason games.
Right.
I believe there's only 5. They might run the table.
All right.
My point is, last night, they treated the game like it mattered. You had Wiggins play 31 minutes. You had all of your regulars, guys who are going to be in the rotation, and I would include Saric and Chris Paul among that group. They all played 28 to 32 minutes.
Okay, but let me ask you something.
They went for the win.
And 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to weigh in on this. Your state of mind right now as a Bay Area sports fan, leaning more Warriors, leaning more Niners, somewhere in between. We'd love to hear from you. Do you think that Steve Kerr was playing it to win? Do you think that's what his motivation was?
I think that he was, I don't know about playing it to win. Like, if they didn't win, I don't think he snaps a clipboard. I don't think they have a closed-door meeting.
I mean, not going to do that anyway.
They played it, yes, they played it to win. They played their guys in the fourth quarter in a game that they didn't have to. If they were just playing to play, then you wouldn't have played Steph Curry and the guys the last 8 minutes of that ball game, but you did.
See, but I would guess that they were doing that not to win the game. They were doing that because they're trying to dress rehearsal. They're trying to build chemistry among the guys who are going to potentially be out there toward the end because they haven't had a big chance to do that. I think Steve Kerr goes, I want to see these guys play basketball together, and the results of the scoreboard are the results of the scoreboard. If that shot does not go in from Steph Curry, Steve Kerr walks out of that building with the exact same feeling.
He's pissed.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Curry gets ripped in the postgame.
Exactly.
Gunner.
I mean, like Steph Curry, no one needs to worry about Steph Curry making a 3. Steph Curry can make a 3. This is well established in this world. So if he misses that shot, it does not change the fact that he found the shot that they executed in order to get him the ball in space where he could put the shot up. If it rims in and out, you lose the basketball game. Okay, let's go get dinner. You know what I mean?
Right. But they played their guys in the fourth quarter, and
Right, because they want to do a dress rehearsal. He said this to us.
Right. And I wonder about tomorrow night, the last preseason game against San Antonio, if they approach it a little bit differently in terms of you get to that fourth quarter and no matter what the score is, does he just play the second string to get them more time? Does he not worry about playing the starters, quote unquote, in the fourth quarter, his finishing lineup in a game against San Antonio, as opposed to doing it against Sacramento, knowing that you want to keep the little brother under your thumb?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Steph Curry said this. We'll play it for you in a second off of NBC Sports Bay Area. And I bet, I don't even really consider this a debate. Both of these things are true. Do they want to win? Sure, they want to win. Is that actually why Steve Kerr is playing the guys at the end? In my opinion, no. I don't think that. I think he's playing those guys because he wants those guys to play together, and that's literally what Steph Curry said. Building winning habits, does that start with winning? I guess it also starts with the habits that you're creating with the chemistry with one another.
We got to get into the winning spirit a little earlier than you probably expect, but it's like everything we do in the preseason is trying to develop an identity, especially with a new group of guys in our rotation. Obviously, CP, you see the benefit of his sure-handedness with the ball in the fourth quarter. With Loon and Draymond out, Dario did a great job stepping up. Trace, unbelievable minutes. So it might seem like it's just a preseason win, but it's all about developing an identity of how to close games, withstand adversity, and we did that.
Yeah, I look at this, and in fact, just our YouTube chat right now, I want to say hi to Matthew Wangerin, who is with us and watching right now. Mark just won't admit he had missed a phenomenal game. Can't tell us how we should feel it when he didn't see it. Mark is just wrong, period. I have no interest in telling you how to feel whatsoever. I'm telling you how I feel. So in fact, we started off this show by me saying, wow, I clearly missed something.
Yeah.
Because you guys couldn't take your eyes off it, even as a replay,
right,
when you already knew what had happened. I'm not worried about it. It's a preseason basketball game. It doesn't matter that I missed it. Clearly, there was an energy in the building that organically developed. Everybody who was there said it felt like a playoff atmosphere.
Yeah.
Obviously, a bunch of us here at the station were there. You ended up watching the game, couldn't take your eyes off it. I started our entire broadcast today by saying anything Steph Curry does, you can't take your eyes off of. So that's all well and good. But all I can do is share with you what my perspective is,
right,
which is that right now I feel like the 49ers are, a way bigger deal at the front of my mind in terms of urgency of sports. So, yeah, was last night a cool spectacle? Great. Did it matter to some of you? If it did, knock yourself out. I come from the perspective of let the adorable little guys be the ones who care about the outcome of a preseason game. I love the spectacle. I love that it went in. Cool. But that, honestly, even after the fact, when I went back and watched all of the clips, I'm like, cool. There was nothing in me that was like, I'm so glad they won.
Yeah. I don't know if it's
preseason basketball game.
I don't know if it's I'm so glad they won, but the fact that they came from behind in a game that both teams truly cared about, whether or not it matters for the standings or not, it mattered for the 10 or 20 men who were actually playing basketball against each other on the court last night. It mattered. Yeah. And no Kings player can tell me that it didn't matter, and no Warriors player can tell me that it didn't matter. Now, does it matter as much as Game 7 in the Western Conference quarterfinals? Of course not. Does it matter as much as next Friday will matter when they meet for the first of 4 times in the regular season? No, it doesn't matter as much as that.
Tuesday?
Did it matter last night on a Wednesday night in October in a preseason game? It mattered last night.
Time out. I never said it didn't matter.
I'm not saying you said it didn't matter.
Never said it didn't matter.
What I'm telling you is because they took it seriously last night, both sides, and if it's Mike Brown and Steve Kerr, if it's Sacramento and Golden State, if it's De'Aaron versus Steph, if it's Sabonis versus Draymond's shoe, and Draymond didn't play, whatever it was about last night, those teams both took it seriously.
No.
Now they didn't treat it as if it was the most important game ever, but they didn't treat it like it was a preseason game. No. And the Warriors came from behind, and so it turned into kind of a cool thing. And I'm just saying, on this day, if the Niners were playing Sunday, not Monday, I probably would feel a little bit differently about the urgency of Minnesota. But to me, the fact that we're still 4 days away, I can allow myself in this moment today, and I know that Week 7 is about to start here with New Orleans taking on Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And that will start to sharpen my focus back on the NFL, but maybe it's the summit. Maybe it's the fact that the chef hit the game winner. Maybe it's the reality of Chris Paul being a Warriors. All those things, and last night beating Sacramento in a meaningless game, all those things have led me to feel a way that I didn't expect to feel.
You don't even need a reason.
I don't need to justify it. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Yeah.
I feel a way that I didn't expect to feel on this Thursday.
And my state of mind right now is that it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. We, in my opinion, are locked in the middle of absolute NFL intensity.
Yeah.
And I wake up with that every day. Tuesday, I don't care what day. I don't care that the Viking game is 4, 5, 6 days away, whatever. We're actually in the games that matter with the 49ers. So I'm not trying to throw water on anybody's boat from yesterday.
Sure.
Have a blast. That like if that one floated your boat, rock out with your Brock out. That's all incredibly amazing. I couldn't be more excited for the Warriors season. I think that the curiosity of the Chris Paul stuff is very, very high. That's all there. I'm actually more tapping in to the 49er fan base than I am the Warrior fan base. If you're a Warrior fan and you love last night, please don't hear my voice and think that I'm telling you not to have a good time or care or whatever. I am tapping into the fact that the 49er fan base right now feels complacent. It really does. You're coming off of a loss and everyone's like, fine. Like, that's just not how I feel.
Yeah.
I think, my God, this is, I don't do the whole must-win thing. I think
especially when you're 5-1.
Yeah, that's kind of silly.
Yeah.
But, like, I could not feel more urgency or intensity about the 49ers winning their next game.
And I get that, and I'm going to speak only for myself when I say part of the reason why I'm not in urgent mode yet is because I don't really know yet about McCaffrey, Debo, and Trent, and Dre Greenlaw, and I know that Isaiah Oliver was limited today because of, and I'll just leave it to Christian, Trent, and Debo, because I don't yet know if they're going to be able to play. I don't really yet know how I feel yet about Monday's game. Now, I feel like even if you're missing all three, you still should be able to beat Minnesota. You'll still be favored, and you still should go to Minnesota and win that game.
Yeah,
but I'm in a little bit of a wait-and-see mode based on the fact that those three guys are day-to-day, and we are still 4 days away from the game on Monday. Now, as we get closer, the sense of urgency that you're talking about, it's going to hit me more powerfully because I don't think that it's a must-win. And if I look at this game and I look at the what if and the negative of the what if they go to Minnesota and they lose? Whether those three guys play or not, you lose the game and you're 5-2, and now you've got Cincinnati coming to town. You and I have a bet on that game. Cincinnati's playing better. Cincinnati has a bye this week. That's going to be a difficult game. The Bengals are playing better. Burrow's getting healthy, and they're coming off a bye. So I would look at that game next Sunday, and I would be in more of a mode where you are now in terms of, oh my God, you better not lose that one.
I feel that way about all of them.
No, I know you
really
do. But honestly,
I really do.
if you, I mean, we could do that in the NFL very easily. I do think there's levels to it.
Yeah.
Like the Cleveland game, I was definitely amped up about because Cleveland's great defense and they were off the bye and it was a 10 a.m. road game. I still thought they were going to win the game. So, and I was wrong.
Yep.
And, you thought they would win. And
of course.
We debated whether or not Cleveland would even score, for crying out loud.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think it was a gimme just because Cleveland's defense
There
is
are
really,
no
really
gimmies
good,
in the NFL, you know. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, let's go out to Matt in the city. Hey, Matt, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, how's it going? Happy Friday Eve. I just wanted to make a quick point about my disagreement about the Warriors game last night. I think it does matter. And my reasoning is, if you think about it, last year we kind of had this whole theme with the, they can flip the switch. They can flip the switch. So you would think, like, okay, it's preseason, we can kind of just experiment, do whatever, figure out rotations and just kind of have fun until, we warm up for the actual regular season. But I think you take away the season standings, you take away the playoffs, and you just got these guys out here motivated by just pure basketball right now. And I think that's exactly what you need. There's no switch that needs to be flipped right now. It seems like this team's ready. They're hungry. It feels almost refreshing. And to see Curry and all of them go out there and smell blood again, it's kind of nice. And you kind of want that just to start out the gates hot. So I think that's great to see. It's good to see that they're motivated by just pure basketball again. I'm really excited. And just one point about the Niners. If they lose, I think that's huge because now you're putting Seattle right back on your back. So, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Matt, great stuff. Look, I don't disagree with any of that. Like, you want to talk about the NBA preseason, the factors that we know to be true here, which is geography, just familiarity. As De'Aaron Fox pointed out after the game, they've played each other so much. They played each other 2 more times in the regular season right out of the gate. Playoff series last year. There's obvious emotion there. We were here for the 7-game series.
Totally.
There is emotion in this that is not there.
We lit the beam in that series. We lit the beam.
Remember that?
That was great. We had Kenny Carried Away on, and our guys from our sister station in Sacramento.
No, dude.
There was trash talk.
It's fantastic, and I agree. As I said earlier, I think that the Golden State Warriors and all of us fans right now are reacting more to what we've been through than what we're actually seeing now. And that's why last night felt so important to so many people, including them.
Yeah.
Including them. This is a reaction to the fact that the Kings and the Warriors have become a thing, and it's a reaction to the fact that the Warriors have gotten out of a bad relationship. And so they feel free and wild and happy, and it's infectious. And I think that organically spilled into the entire fan base last night, and that is awesome. There's nothing bad to say about that.
For sure.
Yeah,
for
this is much more to me about the 49ers and the fact that, we've had so much good through the first 5 weeks of the season, and then they had a stinker. And yes, there are circumstances and reasons for it that we all get. But it feels like 49er fans have reached such a spot with their feet up, like this is all just going to automatically go fine. And I actually thought last week was a reminder of how quickly things can go south.
Yeah, it went south with the loss, and you had multiple injuries.
The injuries, as many of us agree, is the one thing that could really get this team.
I'm wondering about your use of the word complacency when it comes to the fan base, and where that comes from, and exactly what you think the fan base should be doing, or how should they be activated right now in this moment. I want you to expound on that.
Can I back off of something that
you can? I'm not saying that you're calling.
No, you're
not calling people out.
There's a word you use there that comes up on our chat a lot, and I want it to be absolutely 100% erased from our show, and it has anything to do with anybody telling fans what they should do.
Okay.
Or how they should feel.
Is it something I said?
No, I just see it all the time. Well, we just read it about 5 minutes ago. You're telling fans how to think. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what I think.
And that's what I was asking you about.
You're telling us what you think.
Yeah.
There's no should here. You're a fan. You get to do whatever in the hell you blazes want.
Of course.
So there's no should. Spend your money where you want. And go where you want.
Just as long as you keep listening to us here on 95.7. That's the only thing you should do.
As long as you're at the next summit, I don't care what you do outside of that. So it never has anything to do with that.
Right. I just was curious about your use of the word complacency in terms of the fan base.
I'm expressing a surprise at how confident a 49er fan base feels, and maybe that's not a good word because I get the confidence. I, too, think they're the best team in the NFL. But one of the things that I've been trying to express all season long is that this is week to week. I completely avoid any sort of umbrella feel. Even what you said a minute ago. I'd be much more upset if they lost to the Bengals. I don't even know who the hell's playing when they play the Bengals. Who got through the Minnesota game? And we learned last year what one loss can do at the end of the year when you're battling for the 1 seed. There is absolutely no room for losses that shouldn't be losses. And they just had one. So the idea that another one would in some way be like, well, the Niners are fine. I just don't feel that way. Like I am so squarely like the 49ers have got to win Monday night. That's just how I feel.
There's only one game on the schedule that they could lose that you could probably say is not one that they shouldn't have lost, and that's Philadelphia in December. Every other game, they, quote-unquote, should win. They'll be favored in every other game on the schedule just looking at it from right now. If you looked at the look-ahead line on every game left in the schedule, at Philadelphia, you might be a 1 or 2 point underdog, but every other game you'll be favored. So you know that you're going to have at least one more, maybe a couple games that you should win that you don't. Now, to your point earlier about this game coming off a loss, this is certainly one where you don't want to stack losses in games that you, quote unquote, should win. And I think the spread is still 7 for this Monday's game at Minnesota.
I think so.
I haven't checked the updated line, but I would imagine it hasn't moved past the magic number of 7.
Yep.
But you're going to have some of these games that you lose that you should win.
A little bit of movement.
Toward the Vikings.
Yeah.
6.5?
6.5.
Wow, that's a big move.
Well, right.
To get below 7.
Because 7 is such an important number.
Wow.
Yeah. The odds are leaning in the direction of it going back to 7 in this moment, but right now 6.5.
Okay.
For the 49ers. Yeah. I just that's why I sort of bristle sometimes when we go Super Bowl or bust. Well, but what's the scenario? What happened? Who's healthy?
Sure.
What's the story in November? What's the story in December? What's the story in January? You don't get to talk about the Super Bowl in October.
Right.
You don't it's just not the way, it's not the way my brain looks at this. I'm not telling anybody else how to look at this. But like last year is such a great example. There were a lot of people that looked at last year's 49ers team, Super Bowl or bust. Well, then the quarterback's arm dislodged. Are you still Super Bowl or bust? So, like, we got to see, and that's why you got to stack the wins when they're there. You just, in my opinion, cannot afford to have any of these things slip when they shouldn't have slipped, especially when, in my opinion, you just let one slip.
Yeah, I mean,
you
let one slip, but you didn't play great in a spot where you played against a team that was more rested, coming off a bye, with a very good defense, and you got punched in the mouth, and you still had a chance to win it, and then you let it slip at the end when your kicker couldn't come through. I don't look at that as a complete choke job or a complete collapse. You look at the second half of that game, and the Niners had negative yardage on offense until the final drive.
Totally.
And it's because the Cleveland defense was better than the Niner offense after halftime. So I do look at the end of the game, the way it ended, and yeah, your kicker missed a kick that is probably an 85% proposition. It's not quite a Steph Curry free throw. It's probably a Klay Thompson free throw. And I think Klay's in the low 80s for his career. Yeah. And that's about what that kick was. It's a Klay Thompson free throw, and he missed it, and you lost the game. But I don't necessarily think that you totally let it slip because Cleveland was good. Cleveland was better than you. And if it wasn't for Cleveland's third-string quarterback, you probably would have lost that game by more.
Again, it's not like the 49ers weren't dealing with massive injury issues as well.
True, but not at the quarterback position.
Not at the QB position, but yeah, I thought it was a game the 49ers should have won. I get where you're coming from on that, though, too. Ben in Fremont. Hey, Ben, what's going on? You're all at Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to touch base. I love the Niners talk, but I got to talk about my guy, Trace Jackson Davis.
Let's do it.
Looked super, super good. I felt like on the offensive end, just moving off the ball really well, setting screens, rebounding super well. I think it's going to be a really nice addition to, obviously, Saric as well as Looney, and just stoked about the way he looked last night.
Well, Ben, you know what's interesting there, and thanks so much for calling. I are we of the mindset that Steve's going to actually do this? Like, is Steve putting TJD and Pajemski in the rotation? Because
TJD, yes. I don't know about Pajemski.
I remember what the perception was when we left here in May. I remember Steve Kerr was just an awful human being who hated young people. And like,
I don't love the young people.
Yeah, forget rookies. He wouldn't play second or third year guys. This was what we were all Kuminga, Wiseman. It's Steve Kerr's fault that Kuminga's not playing and Wiseman has been shipped out of town. And then even Jordan Poole getting sent to Washington. And so now I feel like we've come back. There's been some preseason games, some kind comments have been made, and now we're of the belief that we're playing rookies in key spots. Maybe. I'll believe it when I see it. Let's put it that way.
Kuminga played last year in the regular season a lot.
Yeah.
And then he got to the postseason, and he was no longer playable. And we all saw it in the playoffs. He went from 16 minutes down to about 12, down to 8, down to 4, down to DNP CD because he was unplayable based on the lack of confidence that he had and, the way he kind of lost his footing on that famous loose ball that he didn't pursue, and it looked like he was in his own head, and he got to a spot where he couldn't play anymore. TJD is going to be 24 in February. So this is not a young player in terms of, he's not 21 years old like Kuminga.
Fair point, but a rookie.
Yes.
Not played an NBA game yet.
Correct, but he is 23, almost 24.
Yeah, experience.
He's a little bit more of a grown man in terms of his physical makeup. I know Steiny was saying earlier today that he needs to get stronger, his upper body. Guru was talking about his trunk and his legs. And well, I'll tell you what I saw about him. He needs to get bigger. He needs to get in the gym and get stronger in his upper body. But I think TJD's got a better chance of being in the rotation than Podziemski does.
Maybe. Yeah, I'd love to see both of them. Based on the reviews that we're hearing, and I too like what I see in the preseason. I just always take that with only, I don't know, maybe 3/4 energy because it was preseason. So, maybe with this energy everyone's talking about last night, like, can you take more of what you see and apply it as real because the preseason game was played in a little bit more of an energetic format? I guess you can.
Sure.
I'm still going to reserve judgment.
Of course.
Yeah,
and Steve's going to reserve judgment.
Totally.
And I think when Looney's healthy and Draymond's healthy and you get everybody up and ready for the regular season, is TJD going to start? No. Is he going to be your 6th or 7th or 8th man? Probably not. Can he be in the Kuminga role from last year and be a 9th man or a 10th man? Absolutely. But if you look at the rotation right now in terms of bigs, you're going to start Draymond and Looney, and then you're going to have Saric coming off the bench, maybe first, if not Jonathan Kuminga, depending on what spot, and then you get to TJD.
I think one of the interesting questions this year is who's a big? I hear people saying that Klay Thompson is going to be playing minutes at a quote-unquote big position. Is Jonathan Kuminga a big? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. We know Draymond Green is all over the floor, seemingly in all positions. Kevon Looney, a big. Saric, whatever you want to call him.
Your pick.
A big, but on offense, also loves to shoot the three.
Yeah.
We move toward positionless basketball to a degree and all of that. But, I wonder who's going to get those minutes because there are so many questions about how these lineups will blend together.
Yeah, especially when you get a Chris Paul and Steph Curry backcourt.
Totally.
And then if you've got, Klay and Wiggs and Draymond, is Klay at that point going to play the 4 and Draymond plays the 5 and Wiggins goes out there and guards the 3, the good small forward on the other team? Or is it going to be a lineup where Kevon's on the floor and maybe Chris Paul's not? Then Klay plays more of a traditional 2 with Steph Curry alongside. If Klay can be versatile and score as productively as he did at times last year, everything's going to work out for him contract-wise.
I agree with that completely. We're going to nickname our next caller Happy Hour because he seems to call at 5:30 every single day. Mark in Oakland, that's it, man. Your new name is Happy Hour. So thanks for calling.
Thank you. And that's not a bad nickname. You know what's funny? Last time you mentioned something about that, and I thought of another option. I don't think I've earned it yet, though, but Mark the Closer with a K.
Ooh,
Closer with a K.
Closer with that's gonna
meaning.
We're gonna need a few more calls. I'm gonna be like Steve Kerr. We're gonna need some more experience, and we'll tinker with it a little bit.
It's a small sample size.
That's right,
now.
Mark. That's
small
right.
sample.
That's right. Happy Hour.
Fair enough. I just thought of it. It's out there waiting. Maybe I can get there someday. If not, someone else can have it. But I like the double meaning Closer with a K because my last name ends with K like yours, but also a closer who ends with a strikeout, a K. Strikes him out.
I like it. I like it. Dibs is always looking for a closer.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I was in need of a closer.
Yeah, well, there it is. So, okay, 2 things. The Warriors, real quick, 'cause I actually called about the Niners. This is just how it feels to me. Like it's that relationship that you should have got out of a long time ago, and you're hanging on as it just keeps sliding down. And the wishful thinking, the memories are keeping us in it. It kind of feels to me like they're never going to be championship level again. And I think, I know that's how it feels. But I think one of the big mistakes, and it's psychological. I know it's not a numbers thing. Keeping Draymond around. I just think a guy that punches teammates in the face. I just don't want that guy on my team. I feel like probably some other players don't. Something ever since then, I just think it's a slow descent. But whatever. Hopefully I'm wrong because I'm a big Warriors fan.
Yeah, Mark, I know you got a Niners take, so don't hang up. But that point there is interesting because I wonder if you're actually seeing any tangible evidence of that. Like Draymond Green with his teammates right now, I don't know. He looks like Draymond Green with his teammates. And Moses Moody's even talked now publicly recently about that, how that's the guy who he goes to and tries to keep him under his wing and all of that. So I think what you're saying is not unfair, but I haven't seen any evidence of that, you know?
Well, I would call last season the evidence. And at the end of the year, they did talk and open up, like Steve Kerr talked a little bit about how that did have an effect.
Right, but he's gone. But Poole's gone. So it feels like a reboot, no?
Yeah. Don't you, like, a witness of abuse is a victim of abuse?
No, I
feel like everyone's seen that. It's kind of hard to be like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't like guys that punch teammates in the face. So maybe I just feel that way and I'm projecting it.
That's fair.
You're out on a limb there.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
As soon as you hang up, I'm going to go punch Dibs, and we'll see what the office does.
Yeah. See how you guys feel next year if you keep doing it. So I don't know. But on the Niners, I've said a lot about the Niners every time I call because I'm really into them. But one is I did think, Mark, in fairness, that you were sort of pretty much like, Purdy's the next Montana, and we're going there. And Dibs was kind of grounding you a little bit. Was I wrong on that?
Don't equate
it was
the
intentional
Montana.
grounding. Mark, is what it was.
And don't equate. I did not. I am a massive Brock Purdy backer. I don't need to tell you that. I'm a massive backer. I did not say he was the next Montana, though. You got to be careful there, Mark.
You better be careful.
I know. I'm adding some color. But so what I think it boils down to, because I keep watching the NFL's like this every year, and it's what I love about it, the parity. I think the Niners are going to be in it. They're good enough. I even think they could lose this week, and they're still going to be there in the mix. I think it's going to come down to these 2 things. One they can control, one they can't. Luck. Every team that wins the Super Bowl, there's the ball bouncing the right way. They're going to need that, so you got to just hope for that. But the other thing is big mistakes and clutch moments. Purdy showed me actually by that drive at the end of the game, he can pull it off if he has to. He can get them in scoring position. Kyle Shanahan still is where the question mark is for me, and I really wish he'd talked to Andy Reid because it seemed like Andy Reid had that same problem for the beginning of his career, and he's worked it out somehow. Mahomes might be helping with that, but he seems like a little different coach, too. He brings the players in more. I don't know if that's really in that Netflix special, if that's really how he is, but I think Shanahan needs to talk to Purdy or Andy Reid Otherwise, I think he might blow us the championship, and maybe he'll learn and he won't, and we'll win it this year. So that's where I'm at with that.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. Kind of an interesting point in that Andy Reid was all of those things until he wasn't, and now we're going to use him as the standard of, like, you need to talk to that guy so you can understand how to win a championship. I wonder if you did. If you called Andy Reid and you're like, hey, I need some advice. How do you win a championship? I think Andy would be like, get Patrick Mahomes.
Right. Get the best player in your sport and let him do best player in your sport things.
If the face of the league is your quarterback and Taylor Swift is rooting for you, things go well.
Yeah.
That's just how it works.
Yeah, when you're offensive minded and you have the best offensive player in your sport, then you can go ahead and win a championship, as opposed to Philadelphia, where you got close in 14 years.
We're sponsored by Flag and Anthem and nowhere near done yet. 888-957-9570. Oh, one of our very favorite friends is on the line. And so more of your phone calls are coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The Made Flex Performance Collection from Flag and Anthem is quickly replacing
And you guys know what kind of year I'm having.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Come over here, camera. I still wonder why the camera does this. Why does it do this?
I think it's because I was just over there and it must have zoomed over to me.
No, it's probably because I got up and left. I don't usually get up and leave. I usually just sit right here and hang out. Anyway, whatever. Hi,
Good.
YouTube.
Yeah.
We're back.
If you ever have issues with the camera, just always blame Steiny.
It's totally his fault. No, anyway, I don't need to bring the tech side of the stuff to the air. Just know I ain't good at it. I'm one of these call someone when something breaks people. So, and you guys know this already about me.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
anyway, it's all good. We are here. You are here. And that's all we care about. So still got time for your calls, 888-957-9570. Dibs, I think I texted you before the show. And I said, I am happy to be the heel today.
Yeah.
So I knew where we were going. I knew that there would be a way or a portion of the audience that took from what I was saying this, even though that's not what I'm saying at all. I thought last night was really cool. I think that because it's the Kings and because the Warriors are certainly activated to try to build chemistry, I think that it matters. It never did I say it doesn't matter. I am curious and intrigued by why something sort of like cosmic seemed to take over the building and everybody was so activated by it.
Yeah.
And meantime, that's what led to our question today. I was sort of curious as to where the Bay Area sports fan brain is at in terms of 49ers and Warriors. And I'm surprised that so many people are like edge of their seat Warriors when their record is 0-0.
Not 4-0.
And the 49ers, meantime, are coming off a damn loss.
Yeah.
So that's just me. That's what has my sort of like, what's the word? Angst, energy,
attention.
Yeah, that's where my attention is right now, and that's great. I couldn't be more excited for Tuesday night.
If Bay Area sports were a stove, for me, the Warriors on this day were front burner, and the Niners got put in the back burner.
You're right.
And as I walk into the kitchen and I look at the stove, I'm stunned that the Warriors are front burner and that the Niners are back burner. And when we left yesterday, Fieldwork Brewing in San Leandro after an unbelievable summit, and we were all buzzing with Warrior talk and how much we love our station and we love our listeners and what a fun event it was. I got in the car and I wasn't thinking at all about today's show being a Warrior show. I was thinking that today's show would be summit recap. It was great. Warriors, yeah, we're 5 days away. And you know what? Come Tuesday, it's going to be cool that there's an opener. And I got my press pass today, and so I'm going on Tuesday. And, I thought that it would be like a 75-25% breakdown, Niners and Warriors. But instead, it's been the other way around. And when I watched the game last night, and I was listening to Tim on the drive home, and I was interested, and I got home and I started watching it, and I got more interested. And as the game wore on, I stayed interested. And I found myself looking at the game and not even thinking about it being preseason. And they took it seriously, and I was into it. And I thought, maybe I'm only into it because it's my job.
No,
and then I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I think you speak for many.
Yeah.
I think you speak for many.
And so I was equally surprised, Mark, as you were in terms of like where this thing went today.
Thank you for bringing up Press Credential Day. I
One of my
know,
favorite days.
Well, I mean, can we share something? Like I know that this is a privileged thing that we get at our job, and it's amazing. But if we may just share with all of you for a second, and I mean this, I don't want to speak for you, Dibs, on a very personal level, like especially because so much of my career ended up starting in a different market. Growing up here, living here it was actually, I came here for a little bit after college too, so 20 some odd years before my profession took me to a different place. And I used to, especially if it was a national event, for instance, I covered the Giants-Angels World Series in 2002, but I covered it from the perspective, thank you, of like living in Southern California and getting on a plane to come up here for these games. And I looked around all the time at the media members that I followed, and I read them, and I listened to them, and you'd see what was around their neck. And I was I'm not a jealous person, but I was like, man, goals. I want one of those around my neck someday so that I can be involved in every Giants game and every Warriors game and every 49ers game. And so there's something in the young me that still happens every time that gets handed to us before the season started. All the feels. It's still like a pinch me moment when that gets handed over and I'm like, season started.
Yeah.
And I love that. I just love that we're here. That's it.
That's a great story. Yeah. And it's interesting because when I saw you get the credential earlier handed to you by Lucas, you had a certain amount of, you're always very thankful because you're a good guy, but you did have a certain amount of childlike joy. And I hadn't realized the reason why you were so joyous. Not that you ran around and, clicked your heels together, but you were happy to get it.
No, but the first credentials I got in my career were Dodgers and Lakers credentials.
Ouch.
Yeah. And it was awful.
Yeah. I'm sure you were happy to go to those games. Still, free baseball. So,
yeah.
And I do.
It sound awful. It goes to talk to Shaq and Kobe. But anyway.
Yeah, I do appreciate it too. And I try to have that same level of appreciation, knowing that we are super lucky. I was talking to someone today before I came into work about my job. And, she's looking at me and I'm wearing shorts and a hoodie. And I said, yeah, off to the grind. Another day at the grind.
Lovely Christy gave me the same day. She's like, shorts today? I'm like, it's hot.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk through the streets of San Francisco for a little bit. I'm not wearing pants.
I do have a deep appreciation for what we do on the daily. But then when we get things like press credentials for these teams, season credentials, I do try to take a moment to appreciate it even more.
Especially with the picture that you have on yours.
Oh, my God.
All I want to say to every Warrior fan out there, if you see Dibs at a game,
I love the young people.
I would like you to ask him to show you his credential. Hey, Dibs, let me see your credential because you're going to want to see the pic.
It's awful.
It's
awful. It's a headshot from about 8 years ago.
But it's not even awful. It's just hysterical. Not because it's awful.
It looks like I fell into a giant vat of flour. I mean, I'm just covered in white powder.
And then red hair.
I had hair.
You had hair.
At the time,
yeah.
There was hair.
Not bad.
I used gel. Couldn't cut that, Grandy. Jerk.
Let's go to Drew Down in Tracy. Not only great to see you, but to meet your wife yesterday.
This is Drew Down.
Come on, Drew. Thanks for showing up.
Hey, what's going on, Willard? What's up, dudes? Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Too
shout out my wife, man, for pulling up with me. Not a lot of wives, like sporting events. She's not really a sports person, but yeah, she rides for me, and she didn't recognize Willard's face, but she definitely recognized Willard's voice. So, that was funny. She knew that voice right away.
Yes, it was wonderful to say hi to her and apologize directly for you blaring our voices through your home on the daily.
Oh well, that's the agreement she made, so she got to live with it. That's part of the marriage, She got to listen to the sports talk. But Yeah, so for me, I'm all in on the Warriors. I'm not a Niners fan. I'm a fan of another team, but so obviously I'm locked in on the Warriors, and I think the difference between the Warriors and the Niners is Stephen Curry. I mean, Stephen Curry is he's electric. You know, everyone wants to watch Curry, so I think that's might be one of the reasons everyone's super locked in. As far as the game goes, it was a preseason game, but I think everyone is lying here if they say that they didn't enjoy Steph hitting that dagger 3 over the NBA's clutch player. I think everyone would be lying if they say that wasn't exciting. So it was Trace Jackson Davis. I thought was encouraging. I thought we held his own against Sabonis most of the night. That was super encouraging. And I think Kuminga. Apologies to Sacramento fans who get a little booty tickled every time I mention Kuminga's name, but I think he's improving, and I'm hoping he's going to take that big leap next year. And then obviously Curry, nothing more to say about that. And then just, like I said, great time, yesterday at the summit. Shout out all the hosts, super gracious. Shout out Matty Hegan. And then, shout out everybody at the Fieldworks Brewing Company. And of course, shout out, all the listeners, too many to name, but all the YouTube people, all the listeners. It was great to, put a lot of names with faces. So appreciate you guys, man. Good show. And hope to see y'all the next summit, man. Have a good evening, guys.
Absolutely. You too. Drew, you are a key piece to this entire thing.
Yeah.
So awesome to see you out there. And of course, you're right. Like I've said this a number of times today. Steph Curry could tie his shoes, and we would watch. Steph Curry could fry an egg, and we would watch. Gabe Kapler did that one time, and we didn't really watch. But if Steph Curry did it, we would watch. It doesn't matter what the man does. Of course, it's exciting. It's Steph freaking Curry. I get that.
Yeah. Preseason, regular season, postseason. Yesterday just had a little bit of a different feel based on the way the Warriors treated it. And that's why I think fans kind of caught on to it. And
totally.
Anytime, even if it wasn't a Steph Curry game winner, to come back from 16 down in any game is cool.
That's any piece of entertainment, by the way.
Yeah.
If you all are having fun, then the audience is going to have fun.
Definitely.
I think it was Never Go Full Jeff actually just sent in a note like 5 minutes ago. He goes, I don't know if it's because the summit was yesterday, but today's show had a Friday feel to it. And I'm like, it's probably a good point. Like everybody came in a good mood.
No doubt.
Because we had an unbelievable experience yesterday.
For sure. Yesterday was a blast, and today's been great as well. And, man, I'll see you on Monday, Mark.
Yeah. Wait, you don't want to do it again tomorrow?
I guess. I thought you just said it was Friday.
No, Friday feel.
Yeah, I'm here tomorrow. Then, yeah, for sure.
Best day of the week. yeah. Wait till you hear what I have to say about the Niners tomorrow. Oh, my God, you think I'm all turned up today. Okay, here comes Grandy, everybody. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Right off the top, a very interesting conversation from the roast with regard to Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul after the preseason game last night. So stay tuned for that for sure. Thank you all for being here. We'll do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Lucas, for Grandy, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
You'll be seeing us around soon. And when you do, I bet you'll call us BMO. Don't worry, it's more common than you think, but we actually pronounce it BMO. As in, with BMO, you can earn a cash reward every month you save. Or, did you know BMO's been helping customers for over 200 years? So when you do see us, pop in and say hi. Not to BMO, to BMO. And yes, bank is still pronounced bank. Learn more about us at BMO.com. Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a